was that dunk on the back cut and the pass from Anthony Davis that Kevin Durant became the all-time leading U.S. basketball scorer.
Gary Thomas comes off the turn with force, with power, and Gary Thomas is running away from the field. It's goal for USA. Gary Thomas is an Olympic champion.
Avramović, Jokić se namešta. Jokić igra 1-1. Sombor shuffle, baby! Pogodak Nikola Jokića!
We put ourselves in a great position to win that game, and we come up short like that in overtime. So it's heartbreaking, and it kills me that I have to wait 4 more years for another chance at this. But man, I'm so proud of this group. I love this team, and our coaches, our fans deserve a lot better than this.
All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for another day of training camp for the Broncos, and a lot to get to. So a lot of audio coming through there, NBC Sports, on most of those calls. And let me say this. I always like to kind of start these days just giving an update on the medal count. The U.S. running away with total medals, 86-60. In second place is China. And now they lead by 2 in the golds category on China, as well as they're up 24-22, so leading in both. The Serbia game happened in the middle of the show yesterday. I love whoever was on that call. That laugh was the exact same thing that we would do that in the middle of Nugget season, wouldn't we? Clock running down, need a bucket, turn around.
Sombor shuffle, baby!
That's really good. Exactly what I thought, though. U.S. demolishes Brazil. They are going to crush whoever's in front of them. I mean, they could not miss a shot yesterday. I don't know how you play defense against that team, but it's pretty difficult. LeBron, 5 of 6 from the field. Embiid, 5 of 6 from the field, 3 of 3 from 3. Booker, 6 of 9 from the field, 5 of 7 from 3. Drew Holiday, 4 of 7 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3. Steph Curry, only 2 of 3, didn't matter, didn't have to play all that much. Durant, 4 of 8. Bam, 4 of 8. Anthony Davis, 5 of 9. Anthony Edwards, 6 of 10. They got wave after wave they can throw at you. And the fact that they won't even face any of the decent teams until the potential gold medal game, like France, Germany, Canada, they're going to run away with it. It's going to be another gold.
And by the way, Brett, speaking of Jokic ripping out Australia's heart, I was listening to that post-game clip of Josh Giddey, and I wanted to put that in the show open just to show that Jokic bringing heartbreak across the globe, it's universal. So,
yeah.
But anyway, at the beginning of this post-game clip, listen to the way this Australian interviewer starts her question in the most Australian way ever, and I think we have a new goal for Moj and Vic.
Mate, I know that was a tough one.
See that? She goes, mate. I know that was a tough one.
That's a tough one.
So
yeah.
What if Vic is talking to Jamal Murray on the court post-game? He goes, mate, I know you guys didn't really get it done tonight.
I think Jamal would give him the biggest side-eye you've ever seen. I think, especially Jamal.
Mate, I know that was a tough one.
We need to start dropping more mates in our day-to-day vernacular, though. I do agree with that. That has to start happening. So we can talk about the Olympics in a bit. I want to start with the Broncos and the release of their unofficial first depth chart of the season yesterday. And we all know what we want to talk about here. It's quarterbacks. Jarrett Stidham's 1, Zach Wilson 2, Bo Nix 3. I put almost zero stock into this, by the way. Just being honest. And here's the difficult part if you're Sean Payton right now. I think we all know what he wants to happen and what is likely to happen, which is Bo Nix is going to play. But there's a couple of different ways that you have to kind of dance around this. One being he hasn't been the best quarterback in camp. That's been Jarrett Stidham. So no surprise there. But you can't, as much as everybody might be aware of the situation at hand, as much as we might all know that Bo Nix is going to be the starter for this team, if nothing else, at some point, you can't just hand him the job because you'll get guys in the locker room that are looking around saying, well, make the kid earn it at least. Like, that's the nice little dance that you got to do between what everybody knows is going to happen, but the steps that need to occur before that takes place. You know, I'm sure that if you guys listening, if you're in positions to hire people, this happens in radio a lot. Somebody leaves, they know who they are going to bring in for the job, but you have to list the job, and there's something that's legally you have to put that out publicly so that everybody has a chance to apply for the job, and then you can go through a couple of interviews with different candidates, and you can be like, okay, well, what's your qualifications? What kind of salary do you want? When can you start? You go through all the same questions that you would go through with the candidate that you want, but you have to go through the steps. That's what this is. It's just making sure everything's on the level. And you want to know how I know this is the case? Because Zach Wilson hasn't taken snaps with the ones for like a week, and he's listed above Bo Nix on the depth chart. If they had to do cutdowns right now, that is not what the depth chart looks like at quarterback. But you have to make it seem as if this is some sort of meritocracy. That this is an even playing competition. You know, I think Jeff Legwold last week was the one who told us that the year that they drafted Paxton Lynch. So it was Lynch, it was Sanchez, and it was Trevor Siemian. He said very obviously in camp, Trevor Siemian was better. And if they just went out and did what they probably wanted to do, which is start their first-round quarterback, everybody in the locker room would be looking around saying, he did not earn this job. And
Paxton's Paxton.
You would lose the respect of the locker room as the coach, and you would make it really difficult on your rookie QB. Because there would be some sort of undue pressure and maybe some animosity surrounding him that's not even his fault. You know, we all know that in sports, certain guys get treated differently. You play favorites. Like, those things happen. But you can't make it that obvious. Everybody in that locker room knows that Bo Nix is going to be that starter at some point this year. And maybe that's week 1, maybe it's week 6, maybe it's week 12. Who knows? At some point it's going to happen. But you can't just hand somebody the job unless they have blown people away. And so these are the proper steps that you should be taking into making sure that everything seems on the level and nobody's going to be too upset by the time you make the actual change. And it also helps in this respect. I don't know who's going to play in this first game, this first preseason game. I'm talking about the entire roster. Like, are they going to put their first team offensive line out there? Because if they aren't, then I don't want Bo Nix stepping in with backup offensive linemen in the game and against potentially starting players on a defensive side that you're going up against in Indianapolis. I don't want that. I don't want the guy to get potentially killed in a game like that. So maybe this is an easing in process. Perhaps you put Bo Nix in the second half of the game where he's going against a whole bunch of backups and he can build up some confidence in that first game. Like, there's a bunch of different strategy towards this, but none of it means that I'm going to take this as fact. Like, I don't think that this is what their plan is going to be 2 weeks from now. It can't be. Because if he's third on the depth chart, then that means you're either carrying 3 quarterbacks or that's it, because he's not getting cut. So I understand the strategy here from Sean Payton. I also understand that this is not at all what this thing is going to finish with. And there is a game that you have to play when doing things like this where you can't just hand it over to people. Even if you know, and everybody in that locker room knows, that that guy's going to eventually be the starter. I think you can do this at different positions, actually. If you draft somebody, if you had a similar situation at a different position, but let's say instead of quarterback at 12, you took, let's call it linebacker, okay? And your starting linebacker, the starting two linebackers that you have are the equivalent of a Jarrett Stidham and a Zach Wilson. So one guy who's just been kind of a journeyman that is okay at best, and the other guy is, hey, former high-round draft pick, but has been a total bust 3 years into the league, and he hasn't looked good in camp. And you got your first-round pick at linebacker. I think it's a lot easier for you just to say that guy's going to start at that position than quarterback because of the responsibility that comes with being the quarterback. Because of the way that everybody else in the locker room is going to look at that guy and make sure that he's earned every step that he's had. Because you do not want, the last thing that you want is some sort of animosity being built towards him that is not his fault. So 303-504-0925. I don't put a lot into this this unofficial first depth chart. And Sean Payton's talked about this stuff in the past. He talked about it yesterday. There's a lot that goes into a decision like this that is just initially, this is where we have to have things sit until we work forward for the next couple of games. Like, here's my guess. You'll have Stidham 1, Zach Wilson 2, and Bo Nix 3 heading into this first game. Second game is probably going to be Stidham and then Nix and then Zach Wilson. And the third game, who knows? Who knows who's going to play and who's not? But by the end of it, I still think that Bo Nix is starting week 1. Again, the chasm between Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix is not that large. Like, Nix doesn't look, quote, ready. But I don't know any quarterbacks who really do when they're rookies. You get a few exceptions. But there has to be a gigantic gap between him and Jarrett Stidham for you to give Stidham the nod. In the same way that there was a gigantic gap between Paxton Lynch and Trevor Siemian. Like, Siemian is your sort of Jarrett's. Actually, it's a really similar situation. Siemian is your Jarrett Stidham. Zach Wilson is your Mark Sanchez. And Bo Nix is your Paxton Lynch. Better than Paxton Lynch, but as far as experience-wise, that's what the quarterback room feels like. But Siemian was so much better than the other two. If you didn't start him, there'd be a mutiny in the locker room. Because you know what players don't care about? Long-term. They have no interest in it. They're going out there and putting their bodies on the line every single week this year. They're working for contracts this year. They're trying to win games this year. There is no long-term view for a team like, or for players like that. Coaches, GMs, front office members, ownership, they can take a longer-term view. The players can't because they're out there every day and they're taking hits. So they don't care about, well, this is going to be better for Bo Nix if he starts now for, 2 years from now. Doesn't matter to him. A lot of these guys are like 1-year deals. Half these players that are at camp right now are not going to be on the roster. Hell, by the end of this year, let alone next year. So 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit here at Dove Valley today. Get Nelly back in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. You know, if you look at the unofficial depth chart that was released from the Broncos yesterday, you'll find a pretty common theme in all of these, and this is why just be careful how much stock you take into this stuff, especially early in camp, you know, leading into game one of the preseason. Here's what you have. Your starting wide receivers listed on here are Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick, which maybe Tim Patrick's a little bit of a surprise, but, you know, he looks okay in camp. They aren't having him do too much as he's still working his way back from a couple of season-ending injuries. There's nothing I would love more than to see Tim Patrick just return to old form because I think they'll really bolster the wide receiver room. Your starting offensive line is Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Luke Wattenberg is number one at center right now with Forsythe second string and Mustafa third. At right guard is obviously Quinn Miners, and right tackle is Mike McGlinchey. Your starting tight end is Troutman with Dulcich second string and Lucas Kroll third. Running backs, Javante, Samaje, Jaleel, Tyler Beatty, Audric Estime is fifth. And that's the one I kind of want to focus on because we'll go to the defense in a second. Audric Estime is not the fifth-string running back on this team. But did you notice a common theme here as I was talking about this stuff? Because it's pretty easy to see. Wide receiver-wise, so because there's two different spots. On one spot, it's Tim Patrick, Marvin Mims, Brandon Johnson, Philip Dorsett, Jalen Virgil, and then Troy Franklin, who is listed as sixth on that one side. On the other side is Cortland Sutton, Josh Reynolds, Lil Jordan Humphrey, David Sills, Michael Bandy, and then Devon Vele, who's listed as sixth on the other side. Audric Estime is fifth on the depth chart at running back. Bo Nix is third on the depth chart at quarterback. Is there a common theme here? Yes. The rookies are last. The veterans are first. Pretty easy to see. Go to the defensive side. At one of those edge rushing spots, it's Jonathan Cooper, it's Baron Browning, it's Thomas Incoom, it's Nick Benito, and then it's Jonah Ellis, who is fifth. These are not going to be, at least I believe, the way that this looks when the season starts. But this is the rookies have to earn their way in. So when I do this first depth chart, we're going to give the veterans the benefit of the doubt. And then as we sort of whittle our way down the roster through camp, you're going to see a lot more accurate look. And the accuracy might not be there until after the final preseason game and after final cutdowns. But this is just the game you got to play. It's let the veterans get the first crack at things, and then as you continue to go through training camp, you'll start to move some of those rookies and younger players up the depth chart and up the roster. Audric Estime is going to be, perhaps, depending on what happens with Bo Nix, let's say that they start Stidham this year. Who knows? Audric Estime could be the guy who gets the most run and the most playing time out of any rookie this year. Very well could be. You know, I don't think that Troy Franklin's going to get more snaps than him. I don't think that Jonah Ellis will, although he's looked good in camp. It's just a matter of you got to make the younger guys earn it. And one of the stories that I am really interested in, if you remember, Wazarike. So he was a pretty high draft pick a few years ago. And let's see exactly where he was drafted. So he's 26 now, went to college at Iowa State, was suspended last year for being embroiled in one of those gambling suspensions. He was a fourth-round pick back in 2022. And he looks like he's got some skill to him. Like, first of all, he's huge. He's 6'6", 230. But another big body you can rotate in on the defensive line, and he has just gotten reinstated. Now, it's going to take him a little bit to get up to speed again Because remember, if you have one of these suspensions, you are not allowed to be like around the team. Like you are gone. And Sean Payton said yesterday that a big reason why he was allowed back on the team, because a lot of these guys, especially for like a year-long suspension, they have one of these, they get cut immediately. But Sean Payton was talking about why they didn't do that and why he's been welcomed back to the team. Here he is.
Well, he went through, just like all of these guys, he went through a pretty extensive physical. He's working on field 3 quite a bit. I just think you got to be careful of putting him back out there right away. I mean, he'll be in the meetings, of course. Now he'll be involved in everything. He's here on our roster, but I do think that we've got to look really further out and say, all right, when do we expect him to play in a preseason game?
So that's Sean Payton talking about Aazar and getting back in. He's got another quote though about believing in him. Here's what he said.
Yeah, he's young. Remember, I only had that mini camp, and never the full training camp, but he's a young player we drafted. And look, and he's handled this well. He took full responsibility for it. We're in that period of time where there's a lot of mistakes being made relative to the gambling and the gambling policy. And I think the league and the communication that they provided with him, we're grateful for. Ownership here, he was out a year, and so our job now is to make sure that we're slow to get him ready back because he's missed quite a bit. But he was very remorseful, and I think that played a big part of it. I think he understands certainly the mistake he made, and he's really appreciative to be back here with this team.
So if I remember this correctly, part of why he was suspended for a year is because there's levels to this. Some guys, and this is where I was very critical of the NFL last year when they were doing and implementing these policies. I just don't know that some guys were totally aware of the rules. So some of the shorter suspensions were like, hey, you gambled on something that's okay, but you did it in a place that's not okay. I know that there's a couple of stories. I think Jamison Williams was one of these guys, and they got their suspensions reduced last year because I think the NFL kind of realized that they made a little bit of a mistake where you cannot gamble or throw a bet down when it's at a team facility, and that includes hotels on road trips. So imagine this. You're a player for the Broncos. You're at the team hotel. You're laying up in the bed waiting for, practice or a game the next day. And you open up your phone and you throw down a bet on a women's basketball game. Like a WNBA game. Doesn't feel like you're doing anything harmful, but some guys got suspended for that because it's, quote, a team facility at the time. And I just don't think they communicated that well enough. Now, in the case of Aazar, he is suspended for a year because he's gambling on things like your own teams and stuff like that, or yourself. And that's where I don't think you need somebody explain to you why that's not okay. That's why those guys got hit with a big hammer. And a lot of this stuff can stem back. Iowa State had a big gambling problem on those teams that he was at in college. But I think it's good that he's back in the lineup because first of all, he's huge. Second of all, he looked like he had some talent before the suspension. And third of all, it only bolsters a pretty deep already defensive line where, again, maybe you don't have the blue chip elite players there, but you got a lot of guys on that defensive line that are capable players who can rotate through, that if you suffer some injuries, they'll be okay from a depth perspective. Like, I think this helps a lot of things, and I think it's a great thing that he's back. Now, it's going to take a minute for a young player who didn't play that much to start with and then get suspended for a year where that's not like an injury, okay? Like, when you're injured, you can still be at the team facility and you can take at least mental reps, watching film with the guys. He was not allowed to be here. And so it's going to take him a minute to really get ramped up back into football activities. I'm going to be very curious to see how they handle this situation because it's they got a lot of guys in that defensive line already, and My assumption is they want to leave a roster spot open for him, but it's going to be difficult when he gets to final cutdown day to see who's cutting the mustard and who's not. On top of that, with the release of Caden Stearns, you take a look at that safety group and you start to wonder what that is going to shape itself into as camp goes along. I was, at least initially with the Caden Stearns release, of the mindset that somebody else was coming in here. Now, I don't know who that was. I always thought, Justin Simmons, that's a pipe dream. And, look, he's still out there. He's still available. I still think it's a pipe dream. But according to Adam Schefter, Simmons is visiting today with the Saints. So maybe something comes of that before the end of the day. Still kind of blows my mind that Justin Simmons isn't on a roster somewhere, but I know this isn't just a talent thing. Obviously, he's talented. I don't know if it's contract. I don't know if it's he wants to kind of to wait this out and see how much camp he can miss before just throwing himself back in there. He's a veteran. He can jump in and play that position for like anybody within 2 weeks. Okay? Give him 2 weeks. He can jump in and intercept a couple balls for you. But he is going to be visiting the Saints today. But that's that unofficial depth chart. I think it's a really nice talking point for this area of the offseason. Heading into that first preseason game, I put almost zero stock into it, though. None. If this is an unofficial depth chart heading into week 1 of the regular season, then I'm going to have a lot of questions. Because I know that Sean Payton is very averse to playing young players over veterans in general. And you look at this depth chart, it is listed in the exact way that you think it's going to be, which is all the younger players are at the very ass end of this roster. That is going to change over the next couple of weeks. But if we hit the regular season and I see a similar sort of feel to this, I'm going to have a lot of questions about what the plan is. And to his credit, it feels like they've made a pretty big commitment into getting younger and trusting more the youth on this team to build things up for the next couple of years where hopefully you're back in contention for, wild card spots and playoff appearances and all that different jazz. But if you enter the regular season, we're like 3 weeks in, and Jonah Ellis hasn't played all that much, and we haven't seen, Audric Estime all that much, and Bo Nix is still not the starter, and Troy Franklin hasn't gotten snaps. And, we're talking about all that stuff. I'm just going to have a lot of question marks about the way that they're handling things. Because it felt towards the end of last year, especially after the Patriots loss, when you kind of knew the season was over. And yes, did you still have an outside shot at making the postseason? I think they did in like week 17. It was like if they won their final 2 games and the Chiefs lost their final 2 games, then they would jump the Chiefs at the AFC West. And we all knew it wasn't going to happen, but it was a possibility. Once you recognize that the season was pretty much done, I think that should have been your opportunity to go out and say, all right, well, let's play Drew Sanders a whole lot. Let's play some of the rookies or younger guys on this team who might not be as good as the veterans, like Marvin Mims, just to see what they got for heading into the offseason, heading into next year. And that didn't happen. But I think there has to be sort of a mindset shift. And especially Sean Payton, who has always been a guy who wants to play vets, and it's that weird sort of back and forth. We've talked about this with the Nuggets, where you have a responsibility as a head coach to win games. That is what you are paid to do. The GM's responsibility is to win games, but also set you up for a healthy future. And I think there were times last year with the Nuggets that Calvin Booth's vision of getting the younger drafted guys playing time to help in the longer term didn't jive with Micah Malone's thought process, which is I have to win every game possible and get the best seed in the Western Conference. And I just hope that the guys here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, are aligned in that mindset in a way that I think at times last year the Nuggets weren't. 303-504-0925. Texture says, I disagree, Brett. I do need someone to explain to me why NFL players shouldn't be able to take their own team on the money line. I've thought about this before. Just the rule is you can't bet on your own team. Now, I've always thought if you're betting on your team to win, what difference does that make? I mean, you're going out there and trying to win the game anyway. If you bet on your team to lose, you can have a helping hand in actively tanking a team to get the L. If you're what was alleged with Jonte Porter in the NBA last year, where your over-under for rebounds is 5.5 and you're at 3, and then you say, hey, my leg hurts, I need to leave the game, and you took the under on yourself, then yeah, that is rigging the system. But anything like, player props are different, especially in basketball. Over-under on your points is 20.5, and it's the fourth quarter with 3 minutes left in the game. Are you going to be actively hucking up shots in order to make that shot go in, even if it comes at the expense of your team winning? That's where it can get murky. But just betting on your team to win, I don't see much issue with that because I don't know how that could be a bad thing. Like, Nelly, is there something I'm missing here?
Well, I know that this is going to get really conspiracy theory-esque, but I guess in theory what you could do is if you're buddy-buddy with somebody on the other team, you could go to your opponent and say, look, I'm going to put a bunch of money on my team to win. When I cash in and I make Boku bucks, I'll give you a split. Like, suppose I'm an edge rusher and I know a tackle on the other team. I can text him and say, yo, in the fourth quarter, maybe if you give up a sack or two that stifles any comeback attempts,
right,
I throw a couple extra schmeckles your way. And so that's where it starts to become a slippery slope of if you bet on your team to win, well, what's going on behind the scenes that we don't see?
It's a great point. It's a great point, and something that I should have considered, and I didn't, but it's not always a one-man operation, we'll say. You can have some other factors dipping into it, and that's just why don't bet on a game that you're playing in. And also, like, to that point, Nelly, it's why they don't want people betting on the NFL in general. It's because they can have those conversations. And yes, could you do that with other sports? You could, but you can't just have it on your own. And I think that's a pretty simple rule. Don't bet on your own sport. Period. End of discussion. That would be like my only rule. Don't do that.
And not to go all Mark Mosier and or Chris Mad Dog Russo, read a history book. Look at what happened to the Black Sox, the Chicago Black Sox. What was that, 1918? That is the reason that you will never, ever, 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 for the history of recorded mankind, be able to bet on your own team. They ruined it for everyone forever. And that's the bottom line. That's why baseball especially is really, really that's why Pete Rose will never, ever be in the Hall of Fame because of shoeless Joe Jackson.
Sure.
So read a history book.
303-504-0925, broadcasting from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We're going to have super agent Peter Schaefer with us today, as we'll have a whole bunch of discussions. He was actually at Giants camp over the weekend, and if you guys didn't see it, the Giants and the Lions had joint practices the last couple of days that featured like 15 fights in 2 days, and he has some insight to that, so we'll ask him about that in just a little bit. Stick around. Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for 2024 training camp. Denver Broncos. Just saw another one of these. Another one of these clips, another one of these graphics of Jokic on-off splits. So when he is on the floor against Team USA, they played 4 games. On the floor against Team USA, they were a 0-point differential. Game was tied. When he was off the floor, it was a minus 26. When they played, Puerto Rico, he was plus 16 on the floor, plus 25 off. When they played South Sudan, plus 10 when he was on, plus 1 when he was off. And then against Australia yesterday, which remember, they had a 20-point deficit in the first half before coming back to win on a pretty sick Sombor shuffle at the end of the game. So against Australia in the knockout stage, plus 17 with him on the floor, minus 12 with him off. So
Get
in
your
total,
damn act together.
they're plus 43 with Jokic on and minus 12 with Jokic off, but they were a plus 25 against Puerto Rico with him off the floor, which is going to be a big impact on that. I don't know if anybody in basketball, I was going to say in sports, it's probably a step too far, but anybody in basketball is as impactful when he is playing as opposed to when he's not than Nikola Jokic. Like, part of me wants to pay attention and call some of those sharps out in Vegas when, let's say that Jokic gets a rest game this year. I want to know what the spread would have been with him on the floor and what they change it to when he's off. Because there's a few guys, I think we saw this graphic actually a while ago, about point differential per NFL quarterback. Like when quarterbacks are playing and when they're not. So here's an article. Let me see if this will pull up or not. This is from FantasyLife.com. So here you go. This is in the NFL, what they value the starting quarterback at versus their backup in the points that they are worth. It's really interesting here, and this might go back to last season. Nope, this is this year. Okay, so this is current. If you had to guess, what is the point differential? Who's the leader in point differential at quarterback in the NFL?
By the way, you said it's Fantasy Life?
FantasyLife.com.
All right, let's get some Fantasy Life music here.
Please.
You said quarterback that accounts for the largest point differential?
I do love this song. Yes. So if you had to guess, the quarterback who accounts for the most point differential in the league when he is playing versus the backup, it is a 6.1 point swing.
Well, the softball choice is obviously Patrick Mahomes.
He's 4th on this list, actually.
Okay.
So they have this from Patrick Mahomes to Carson Wentz, who I keep forgetting is the backup in Kansas City. They have a 4.9 point differential in that game. So it would be if the Chiefs were favored by 5, it's now a pick'em game. So he's 4th. Let's see if you can get the top 3.
Let's see. I'm going to put this guy on the top 3.
Josh Allen.
He is 6th.
Ooh, okay.
At 4.4 in the differential.
Let's see. Other quarterbacks that make this big of an impact. I'm kind of just distracted by the Mariah Carey here.
I am too.
I'm having trouble thinking of quarterbacks.
I'll roll through it for you.
Please do.
So the number 1 is from backup Josh Johnson to starter Lamar Jackson is number 1 with a 6.1 point difference. At number 2, surprising here, it is backup Sean Clifford to starter Jordan Love in Green Bay is a full 6-point swing.
Who did you say that backup was?
Sean Clifford.
Sean Clifford. Okay. I thought you said Sean Carter for a second. I was
Clifford,
about to say.
the big backup quarterback, I think is the name of the book. At number 3 is Cooper Rush, the backup, to Dak Prescott, the starter, is 5.9 points. And then we said Mahomes was 4. At number 5 is backup, remember this, Kenny Pickett. 2-starter Jalen Hurts is 5th on that list at 4.6. So here's where it gets interesting. Let's go towards the bottom, and I'll just give you some interesting names here between the two. They have in Cincinnati, from Joe Burrow to Jake Browning, is only a 2.4 point differential. Browning played pretty well last year in place of Joe Burrow. I think that's probably a little inaccurate.
That's like $100 million per point differential.
Correct. And then you get to number 25, Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Russell Wilson is valued at 0.9 points better per game than Justin Fields. Bo Nix, who they have listed as the starter on this site, to Jarrett Stidham. That is actually a 0.1 in the negative. So virtually even, but they think that Jarrett Stidham is worth 0.1 points better against the spread than Bo Nix right now. After that, this is the crazy one. Dead last on this list, Bryce Young to Andy Dalton. Bryce Young, so if you were to take, according to this site, Andy Dalton and put him in it as the starter over Bryce Young as the backup, Andy Dalton would be favored by a full 3 points more than Bryce Young.
Oh, no!
The other teams that are in the negative, they actually have Drew Lock. I take all this back. Because Bo Nix is 0.1 better than Jarrett Stidham. Daniel Jones is 0.2 better than Drew Lock. But Andy Dalton is 3.1 points more against the spread than what Bryce Young is.
What do they have for the New York Jets? The Tim Boyle to Aaron Rodgers discrepancy.
Well, remember, that's Tyrod Taylor, the backup in New York now.
Oh, wasn't it? Was it Tim Boyle? It was some guy who sounded like a
It was.
like a CPA last year.
It was before, yes, but Tyrod Taylor's there now. That's 3.8.
Okay, Tyrod.
Yes, in favor of Aaron Rodgers. So the only teams in the negative, they have Sam Darnold as the starter over J.J. McCarthy as a negative 0.5. They have Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis to Joe Flacco as a negative 1.1. And they have Will Levis to Mason Rudolph at a negative 1.8. And then obviously what I told you with Bryce Young and Andy Dalton. So interesting to see how they have these valued. Again, we're going to have Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us on the show today as we are live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, for another day of Broncos camp out here at Dove Valley. And you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Mose Lombardi and Kane starts next.
that dunk on the back cut and the pass from Anthony Davis, that Kevin Durant became the all-time leading U.S. basketball scorer.
Gary Thomas comes off the turn with force, with power, and Gary Thomas is running away from the field. It's goal for USA. Gary Thomas is an Olympic champion.
Avramović, Jokić se namešta. Jokić igra 1 na 1. Sambor shuffle, baby! Pogledak Nikole Jokića!
We put ourselves in a great position to win that game, and we come up short like that in overtime. So it's heartbreaking, and it kills me that I have to wait 4 more years for another chance at this. But man, I'm so proud of this group. I love this team, and our coaches, our fans deserve a lot better than this.
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, as we have been for most of the last couple of weeks here, Moj, looking at Broncos training camp 2024. A lot of clips there from NBC as the U.S. took a couple more golds yesterday. They lead now the entire field by 2 gold medals.
We dominate the world. I think this is the way we ought to look at it.
Yep.
That not only do we dominate in total medals, we dominate. We got the golds going now. Everything right now is just kicking serious butt, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I love the clip, by the way, from the Serbian broadcast crew. Was that Serbian broadcast crew? What crew was that was calling the Jokic
Yes,
soundboard?
that was Serbian television call.
Yeah, give me that one more time, please, on that shuffle. Because I love when those guys – I mean, look, we had the same reaction, Moshe, when he just turns around and they need a bucket at the end of the game, and, of course, he gives it to him. But the laugh –
Sambor shuffle, baby!
That's pretty good. And we're joined today by super agent Peter Schaefer, is going to be with us all day. Pete, what's up, buddy?
What a beautiful day to be at camp, huh?
Yeah.
You guys write your name, or your mom write your name in your shirts and stuff because you're going to camp?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
I actually get tape I put across the top of my hat.
Yeah,
That just says
exactly.
Kane on there.
So
That's
that-
right.
yeah, when people walk by, they say, I get Moj, Kane, Schaefer. Actually, everybody knows you. Great to see you, man. How are you doing, baby?
I'm doing great. Appreciate y'all having me on.
We're going to have a lot of fun. And, hey, man, training camp. I don't know about for you. It gets to this point. At least there's a game coming, right? At least there's a game on Sunday that we can check out, and we're going to have some fun doing it, and you get your first look at the players, and they're doing their thing. For an agent, you got to go all these different camps and see your guys. Does it get boring for you at all?
I don't know. It's like they say spring turns eternal or whatever. This is like springtime for football players.
Yeah.
It's like spring training. This means the season starting means we have something to watch on TV, actually.
Yes, 100%, and I can't wait. Can I ask, by the way, how many of the Broncos players do you represent? Is that something I can ask or no?
You can add none right now. But
None right now?
For whatever reason, maybe
Yeah.
George Payton's starting to get smarter. who he's inviting, but no, none right now. But George and I talk all the time, and I think this team can be very good this year.
Yeah. Oh, you do?
Yep.
What's the purpose behind that? What do you think that they got this year that maybe they lacked the last couple?
Continuity.
Okay.
So in the NFL, continuity breeds success. The very very little change from last year, except for quarterback.
Sure.
And you got to say that's an upgrade.
Yeah, I would think so. And this is what's really interesting about this, because I want to get your thoughts on a lot of different things. We talked to you a little bit when Russell Wilson was released and they ate the money. And it became like, all right, well, how are you going to make up for not having $85 million in salary cap space? And they've done a good job filling out the roster. Now, still, it's not like they could go crazy in free agency or anything like that. But how much of this do you think for them this year is a longer-term view as opposed to shorter-term?
Well, in the NFL, there is no short term.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
You got to win now, and the fans don't tolerate. We're building for the future. In basketball, you sit there and say, well, maybe in 2 years we can get the number 1 pick, and we'll build around them, get a Jokic type deal. In football, everybody wants to win now, and that's the beautiful thing about the NFL is name me one team. If you're doing the radio for any one of the 32 teams, and that team says we don't have a chance to win. Every team is telling their fans, we have a chance to win. A couple years ago,
Even if they're full of crap. I mean, Carolina Panthers can't be telling their fans that they're going to win this year.
They believe they have a chance to make the playoffs. They really do. Jacksonville Jaguars, they went from the first pick in the draft to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, how many other sports?
Houston did it last year.
Houston last year when they had the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yep.
They go to the playoffs. Now all of a sudden everybody's picking to win the Super Bowl this year.
Mm-hmm.
How many sports, professional sports, can you go from the outhouse to the penthouse in 1 year?
So how about this? Let's take the opposite approach, not the opposite approach, but look at it from a different perspective. So you said they upgraded at quarterback, and that's basically by getting rid of Russell Wilson, bringing in a rookie quarterback, and we're going to assume, I think we all assume that Bo Nix is going to start week one. Maybe not, but that's the assumption. What about Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh? Like, for him and Mike Tomlin, they obviously think that Russell Wilson had something in the tank that wasn't found here. And so what's the thought process you think in Pittsburgh right now when they're watching that camp battle between him and Justin Fields?
Something in the tank at $1.2 million a year.
Yes.
See, now that's the key. We're not talking about 35 a year. We're talking about 1.2.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, 1.2. I was talking to Omar Khan yesterday, the general manager of the Steelers. He goes, our quarterback room isn't even $5 million a year.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
For their whole room. Now, when you look at the Broncos, you say, okay, $35 million in dead money, whatever. What is the Broncos quarterback room costing?
Not much at all. I mean, comparatively speaking, not much at all.
Correct. Even the 35 plus 5 for Stidham plus Bo Nix's cap numbers, maybe $3-4 million. That's still less than $45 million.
Right.
You know, the Bengals, Joe Burrow's 55 on his own.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes 50. All these teams, Tua, that just spent $55 million.
Well, I'll tell
plus
you what,
the backups.
I'll tell you what, we would make fun of the Florida Panthers because the Avs, when you look at the Avs total goalies, right, it was like half. At a point, it was almost less than half of what they were paying Bobrovsky per year. Just one, dude. Well,
and then Bobrovsky.
Then all of a sudden they go to the Cup final. Then
Yeah.
all of a sudden the next year they win the Stanley Cup, and everybody's like, "Well, it paid off." Yeah, it did pay off. If you're paying your quarterback, Peter, $55 million a year, and that son of a gun takes you to the Super Bowl.
Let's go.
Hey, exactly. Exactly right. Now the key is, I think, for teams like the Broncos, when you're not spending all that money yet on a quarterback, like the Niners have been able to do because they're paying Purdy nothing, you can spread that money around, but you better win. I mean, I'm telling you, you better get while the getting's good, otherwise you're screwed. But a team like Kansas City, they then paid Patrick Mahomes, and they still won.
Correct, because he is the guy. He's a dude.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes is a dude.
Right.
All right, if you pay a guy $55 million and he's not a dude, you're in trouble.
So
now next year, what are the Broncos going to be paying a quarterback?
They still got some leftover money they're doing next year.
But they're going to have a ton of room next year because for the next 4 years they have Bo Nix on his rookie contract.
Right.
So how do you feel about in the NFL right now? There was this big thing in the offseason where a bunch of quarterbacks got paid, and there were questions about, is this guy worth the money? Like a Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, is he worth? And I know it's the going rate thing that quarterbacks do in the NFL, but do you think that hinders teams like that? If you're a Trevor Lawrence or maybe a Jared Goff is one of the guys who got over $50 million a year this offseason, they're like, well, the Lions are good and Goff had a good year, but is he a $50-some million quarterback? Those are the questions that are like, well, he's better than the alternative, which is who? You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
but isn't that what you take the Rams? Okay, now Stan Kroenke owns the Rams, owns a few of other things. I think, right?
Yeah, just a couple.
Signs a few other people's checks, right?
Yep.
3 years ago, they load up, they trade Goff for Stafford and other picks, and they go all in.
Mm-hmm.
And they went all in because they had the cap room. And, I think I write some of your checks. Kevin Demoff was the president of the Rams.
Yep.
Very, very smart guy. He knew that his window was there, and he had Von Miller, and they were loaded.
Got Jalen Ramsey and Odell Beckham.
And Aaron Donald. And they went all in, and what did they do? He got jewelry now.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's what it's all about, too. I mean, people's, you're going to hurt the future and this and that. It's the cost of doing business to try to win.
Correct.
And I keep reminding people, hey, the bottom line is you got a Stanley Cup. The bottom line is you got an NBA championship.
Jewelry.
The bottom line is you won a friggin' Super Bowl, right? I mean, I know that GMs have to think long term, the health of the franchise, 3, 5, 8, 10 years down, whatever. Okay, fine. But if you don't win, it's not going to matter anyway because you're not going to be here anymore. Somebody else will be, and you got the championship. You were delivered a Super Bowl or a cup or that's the ultimate goal anyway, right?
Right. Is your goal as a general manager, coach, to be 10-6, 10-7 every year, to have a great winning percentage, or win a ring every 10 years?
Yeah.
Are the dynasties dead? I mean, can you in professional sports? Is it really possible to have a dynasty?
Chiefs are working on
there
it.
There you go.
Chiefs are working
and
on it.
And what do they have? What do they have? Coach.
Yep.
Quarterback. It's like baseball, down the middle, right?
Yep.
If you're strong down the middle.
Well, and part of that leads into, we were discussing this like a week and a half ago. When Peyton Manning was here, we looked at the records of Peyton Manning against teams in the AFC West, and what was it was like 20-2?
He just beat their butts.
I think against AFC West teams.
He beat their butts.
And Patrick Mahomes right now is 30-5 in his career against teams in the AFC West. And so let's say that in a couple of years you get to a point where you got cap space now, you make a couple of big free agent signings. Let's say Bo Nix is a hit at quarterback. He's a franchise dude. It feels like you're still going to be Mahomes is 28. Like you're still going to be battling that witch for another 10 years. And so you look at long-term goals, and we talked about this with the Nuggets. It felt like at times last year, and this is just my opinion, there was a disconnect with the Nuggets GM and the head coach about Michael Malone wanted to win games that night. He was not concerned about the long term. He goes, my job is to win. And Calvin Booth's job is, well, because we're paying all these guys money and we're in a certain tax bracket that we can't spend a lot of cash, I need to draft and develop players that are going to become long-term guys that we can get on the cheap.
Correct, on the cheap.
But Malone seemed very hesitant to play the younger guys because they weren't ready, and he would trust his veterans more. And it just seemed like it was kind of a headbutting thing.
Always.
Yes.
You got 3 guys in the Nuggets, right? They get paid. Then you got to have 2 other guys that can play that don't get paid.
Right.
And then, I don't know, you tell me how many subs? 2 guys?
When it gets to the playoffs, 2 to 3 is kind of the extent of it. Throughout the course of the year, there's a bunch, but yeah.
And then those guys, when they play well, they'll be like Bruce Brown, and somebody gives them $22 million a year, and then they take off.
You got to say goodbye.
Exactly.
Then
right.
you got to restart the process again.
That's just the way it is. I mean, that's modern sports with the salary cap. Now, I know you've had guys in other sports and all this kind of thing. And by the way, I'm going to say some things today that you can disassociate yourself from. I don't want people thinking that because you're hanging with us on the show that my opinions are going to leak onto you. I know you're pretty good about that. But baseball is screwed. Now, for an agent, if you're Scott Boras and there's no salary cap and whatever, and you can load up the Yankees with all your dudes and pay them whatever you want, great, because all your dudes are making money. But when you're talking about for the overall health of the sport, I don't think it's good.
Competitive balance.
Correct. Correct. Because in the NFL, the one thing about the NFL, and it's this way in the NHL too, and maybe not the NBA because you have a smaller group of players who conglomerate to big markets. But in the NFL, the Green Bay Packers and their tiny little market, right? The Cincinnati Bengals, the Reds will never win a World Series in my lifetime again. But the Bengals could win a Super Bowl.
Correct.
They have as much chance as the New York damn Giants or the LA Rams or whomever, or the Dallas Cowboys. You know what I mean? Because the way it's structured, if you do it right and you do it smart, hey, man, you can win. That's it. We're going to set you up for success if you are not totally dumb.
So going way back to the 60s, Wellington Mara, owner of the Giants.
Right.
And you're in the 60s, and it's a 12-team league. And they were doing the first national TV contract. And he's the New York Giants, and you got the Cleveland Browns, all these little market teams. He could have easily said, I will do my own TV deal.
Yeah.
He said, no, we will do it together. That is the first example of competitive balance. Now, everybody thinks that was altruistic, but the reality is he knew that if the league was strong, his team would be the most valuable.
Right.
So it's not all altruistic, but that's what really set it up, Wellington Mara in the 60s, and the fact that baseball, the local TV deals are much different than the national TV deals in baseball. You know, what the Yankees make $500 million, right?
Right.
Dodgers TV deal is insane.
I don't even think the Rockies have a TV deal.
Now, basically,
really.
They don't. No,
Yeah.
no, not really.
I don't even know where to find the games.
Yeah. Well, they have their own channel, but it's just they're only on for the games. That's it. Yeah, it's the way the I mean, well, I don't want to get into that today because we got screwed by it too. But it's just it's a mess. But I mean, that's one thing about the NFL, and that's why you can send your clients anywhere because everybody's got an equal shot to get it done. Yeah, the revenue sharing is the way it should be, and so on and so forth. But it's a national sport, right?
Well, you have the draft,
sport. Right?
and the draft is different in football than any other sport because what other sport is Bo Nix coming and playing his first year? In hockey,
a couple guys, some guys in hockey will, but it's
Connor Bedard.
Right.
When was the last time an Avalanche rookie draft choice started the first year?
It's been a while
on the varsity.
It's been a while. Yeah,
same thing in baseball. Baseball it takes years. I mean, you get your occasional Paul Skeens that'll just jump in and dominate the league, but I mean,
he didn't jump in. He's still a year out.
Well, I guess
you're right.
Yeah, he didn't, and he's a dude.
Mm-hmm.
And in basketball, I mean, even the Nuggets, they unless you get a top 5 lottery pick, they're sitting on the bench.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no doubt about it.
So football, you get the draft, and they come in. Even 5th, 6th rounders come in.
Yep.
Well, and they don't just draft and come in and play. Sometimes they're very key roles in teams that are like important for winning now type of guys. There's a lot more to talk about with super agent Peter Schaefer is going to be with us all day today. For broadcasting from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
I want to get to this depth chart stuff.
Yeah,
unofficial depth chart. I want to get to that.
There seems to be a common theme that I noticed in it.
Yeah, and what I don't want to, I'm not gonna blast anybody today. I'm not super dumb. I'm not a dummy. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Guys in that room are not dummies. Peter Schaefer's not a dummy. I know what I see.
Jesse might be.
No, he's actually pretty damn smart.
Oh,
but I know what I see on the depth chart, and I know what I know. And they don't jive together.
Well, let's get to that in just a couple of minutes.
All
Stick
right.
around.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, what does that
What?
say? What does that say right there? Go ahead and read it.
We're less than a month away from the start of football season. We're getting ready for this year. I need a few things from you.
Okay, yeah.
That's your fantasy thing.
I got a fantasy football email.
What? Why do you care?
But because I don't know, man. I'm part of this fantasy team. It reminds me it's that time of year.
Listen to this guy, Pete. I love fantasy football, as most people do, I will add. And
Hold on a second.
He's
Hold on.
co-owner of a fantasy football team, which means he fronts the money. This other guy does all of the work, and he doesn't even know what his team is. And then he just waits to see if he's winning money at the end of the year.
That's
correct. Not fun at all.
Okay, but hang on. Look, your fantasy football league has been reactivated. Oh my God! I wonder how many people do you do it? Are you allowed to do it?
I'm allowed to, but I think we play fantasy football every week.
Yeah, you're right. He's in the real world of fantasy football. How many people have quit fantasy football over the years? Well, Jesse, you quit? Like 7, yeah. And you know what? Listen, I'm a much happier person because you know what my problem is? I'm in the second period in Montreal on a Thursday night, and I forgot that one of my guys has a friggin' bye, and I give away the week. It's a bunch of crap. I'm in the second period calling a game, and it dawns on me, oh, Jesus, I have so-and-so starting at running back, and dude has a bye week. I mean, come on, man.
Football is the easiest sport to do fantasy-wise because
it's
once a week. It's not every day.
No, man.
Take a look on Tuesday, see who's in and who's out for that week, and set your lineup and don't think about it again.
Well, I forget, all right? I'm sorry, I forget. Anyway, I got my fantasy football email. That sucks.
Peter Schaefer, super agent, is going to be with us all day today. And let's get to the unofficial depth chart of the Broncos that was released yesterday.
Justin Simmons visiting Saints.
Yeah, I saw that earlier today. Before we get to the depth chart thing, why do you think he doesn't have a team right now? Is this a him choice of just trying to sit out of the offseason stuff as much as he can? Or is this kind of like he's not finding the right money? What do you think it is?
Money.
Yeah,
money and opportunity. Just like Ayuk. My understanding is that with Ayuk, he told he doesn't want to go to New England. He doesn't want to go to Cleveland.
Well, too bad.
Is $30 million is not enough money to pay him to go to Cleveland.
Okay, but hang on a second.
We just found out what is the over and under on how much will it take to go to Cleveland?
Right. Well, okay, there you go. I mean, but the Browns, that offense is going to be – if he's part of that offense –
Okay, Mose, the thing is you have to live in Cleveland. So if
only 6 months.
If Cleveland got an NHL team and your contract's up with the altitude, how much money do they have to pay you more to move to Cleveland to be the announcer for the Cleveland Barons? You like that I pulled out the Barons?
Yeah, it's old school. Yeah, they became the Colorado Rockies. Probably more. Yeah, I mean a lot. Yeah, I mean I don't want to live in Cleveland.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the story with Ayuk, man. Here's what kills me about your clients and whatnot. Dude's like, I need more bread. So these are all your clients. Okay,
correct.
He's not, but I get it. So, but he says I want the big boy money. Well, you ain't a big boy player yet, in my opinion. Okay, but I want the big boy money. Fine. I'll tell you what. We're not going to pay you the big boy money. You want out? We'll find a trade partner for you. In fact, guess what we did? We found 2 trade partners. We found 2 of them. Now you take your pick which one you like because you don't want to be here. We're not going to pay you, right? And he's like, I don't like either one of those. Well, screw you. I mean,
I'm kind of with Mose on this.
Either you want the money or you don't, right? I mean, work out a contract with the Patriots or the Browns. And by the way, the Patriots now say they're out. The Browns are the only team now maybe that wants him. But that's what the market is telling him. Hey, this is what you're going to get to come play here. If you don't want it, okay, go back to San Francisco and whine your way all the way through the entire season. I don't like that, Peter. Look, we did what you asked. We found you a trade partner. We found you 2, and you don't like either of them. It's like, I don't like this date to the prom. Well, all right. And she goes, I'll tell you what, Pete. I'm gonna find you two other chicks to go with, and you stand
can you go with
up.
both of them, or do you have to choose one of the chicks?
one of the other. And then you're like, nah, I don't want either one of those either. Well, then just go by yourself, or go sit out the season. That dude's driving me crazy.
Unless he's got a 4th chick to go to the prom with.
Well, let me see it.
Right, and of course these are issues that I never had.
Right,
growing up.
right, yeah, right, exactly.
Right. But so that's the point: is if you're playing musical chairs and you're counting the chairs right, you're fine.
Yeah.
If he really wants to get paid and he's counting the chairs and he says, I've got 4 chairs and New England's 1 and Cleveland's 1 and I don't want to go there, you're fine. But if the music stops and you don't have a chair, then he will have to go back to San Francisco.
Right, with his tail between his legs.
And have to play for a paltry $14.2 million.
Oh, what a bummer.
It feels like he's
that's the worst case scenario. That's not the worst case scenario of life.
Right, correct.
Go have a great year, $14.2 million, play with Purdy, play in Shanahan's offense, and then you ring the bell in free agency.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, that's what
it feels like he's overplaying his hand a bit.
It feels if I don't think he's got a ton of leverage. I mean, they found him 2 dance partners. Hey, real quick though, I love this from Big Daddy Dunk. As someone who plays fantasy football, I hate it. I quit every league I was in except my high school buddies. Okay, from the 5338. Quitting fantasy football was one of the best life decisions I've ever made. From the 9847, I quit fantasy football a few years back. What a stress reliever. Also, the gambling has become way too much, not what it used to be. See? There are more people out there me and Jesse who just say, screw the fantasy football. I ain't doing it anymore.
Now you're going to have to talk to your wife more.
Well, I know this.
That's the trade-off.
There's been speaking of trades, a lot of people have been trading fantasy football for gambling, and that makes total sense. Like if you'd rather just throw down a few bucks on, a FanDuel or something that as opposed to fantasy football, I get it.
I don't do any of that stuff because I always lose. I forget about it.
Let's get to the unofficial depth chart because there is a common theme, and I know the big headline yesterday was that the quarterback room was Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and then Bo Nix, which to me this feels like a really simple explanation. I don't think Sean Payton can just walk in here and hand the keys over to a guy unless he was blowing people away in practice. And Nix has been okay here. I think most people would agree. Hang on.
He's been fine.
He's been fine. Most people would agree, though, that Stidham has looked the best out of the quarterbacks so far in camp. And I think if Sean Payton was just to walk in and be like, well, Nix is the starter, perhaps the locker room would feel one type of way about that. Maybe. And they're not stupid. They understand that this guy is eventually going to start for this team at some point this year, maybe week 1, maybe later. But I think it's that game that you have to play, where you have to make it at least seem like a meritocracy, where the best guy is going to win the job, even though people know that there's other motives that are going to take over eventually. And it could, I heard Kreckman say this yesterday, I think it's a decent point, you could put Bo Nix in a weird place in that locker room where it feels like he's a teacher's pet. And that would be a weird thing,
He is
too.
a teacher's pet.
Correct.
Why are we stupid? Caleb Williams is a teacher's pet.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
well, that's like going from first base to third without touching second.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, he's the number 1 pick. He is in Chicago. They have nothing. Who's their backups?
Tyler Bagent? Tyson Bagent?
Listen, from what college?
If you
Shepherd University.
Wait, Bagent, was he the guy who played School of Mines in the championship game?
Yeah, got his butt whooped.
Yeah.
If you're a first-round pick, especially if you're a top 12 quarterback in the first round of the NFL draft, and you're not a teacher's pet.
All right, so
any first-round quarter, Paxton Lynch for a while was teacher's pet until they realized he couldn't play.
Sean Payton was the teacher's pet to who? Bill Parcells.
Bill Parcells, yeah.
The greatest of all times manager of human beings.
Right.
He knew that when Lawrence Taylor needed a pat on the ass.
Yep.
Can I say that word?
Yeah, you can.
You're good.
Right.
Barely.
Is there a list of things that I can't say?
Things that start with an F and an S are usually no-go.
I think George Carlin laid out the list a few years ago.
Yeah, George Carlin laid it out, yeah.
Right. I forget what the comedian, he says, there was a joke we were watching YouTube. He says, well, I put the mother in front and then made me a bad person.
Yeah,
but if you put it behind.
It's Bill Burr, I think.
Yeah, Bill Burr, right.
Yeah.
You put it behind, all of a sudden I'm a genius.
Yeah, super cool. 100%.
But so Bill Parcells was the ultimate coach. He really knew how to control and what to say. And every time he did a press conference, he wasn't talking to you guys. He was talking to his 53 men.
Right.
Right? And that's what Sean Payton is. He knows how to, he needs Stidham this year. He needs him to be at a high level. He might have to play. He might have to be the person to Crash Davis to Bo Nix. There's a lot of things going on. Sean Payton does not talk without a plan.
Understood. I get that, and I get all that, and I know why he's doing it. You want to make – first of all, you're not going to fool the guys in the room, right? I mean, they think he's fine. I'm sure they think Stidham's fine. They know that he was a first-round quarterback. So the guys in the room, there's a certain expectation that comes with that he's going to get a harder look. He's going to get more opportunity. But here's the story. If right now the depth chart was real, Bo Nix would never work with the ones again.
Well, no, you don't have to just go with the ones or twos. You can rotate guys.
But let's say the third guy was Kyle Sloter. Okay, remember Slotes? Loved him.
Sure.
Yeah, I love Sloter. Let's say it was Stidham and Wilson and Sloter. Sloter, if he came in on number 3 of the depth chart here on August, what the hell is it, 7th? On August 7th, there's no way he's running with the ones. He never gets another look with the ones, is there? There's no way.
I get it, but there's corners.
Bo Nix is going to run with the ones today, probably.
We were in New York the other day, and there's a defensive tackle, rookie free agent, 6 foot, 270-pound defense tackle. He's on the third, and depth chart is the third team. But in some packages, he starts.
Mm-hmm.
So he does run with the ones on a certain sub package, which is a third and long package when you're just bringing 4 rushers in. You put him in on first and second down, he won't play because he'll just get run over.
Right.
But so those are factors, and then with the quarterbacks, you got to run 3 guys. You got to. What's the only true quarterback competition in the NFL right now? Other than Denver.
Pittsburgh?
There you go.
Yeah, Pittsburgh.
And you got 1A, 1B, and that is a true competition.
Right.
Here we know how the movie ends.
Right.
We just don't know when, is it an hour movie or 2-hour movie?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And here's the thing. Like, Moj, if the regular season started on Sunday as opposed to the first preseason game, Nix is at least second. We all know that. He's not going to be the third-string guy on this team.
Yeah, he's got a uniform in his locker.
Yes. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Do we so what you're telling me then is, and listen, Sean Payton is a smart guy. I dig all of that. But we have to go through all of this pretend. We at this point in training camp,
yes.
At this point in the year, we have to pretend. We got to play make believe,
yes,
right now, so that the kid can work his way up the chart, and he's got to earn it. What if he doesn't? What if he comes out here and throws picks and blah 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 blah? I mean, there's no. I don't know. I don't see that happening.
But
I just don't.
But if he doesn't earn it, then you've got to have Stidham ready. Because he's going.
That's correct.
He's going to have to take snaps this year. He might have to take 17 game snaps.
Well, Leggy told us last week, Moj, you remember, it's as far as experience situations between the quarterbacks, he goes, it was really similar to the Paxton Lynch year, which was rookie quarterback in the first round. You had sort of a veteran-ish journeyman in Trevor Siemian, and then you had the former high-end draft pick that busted out
Sanchez.
in New York, ironically, Mark Sanchez. And he goes, it became very clear and obvious, as much as they wanted Paxton Lynch to be the starter here, that Siemian was better. And if they started Paxton Lynch, there'd be a mutiny in that locker room because they'd be like, what the hell are we doing over here?
Are we going to interview the Bond?
We see him every day. That's
that
our
dog
boy.
It's a great dog. We love that dog.
Yep.
See it every day.
It's the good boy.
Happy dog.
Remember? Well, you guys might be too young, but when the Broncos drafted Tommy Maddox.
Yes. No, I remember that.
Dan, who was not happy?
Well, John Elway was not happy.
That's right. He was.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Dan Reeves basically. That was a power
That was
struggle.
a middle finger.
Yeah, that was a middle finger to John Elway, and we know how that turned out. Dan was gone. Tommy ended up gone. And John Elway then won 2 Super Bowls after that under Mike Shanahan.
I had a player, Will Fuhrer, who was a quarterback for the Houston Oilers, and he was the third-string quarterback when they drafted McNair.
Okay.
And I forget the starter was. The starter's like, screw this. I'm getting paid. He would not help McNair at all.
Wow.
He's like, Steve's like, what do I do in this play? Oh, you go to your right. No, let's go to your left.
Oh, yeah.
and Will's like, holy, this, and he, forget the name of the quarterback, but he was not giving up his seat. He was not going down without a fight. And so you have to make sure everybody knows where they're at. They could all be buddies, but don't tell me they don't think my career is much better if I'm Stidham if I start 17 games this year.
Right. Well, there's no doubt about it. The great Joe Williams, hitman Joe Williams.
Oh, the best.
He always had that saying, Caner, and I use it from time to time. I'm going to give him full credit. Just don't pee in my boots and tell me it's raining.
Yeah.
And that's
Chris Chandler, by the way. So you're
Chris Chandler, there you go.
Chris Chandler. Oh my God, there's a blast from the past.
But he had a family. He had mortgages, car payments, education. Stidham does too. Don't tell me Stidham doesn't go to bed dreaming that he's going to be the Super Bowl MVP.
Sure,
of course.
I'm sure he does. I think
he should.
Any guy in the league probably should do that. But it just, to me, okay. He's third right now, but is he really third now? I mean, that's all.
Well, I'll make this easy for you,
This is just for optical purposes, and that's fine. That's fine.
So I'll make it easy for you. Here's the rest of the Broncos depth chart. See if you notice something. The starting wideouts on this team are Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick with Josh Reynolds and Marvin Mims behind them, okay? And then it's Brandon Johnson and little Jordan Humphrey. And then it's Philip Dorsett and David Sills. And then it's Jalen Virgil and Michael Bandy. You know who's last on that?
Franklin.
Troy Franklin and Devon Vele. They're 2 draft picks.
The 2 rookies.
How about running backs?
Copy.
Running backs. Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Beatty, Audric Estime's 5th.
Right.
Do you think that's accurate?
No.
Or is this his way of saying veterans are going to get the nod early,
right.
rookies are going to earn it?
And you know what? That's fine. That's fine.
Estime's going to play this year. We all know that.
Right. Where is J.J. McCarthy right now in his depth chart?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, in Minnesota?
Yeah. Drake May. I mean, where's he? He's probably right behind Jacoby Brissett, but you know what I'm getting at here. We're not. We know these first-round picks are all going to get a run.
JJ definitely is second.
Yeah, first unofficial depth chart for the Vikings here. I'm pulling it up
Sam
now.
Darnold's going to be number 1 up there.
For right now.
Darnold's the starter, backup JJ.
Okay.
And it says JJ McCarthy or Nick Mullins as the backup.
No, it's McCarthy. Come on, man. The guy's a top 10 pick in the draft. I mean, we're not. There's no way when the season starts he's going to be third. I don't care what anybody says. That's all I'm getting at, Peter. And
I don't know if J.J. McCarthy's a starter though. There's a lot going from Michigan's offense to the NFL offense. A big difference.
But he ain't going to be third. He's not. It's not or Nick Mullins. I mean,
No.
Mullins gone. Hey, but do your guys? Let me ask you this: do NFL players at this point do they care? On an unofficial depth chart, is it motivating factor for some of the younger guys, or is it a hey veteran, you better pull your head out a little bit type of thing?
No, they don't look at the unofficial depth chart. They know by the reps.
Right.
They know by the coaching. They know who's getting what, and it's not just the reps you see. They know what the depth chart is.
Okay, so internally they don't even need that.
And the problem is they do the math in their head. You know, on the 5th running back, for keeping it, boom, boom, boom. Who do I have to beat out? And then who knows? And the exhibition games do matter to these coaches.
For sure.
Probably more so now because there's no hitting going on in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what can you tell about an offensive lineman when they're in shorts and the fluffy helmets?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 303-504-0925. We're out here. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, 2024 Broncos training camp with super agent Peter Schaefer going to be with us all day today. Yes,
incidentally, is the job in Vegas, is that open for business, or is it Aiden O'Connell's gig? Well, I think because O'Connell's running ahead of Minshew right now, right? Didn't we all understand that? That's not an open quarterback job, is it?
It is an open. Who knows if they even have their quarterback on the roster right now?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Maybe
I'm telling you right now,
on
draft day, on cut day, they might be looking for a quarterback.
Interesting.
That's the weakest quarterback room in the league.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Get a lot more into this next. All right, back here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Can we do a quick shout-out, by the way? Valerie Ullman grew up was raised in Longmont, graduated from Silver Creek High School, is now a gold medalist as of yesterday as she won in the discus throw.
Dude, she's bad. She's a bad mamma jamma. Well, I saw the dude breaking down. He was breaking down her first spin, and then she goes in a straight line, but she's spinning in a straight line. Dude, it was cool.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Oh, and they said she sprinted the first step, right?
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Sprint the first step. Yeah.
And then just shoot. And dude, that thing flew like a couple 100 feet, man. It was crazy. Like she just absolutely killed it.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
We got 3 competing today. 3 competing today for gold. So it's Colorado Springs, Sarah Hildebrandt. She's going to face off India's Vinesh Foga, I don't know. And women's wrestling freestyle gold medal match, so that's today.
All right.
Fort Collins, Olivia Cummins is a cyclist and a first-time Olympian. She's going to compete in the women's team pursuit. And then Broomfield's Colin Duffy is going to compete in the lead portion of the climbing, boulder, and lead competition.
Now, see, I'm not into that, man.
I think that my best chance to be in the Olympics is miniature golf.
100%.
Should be one of those.
That way, we give it time. It's coming. I saw these dudes yesterday. Do you get into Olympics?
I love the Olympics.
Okay. The speed climbing, and dude went like in 4.79 seconds. You got to hit that thing
like Spider-Man.
Yeah, but I'm like that's dumb. I mean, it lasts less than 5 seconds, and he's got you want my attention.
You might be Olympic gold
No,
medal.
yeah,
boom.
You want my attention? Don't wear a safety harness. If you want my attention,
potential death.
Don't wear a safety harness, and I'm in. You'll take your time a little bit more.
How about all right? Let's put it out for the text line.
Yeah,
Silly Sports, synchronized diving.
We've already did. Yeah, I go through it every single time we do the Olympics, and I just blast it. The artistic swimming. That's a crock.
If it were up to Mo, she would eliminate 80% of those sports that are being competed in right now.
What sports would you add?
None. I think it's good the way we don't need 257 different deals. I saw the horses jumping off. I watched the kayaking a little bit. The kayaking.
Oh, love it, yeah.
But this was it was the slalom, so there's 4 at a time, right? And they're fighting each other and all that. It was okay.
What about team handball? I love team handball.
It's soccer It's soccer. It's soccer.
With your hands.
It's water polo without the water is what it is.
And we don't even know what the rules are.
No, I have no clue.
That's always tough for me, too. I didn't even know. I've been watching the track and field stuff my whole life. I've been watching the 100-meter dash my whole life. Had no idea when it was at photo finish. I saw 2 feet crossing the line before Noah Lyles. But, yeah, I didn't know it was the chest that had to cross first. I had no idea until then.
How about the mixed relays? I like those. Did you see the Norwegian?
Oh, yeah, those are cool.
The 4x400 and the girl from Denmark who just flew and beat the American?
Yep.
You didn't see that moment?
No.
What's the matter with you? What's your attitude?
Can we find that YouTube? It's probably the greatest final or kick I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, she was flying towards the very end of that.
We'll pull it up. Nelly will find it.
Well, we can't pull it up because, remember, we got in trouble
that's right. We got in
Olympic
trouble
stuff.
for that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hippa-sucka.
Do you
We got in trouble for what?
we're not allowed to show Olympic stuff.
They're very much into their copyrighted content, and we played a couple of clips.
If you see Olympic rings on somebody's TV, it better be official. Otherwise, you're dead.
Exactly.
ESPN won't even show highlights.
Uh-huh.
You can't even show the highlights. You can just show still photos.
Can I ask you something, Peter, as Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us? And you said you represent, is it 16, 17 players right now in the league?
Hopefully. I haven't gotten a call yet this morning. Someone got cut, so yeah.
Okay, good. So, question is, the next Olympics that are going to be in L.A., they're adding flag football to this.
And lacrosse.
How do the NFL players feel about the flag football stuff? Are they into it? Or they don't care?
Well, I'm telling you, we've not had that discussion.
No, I figured.
But
I just saw that Jalen Hurts was. They made a commercial where he's throwing a fiery football to light the torch for the LA Olympics, and it says "Football coming to the Olympics."
What do we feel about 3-on-3 basketball?
Lame.
I hate it, actually.
Stupid.
I really do. And maybe it's just because the U.S. stunk, but
What I don't, Jimmer,
Yeah,
how the hell is Jimmer Fredette on the team? He's not even in the NBA. He's 35 years old, and he's the anchor of our 3-on-3 team.
How is Vic Lombardi not on that team?
But he thinks he probably should be, to
There's
be honest
no
with
doubt
you.
He's been practicing for how many years? 30, 40
Yeah.
years?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, if this was 1990,
get hit in the little dingy.
if this was 1999, I guarantee you Vic would be running point
Oh,
for
sure he
3-on-3.
would.
All right.
Yeah.
And calling his own fouls.
100%. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a.
There are two things that happen when Vic Lombardi shoots the ball. What are those? One, the ball goes in.
Or he calls a foul.
Or he calls a foul. Only two things that happen.
Yeah, he got me in the hand.
Oh, got it.
Got it. Anyway.
I don't like the 3-on-3, though, because it felt, and I know these are Olympians, okay? They're the world's best or whatever. It felt like I was going to 24-hour and watching guys play a pickup game.
Yeah,
it just had that vibe to me.
If you have a client, okay, if you have a.
Just watch this. This is the 4x400 medley, whatever.
Yeah, I watched that live. It was really cool.
If you have a client
You'll
and
see
he says, hey, by the way, I want to play flag football in the Olympics to win a gold medal.
What do you say to him?
All for it.
Yeah?
What about the GMs? The GMs would freak.
Well, you're not allowed to in your contract, but I'm all for it.
Could they make an exception?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NFL is running flag football. Are you on the fourth leg yet?
No, it's still dudes. No, 2 laps to go. No, I'll get there.
Fast forward it.
Okay. All right.
I'm
live.
I'm telling you, it's the greatest kick I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Better than Dave Waddle.
But we were wondering that with the 3-on-3 stuff, it's like
I just passed it. Hang on.
it's Jimmer, and
Right.
you're like, well, why isn't there just a couple of the NBA non-roster guys that would compete in it? Oh,
Well,
they have to do that qualifying thing. That's right.
Oh, that's right. You have
yeah.
to qualify for it ahead of time.
How about qualifying by putting up 20 points a game in an NBA game? I think that's a pretty good qualifier.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't just take like the guys who did not make Team USA 5-on-5.
Like just
and
throw
put those
AG
dudes.
on the lineup.
Yeah, throw Aaron Gordon out there. He'd kill it.
Or get Dennis Rodman or make it TV. Why isn't Caitlin Clark? Has anybody watched the women's hoops without Caitlin Clark?
No, that's pretty awesome. By the way, that Norwegian gal.
Oh my
Or
God,
the Danish gal.
Yeah.
She's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
No, man, I'm not watching that, and nor do I care. I see the women got the bronze medal, but nobody. I don't give a rat. You know, in the 3-on-3, I don't care about that. This flag football thing, though, I watched some. Golly, I don't know what it was. So the NFL supporting it, right?
correct.
I saw a game a couple weekends ago, a team sponsored by the Titans and maybe a team sponsored by the Patriots were playing flag football, just a bunch of kids, and it looked lame.
Well,
it looked stupid. It looked out of place. It's you know it's.
But here's the economics.
It's dollar store football. It's stupid.
Here are the economics of the Olympics, right? Lacrosse, you have a 10-man squad, means you have to have 20. You know, pros have 20-man rosters. They're not letting 100. If you have 8 teams, that's 160 athletes. Don't have beds for it. It's a non-revenue sport, so now they're going to 6-on-6 lacrosse.
Right.
So you have a 10-man roster. So now 8 teams. You're cutting it down huge. Flag football. If you were to have football, first of all, you couldn't. You know, Canada. What would it be? Canada versus the United States. But now you're talking about a 53-man roster times 8. You're now talking about 400 beds.
Yeah.
And so that's what it comes down to. Flag football. I was watching it.
I mean, Mahomes can pay his own hotel, right? They probably just buy a house for the Olympics and live in it and then sell it when it's done.
But Mexico's not doing that.
Right.
And Sweden's not doing that. And Germany's not doing that. So now you have to have a sport that other countries can be competitive. I was watching the flag football. There was a Mexican team. This female quarterback, she's throwing the ball all over the place.
Really?
Yeah. And she was much better than her American counterpart.
Is that the idea of the NFL? They're trying to grow the brand internationally.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Well, see, it's when I saw them branching out to all those different places around the world, I was like, initially I go, I don't really get it, and then I thought about it. It's the only untapped market you have left, right? Anybody in America, it's either you're a fan or you're not. You aren't going to get more fans somehow. You either like the NFL or you don't.
Well, if people have more babies and they raise their babies on football, that's how you get more fans in the U.S.
That's
like
going to happen naturally.
Like your little baby Jamal Kale. She's 2 years old, right?
Yeah.
She's either going to like football or she's not, but you're going to try to make her like football.
I was watching that Hall of Fame game, and she said, no, Dada, no more football. And so that's not a good start.
Did she really?
Yes, she said no football. She wanted to watch Minnie
So
Mouse.
that's your imitation of your daughter's accent?
What's that?
That was your imitation of your daughter's
That's
accent?
That's exactly what she sounds like. She's very adult in matter of the fact. Yeah.
I thought it was sort of almost Hispanic.
Yeah, exactly.
with that, or maybe or more Cuban with that accent. I don't know.
Nope. It is red-headed and going to be freckled.
Red-headed,
for sure.
freckled 2-year-old. Yep.
Let's throw one question in here. We got Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us, and one touch says Peter's awesome. Have him on weekly. Yeah, we can do that if you want to. Secondly, so somebody has a question for you. You don't need to answer these, but I'll throw them out to you. If you want to decline, decline. Question for Super Agent Peter. What's the worst type of client to have, and without naming a name, is there a story of a nightmare client you had?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there are lots of stories. The worst client to have is someone that doesn't listen, all right? And the toughest part of being an agent is not in negotiations. It's managing expectations. You're talking about IU. We're talking about IU Group. You sit there and say, logically, here's our plan. This is what we're going to do. Boom, 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 boom. And they still don't do it, right? Or you sit there and say, this is what we want you to say. And then they say something's dumb.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to manage expectations. And that's not as easy as just saying, it means that they have to trust you.
Right.
All right. When I had Pac-Man Jones, and I still have him because, once I have some player, I've got him forever.
Sure.
So the toughest part was getting him to trust me, because his whole life people were paying him and telling him exactly what he wants to hear. It's all entourage.
Mm-hmm.
And so his first year was rough, and I'm like, dude, and I didn't call him Pac-Man. I called him Adam. I said, that was your childhood name. You need to make decisions like a man, like an adult.
Mm-hmm.
So I call him Adam. And we're going through it, and we had some rough times. Like one time, he hangs up the phone on me because I didn't do what he wanted me to do, like rent him a car somewhere. I said, no, boom. So I go back to work. He hangs the phone up, doesn't say goodbye, just click. All right, I guess he doesn't want to talk anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Next day, he calls up and says, why didn't you call me back? I said, well, you hung up the phone. I figured our conversation was over.
I thought it was done.
He goes, well, with my other agents that I had, I'd hang up the phone, and then they would call me 10, 12 times, beg me to talk, and I would blow them off, and then finally I talked to them. I said, well, great.
That ain't the way it's going to work here?
That's not how it
works.
Yeah. So we finally got it, and then he started making great decisions. And so, I had the phones, and they right by my bed at night. All of a sudden, on a Sunday night during the football season at midnight, phone rings. It's Adam Jones. Not a good sign. On a Sunday night after a game at midnight, because it's 2 a.m. in Cincinnati. He calls me and says, Peter, I am drunk as hell, and we just got pulled over coming out of the club, and there's a cop right behind me. And he goes, you want to know something, Peter? I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My designated driver's right here, and they can kiss my, what?
Oh, really? That's cool.
And I said, good night, Adam. Good night, Peter. He was calling to tell me he made a good decision.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I mean, and these are young guys, too. I mean, we forget about it. Listen, if I had that kind of money in my 20s, I mean, if I was 25 years old making, what is considerable bank, even when Pac-Man Jones was younger, it was still big money, right? It's not like it is today. And so I probably would be dead in a ditch. I mean, you definitely would be dead in a ditch.
Well, look at Georgia. The Georgia football. These kids get making half. I mean, you gave me $100 a week in college, I'd be dead in the ditch.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the Juju, the quarterback from Atlanta's? They're offering. He got $500,000 just signed with an agent.
Yeah.
And he's looking at NIL. If someone gives you $1 million a year to go to college,
oh my God,
University of Georgia.
I'm having a good time in Athens, baby. I'm going to own Athens, Georgia.
Right, still thought about that. Am I getting?
I'm going to hire REM to reform and play a concert.
You think I'm getting $1 million for my D2 baseball stellar career that I had? You think somebody would have given me that if I played today?
Right, but now these coaches have to coach these kids.
Oh, sure.
And then when you're done coaching these kids, then they have to go get drafted.
Right.
And you got to figure out which ones.
Okay. I got a question for you. We got to get to a break, but I want to come back and talk a little bit about your thoughts on the prime experiment going on in Boulder right now. And look, a lot of people have their criticism.
The prime experiment?
It's the prime experiment.
Not the prime era.
The prime era experiment, all that stuff. We'll get to it with Super Agent Peter Schaefer next.
Vic is. I hope you're not useless the rest of the show. Okay, I hope you're not. You okay?
Boy, Peter Schaefer going to come in and work with you guys while I'm gone? Did you guys make a pact?
You got peanut butter in your mouth, dog? What do you got going on, man? What do you got going on? What's going on?
Yeah, we can have Schaefer in. Sure. I'd love to talk to
He
Pete.
told me he was. He told me he already talked to somebody.
Oh,
he didn't talk to me.
Kev. Yeah.
I don't know who he talked to. He didn't talk to me. Did he talk to you?
Didn't talk to me.
Did he talk to you, Nelly?
Hey, this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Jesse, he talked to you? I don't think he talked to us.
He talked to somebody.
I think you lied.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
And look at that. And we are joined all day today by Peter Schaefer, super agent. As we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Garmin Spirit.
He's horking down his gruel, and he's got to get his energy level on, man.
This is the nice thing about being an agent. He just walked anywhere he wants to, grab snacks.
He does whatever he wants to do.
And meanwhile, me and Mosier over here, like, we didn't realize we were in a getaway car. We're like, whoa, I didn't do any of this. I didn't do it.
That 20-year-old,
kind of a big deal.
That 20-year-old intern over there, she's just dying to beat me up, man. So, believe me, I've been cured of my my wayward paths.
Right, but as media guys, you guys, at the games, you love nothing better than the hot dogs and the
absolutely
the free food.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is actually a fact.
100%.
For a media, you ask a media person what's their favorite meal on the road? Free.
Yes,
absolutely.
The free one.
100%. Free 99.
So Pete, I want to ask.
Wait, let me ask you this, Mo.
Yeah.
Best media food setup in the NHL.
Oh God, Detroit's got an unbelievably good one. But the hot dogs in Montreal, right? The free hot dogs in Montreal, free 99. They're wrapped in bread. It's a piece of like white bread, but it's toasted, and the hot dog is wrapped in that, and it is perfect. I can't tell you.
A hot dog is the number one thing you're going for?
Well, no. I'm just saying it's like a tradition, right? It's like I don't know.
Right. Yeah, and like.
I guess if you're the Kentucky Derby, what's the drink they all drink at the Derby? You've been there. Mint julep, right? It's a tradition. Montreal has the hot dog.
Or a pimento cheese sandwich at Augusta or whatever.
I would never know that because I've never been there either, so I don't know.
Right. I think the fans love to hear this stuff. They ask me all this inside stuff, but Mose, I'm asking you stuff. Inside stuff. You go to what's your favorite arena to go to?
Oh man, there's a
because
bunch.
As much as you get paid and it's a job, this is every time you go to an arena, you're like, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I mean, the ones in Canada Edmonton used to be great. Calgary, you hang right over the ice. But Montreal's really good. Toronto's pretty good because they have the gondola there, right? So you're not super far away. It's not and Ball Arena's great, but like if you go to Pittsburgh or Jersey or the new Edmonton building, you might as well be on the space station, right? I mean, you're way the heck up there. So LA's great. Madison Square Garden, of course, is always it's always going to be
iconic.
Good. Yeah, absolutely. Here's the problem with that wasp flying around is that Brett got stung by that mother trucker one time, and I don't do wasps, dude. I'm sorry.
Why you just bring him over to me?
The wasp speaks English because he's like, all right, this dude Mose.
He does not do wasps. All right, I'm out of here. He's probably building a nest behind our banner over here.
Well, we had a lady at our charity golf tournament yesterday. She was behind the bar. She got stung 3 times yesterday.
Yeah, three times she got stung. Just 10 in bar. It's too bad.
She needs better workers' comp. But Mose, you walk into Madison Square Garden, chill.
This is
absolutely.
absolutely.
Marv Albert sat in this seat.
Absolutely, yeah. They renovated it, but they did a really good job. You know what I mean? And that's what we talk about. I don't know about you because you go to every NFL building, and the new SoFi building is an absolute cathedral. It's gorgeous, and some are better than others. This talk about what are the Broncos going to do? They've put on hold. They haven't scrapped it yet. We talked to Damani Leach day number 1 at camp. They haven't scrapped the plan to develop the south side of the stadium. It's just been put on hold while the new owners, everybody reassesses what we're doing here. Okay, fine. But to me, that's sort of
who's going to pay for it is what they're reassessing.
Yeah, maybe. But to me, that's more of a wink-wink. And if we do a new stadium, will it be here? Will it not be? And people tell me that Mile High, I was there the day it opened. And I, for various reasons, I used to spend a lot of time in that stadium. We'll leave it at that.
You used to have season tickets, and then you gave them away.
I did not give them away. I was not part of that. It doesn't even matter, all right? But to me, I still go there, and to me, it's still a good stadium. It's 25 years old, but to me, it's still a terrific stadium. I don't, it's 23 years old or whatever it is. But now there's talk about getting a new one, that sort of thing. Is that the way the NFL has to go now? I mean, are all these teams going to start to Tennessee needs one. Obviously, Buffalo needs one.
There are three ways. There are 3 ways to increase revenue in the NFL: expansion, and that's why it's coming. If teams are selling for $5-6 billion and you get a division in Europe, 4 teams, 4 times $6 billion is $24 billion.
Yeah. Right.
New TV deal. New TV deals can increase dramatically the revenue.
Do you think the NFL do you think they really will go to Europe in the next decade?
Yes.
Really? So are we talking London, Berlin, Barcelona, and Paris? Maybe not France. The French don't like football.
Well, there are a lot of different issues. Now you're opening up a whole new can of worms.
I guess I am. Yeah.
If you were to put a team in France and all of a sudden a tax of 55% and health insurance, would a player go to play there?
No.
Right. So there's a lot of different issues, but at $6 billion for a franchise fee times 4, and the owner's like, well, that's about $1 billion a team. You have to think about it.
Yeah.
Then also, if you can increase the television, there are a lot of logistics, but yeah, I think that's possible. But getting back to the stadium, a new stadium increases revenue dramatically. You could charge more for the suites. You could charge more for. So we were at the Super Bowl this year, $17 beers.
It's crazy.
Well, you know why they charge $17?
Because
people will pay it. Because hey, Brett and I, we're at that little soccer stadium in L.A., right? What?
I hated everything about buying beers there.
Okay,
everything.
So
about
we're at the where the soccer team
Home
plays
Depot
when the Chargers didn't have a home, right? So me, Vic, and Brett, we hustle out to Pasadena, stay at his brother's house. We're going to the game and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, hey, Kaner, go get us a couple of beers. He's like, I got you, no problem. By the way, Jesse, you got that wasp right on your.
Oh.
Get him off, man. Get him off. Oh, dude, don't make him mad. Just squash him.
Jesse,
anyway,
good job, Jesse.
Nothing
fazed him. You see how calm he was?
Stone cold.
Yeah.
Assassin.
So Brett comes back and he's like, "That was awful." Tell the story. Go ahead.
Okay, if you ever seen the movie She's Out of My League, it's a pretty funny rom-com.
Okay.
T.J. Miller is in the movie, and they're at a Pittsburgh Penguins game, and he pulls out a 20, just like this. Goes up to the bar, pulls out a 20, and he goes, 4 beers, please. 3? 2? That's how I felt. I had like $30 in my pocket, and I go, all right, I'll take, 3 beers. And they're like, no. These are like 16 apiece. And I'm like, for a 16 ounce?
He spent like $35 on 2 beers, and he comes back, he's like, this is awful.
Yeah, but worse is you send your son to get the beers or whatever, and you give him the credit card, and you're like, oh, great, 2 beers and 2 hot dogs. Then you look at your $57.
Yeah.
No, you're not going again.
Right.
It's heartbreaking, I can't even believe it.
You do not have the discretion to go to the.
Well, and that's like, isn't it Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta? Aren't they notorious for being cheaper on those prices, like $5 beers and $2.50 hot dogs and stuff like that? Which I think is really cool.
It's like, you've been to Vegas, you're in a casino, or wherever you're at, or it's a captive audience. They can get you for whatever they want to get you for.
Yeah, you're stranded.
Yeah, you're good because you're going to pay it. When you're at a football game or a baseball, wherever you are, I would do the same thing. You have a captive audience. They ain't going to get their liquor anyplace else.
Right.
Your little mini pizza is not. You're not leaving the arena to go get a mini pizza and come back.
Most people have a budget, right? We're going to the Bronco game. Right, tickets were $100 each, and we have another $40 a person. And you're going to either buy that or they're going to buy a hat.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way to go.
But I ain't paying $17 for a Budweiser.
This whole thing is interesting to me too because from an
say that I like to think I'm principled, Moj, but
no,
I'll pay it.
Yeah, you will.
How many though? But right, but
against
the difference
my
is,
will.
Right, but if you've got a 35, what's your beer budget for a game?
Till he's pretty buzzed. Yeah. So if that's $30 or that's $110, right?
So I starved myself for 12 hours to really get it going. Maybe I donate blood earlier in the day. I don't know.
I mean, what are you doing here? Donating blood every,
I got to go to
every other week.
I'm going to SoFi today.
Yeah, I'm going to the Broncos game. So that's pretty funny, Cater. Nice job. But this whole thing, as an agent, man, obviously you want the most for your clients. You want to get the most money you can possibly get. So as I look at the overall revenues of the league,
Look
every
at this picture that Nelly pulled up, by the way.
They
This
keep
is
going up, 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 up.
All right, so
Mercedes-Benz Stadium, all of that. So there's a hot dog, there's
so
a
we're going to play The Price is Right?
Let's
play The Price is Right on that.
Okay, so there's a hot dog, popcorn, a soda, a pretzel, nachos, chicken fingers, and a slice of pizza. And Mercedes-Benz Stadium says $20 of food is what that costs.
That's $20 worth of food?
That's what the official account for
that
Mercedes-Benz.
would feed any one of us by both of us too.
Yeah.
That's
right.
That's
but
great.
You get that at most stadiums. That's let's say the slice of pizza, we'll call it $8.
More than that.
Let's go to Broncos Stadium. Slice of pizza is $8. I mean, you're looking at $8.
Chicken fingers, I would say
$10.50.
Yeah, $12. Let's say nachos. Let's throw another $9 on there. Pretzel $7.
Hot dog.
It's funny because Carol Merrill just walked by over here from The Price is Right.
That's right.
Yeah, it's funny.
Hot dog, we'll call it what, $5-6?
$7.95.
Does anybody eat popcorn at a football game?
Yeah, because
I've never even seen that happen before.
It's probably the most economically efficient thing you can buy.
Yeah.
That's probably around $60 worth of food, right?
$60, yeah. That's $20 at Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they got that big Benz money, so they got that Benz money. They can charge cheaper.
I think everybody's got that kind of money. The people who own this team, they got a little bit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you're right. But I'm saying that Benz pays for that stadium so they can. By the way, the Superdome. I've been there.
Not super anymore?
No, man. They need a new joint in New Orleans. They'll never get one, I'm sure, but they definitely need a new building there. But I want to get on this because you want the most for your clients, and I get all of that. Everything is – the revenue continues to expand in every sport.
Right.
Television revenue, because it's coming from somewhere, right? It's coming from the people. It's just handed down to the consumer. And we are the end game. We are the end product that is paying the money to get their product, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Correct.
And so that means more money for the players, and more revenue sharing, and more everything, right?
What's your point?
My point is, where does it stop?
You're
talking about going.
Not until I retire.
Okay, you're talking about going to Europe, though. You're talking about going to Mexico City, which is obviously much more viable because it's real close.
Correct.
Or it's a lot closer than flying across the Atlantic. I don't know.
Well, can I take this more surface level, Moshe? Instead of focusing on the international stuff, how about something easier that everybody's going to have to deal with this year? Because I'll be honest, I know you like it because it's more money for the league. I'm getting pretty sick and tired of having to sign up for a million things to watch all these games. Like, I paid for the Sunday ticket for years. I felt like that was a pretty big price, and now I got to get this thing and this thing and this thing.
But
and
the
I just feel like
you got to get the peacock.
I feel like we're on a fast track to.
I don't peacock.
Yeah, well, Vic does.
I feel like we're on a fast track to, sometime soon they're going to be charging, the Super Bowl as a pay-per-view, and I'm just like, how much money? And they know they got me. That's the thing. Like, they know I'm going to do it. It's the same thing as the beer prices. Like, I don't like this, but I will. But how much is enough?
But the Sunday ticket, yes, what is it, $250 a year?
Oh, now it's almost $400. Like, it's jumped up quite a bit.
25% off if you bought it before March this year.
That's true. Yeah, but back when it was direct,
hey, 25% off if you.
But most DirecTV was what, like $300 a year, something like that, right? $250, $300.
Because I was on the plan. And
I busted out of DirecTV. I'm done.
Yeah, I got rid of that too. But because I was on the plan, I got it, or for a long time, I got it cheaper. You know what I mean? Than like if you were just signing up.
Yeah.
But still, $300 a year. Sunday tickets still, in my opinion, the best buy. Divided by 17, you're paying $20.
Well, you have to have it to keep track of your clients around the league.
That.
Yeah.
And I get to write it off. Ba-boom!
Ooh, nice. Can I do that?
Yes.
All right, let's do it then.
All right, I
need
need
to start
a better
doing
tax
that.
person.
But you have to. All right, here it is. This is all free accounting. But then you have to start your own LLC. Put your LLC when you negotiate with the Altitude.
Brett Kane Media Productions.
There you go. Boom. Pay it into that, and then your LLC pays for the direct Sunday ticket, and then you write it off. You can also write off your internet at your house.
Wife Lindsay LLC, right? Just, hey, honey, can you write the ticket, the check to?
But then I need to write off my car because I need that to get to the studio.
Right, exactly.
I mean,
There you go. See
cracks me
how
up.
all of a sudden saving you guys money.
I don't know if I can hire you as an agent, but what if I just gave you a few bucks for like a private lesson on how to save money? How's
There you
that
go.
sound? 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. So, again, I want to get back and get some thoughts on what's happening at CU. We talked a little bit about that Athlon Sports story that sounded a little sensationalized
Right, yeah,
about
we gotta
the
get
stuff
to that.
happening there.
I want to talk about the Olympic basketball game tomorrow.
No, boring.
No, Jokic versus the world.
Yeah.
If he wins, if they win tomorrow, and he's playing all 40 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Oh, he's playing all 40.
So they'll be in the final, right?
They will beat USA tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're
they
playing
play
the
USA.
US.
Oh, I didn't know that.
In the semifinals tomorrow.
That was after the U.S. beat the breaks up Brazil yesterday.
But does that make Jokic the greatest player on the planet? If he could single-handedly beat
if he isn't
Dream Team
already,
10.
I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, they're gonna smother. They're gonna smother.
Well, hang
him.
on a second. Let's take a break. We'll get back to that in just a second. Stick around. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circa Sports Colorado app, and you can find all of the Olympic events on here, whether it's basketball, soccer, track and field, water polo, volleyball, all of it available on the Circa Sports app, including tomorrow's game, Serbia and the U.S. The U.S. 16-point favorites heading into that game, and you can check that out along with a whole bunch of NFL futures props. You think that Bo Nix is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? Go ahead and check it out. Right there on that Circa Sports app. You can find that and so much more. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com, and any gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fateful trip.
I told you before, this is Still Fly by the Big Timers. Not
Sounds like
Gilligan's Island.
Oh, Marianne, 100%.
Do you know what Ginger and Marianne?
I'm aware of these two. I didn't watch the show, though.
What?
Hey, real quick, as we roll on here, Super Agent Peter Schaefer hanging out with us today at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Did I do that right?
You did that correctly.
Great. This is you were talking about your Sunday ticket and your car and your LLC and all this stuff, and this guy from Utah, the 7429, says you don't even know what a write-off is.
I think he's talking about me.
But you remember that scene from Seinfeld? He goes, "Write it off, Jerry." He goes, "You don't even know what a write-off is." And then Kramer says to him, "Do you?" He goes, "No." He goes, "Well, they do. And they're the ones writing it off."
Yeah,
That's funny stuff,
I
man.
don't know what a write-off is. I've heard people use it. It sounds fun. Don't know how to use it.
Well, your wife does, so that's all you need to know, man.
Well, so as I say with my wife, Jack Kent Cook, who used to be the owner of the Redskins, when they talked about George Allen, he says, I gave George Allen an unlimited budget to get players, and he exceeds it every year.
That's awesome.
My wife,
That's a
people
great
say,
line.
what kind of budget's your wife on? She's got an unlimited budget, and she seems to exceed it every month.
That's awesome.
I love that. So I got a question for an agent's perspective.
And by the way, can you go get college players now?
Yes.
This NIL stuff.
Yes.
I mean, it seems to me you can represent them and go get them money. It's a Wild West now, Peter. It's crazy.
There's no money. The money's coming from the boosters in the schools.
Okay.
Maybe Shedeur Sanders is getting his commercial. Those are the kind of guys,
the big guys,
hunters.
biggins. Okay.
Yeah. But the average lineman who's, the left tackle at Ohio State who's making $250 in NIL, there are not a lot of car dealerships in Columbus, Ohio saying, we want you on our billboard.
Right. So one of the things that I wanted to focus on.
Have you seen Shedeur Sanders up 36 on a billboard?
No.
I haven't. I've seen him on national commercials, though.
Right.
He's doing them with his dad, but.
Right. And then Hunter's on the college football.
Yeah,
correct,
he's on the cover of the college football game.
That's what it is.
But with those two guys specifically, Travis Hunter is a very interesting story because he is a very elite player at two different positions, which is incredibly rare. And I want to save that for a second. I want to start with Shedeur here because I've always wondered this. Shedeur has been very out there and showy about his abilities, right?
That's a high school senior.
You're kidding.
What are you looking at here?
We're looking at a contract for a high school senior.
Wow.
$500,000.
Goodness gracious.
See, that's the way it's going now. It's Wild West.
But with Shedeur, he's been out there and very showy. He's had a couple of quotes that make you go, okay, that's a lot for a quarterback to say. And I remember Caleb Williams during this pre-draft process this year where he didn't do a lot of the medical stuff and had some comments that I think turned some teams off, especially when he was on the podium. Do you think that stuff affects for a guy that's as talented as Shedeur? Do teams look at that as a negative, or does it not matter?
Well, it all depends because he's going to bring the whole package. He's bringing, the father, the mother.
Right.
All that factors into it. And so Shedeur, and we got to first find out how good CU is going to be this year.
Mm-hmm.
What's your prediction? Are they 500?
They better be.
I think they should be. But I think we had this discussion the other day. We've done that. We had this discussion the other day, last week. I feel like the Broncos' upcoming season is far more predictable in their win total than the CU Buffaloes. I think the Buffs could win 4 games, but you know what? In the new Big 12, maybe they could win 9. I mean, who knows, right? Well, listen, if you have one of the best quarterbacks in the country and one of the other best players in the country, two guys who could be Heisman Trophy candidates should things go well, you can't be just a 500 team. You can't be.
Yeah, but football takes more than 2 guys.
Understood.
You got to block.
That's correct. That offensive line needs it needs to take care of it.
I'll pull it up right here. Yeah.
I got it right here. Oh.
So look at the schedule. Where do you see guaranteed wins?
Well, North Dakota State, yeah.
Really?
NDSU is good.
I know.
They should win that game.
I got it.
They should.
Oh, Nebraska easily.
Nebraska.
They're going to kill the Corn.
I'm telling you right now.
I'm teasing.
Yeah,
I'm teasing.
They've spent a lot of money in Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Rule came, energized that fan base. You talk about NIL money. They hit the portal good.
Rule's a good college coach, too.
How do I know
Baylor spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, Colorado State took them to double OT last year.
Yeah, maybe at UCF.
I mean, there's not a lot of guarantees. You're right.
I'm just telling you.
I know the rules that you used to have to play by, and they were pretty dang strict. And I know the guys tried to get around it and so on and so forth. And, you probably wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't in some capacity. But now it seems, Peter, like it's just anything goes. You name it. And we're just scratching the surface of this. I mean, it's only going to get crazier, I think, which is why you have some college coaches trying to get out of college and get to the National Football League. And Coach Sanford was talking just about that because it's crazy now.
Correct. And really, if you talk about college football as an they're supposed to be going to get an education.
Right.
Is this good for the kids? Yeah, you can sit there and say he's making money and but they got to live the rest of their life. And what did they really learn in college? My father used to always say, don't let your schooling get in the way of your education. Right? What education are these guys getting? And if the ones that make it are be fine. But I was talking to a player the other day. He got $250 last year to transfer from a middling Power 5 to a real Power 5.
And you're not supposed to do that, right? I mean, once they right. I mean, once they
I
know
the funny man over here.
It's supposed to be once they enter the portal, then you can go get them and say, "Come to us with $250." I know what teams are buying players off of other
left
rosters.
And right.
I know.
That's why Jay Norvell said Kansas State offered $600,000 for Fowler Nicolosi
for his
to transfer.
quarterback to transfer.
Right.
Yeah.
But they did that because they had offered $700 for a bunch of other guys that they didn't get.
Yeah.
So they went down the pecking order, boom, 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 and he was the next highest guy up. So, but the point is, this kid gets $250 offensive lineman, and the reason he was calling me is because he didn't say put money away for taxes. I said, where did $250 go? Well, my cousin needed this.
Right.
He came from a culture where they had very little money, they had very little resources, and he was able to provide for everybody.
Yeah.
And he had a great year. But now he had to ask for more money from the school just to pay his taxes from last year. Now, if he goes to the NFL, he'll be able to clear that debt.
Yeah.
What if he doesn't?
Right.
Where does that leave him now?
Yeah, there's a lack of an educational part on just financial awareness, yeah.
So I've created this curriculum for a class that says Going Pro. And I'm sending it out to all these schools, a 3-credit class, taxes, reading contracts, marketing, understanding nutrition, all kinds of stuff, that if these guys are going to these schools, CU, Nebraska, why not give them a class?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I 100%. I almost think it should be mandatory for those guys. Like if they get
for all
NIL money.
For all scholarship athletes, volleyball,
yeah.
lacrosse.
For
whatever.
everything.
Yeah,
everybody,
that's right.
Second part I wanted to ask you about was Travis Hunter. We haven't seen a player like that in a long time that can play both ways but does actually not leave the field on both sides of the football.
That's not sustainable.
I was going to ask, so when it comes to NFL scouting and stuff like that, are they going to say you're going to do this or you're going to be a wide receiver or you're going to be a corner? What are they going to do with him?
They're going to take. You've got to play one position. It's too hard between technique and schemes and.
Could Devin Hester have been a wide receiver in this league?
Sure, if he had the skills.
Yeah, but
he was listed as a wide receiver later in his career.
There's a difference between being able to do what Devin Hester did better than anybody in history and running routes and blocking and understanding concepts. And there's a lot more that goes into it. And Travis Hunter, like when Prime was a receiver, what routes did he run?
Go routes.
Hitches and go.
Yeah,
go.
Yeah.
So he didn't have to sit in a lot of meeting rooms, right? But what would happen in the NFL if you've got Hunter playing corner, right? No different than what they did with Deion. Hunter's on you, run a go route. Let's tire his butt out.
Yeah.
And so I think it's going to happen this year at CU. You can't play 150 plays a game. As a receiver and a corner, what is a play? What do you do on a play? You run 40 yards.
You run a lot.
Okay, most go out there and run 100. There's nobody on the field. You have the field. There's water over there. See where the water is?
Yeah, I see the water, yeah.
Go run 150
buddy, you're trying to get me beat up, too, because if I started for that water cooler over there, you'd have 8 dudes, including that dog, all over me.
But that was Moses barking.
That was my dog. That was my dog imitation.
So Peter, though, if you're, let's say, and I don't know how people are evaluating him. I don't know if they think he's a better wideout, better corner, whatever. But let's just say that they're both level. Okay, like he is evenly good and elite at both positions. Which one would you advise him if they left it up to him to take? Is it the wide receiver and the wide receiver money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking at 35 a year compared to just a paltry 22 a year.
Right. Which Surtain might reset that market at least a little bit. Maybe not $30 million, but he's going to get like mid-20s, right?
He'll get 25. Yeah. He's going to reset. But
if I had to live on $22 million a year, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Not to mention, wide receiver feels like you have a lot more sustainable, like longer stretch of elite runs than corners. Like the great corners in the league, you look at the Richard Shermans and Josh Normans and guys like that from the years past. Champ Bailey was a freak, though, because he was like that his whole career. I'm talking most of these guys have like a good 2 to 3 year run when they're at their apex.
Oh, it's a tough position.
But wide receivers, they can go for 8-9 years playing at that level.
Right. Corner's got to come up and tackle, unless you're Dion.
Right, unless you're Coach Prime. Right, exactly. And they don't throw your way anyway, so you just run around all game is pretty much what you do.
Right, but go do 150 40s.
That's crazy. When you put it like that,
I'll
that's
give you
crazy.
3 hours, though. You have 3 hours to run 150 40s.
But it's not even 150 40s. It's
stop and starts.
Yeah, they say in boxing, right, that you can hit the heavy bag all day, but the second that you start swinging and missing, like having to stop your motion to bring it back is like twice the effort. Yeah, it's running a 40, but also, the guy cuts, and now he's running a curl route. Now you got to stop on a dime.
Well, don't forget, you also got to hit every once in a while, too. So,
yeah.
Mose, you're going to go there, and then we're going to have the bags. So every time you get to 20, we're going to hit you.
No, I'll take a pass on that.
I like where you're going.
Wait,
I think we should do this.
Am I getting 22 a year or am I getting 35? Because I'll do
it
for 35.
It all depends on how fast you're doing it.
Yeah.
Vic,
how good are you?
I think we could talk Vic into doing it. We could.
Vic, he would take that challenge on. But he would die, but he would take that challenge on, no doubt about it.
But because of his small unit and his male ego, we could talk him into challenge him to do it.
He and Mario and Adeli were actually, they're in Italy right now. They were listening to us. I don't know if they still are, but
they might be taking a siesta.
Yeah, just a little bit. They're just drinking wine all day and eating pizza is what they're doing. It's interesting though because you talk about now the market being reset. Man, do you have any wideout clients in this league?
Yes.
They think, and even if they're not there, they think they should be next in line to get there, right?
Correct.
They think to themselves, "Hey, listen, if this guy got 30." I should get 30. Well, I'm as good as him, but you're not as good as him. That's where they need to listen to you. You need to be more realistic at about 17 or whatever. That
manage expectations.
That's what it is.
Right.
And what's amazing to me, though, is that Jefferson is great. I mean, all these guys are great that are resetting the market. Tyreek, obviously, for years now. Quarterbacks nowadays, though, Peter, it's just next in line. I mean, when you're paying Jordan Love for half a season of work, and now he's, a $45 million a year guy. It just doesn't seem right to. I couldn't, as a GM, I don't know that I could do that. I don't know that I could pull the trigger on that and say, okay, I mean, you're not as good as this guy, but you're next in line, so I'm going to pay you the money.
And I don't mean to drop names, but yesterday we were having this discussion with a couple of GMs. And I always like to say this, that Paul Newman once told me it's not polite to drop names. Mm-hmm. That's what Paul Newman told me.
Of course.
Yeah, it sounds like something he said to me too. Yeah.
Let's quadrant the quarterbacks, all right? Because you do want to pay a Patrick Mahomes and a Josh Allen. But are you going to really pay $55 million to a second quadrant quarterback?
Brock Purdy.
Is Brock Purdy in that 1 to 8 or is he 9 to 16?
9 to 16.
Right. So can you sustain that? Is Dak Prescott an elite quarterback?
9 to 16.
All right. There you go. Jared Goff.
They just paid him.
He said,
well, it depends. I mean, he's got so many weapons around him. They make him look like a top quadrant, but I think just talent-wise, he's a 9 to 16.
That's right. And so as a GM, it's funny because Scott Fitter gets fired in Carolina because he drafts Bryce Young as opposed to
C.J.
Stroud. He gets fired. But what is that? That's a $38 million mistake over 4 years, right? That's the first pick.
Sure.
That's $38. That's $10 million a year. That's a third receiver. You go out and then double down and you pay Trevor Lawrence $200 million over 4 years, and you're wrong. That's a lot bigger miss.
And then on top of that, one of the things that I always think about is, it looks pretty obvious that Carolina made the wrong decision with Bryce Young over C.J. Stroud. But if I put C.J. Stroud in Carolina, he's not going to be as good as he is in Houston.
There's no doubt about it. And that's the same thing with whether these young quarterbacks now. You go to New England, Drake May's like, I want to go to be a Patriot, really? Behind that offense line with no receivers? Yeah. You're going to succeed there?
And outside the Belichick wizardry that he has done?
The Bronco quarterback, Zach Wilson. How's his career different if he had gone to Kansas City,
right?
Sat behind Alex Smith for a year.
Yeah.
You got Big Red as your coach. No pressure, no nothing. You're not in New York. He might be making $55 million a year.
Yeah, he might be.
It's amazing how perspectives change like that.
All right, so let's talk about receivers.
All right, well, let's do that when we come back.
Yeah. Give us just a couple of minutes. Got to take a quick break here. More with Super Agent Peter Schaefer next. All right, out of your Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. So we were just talking about the quarterbacks. You want to say something about the wide receivers, Peter?
Let's go quadrants.
Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us, by the way.
Let's go quadrants. All right, who's in that first quadrant? And the first quadrant is guys that should be betting 30 or more, right?
Justin Jefferson.
All right, that's one.
Tyreek Hill.
2.
Jamar Chase.
Yes, easy.
That's an easy. T. Higgins.
No.
Heck no. That's the example. see, as an agent, if you've got.
Well, how about CeeDee Lamb? Or is he?
I think he's a fringe.
St. Brown.
He's a fringe guy.
St. Brown can't run.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, you're right about that.
All right. So what? To me, the definition of an elite quadrant guy is someone that if I'm the defense coordinator and I'm going to go play,
terrified.
I change what we do.
Yeah.
Right. Is T. Higgins making you change your coverage?
No, I guess he probably isn't. But Justin Jefferson is.
You're damn right.
Tyreek Hill is.
You're darn right.
Debo?
What?
Debo? Because he does a lot of weird, different
right,
stuff.
But
Stephon Diggs?
No.
When he Stephon Diggs,
back in the day.
Back in the day, Raiders.
Or Vikings.
Devontae
Adams.
Devontae Adams.
Here's one for you, Mike Evans. He's a dude.
He's a dude. He's a terrific player. Amari Cooper used to be that guy.
Yeah, but he's not anymore.
No, he's not anymore.
And, Ayuk.
So how many guys are really in that top quadrant then? A handful?
Yes.
Okay, but all the guys.
Here's one for you, Metcalf. That's it.
DK's a freak.
He's a dude.
Yeah.
He's a dude. The thing, well, he's a big old dude too. The thing about it is though, I don't have to tell you, you've got wide receivers as clients, but they are divas, man. They're all anybody who can catch a football at that level, elitely. I'm not like Tim Patrick is not. I'm not talking about
Larry Fitzgerald was not.
He was not, but he was one of the greatest of all time. But they're all the pretty boys, you know. They're all the fancy.
Throw me
guys.
the damn ball.
Yeah, they're all the fancy guys, and it's amazing because we're saying some of these names. They think they are those guys though.
Every one of
them. Is there any sort of realistic? The realism has to come in at some point, doesn't it?
Well, but that's what made Magic Johnson so great.
Right.
Magic Johnson was a point guard, but he knew that he needs 8 shots a game.
Yeah.
You're freaking my diva. I've got to, you got to have your 5 shots a quarter.
Yeah.
I got to pat you on the ass. but the great point guards know how to distribute the ball to keep everybody happy. Same thing with quarterbacks. Quarterback goes back to pass. He goes, all right, I know who. I got to keep Stephon happy.
You're a personality manager as much as anything else.
Brady was the best. He threw the ball around that park. Peyton, he knew who to throw the ball to.
Yeah.
And so that's why that also factors into what quarterbacks get paid, the guys that can manage the room and manage the receivers and know how to keep everybody running hard. Because if your T. Higgins is loafing because he ain't getting the ball on the route, then Chase doesn't get open. T. Higgins has to run his route hard so that the other guy gets open.
Yeah.
And so that's what goes into it.
It's fascinating, by the way. I saw this graphic about a month ago, and it was all the players in the NFL that were making $20 million a year or more, and they had it broken down by position. And it's very clear and obvious to see what positions GMs value in the league as far as winning formulas. So I think the most people in the league making $20 million or more a year was wide receivers. That led the way. Quarterbacks were right behind it. And then it was O-line, D-line, and like a couple of secondary players.
Corners.
Yeah, a couple of corners. But offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, quarterback, that's where they're throwing the money at. That's what they think wins football games. And I've always been fascinated by that, the amount of money that they're paying wideouts and saying, all right, you need these guys on your team to make the defense go. Well, then why isn't corner valued at the same sort of rate when their responsibility is to shut that down? Like why?
Supply and demand.
I guess you're right. The amount of elite level corners are just much more rare than wide receivers. Yeah,
that's right. It's all supply and demand. But I believe in football, you got to protect your quarterback. You better get after their quarterback, and you got to have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And everything else. So, like, here's a play, right? This is just an NFL play. Quarterback's got to make a decision on who to throw to. So if I call, what do we call here? Joker right, 300J, Y stick, F Venus. Right here, this play here.
Copy. Yep. Gotcha.
Right? Quarterback's got to figure out who to throw the ball to, who's going to be open. But if this guy is the number one route, but this guy's loafing, he's not going to get open.
Right.
I'm hitting the B button on that play.
Actually, I'm throwing a swing pass to the I'm throwing a swing pass to the guy over here to the sideline.
That's RB on the Xbox
So
controller.
this is the Niners playbook, right?
Yeah.
But the thing about as a quarterback, you got to understand. See, as a receiver, I'm like, how do you guys remember? He goes, well, I'm the Z.
Right.
That's all I think about.
That's my job, right?
I'm the Z. So I know on that I'm doing a hook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the quarterback's got to. So when we go jack right tight, 300 Y shock, F motion, F Omaha. What does that mean?
Obviously, the jack goes to the right.
No, jack's right is a formation.
Yeah.
All right. F motion means the F is going in motion, right? The 300J, that's the protection. So he's calling out different 5-man protection, 6-man protection. The Y shock F Omaha. Omaha is the concept. See how they're all doing outs?
Yep.
Right.
Omahas are outs.
Copy.
That's what the quarterback's got to know.
Yeah,
That's
pretty,
crazy.
It's pretty amazing stuff. Hey,
So when we go to break, we're going trips right, 300JY, Z half motion, X Venus. You got that?
Jesse's like,
Jesse, you got the shock route.
That's all you need to know. You got the shock route.
Right.
That's all you need to know.
Don't focus on everything. You're the Z. Just the Z's got the shock route. Just focus on Z.
The way the game, I'm not calling you old, okay, because you're not in human years, but you've been around this game for quite a long time. Is it ever fascinating to you to watch as the game continues to develop over the years? Like we talk about it all the time. Running backs are a diamond. I mean, they're treated like, unless you're really elite, but they're treated like just kind of guys, right? Just dudes and so on. Isn't it weird how the game sort of evolves over time? And like Brett was talking about, where GMs put the value and where coaches put the value, and then where you don't put the value?
I think it's human chess is really what it is. 3, maybe 11-dimension chess. And that's what makes it fascinating. The different things that go in it, and when you're running the plays that we just talked about, it's what the defense does, and that's what Brady was so great at. Mahomes is so great at. You come up to the line of scrimmage, and Brett, I got big receiver, little corner. Okay, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
I was at Jets camp. Aaron Rodgers. They're talking about Hackett as the offense coordinator. No, Aaron Rodgers is the offense coordinator.
Yeah.
He comes up to the line of scrimmage. He sees big, little. He sees this. He sees Lazard, who's a big receiver, blocking, and they've got a safety on him. We'll run the ball because Lazard will blow up the safety.
Mm-hmm.
They put a linebacker on him. Lazard does a seam route because he's going to run by a linebacker. All right. Then what the defenses are doing now is disguising coverage. That's what it's all about. Is how do we play a cover 3? We put a guy in motion, and we don't show that we're still in cover 3.
Right.
We disguise it so they think we're still in cover 1 or cover 2. And that's what that wasp is.
It's getting after me. Almost went right in my mouth.
I'm going to nail that sucker. Jesse.
Now it's right at Jesse's head.
Let him land on your head.
Brett,
one more
that did a
question
nice
here.
flyby in front of your camera. We got a nice Top Gun angle of that wasp.
Yeah,
right
I don't
there.
like that at all. One more question here before we get to a break. So I was wondering why it felt like corners maybe a little bit.
Can we get some hunting music here?
Yeah, no kidding.
Mose is after it. Here it is.
So a couple of things here. Number one, we were just talking about corners, and I think that they're a little bit behind the curve. If I had to go to another position, do you represent any tight ends in the league?
Yes.
Okay. Why are tight ends not valued money-wise as much as others? Because if you look back to the conference championship games last year, I could argue that the top 4 tight ends in the league were the top 4 guys, or the last 4 teams left standing.
Supply and demand.
But you would think if you got one of them, then they would be compensated better, right?
But they're easier to get because they're not running 4.4s. The Vernon Davises of the world, they don't come around that often.
But who can do? I mean, Laporta burst onto the scene, but who can do what Kelsey does, right? I mean, who?
But Kelsey was a 5th-round draft choice because what are you running? He's a 4.6 guy. And the reason is because those guys are playing basketball.
Yeah.
You're 6'6", 250-pound tight end who can run a 4.4, he's playing basketball.
It feels like their responsibility, though, even if you're Kelsey's a different sort of animal because he's just this amazing pass-catching guy. If you have a George Kittle, he's tasked with being like an extra tackle and a pass catcher.
That's the
and
X factor.
Like, that's crazy that he's not valued as like kind of both in some way.
And really, Kittle's a great example because, first of all, you have to have a quarterback that can understand that. And like I said, so if you got Kittle here, and it's how does the defense account for him?
Yeah.
So what's the name? The big announcer for Fox, Olsen.
Oh, Greg Olsen.
Greg Olsen,
Yeah.
yeah.
Started out gangbusters, but once they realized he couldn't block or didn't want to block, they accounted for him as a big receiver.
Right.
He just became a guy because they just put a safety on him. You're not worried. But if you put a safety on George Kittle,
he's going to maul him.
He's going to maul him. And
Yeah.
you could run by him all day because Kittle is that X factor.
Yep.
And then if you put a linebacker on Kittle, he's going to destroy you. Or Kelsey, the same deal.
Right.
But you have to be able – and those people that can run, catch, and do that, they're rare.
Yeah.
I mean, as a tight end, if you're 240 and you're blocking some of these 270, that's not natural.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Peter Schaefer with us all day today as we're out here. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Back after this. All right, couple things here. I want to get to the U.S. and Serbian game that's going to happen tomorrow. But first, just a couple of updates here. Josina Anderson with a report about Justin Simmons' meeting and how things are going out in New Orleans. He's visiting with the Saints today.
What is Josina saying?
So she said that I'm told Justin Simmons' meeting is mid to late this afternoon following all his medicals. Consummation on a deal will come down to Simmons' comfort with how it will be utilized and if the team can meet his camp's financial mark. Because you were talking about this. It is kind of cash. He's looking for the right amount of money. But I wondered this, Pete, and you got better perspective on this than anybody. Super agent Peter Schaefer with us. When you have these guys who are waiting this long into the offseason before they find a team, we kind of know how this goes. Free agency opens up, and it's like the big Brinks trucks come out. They start piling money at people, and then a week later, that number gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I mean, we're a couple weeks into camp now. What money do teams have to throw at somebody who's a veteran right now?
Well, teams have money. Teams, you can do it. It's not very hard, especially New Orleans. They've constantly found ways to manipulate the cap. So if you want to pay a player $7 million right now, you could actually do, for a cap charge, about $2 million.
Yeah.
Do a 5-year deal, 4 voidables, $7 million, $6 million sign bonus, $1 million base. All of a sudden the cap number is $2.2 million. So
Right.
you can do it if you have the cash, and the Saints have done that. The problem is Simmons probably, when he got released by the Broncos, could have got $8 or $9 million. And he was offered close to that. He was trying to get 12. Dalton Reisner is a great example. Dalton Reisner comes here, started 4 straight years because you need 11 guys to start.
Sure.
And if you're going to pay Garrett Bowles this amount of money, you need to have a cheap guard. So he was fine at $1.5 million a year. He thinks because he started 64 games, he deserves 14, 15. He goes on the market and people are offering 5, 6. He says no. As you say, that second week of free agency market tanks. Now he can't get it. He wound up playing for Minnesota for 3 last year.
Right.
So what do you think Justin Simmons, like if you were advising him right now for a price, let's say he likes the team, he likes the Saints, he thinks he's used well, but he wants, $10 million still, what would you tell him? What's the price you should take?
I teach a class in negotiations, and I teach the Jagger principle of business. Have you ever heard of that?
I have not.
Is this like Mick Jagger?
Oh, yeah. You don't always get what you want. You get what you need.
Right. There you go.
That's
I like
the Jagger principle. And right now, what I would tell them is let's get a time machine and go back to March 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the market was 9 or 10 million, because it ain't there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to take the Jagger principle right now. And right now, probably he'll get $3 million base with an upside of $2 million. What's his name? Williams just got in Seattle last night.
Now, Quandre Diggs just signed 1 year, $5 million in Tennessee, right?
No, the old. See, now that we have the TV, you could do the air quotes.
Yeah,
right, air quotes.
The up to.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, up to $5 million, right?
Incentive laden.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the up to. So he'll probably wind up getting a 3 up to, and then what is he up to? Is it play time? Is it interceptions? Is it Pro Bowl? A lot of teams now are combining play time with playoffs.
Yeah.
We're not paying the up to unless we make the playoffs.
Yeah, but Justin Simmons, I mean, Brett, you brought it up the other day. One thing he has not done in the National Football League is win. He's not gone to the postseason. And all things being equal, I mean, is it now? I mean, is it just about money for him with the New Orleans Saints? Because they ain't going anywhere. New Orleans Saints they're not going to make any kind of run, are they? I mean, it's not, if you go to New Orleans right this second, it's not about winning, is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, they'll tell their fan base that.
No, the NFC South is awful.
Thank you. One of the greatest things about the NFL is what division are you in? All right? The Chiefs have completely taken advantage of that with the Raiders and the Broncos. You get 2 games against the Panthers, the Falcons, Tampa Bay.
They made were they 9-8 last year and they won the division with that?
If you do the math, right? So you play the same teams twice. If you have 3 weak sisters, the NFC West a couple years ago, that's 6 wins. You have another 10 games. If you go 500 in the other 10 games, what's your record?
Get 10 wins, yeah.
You're 11-6.
Yeah.
But you're really a 500 team against the rest of the league, but because you got your 3 weak sisters.
I see. What you sound to me like an agent. I mean, listen, no offense to it. Hey, listen, I got you this great deal. Hey, these guys can win. yeah, that NFC South stinks. I mean, Tampa ain't nobody's All-Americans. The Saints.
Everybody in the NFC South
right.
thinks they can win that division.
Well, I'm sure they probably – you know what? And maybe that's why when you're talking about Carolina, right, and how sucky we think they're going to be, a 2-win team from last year, maybe that's why you sell it, hey, all we got to do is pull our heads out a little bit and have Bryce go this much, and, man, we can win this dang division because Tampa ain't any good. The Saints aren't any good. Atlanta, who knows what they're going to be.
Well, isn't that the same thing in hockey when the Western divisions stack with teams? And
yeah, I mean, it has been that way at times,
right.
Yeah. You could sneak into the postseason in the East. There was a time when you could.
So
not now.
I'm intrigued with Atlanta, by the way. Like, I think
why?
Well, because they got good offensive pieces on that team.
Brett just called me dude.
Well, I know he did. Yeah, that's because you're being a dude right now. He's the. Oh yeah, they can totally win.
It's super dude Peter Schaefer.
We should have like a jar. Anytime you call someone dude, $5.
Would you sell your client on the Commanders right now? Hey man.
What position is he playing?
Okay, there you go. I don't know. I mean, but
the Commanders are not going to be very. Philadelphia benefited. With the Giants, the Cowboys have been good. Philadelphia, if you're in a division with 1 or 2 weak sisters, that's 4 wins.
You don't think Drake London, Bijan, Kyle Pitts, Kirk Cousins that can win that division?
Who's on defense?
Yeah,
I get Jesse Bates.
Right, I'm telling you. How many players can you name off the top of the head on the Falcons' defense right now?
0.
I got 1.
Right.
That was it.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
If I ask you to name guys on certain teams, you can know. But
Tampa's defense got Levante David, Vita Vea. They got some dudes on there.
And I think the Broncos are going to be better because their defense is all back except for.
It's interesting. You don't have any clients on the Denver Broncos, but when we talk, and I'm not sharing anything out of turn here. But you seem to think they're going to be better than I think they're going to be. When I was talking about the variables of wins and losses, the variation, I should say, between the Buffaloes and the Broncos, you kind of gave me one of these looks like, I don't know about that. What makes you think this Denver Broncos team can actually be a pretty dang good football team?
I'm a huge believer in continuity is improvement.
You said that early, so the fact that Peyton's in year number 2.
Correct.
Same coordinators.
Same terminology, the whole defense is back except for Simmons.
And Josie Jewell.
And Josie Jewell's gone. Okay, all right, fine.
That's not Lawrence Taylor.
He's obviously not – he's not – Jewell's not his client. Okay, copy. All right, got you. All right.
But right, because you have the whole offensive line is back, right?
Yeah.
Receivers back. Then you got to integrate a new quarterback. But when you look at the schedule, the Chargers, they lost all their skill players except for Herbert.
Yeah.
Right? The Raiders have no quarterback. That's possibly 4 wins right there. Right? And then when you look at it,
but those teams would also look at Denver and say that's possibly 2 wins.
If you're in Los Angeles right now, aren't you looking at the Denver Broncos and going, hey man, we can get those guys twice this year. Hell, the Raiders did get them twice.
That's right.
I mean, the Raiders keep beating the Broncos can't beat the Raiders.
But then they play the Panthers.
Yeah.
Boom, right there. So. Am I saying they're a 17-0 team? No, but I think they can make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Vance Joseph is a heck of a defense coordinator.
Well, they put it together last year after the Miami butt kicking. They really.
That's what you're calling that?
Yeah. Well, the demolition,
that
annihilation,
I
whatever.
Still
you want to
remember.
categorize it.
I still remember that stretch because they had that big lead against Washington. They blew that because Washington put up a whole bunch of points in the second half.
That was Sam Howell.
Then the whole Miami game happened. And then you remember the first half the following week against Chicago where they put up 4 touchdowns in the first half. You're like, what in the world?
Yeah,
is going on here?
Hey, by the way, they made Justin Fields look like a first-round quarterback.
Made him look like Russell Wilson.
Absolutely, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, they certainly did, but then they got it together. And I remember the conversation. Boy, should Vance go and all this? And I'm thinking to myself, not right now. No, stop it. They did put it together. You're right about that, Peter. That they started to play some pretty good defense. But you know what? I'll say this again. We were talking about fantasy football earlier in the show, and I don't play it anymore. By the way, if you have quit fantasy football, 303-504-0925, confirm for me that yes, you have quit fantasy. Do you play it, Cater?
I have one league that I've been in for like 6 years.
Jesse, you quit. If you quit 303-504-0925, good for you. Admit it. You're probably a happier human being. But you name me a Denver Bronco, and obviously not the defensive side, but you name me an offensive player that's going to be a top within the first 6 rounds of a fantasy football draft.
Cortland Sutton.
Okay, maybe. I mean, but he's not. He's where you've drafted your quarterback or your running back, your tight end, whatever.
What quadrant is he?
Yeah,
in?
he's down. You see what I'm saying? He's down on the
second.
list. He's down on the list.
13, 14, 15.
You think he's like the 15th best receiver in the league? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Really?
Size, speed, yeah.
Oh man, I think I could name 15. 15 better.
But he would be in that conversation at 15, 16.
Okay.
And if you're in a 12-team league, he's a second-tier receiver.
Yeah. By the way, just quickly here, Tom Pelissero has this. The NFL confirmed today that and you were there for this. The Lions and Giants organizations have each been fined $200,000 for multiple fights that broke out at joint practices between the clubs earlier this week. The NFL clubs were reminded in a memo sent last month that fighting and unprofessional conduct at joint practices would not be tolerated. So $200,000 slap on the wrist for an organization.
But is it any coincidence that you were there? You were there, and then all of a sudden, these two teams are getting after each other, right? Did you stoke the spires a little bit? What'd you do?
What do we say in hockey? Down by 4, start a war. You think that Dan Campbell went in the locker room and said, "Let's be gentle today, boys"?
Yeah.
Well, no, he's not that guy. But I watched the first. Well, Brett and I were on the air for the first two fights. Was it the first two?
Yeah.
The first two fights.
How about Joe Shane, the GM, going out there to break it up? Well, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah. What are you
right?
They're wearing helmets and they're twice your size.
Mm-hmm.
The first two fights were pretty nasty. I mean, there were helmets ripped off, guys being thrown to the ground. I mean, I can see what. I mean, first of all, you're risking injury to guys. Second of all, it's a bad look. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. When the Packers get here next week, there's no doubt on these very fields that we are going to see fights. Is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever?
Zero.
Because it happens all the time.
The pool is going to be what period is it going to be and who are the players?
Yeah.
We should have a pool.
The Cowboys, when they were here for joint practices a couple of years ago, God, there was a lot then too.
Right, and what do you think the coaches are saying when the players are fighting? Oh, please stop, guys.
Exactly.
Please, boys, stop. And they're they're going to each other. Like,
nice job. Way to go.
And the players know that the coaches are watching this.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, this guy's a tough guy.
Yep.
So they may say, hey, stop that, blah, 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 blah. But when the coaches are all together watching the film later, look at my dog here.
That's
my
dog.
That's my dog right there. Look at him go get that. And by the way, he protected his teammate, and he got right in there, I saw Daniel Jones in the middle of it. I'm like, maybe the Giants are like pushing him into the middle of the pile. They're like, hey, get in there, Danny. Come on, Danny Dimes.
But even still,
forgetting Peter.
I know when I coach high school lacrosse and one of my guys gets a penalty for roughness, I go over there and I said, I'm effing yelling at you, but great job. I'm going to make this look like I am yelling at you. Don't ever do this again. Great job.
So, Peter, you want that, but if you were representing Aaron Donald, would you go over to him after practice and say, hey, maybe swing with just one helmet next time? 2 helmets?
No, don't swing at a guy with a helmet on.
I saw a lot of that happening in those
That's
fights. By the way.
stupid.
I'm like, why are you closed fist punching a face mask?
What's the first thing to do in hockey?
The helmets come. Well, not anymore because it's hardly any fighting. But yeah, it used to be like, all right, let's
Man up,
let's
right.
shed all of our stuff, elbow pads off. Let's get out. I mean, that's old school fighting in the NHL. Yeah,
But it's also smart fighting because you're not going to break your finger into a helmet.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Pete, are you jealous that you don't have any NBA clients because Lauri Markkanen just signed a 5-year, $238 million extension? The amount of money to some of these NBA guys is just out of this world.
Who? And my question is, who is that?
He plays for the Utah Jazz.
He's a good player.
He's a good player, but my God, that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money for him. Vic Lombardi, your boy Vic, is absolutely enthralled with Lauri Markkanen. Talks about him all the time.
He's got more man crushes than any human being.
Know.
That's absolutely the truth.
He really does.
He's also all about Dario Saric for a few months.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things going on.
Can we? When we come back, can we get on this whole Joker thing?
Yeah.
Because I don't see any path to winning for Nikola Jokic.
I do.
I do not see a path to winning.
I can give you one example, Moj, that at least is going to give him a shot, and we'll get to it next.
They lose, the kids are out. Yeah.
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Super agent Peter Schaefer with us all day today. Appreciate the time, Peter. And let's talk some who. I think everybody shot over 50% against Brazil. The U.S. is loaded. But earlier in the day, we watched live, Moj, on the Peacock. We watched Serbia, who had a 20-point deficit in the first half, come back and win late over Australia. And do you have that sound for me, Nelly? Can I hear the Serbian announcers when Jokic hit the Sombor shuffle?
He switches to English.
Avramović, Jokić se namešta. Jokić igra 1-1. Sombor shuffle, baby!
I love
it.
So that one basically didn't ice the game, but got pretty damn close to icing the game yesterday.
So the guy must have heard Marlowe call games before, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome, though. He switches to English, right, for the Sombor Shuffle, baby.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
But in tomorrow, we're going to have the rematch of the USA and Serbia. And if you remember the first time they matched up in the Olympics.
Is it tomorrow? Are you sure it's tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes, tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Because the finals are Saturday or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
First time they matched up, Moj, the point differential with Jokic on the floor was 0. It was 81-81. In the minutes he was off the floor, which was less than 10, they got outscored 29-3. So, Peter, you think that they got a shot, Serbia's got a shot to beat the U.S. tomorrow?
Well, if those are the ratios, it's going to be an even game because Jokic ain't coming off the floor.
Yeah.
There's a difference between playing a 7-game series and playing one game.
You fix that for you right there. There you go.
Thank you. Like what did Herb Brooks say? Maybe we play the Russians 9 out of 10 times, they whoop us. But this is a one game.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic is going to play for God and country.
They are going to smother him. I don't think they tried to smother him. They're going to absolutely smother him. And listen, I don't doubt it because he could wreck if Serbia could actually shoot the damn basketball, he could have 20 assists in the game for crying out loud. But they're not good shooters.
Got to have
That's
a Bogdan game.
Yeah, you got to have a couple of guys get off. Now he's going to get his. Don't get me wrong. He's going to get some.
But if they do have a couple guys go off, and all they got to do is hit their little step downs and whatever, and uncovered, they can beat them.
Are we torn? Are we torn about this game tomorrow?
No. Yeah,
you're not
kind of.
You're not torn. You're red, white, and blue all the way, and so am I. But doggone it, man.
But I want Jokic to play well. I actually want it to be a game.
Brett, if he does this, where does that put him in the pantheon of basketball players?
Like it's going to be, well, in his home country, which he's already adored. He might go to like Novak Djokovic levels of fame.
I think he's already pretty damn close.
Djokovic is still the number one guy in Serbia.
Well, he just won the gold medal.
Right, and it's close behind, and Jokic is close behind. But if he does that, at least gets them a medal, right? Like, just insane.
Well, no, so the loser of the semifinal will play for a third-place game.
They'll play bronze, right?
Right.
So Serbia will play the loser of France or Germany, for France and Germany.
How about this, though, in terms of comparison to the 80 Olympics? If Serbia wins, they still have to win another game to win the gold.
I know.
Just like people forget about it at the U.S. Olympics, we beat Russia, but then we still had to beat Finland
for the gold, yeah.
Serbia would still have to do that. What happens if they beat the USA and then lose?
Oh, yeah, that'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah, Germany.
I don't. Can any minds be changed now at all about Nikola Jokic? I've seen minds change, but I think people who are still stubborn about where they think he is in terms of greatness in this world of basketball, I don't know that it would make a difference, man. You still have people in the NBA who are like, I can't believe that this guy's a 3-time MVP. You got sycophant fans of other teams who still bag on Joker, and you still have guys in the media still calling him, this plump. He's
They're
not
pretty
plump
few
at all.
And far between now.
But I mean, is there any changing of any minds? I don't know, man. To me, he's already there.
Is he top 5 all time? If you were to put your best 5 NBA players. Kareem is one. Magic.
Bird. Jordan. I mean, obviously Jordan and LeBron. Those are the guys, right? Kobe. I mean, Kobe's right there. But I don't, Peter, I don't know, but I will call him when his career is done, and I hope it's not for a long time. I will call him one of the greatest ever. He's a 3-time MVP and
should
a champion.
Be 4-time.
Yeah, should be 4-time and a champion, and he's going to have hopefully another championship under his belt. So, I mean, I guess you could put him certainly in the top 10.
I think he's like top 20 right now. It's just a matter of how much higher he can get.
So, Mose, what you just raised is an interesting question. How important is championships to greatness?
In that sport?
All sports.
Well, I'm saying in that sport specifically, it's everything. Because that's what, the thing with, not to do the LeBron Jordan thing, but there's something to be said for LeBron being this good at 40 years old.
Oh, absolutely there is.
That nobody else, I think, ever could do this, what he's been able to do for 20 years.
And what he's done in the last week and a half.
Yeah.
Take the team of the greatest players in the NBA, and without him, they're nothing.
But because he doesn't have as many championships as Jordan, people just say that that's the end-all, be-all. And by the way, for the record, Peter, I hate that stuff because we do that with quarterbacks all the time, too.
Well, let's be perfectly blunt about it. John Elway went to 5 Super Bowls and won 2. But if he goes to 5 and loses all of them, right, I mean, to me, he's still one of the greatest of all time. But do we look at Dan Marino differently because he went to 1 and never won? And that, I mean, do we look at him if Dan Marino had 3 Super Bowl titles under his belt? Do we look at him as a top 5 quarterback of all time?
I think he was, and that's my point. Is I don't think you need it. Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls, but I don't think he's in a.
Yeah, just because you win doesn't make you one of the best of all time.
Right.
But if you don't win, then are you looked upon? I mean, I don't know. I don't know where Marino would.
Well,
would
the person we should ask is someone from Detroit. Because you're talking about a city that does not have a lot of championships.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Well, and I've said forever, Moj, you heard me say it. Like, if Stafford went somewhere else, he would be seen totally differently. And the first opportunity he gets, he wins a Super Bowl in L.A.
Pretty amazing.
And then it's like, oh, well, here comes the respect. But that happens with everybody. It happened to Peyton. Dude, Peyton forever was like, remember the postseason choker who couldn't get over the Tom Brady hump? And then he won Super Bowls, and it's like, oh, never mind. That doesn't count anymore.
Charles Barkley's a Hall of Famer. Charles Barkley won an MVP. Charles Barkley never won an NBA championship.
Barry Sanders.
Sanders. But I think people regard Barry Sanders as
running
one
backs,
of the greatest of all time.
Running backs and stuff are different. Quarterbacks are the only ones who really get hit with that, right?
Yeah, I think quarterbacks are the ones that get hit hardest anyway, yeah. I mean, heck, I don't know. I try to keep an open mind, Peter. I try to be adult about it. I think Dan Marino's still one of the top 10 greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game.
Easily. Might be top 5.
Seriously.
Yep, might be top. What about in hockey? What players are great players that never won the cup?
Oh, there's been plenty. I'm trying to think. Well, Connor McDavid will go down. I don't know that the Oilers are ever going to win a Stanley Cup. I mean, they're trying. I mean, their window is open right now, but they went to the conference finals 2 years ago, lost. They went to the Stanley Cup final last year. This year lost. Or they went 2 years in a row and lost. Is he ever going to win? Will he ever have enough around him to win a Stanley Cup? He'll still be regarded as one of the greatest players of all time.
All right, here's a question for you. Irish question. Better McKinnon or McDavid?
Well,
nobody's got a better vantage point than you on this question.
It depends. I mean, McDavid is the better scorer, but McKinnon does a lot. I mean, he's tough as nails. He's fought in this league. I mean, he'll blow guys up with hits. I mean, he'll line some dudes up during the course of the season and absolutely smoke them.
And his burst is unique, right?
Yeah,
it's tough to argue with that production from McDavid, though.
I know it really is. They're both going to get from point A to point B. McDavid skates like the ice is his girlfriend.
All right, let me rephrase the question.
And McKinnon skates like the ice took his lunch money. He attacks it. He's an attacker.
Congratulations, by the way. I just named you the Olympic coach for Canada for the 2026 Olympics.
All right. Who's my number 1 center?
There you go.
His
name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
Yes, EG, I have. Thanks, buddy.
Are you putting McDavid on the wing, or are you putting him on the second line?
Put him on the second. He'll be my second line center.
And how are you going to keep him?
No, but they'll both get 20 minutes a game. How about that?
Who's on the PP?
They're both on the number 1 power play unit. Why aren't you chiming in with this, Gator? Why are you being so silent over there?
Because I've I saw the smile on your face
I'm not
when
going
you said McKinnon.
I'm not going against my boy.
Yeah, I know you are.
No, I think McDavid is a brilliant player. If he never wins, and maybe in hockey it's a little different because we go back to the Raymond Bourque situation where he's the best defenseman in the league for 2 decades, but he never had it. He never won it. Finally, he got it with the Colorado Avalanche. He retires. He's done.
Gets the cup second.
Yeah, for a guy like Connor McDavid, will he? I think he'll probably get a cup before his career is over. I just don't know that it's going to be with the Edmonton Oilers.
Right.
No.
Because guys, when they get towards the end, they want to chase it. They want, they want that taste. They want to get it, like Pavelski did, and so on and so forth.
Is Sidney Crosby your third line center?
No, stick him on the wing. He's old now. No, I'm teasing. Isn't that sick? We're going to actually see it next February for the Four Nations tournament that's coming up. It's going to be just, like a little baby Olympic tournament. It's going to be awesome.
Unbelievable.
It's going to be great.
By the way, on this whole conversation of championships and blah, 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 and how much does that stuff matter and how you rank people, I'm not saying it means nothing. It certainly helps when you have championships. And when I saw this stat, I want to read this to you, Peter, because I saw this about a week and a half ago, and it blew my mind. So this is from Neil Payne. So he said, since 2001, there have been 125 drives in the NFL postseason where it was at least the fourth quarter, there was under a minute to play, and the team on offense trailed by 7 or fewer. Okay? So last minute of the fourth quarter, you're down by 7 or less. You got a chance to go down, game-winning drive.
This is playoffs only?
So do or die, playoffs only.
Okay.
Do or die situations. Tom Brady was 5 for 11 in his career in those situations. Drew Brees was 3 for 6. Patrick Mahomes is 7 for 7. Every opportunity he's been in, he's converted. Every single one. And I'm like, how in the world is that guy that good?
I don't know.
So we were at the Combine when John Elway was the GM, right? And I forget, Marino, we were there playing, we're just talking in their suite. And someone says, yeah, you are the greatest fourth quarter comeback quarterback of all time. That it on there, basically throwing out stats like you. And
yeah.
I say, what's the number one thing you have to be the greatest fourth quarter comeback quarterback?
You have to be losing.
That's right.
Yeah, that is true.
You must have sucked for 3 quarters.
Right. You got to be losing the game to have these awesome comebacks.
That's right.
Yeah.
Joe Montana didn't have that many. Because in the fourth quarter, he had a towel around his.
He had a baseball hat on.
That's right.
He was sitting on the sideline with a baseball hat on
and sunflower seeds.
Exactly right. Yeah,
that's right. Or his Copenhagen. That's right.
That's pretty interesting.
I remember the fourth quarter comeback stat. Yeah, this is what I was looking at. So it's funny. Tom Brady is the leader. So this is career fourth quarter comebacks. Tom Brady's the leader. He's got 46 in his career, but he played forever.
Overall, this is not just playoffs.
Overall. This is overall. Fourth on this list is Matt Ryan. And part of that you would have to think is, well, Atlanta was down and needed one.
Right.
Fifth on that list, sixth is Matthew Stafford. You're down. You got to come
down,
back.
You needed one, right.
Russell Wilson, ninth on this list. Tied with John Elway, actually, for fourth quarter comebacks in a career.
We were talking last week.
Derek Carr is 14th.
Yeah,
and
because
you're like, well, if you're trailing, you need a big play. All right, got it.
That's it. The
Which
Raiders
goes
were
to show you that a lot of the quarterbacks of yesteryear, the Johnny Unitas, they were winning all the time. They didn't have a lot of fourth quarter comebacks.
Yeah. Well, Johnny Unitas was 7th. He had 34. But, again, these guys that played for almost 20 years.
Right. It's interesting. We were talking to Leggy on the show last week, and he says, Mahomes right now, and you have a very different opinion of the Chargers or what you think they can be than I do. I think they scare me, and I talk about it here all the time. That I'm afraid what the Harbaugh-Herbert connection is going to do. But we'll get to that in a moment. But he says Mahomes. I mean, look at the guy's age. He goes. He's just now getting there. Like when he's 31, 32 years old, and he can just look at the defense and go, and know exactly. I mean, like he can do right now.
Like Brady.
But he's going to be so dialed in his early 30s that this is far from over, man. You think you lose a Tyreek, you take a Tyreek Hill, a guy who's take the top of the defense, completely off, and you lose that guy. You're thinking you're dead. That team is dead. They got to find another one. I don't know what they're going to do. Look at the guys he gets to throw to. And he goes and wins another friggin' Super Bowl. Peter. I mean, this guy is going to be a menace for years to come, and I don't see how can the Denver Broncos get there? How can the Chargers get there? How can anybody get there?
Well, I think that's
how do you get there?
Well, the Broncos stopped Mahomes once last year.
One time.
They've actually played them pretty close over the past couple of years.
They did a nice job against Buffalo with Josh Allen.
Yep.
So I think that what happens in the NFL is you have all this film, and if you have a great coordinator, you can stop a guy. Maybe not all the time. But you start looking at tendencies, and that's what really makes the great quarterbacks is the one that they have so many different, they don't just have an A game, a B game, a C game. They have a G and a Z and whatever. And if you stop all of them, they can still go to something else.
Why don't you think the Chargers are going to be that good? Is it just because they're going to get talent around Herbert? They just don't have it right now.
I'm talking about this year.
Okay, I'm talking 2, 3, 4 years down.
They lost everybody, though. He's right.
Did.
Like Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, all gone.
Yeah, but 2, 3, 4 years down the road, as they acquire more talent to put around this quarterback, and he's now 29 years old, then what?
I think Herbert's an elite quarterback. I do agree. But then again, everybody is in the draft. Not everybody's picking the right players.
Right.
You got a first-time GM. Harbaugh's going to run that show.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind.
And so, how much of an influence and
he's just never not had success. Everywhere he's been, his teams have been amazingly good.
And so you think that's enough to sustain? And this
I
year?
don't know.
It's one of those the first time he fails,
who's got it better than him?
Well, I mean, and look, he might take some weird routes to get where he's got to go. Did you hear his answer yesterday, by the way, on
I did not.
On the Michigan situation right now, them facing penalties. Can you see if you can pull that up real quick?
Did he say, I don't know what they're talking about?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Something like that.
And that was the penalties for sign stealing, right?
Yeah, so let's hear. This is Harbaugh asked about the Michigan potential NCAA violations.
Yeah, I do have a comment on that. Never lie, never cheat, never steal. I was raised with that lesson. I have raised my family on that lesson. I have preached that lesson to the teams that I've coached. No one's perfect. If you stumble, you apologize, and you make it right. Today, I do not apologize. I did not participate, was not aware, nor complicit in those said allegations. So for me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
I mean, you can't just sit there. If they throw whatever version of a hammer that the NCAA has still, if they throw the hammer at them, you can't just be like, I had no idea. That's a worse look, actually.
So basically the truth of what just came out of his mouth is just mere coincidence.
That's apparently – I mean, the dude –
He almost went through the Ten Commandments, by the way. Don't
steal,
commit adultery.
Yeah, right.
Don't covet your neighbor's stuff.
Well, he probably could have. That's pretty funny to me. Here's what I do know. He's a damn fine football coach.
He is.
And he's got a quarterback who's got a rocket arm and so much untapped potential. It makes me, Peter, as we talk football, it makes me nervous about the next 5, 8 years of Denver Broncos football. Now, I'm not saying Harbaugh's going to coach till he's 70 years old. What is he, 61?
Something like
whatever
that,
he is.
yeah.
But I feel like if they put it together there, the Broncos are still third best in their division at best.
Well, what happens with the Chiefs when Big Red retires?
Correct. But they're still going to have Mahomes for another decade. I mean, or as long as he wants to play football, they're still going to have 15.
Andy Reid, could be one of the top. Let's quadrant coaches, top coach of all time. Him, Belichick.
Mm-hmm. He's one of them.
Shula.
Certainly seems like it. Yeah. Landry.
So it's funny because everybody was giving Bill Belichick grief for being such a poor evaluator of talent. Da 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 da. If you think about it, though, the Patriots have re-signed all his players.
Yeah, that is true.
I actually texted him the other day. If you're such a poor evaluator of talent, why are they re-signing all your players?
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Fact checker next.
Today, I do not apologize.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Super agent Peter Schaefer with us. Couple things here, Peter, and thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it.
It's been a blast. I've learned so much about everything from you guys.
Oh, have you?
Oh,
Yes.
Right.
Just cracking an egg of knowledge all over it. So, all-pro safety, Derwin James may play some offense for the Chargers this season. Is that what they're down to now? They got, you were talking about the lack of skill position players, going to move Derwin James over there.
I think that's Harbaugh just motivating players.
Yeah.
And I think he also likes people to think he's different, thinks outside the box.
Sure. I would have to imagine that Derwin James has had trouble staying healthy the last couple of years.
Come on, man. The guy can't stay on the field when he's playing defense. Now you want to throw him out there for some offense, too?
I don't buy it.
And no offense to your clients, and I know he's not one of your clients, but no offense to him. How can you have any sort of, if you're a team, loyalty to guys who just simply can't get on the field?
Well, availability is a tremendous asset.
And he's a tremendous talent, don't get me wrong, but he misses so many games. He misses so much playing time.
Jamal Adams is the same way up in Seattle. You know, I always say this about Eddie George. Eddie George might never have been the greatest running back, but every Sunday Steve McNair looked back, 27 was behind him.
Yep.
And
well, who was the classic case to do back in the day for the Colts? I always forget his name. Bob Sanders, right?
Oh, my God.
Bob Sanders was incredible, but could just never stay on the field.
All I know is we were down Senior Bowl and for the weigh-ins. And so the players, all the scouts, agents, you're in this big the convention room or whatever, and everybody's just standing there. Bob Sanders from Iowa, and he took his shirt off. You've never seen 250 men snap their heads. Like, what was that?
So a couple
Bob Sanders was a really good safety, though.
Oh,
he was incredible.
I mean, when he was healthy, he was great.
He hit like a Mack truck.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
So two things here quickly before we get to fact checker. Number one, Moj, here's the final tally. Since Canada lost yesterday in the Olympics, they've been eliminated by France. Jamal Murray in the Olympics averaged 6 points per game. He shot 41% from the field and 14% from three.
What did he do in the NBA playoffs? Not much different.
About a little more than 6 points per game, but about the same shooting-wise, yeah. And I'm going to choose to just ignore this and
I don't think you should
pretend that Jamal is just going to be the
guy
that I know and love when next season starts.
Hold on a second, Brett, and maybe he's still dealing with something I don't know. I mean, it would take a lot for a guy to not play for his country. I think he's been banged up. I think he's had a leg issue. It would take a lot to get – I mean, can you play? Yeah, but are you at your best? Probably not. If this lingers into next season, like if we get someplace at the end of November and he is struggling, then we've got problems. We've got – and maybe this –
Wait, are you saying his knee from 2.5 years ago?
No,
he's got soft tissue stuff all this the last 3 months of the season.
If this level of play drags on, we've got problems. And maybe how much do contracts weigh on your players' minds? Because Jim Ryan would tell me this. He said the number one thing for a pro athlete, number one, do I have a job?
Correct.
Number two, how much am I getting paid? Number three, how much am I playing? Number four, can we win a championship?
Well, so when you were driving here and they had the Powerball signs up, what are they, $100, $200 million, right? All these players here have a physical Powerball ticket. They really do. Some are, Mahomes are $250 million, maybe a cornerback like Patrick Surtain is $100 million. If I'm a lawyer and you win, Brett, you win the lottery and say, I need legal help, my first thing is to get you to the lottery office.
Yeah.
You can't get hit by a bus.
Right.
All right?
Yeah.
Because the only thing standing between you and your money is getting hit by a bus.
Right.
Same things for these guys, except for those buses are named Deacon and Bubba.
Yeah. Right.
And no matter what you say, they've got to go out there, and you got a player like Ayuk who's in the last year of his contract, and he's looking at this lottery ticket. And does he want to play? You're looking at, quarterback in Dallas, Dak Prescott. he is going to make $30 whatever million this year, but he's got an offer on the table of $150 million guaranteed.
So it's Charlie. He's got the golden ticket, and you're like, run home,
Right.
run home,
run, Charlie,
run.
But
run.
if Charlie doesn't run home, or if he is running home and Bubba and Deacon and those guys are chasing him, that's a different ballgame. And you have to go out there and play football with reckless abandon.
Right.
It's not basketball where you can cruise and you can stay out of the – you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very hard. And that's why I think that the players that have signed extensions before they get to that money year have better careers because they don't have to have that pressure
Well,
season.
Jamal is going to be eligible here for a new max contract.
And he's getting it. It's like there's no negotiation here. He either is offered that contract or he's not.
But we've been questioning, why isn't it signed yet? Why isn't
Hasn't been offered?
Well, and that is another big question where when Vic gets back from Italy, he'll have no better idea than he does right now.
But if you had a read on it, Peter, let's say you're Jamal's agent, and you know a max contract's coming. There's no negotiating. It's like this is going to be the deal, but they haven't offered it to him yet. What do you think the reason behind that is?
They got to be questioning too. I mean, max contract, you're locking in for 5 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the Denver Nuggets and I'm looking at this Olympics and I think that he's healthy, did Michael Malone ever say that everybody's healthy? I don't know that he ever said that. But if I'm looking at these Olympic Games and he's doing this, that's frightening to me.
Yeah,
I mean that is frightful because, and I love Jamal Murray. Do not get me wrong. I absolutely love him.
Because when he's on,
the
team's championship
when he's
level.
playoff Jamal, they don't win a championship without him by a mile. We all know that. And other guys, too. I mean, you needed everybody on that team, especially Nikola Jokic. But that being said, if he carries this into the regular season next year, I'm going to be incredibly concerned.
So how many years does he have left?
He's got 1 year left.
1 year left.
This year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could that be weighing on his mind? That he has not been presented an offer yet, or the offer that he knows he's supposed to get?
Because he has not got the golden ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's saying to himself, if the team doesn't want me, or whatever, all that factors into it. And then how do you manage that as the agent? How do you keep him motivated? How do you sit there and say, well, let's go, screw it. If they don't want you, there's 30 other teams that will.
The weird thing about Jamal.
Because someone else would give him a max contract.
Yes. And the weird thing about Jamal, and I've brought this up multiple times, there's, in the last 5 years for the Nuggets, 3 of them in the postseason have featured Jamal Murray, 2 have not. The 2 that you didn't have Jamal, you got bounced in the first round in 5 games, and you lost in the second round, got swept. The 3 that he's been in, this past season, you were 20 minutes away from another Western Conference Finals appearance. The year before that, you won a championship. The year before that was the bubble season in which you made the Western Conference Finals.
And he was awesome. Yeah.
And it's like, a lot of people, I think, are quick to dismiss how much that matters. When he's in the lineup, you are literally on the cusp of championship greatness. And when you're not, that team is getting bounced in the first round.
Can I say something before we get out of here today? Every quarterback in the NFL throws a nice ball. Outside Phil Rivers, who looked awkward, but it got there no
I was
matter
just
what.
in Giants game. What's his name? Vito or what?
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
Yeah. Tommy
Cutlets. I wouldn't put him in that
category. Okay. Oh, poor Tommy Cutlets, man. He had his window, and it's gone. Hey, but everybody out here throws a beautiful ball, right? A good ball. But Zach Wilson really throws a beautiful football. I mean, there he goes, shaw, shpow. I mean, he looks good throwing the football, Peter.
He does, doesn't he?
He does. Brett.
Yeah,
he looks good throwing the football.
You don't always know where it goes.
When he steps forward to throw the football, that's good. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something. He's got physical ability. He does. And if anybody's going to get it out of him, it's going to be Coach Payton.
Let's say this. Let's say for some reason they tried to stash him on a practice squad, okay, because they want to keep him around, keep developing him. You always need good quarterbacks. But he goes with Nixon Stidham on the game day roster. If they ever tried to do that, how quickly would you think another GM would snap him right off?
Well, so he's got guaranteed money.
Right.
So if another team would take it, you're taking the Broncos.
Right, the whole contract.
It's maybe whatever, a couple million, $2.5 million. So you have to keep that in mind. But I think that maybe not the first week, but as soon as someone gets hurt, this guy started how many games in the NFL?
Yeah,
he's
quite a few.
14 and 21 in his career, so that's 35.
Right. How many guys started 35 games are going to be on practice squads? at quarterback?
None.
Yeah, probably zero.
But I don't know if you do that. Teams are so worried that if your quarterback could get picked up by someone else, and what do you do? Because as soon as you do that, your quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah.
That's NFL karma.
Right. Yep.
Right.
303-504-0925. Got a couple minutes left. How about a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Back in, I believe, the second segment of the show, Peter name-dropped the Cleveland Barons, the former NHL team, and Mosier said that they were the team that became the Colorado Hockey Rockies.
They were one of them.
They actually merged with the Minnesota North Stars in 1978. That's how the Barons went belly up. Do you know the team that became the Hockey Rockies?
Yeah, the Kansas City Scouts.
It was the Kansas City Scouts.
So it's Kansas City Scouts. Rockies became the Devils.
Oh, Rockies.
Right. Hockey Rockies became the Devils.
I thought he was going to fact check me. I was like, oh, no.
No, I wouldn't do that to the super agent. And Mosier, before the Cleveland Barons were the Barons, they were the California Seals, and then the Oakland Seals, and then the Golden Seals.
And by the way, Charlie Finley owned that franchise.
That's why they were green and yellow.
Yeah, and not only that, but he had them paint their skates white. And so by the time they got to mid-season, after touching up their skates, the skates were twice as heavy as regular skates.
And then white pants too, right?
Yeah, they were. Actually, if you go back and you look at the old logo, it's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of cool.
That is super agent Peter Schaefer, who's joining us. Thank you so much for being on with us today, Pete.
Oh, it's been a blast.
Very educational, I will say, on my side, because I don't know some of the inner workings and details of this stuff when it comes to what the mindset is.
If you listen today, you got some knowledge in your head.
You got some knowledge. That is absolutely right. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, as we're out here looking at practice right now, and Sean Payton have a long conversation with Bo Nix as they're just warming up, him and Zach Gallen throwing back and forth to each other. But stay tuned for that and a lot more with Dempsey & Company, who's coming your way in just a couple of minutes. I hope you'll have a wonderful Wednesday evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you all very much. Goodbye.
Can you comment, though, you have Moss and
Those guys are competing.
Right, but then you don't have Levi Wallace for second team. Why is he in that mix, though?
Yeah, he should be in there. He's battling. He should be in there. You know, we're spending too much time on this depth chart, but keep going, keep asking.
Mamma mia, that's a spicy meme.
I thought it was okay. It wasn't one of our better practices, and we got to turn it around tomorrow and get some better work done.
Why is it spicy?
First depth chart of the season released yesterday, and the rookie Bo Nix third on that list. Dempsey and Kim were talking about it yesterday as we welcome you back in to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company is the program. I'm your host today, Alex Ryan Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, joined at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Jesse Trujillo engineering the show. KJ Granderson back at the studios on the ones and twos. And as always, the namesake of the program on a shout-out Wednesday, Coach Sean Payton releasing his first depth chart of the training camp and doesn't want to field questions on it.
I think if it was up to him, he would not have released a depth chart at all, which makes it even more comical how he put it together, right? All the rookies in the last spots, and then kind of veteran laden. But you know what? Anybody who's been out here for an appreciable amount of time, and you have been one of them, you know what you see out there on the field, and so you can really lend some context to the depth report that was depth chart, that was released.
Yeah, is Bo the best guy out here? Is he the most consistent? No, he hasn't been. He has shown flashes of that's the dude that can be your franchise quarterback if he gets it all together. He is close enough to Jarrett Stidham to have a number one job right now going into week one of the preseason. But it stunk of, listen, we're going to throw him back there. It's going to give you guys something to talk about. I get to be salty for a day or two and make fun of all you reporters asking questions about why all the rookies are so far down on the depth chart when it actually truly isn't that way. Could I still see Stidham being the number one starter on week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4 this season? Yeah, I could. If they just want to let Bo marinate back there and they don't really, really care about getting him in early on, I'm perfectly fine with that. I do, however, think that you're going to see performances from Bo in the preseason that show he's just as good at Stidham can be at running this offense.
Well, yeah, and all he's really got to be is in the ballpark, right? You know, and if he's in the ballpark, then you're going to put him out there.
Yes.
In week 1, and you know, it's from all accounts, you know, his ability to pick up the offense, his ability to digest what everybody, former players have said, this is a very complicated system to be able to really pick up and flourish in. It seems to me that he's been able to make good enough progress in this area that he can have really nice moments out here on the practice field. Some moments not as nice too, but I think for, you know, when you look at this and you kind of thin slice it, I think the first thing that you want to see is just comprehension of what's happening, right? And then very logistically on the field, are you in and out of huddles? Or no procedure penalties? Is the ball coming out quickly?
And that's something that's Bo struggled with during camp.
Right. So, yeah. So those things, you know, as he continues to improve in those things, I think that's the baseline. And then after that, you can start adding to what your expectation level might be of him. But look, Raj, I think in the Indy game, that's all I'm looking for. You know, and can, you know, do we all want great stats? Yeah, of course we all want great stats. But if we don't get great stats, how else are you evaluating the quarterback? And I think that's one way.
When you look at the depth chart release yesterday with all the rookies at the bottom, do you think this is just lip service to the veterans saying, like, yeah, we're going to make these guys earn it?
Yes, I do.
Or is that so simple of a facade that, like, the rest of the team would be like, oh, yeah, you put him out on third, but we all know it's actually going to happen?
That's what I actually think more. The players know what's going on, right? They're out here. They know who's taking the reps. They know what that actually looks like. I think that depth chart, putting all the rookies last like that, was merely a bird to the media.
It's a formality.
Yeah, I think it's what it was. It's like, I don't want to do this. You take this, and talk about it however you want to talk about it, but we're not putting a whole lot of stock into it. But having said that, though, Raj, there's only so much of that he could do on that depth chart. The offensive line is the offensive line. Like, those guys are the starters, except for
the center position.
And Wattenberg has been running with the ones more often than any other of the other two during training camp. So, I mean, is it also inconceivable that your starting wide receivers would be Courtland Sutton and Tim Patrick? It is not inconceivable. Not at all. And so,
Although Tim is a guy that you and I have talked about that, like,
could be on the cusp, right?
Could be a veteran cut this year. Watch out.
Exactly right. So,
Devon Vele had a good day yesterday, and that's another draft pick that they want to keep on. They want to hold on to young, cheap players. Vele had a good day. Troy Franklin has struggled more often than most of these wide receivers in the top 7 during camp in terms of his consistency this year. But again, do you see them parting ways with a mid-round pick that is tied directly to their quarterback? No. So could I see a world in which Tim's their number 2? Yeah. But I could also see a world in 3 weeks from now where he's not on the team.
Yeah. No, it's true. No, and I think it swings that wildly for Tim Patrick. I know that there was a lot of eye rolling at that depth chart yesterday, and I think with good reason. But also, if you just dive into it a little bit and then marry that with what we've been seeing out here, some of that stuff looks exactly like what we've been seeing out here. Some of it does not. Positions like wide receiver are so there's so many decent to good options is maybe a generous way of saying it there for the wide receiver room, but seems like there's a lot of individuals who could make the team or could not make the team.
It's deep as hell. We talked about that wide receiver group like crazy, where we understand that, like, is there a guy like Deebo Samuel in this room? No. Is there a guy like Devontae Adams in the room? Hell no, there's not a guy that's anywhere near that here in Denver. But they've got 8 guys that can make this team. Without a doubt, just looking directly at this depth chart right now, your starting wideouts, Sutton and Patrick, Mims, Josh Reynolds are your top 4, and then you could pick – Lil Jordan Humphrey is a guy who plays a ton of special team snaps for you. A ton. David Sills gets open the entirety in camp. Michael Bandy's one is a player who's been returning kicks and punts the entirety of camp. Is he going to make the team just based off a special teams player? Probably not, but it's not like he hasn't gotten touches during camp. Troy Franklin, middle round draft pick this year. Brandon Johnson, second on the team last year in touchdowns. I just named 9 full players that could possibly make this team.
Yeah.
It's a great problem to have, and I think it's the reason why you're going to see I still think there's a chance you're going to see 7 wideouts instead of 6. Because it's so deep. And the only way that you can do that is, one, by ensuring that you're not taking 3 quarterbacks, right? So, like, Zach Wilson's out of here.
Yep.
We've probably already come to that conclusion. We probably came to that conclusion at the end of last week when he got skipped 3 times over in padded practices for reps with the ones.
Right.
And the only other way.
And they didn't keep 3 quarterbacks last year either.
No, right? It's going to be really tough. And if you try and stash Zach Wilson on your practice squad, the chances of someone picking him up and being like, yeah, listen, but maybe I can do it with him.
Right.
If he sits behind, honestly, you know the situation that would be perfect for him had they not drafted a quarterback at number 8? Atlanta.
Oh,
Atlanta would have been the perfect situation that I'd be like, oh, yeah, like they could bring him in. He sits behind Kirk Cousins for the remainder of that $100 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe when he's 27 or 28, you have Bryce Love.
Yeah.
Or, oh, my God, Jordan Love.
Yes. Yeah, Jordan.
Bryce Love. As soon as that came out of my mouth, I was like, that's not the right player. I could have seen a team like Atlanta doing that with Zach. So the chance of him being stashed in the practice squad and staying after being a number 2 overall pick just a couple of seasons ago, I don't really see that coming to fruition. For me, that leaves one position, and it would have to be a huge departure from who Sean Payton is, and that's fullback.
Oh.
Could you move on from Burton and put Lucas Kroll in at the H-back position if you think that your wide receiver depth is so good that you can't afford to lose someone to another team?
Yes, you could.
Could Sean?
Even though, well, I don't know. I mean, he was a Pro Bowl fullback, so it's not even like he had an average season and you can just replace him easily. And maybe you could, but I think you probably could. You could probably take one of the tight ends and make him an H-back. And free up a roster spot that way. Raj, I thought KJ asked this question yesterday.
It's like 6 snaps a game.
Yeah, right.
Lucas Kroll can do that.
For sure. For
Lucas Kroll's likely already going to be playing special teams minutes, right?
He should be. Probably. Yeah.
He will probably be taking snaps at special teams, whether it's field goal blocking.
Doesn't it feel like that's how he's going to make the team? I mean, if you got Adam Troutman and Greg Dulcich already penciled in as guys who are taking the majority of tight end snaps, if Lucas Kroll is on the team,
so what's another 6 snaps on offense a game at the most in short yardage situations or goal-to-go situations where we saw them work over the weekend, or rather yesterday, on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 situations?
Yeah.
What more is that? You're going to hold a full roster spot for a guy who's already doing the same thing on special teams and would be having an extra 6 snaps on the offensive side on average per game. It seems redundant.
You make a good point. You know, there's a question to be had about how many corners do you keep. I think the question that KJ asked yesterday of us was, if you had of the two position groups, wide receiver and corner, are you keeping one extra wide receiver or are you keeping one extra corner? And I just think that. I think that they will not keep 7 wide receivers because I think they're going to run the football more. They're going to put the lion's share of their effort into running the football, and because of that, and having a rookie quarterback who's you're not just about to open the entirety of the playbook. You're not getting super creative. Like, he's got to be able to get the basics down. You got to be able to run efficient offense, and right now that is going to be through the running game first, play action pass, RPO, some of that off of that, and because of that, you don't need a bunch of wide receivers, and so that's why I think that they will skew a little bit more toward, and then maybe that means that you're keeping a fullback. Maybe that means that you're keeping an extra corner, which I think that they will do that over a wide receiver group.
Our coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Bo Nix taking snaps with the ones group right now in walkthroughs before practice. They're about 60 feet in front of us on the eastern field out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Reinemi. KJ Granderson back at our studios in Park Meadows. On the other side, the panic alarms have not gone away. In fact, they've gotten louder. What the hell is going on with Jamal Murray, and is it here to stay? We'll discuss next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company rolls along. Raj alongside Christopher A. Dempsey out here at Broncos training camp. Walkthroughs are going on as we speak. Bo Nix throwing a little out route to, can't see who caught that ball.
17.
Lil Jordan Humphrey then in the flat. Yeah. Broncos Park is powered by our friends at Common Spirit. We're out here all training camp long. We will not be out here on Friday, however. Demps, before we get back into Broncos, before we get back into talking about what happened with the depth chart yesterday, if it actually matters, we'll check in with D-Mac, who's over there on the sideline watching walkthroughs as well. The Jamal Murray Olympics experiment, an experience, rather.
Yep.
It continues to confound me. 6 points per game. He is 7 of 17 from inside the arc. He is 2 of 14 from beyond the arc, and has been a detracting force on a Canadian team that did not get through the quarters.
Right.
I need to know what your panic level is right now, because mine is getting to the point. It's not quite where I am with Val Nichushkin and Gabe Landeskog, because those are very real situations that are like, either one of those guys may never play again in an Avs uniform.
Right.
But I'm nearing my panic level with the Avs when it comes to Jamal Murray.
So, a few things on this subject. Just on the surface level, it really does underscore just how great a unifying force that Nikola Jokic is, because when you see Bogdan Bogdanovic run two-man game with Nikola Jokic, looking very much like Jamal Murray running two-man game with Nikola Jokic, you understand that Nikola Jokic is the gravity that just is it pulls everything in and makes everything better. Now, I think that Jamal Murray, my panic level is not as high as yours. He certainly struggled on a team. I didn't think he was going to struggle with being off ball, but he did. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had the ball in his hands a lot. Dylan Brooks had the ball in his hands a lot. R.J. Barrett had the ball in his hands a lot. And without the same amount of space on a normal NBA court, Jamal Murray just found it really hard to know where his shots were coming from, to find openings within that offense. And then when he did, he just couldn't break down his defender in a real way in one-on-one situations, and obviously missed a bunch of shots. I am going to glass half full it and just say, you know what? Those are 4 bad games for Jamal Murray. And
on top of a bad playoffs.
On top of a Timberwolves series that ended not the way he wanted it to end. I mean, he had the one great game right in Minnesota, Game 3, I believe it was, the first game in Minnesota when the Nuggets could have really gone down 0-3. Obviously, he had game-winning shots against the Lakers. So, if you take the entirety of his playoffs, it's probably okay. It fizzled out there at the end. I'm just going to hope that, and I think that this will be the case, that when he gets back healthy, he gets back with Nikola Jokic, which will be a big deal, and motivated, chip on the shoulder, whatever you want to call it, is going to get him back into the space that we all know and love. And I think that we there is a little recency bias that's happening right now. I think if we looked at the balance of his season, if you look at his regular season, the stat after stat after stat after stat were career highs.
And I can feel that. Mm-hmm. When I look at this, at what's happening in Canada, and it just feels like he's in a bad place. I don't know what it is, mentally, and it may be as simple as they didn't sign me to my contract extension that I really wanted to get done probably prior to the Olympics, and now I've got a year of failing to back up an NBA championship and having this horrible 20 minutes against Minnesota at home in Game 7.
Yeah.
And I get to compound that with not getting the contract, and then I go to Canada where it's very clear that the country that, if Jamal, it would be so different if I looked at this the way that I thought a lot of American players looked at Asian Olympic Games.
Mm-hmm.
Paris is different because Paris feels very Western, right? It feels like you're going to a country that is very familiar to Americans, very familiar to NBA players. You're not going to, Seoul to go play in an Olympic Games where it feels like you are truly on the other side of the planet, where then you get players who don't want to actually participate in those games. It would be different if Jamal was like, yeah, like this is just another basketball game to me. He spoke for so many years about not being able to wait to play for Canada in the Olympics.
Yeah.
It means a lot to him. And to see him not be part of that equation, whether it's his choice or not, that adds to my level of concern. If he didn't care about the games and he was playing like this, I wouldn't care about it.
Right.
I really wouldn't. I'd be like, all right, let's see what happens when he gets into Nuggets camp.
So I think if you're in the camp of how big a star is Jamal Murray really, then this the Timberwolves series and then the Olympics calls probably adds fuel to your fire, because especially in an Olympic scenario, look, Canada had high hopes. Canada's exit out of the tournament was really all due to Jamal Murray. I mean, they needed him and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to be the lead scorers every single night, and they got that from Shai, and they did not get that from Jamal. And so then you got to rely on R.J. Barrett and somebody else. But I think that would be the overarching question. Like, if you're in the camp that says, well, maybe he's not that big a star, then you got food, you got fodder for that. I mean, he didn't play great in a space where they wanted him to play great. And I'll tell you this, Jordy Fernandez was the coach of Canada. And Jordy Fernandez was an assistant coach for the Nuggets for many years. And now he will be the head coach of the Brooklyn Nets. In particular, I remember watching the second group stage game for Canada, and Jamal Murray was getting off to a slow start, and he ran like 2 or 3 plays specifically to get it to Jamal Murray and places that he knows he likes on the court, and he just wasn't able to do anything with it. And I think for Jamal, the next level of his progression is, it doesn't matter who you're on the court with or who you're not on the court with. Can you still be the overarching best player on the court at that time? So, in other words, also in Nuggets terms, if Nikola Jokic is off the court, are you the best player on the court? And
the answer should be
yes. And he's going to get paid in a way that the answer should be yes. And that has taken a lot of hits in the last couple of months due to what we've seen him on the court.
Let me ask you guys this. Does Jamal Murray struggle when he's around other alphas?
Well, he's around Joker, and Joker's as much as you don't think he's an alpha because he's not as outspoken and as demonstrative as other NBA superstars are, that's a legit alpha. You don't win 3 out of 4 MVPs without being like, I'm the guy.
Yeah.
You follow me.
He's a sharing alpha, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like he's going to score all the points, but he's also going to set you up in situations that allow you to be your best. He's the best.
So was Tim Duncan not an alpha in San Antonio then?
No, Tim Duncan was an alpha.
So there you go.
But he's a different kind of big, though, right? So you weren't you were running offense through Tim Duncan in a different way, right? So you wanted Tim Duncan to score.
Right. I mean, you were running the balls through Manu and Parker and those guys.
Right.
Okay, I see the difference.
And then whereas Nikola Jokic, you get the best of both. You're actually running the offense for him to make the best decision available for your offensive possession. But at the same time, he's just such a great player that at the end of the day, he can score on any matchup and against any defense that he faces. And so, I think it's an interesting question. I think, oh man, I really do want to go back through, and I taped all those Canada games. I'm gonna rewatch them, but I do think that Jamal Murray, his game, a lot of that is predicated on. I remember the first time I saw him, operate with the Nuggets, and his game isn't necessarily predicated on just blowing right by players, not like overwhelming you with a bunch of athleticism. It's a crafty game. It's a deceptive game. It's getting you off balance, and now boom, I'm taking a step back jumper game. And if defensively you're not falling for any of that, can he still be effective. And that is where I think there's questions. I think he still has to answer those questions.
I think it's a really, really good question for you, KJ. Look back to his 1 year at Kentucky. You always think about Kentucky having alpha player after alpha type player. Can you name another guy who was on that 2015-2016 Kentucky team?
Only Tyler Eulis, because he was the point guard. Yeah, I know. It wasn't
Tyler who?
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not a vintage Kentucky team. Anybody? I think he averaged 20 points per game for that team. Yeah, I mean, Jamal has been in spaces where he has been pretty much the man.
He was the guy.
Yeah.
The only other one was a junior in Marcus Lee, who is just – the reason why he was a name is because he had already been there for 2 full seasons and was on an undefeated SEC team the year prior, which had legit stars on it.
Yeah.
When you look back at his 1 year in Kentucky, and I know it's damn near a decade ago, it's not even like he had to share the spotlight in Kentucky. The first time he ever had to do that, and because Nikola is a different version of the alpha, and I'll go with you there, the first time he's really had to share the spotlight, it's been this summer.
Yeah.
Where he's not the one dude that, unless Nikola is going, the team wants to run the offense through. It was very clear that Jordy didn't want to do that.
Well, he couldn't because it became a point at which he tried running some stuff for him, but then there's a point at which the player is just not playing well enough, and you got to do something different because they obviously had designs on being in the gold medal round, if not the gold medal game, and so once Jamal finished the group stage without being a real factor, and you had to sit him on the bench, right? He had to come off the bench as a reserve, and then you had to continue to run offense through other players, and then hope that you catch a game from Jamal Murray that might give him some momentum. They were never able to do that. He was just never able to really be any kind of effective. And basketball is an interesting sport because can you go get your own shot? Can you play high-level basketball with anybody on the court? Are you dependent on somebody else being on the court? The really true elite players, doesn't matter who's there on the court with them, they are either A, able to just still operate in the way they always operate, or B, they're able to make sure that everybody else around them is lifted up. And I think Jamal Murray has to get himself into a space where that's the kind of player he is all the time.
Man, I wonder, had he been at Kentucky the year prior, would you see a different version of Jamal 9 years later down the road as a pro? Had he been on the team that had the Harrison twins, that had Devin Booker on it, that had Cat as a freshman on it, that had a Dakari Johnson going into his second year, had Trey Lyles as a freshman on that team? Would you see a different version of Jamal now had he been on that Kentucky team as compared to the one that he played and starred for as the only go-to guy?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because two things would be at work right there. One, he'd be probably a reserve on that team, right? I mean, there's so many great players that you got to learn how to be able to operate in that. So, yes, from that scenario, he would be able to better operate in situations where everybody is great on the court. But also operate without being the guy that has the ball in his hands all the time, being able to operate with efficiently with fewer touches, being able to really get to spots. Every spot becomes a deadly spot because you don't know necessarily where your shots are coming from. So now you got to be proficient from everywhere on the court rather than getting to exactly the spots that you want, which is what he's able to do in Denver, playing off of Nikola Jokic. And so, yeah, I think from that standpoint, it would have been a different version of him. But then also, would he have been able to showcase himself enough to even be a lottery pick if everybody else on your team is a lottery pick? And maybe the answer is yes at Kentucky because I think we just look at the blue on the jersey and go, this guy's got to be a certain amount of good to even be here.
He played for Cal.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's a good question, Raj. It really is a good question. I just think for Jamal, see, he's been trying to take this all-star step, right, in the NBA season. And to be able to do that, you have to be able to in the face of any situation, be one of the active best players all the time. and what he has not been. And there's some injury situation, obviously, in the playoffs, but what he has not shown lately is that.
And the injury situation is always going to hurt him in terms of all NBA, all-star nods to help him get into that next threshold of salary, right? And I don't think it's ever going to happen, especially because of where the Nuggets need him in the playoffs moving forward. Because, again, as I said it last week, that I'm not convinced Calvin Booth wants to sign him to a long-term deal, but the chances are it's going to happen because what's your other option? As I've stated before, the best free agent point guard in next year's class in terms of NBA veterans is far and away Jamal Murray if he gets to market. The Nuggets aren't going to be selecting in the top 10 of the NBA draft. You see teams that are loading up left, right, and center to get into the top 10 next year. Utah signs Lauri Markkanen to a 5-year, $238 million extension today. I don't believe that's to keep him in Utah. I think that's to use him as a trade chip moving forward.
Yeah, let me just really quickly on that because it's an interesting. So today is the 7th, is it not? What's today?
Today is
today's the 7th.
August 7th.
Okay. So
happy birthday, Sidney Crosby.
Happy birthday, Sidney Crosby.
And Mike Trout, by the way.
Who is he going to play again this week?
I don't know if he's going to play again ever. No, he's not playing again this year. He's done.
He's out. Okay. Right. Okay, so the here's the timing with the Lauri Markkanen thing. The reason why he signed that contract today is because he can now no longer be traded during the regular season. It was this day that made it so that trade deadline, he couldn't be traded at the trade deadline. The amount of days doesn't match up. So he just waited. So because either Utah was going to trade him or they were going to sign him. And so now what this does is it gives him 1 calendar year where he knows he's going to be in Utah. They can now trade him in the next offseason. But he'll be there the entirety of this season. So it's interesting. The dates were very interesting.
If Utah wants to continue to get cheaper and wants to get into what seems to be a very, very deep draft this coming year with Cooper Flagg at the top of it and Ace Bailey out of Rutgers, Trey Johnson out of Texas might be able to sneak into the top 5 as well. That's like a great scorer at the 2 guard. There's a lot of guards, a lot of scoring guards in next year's draft that I think a lot of players or a lot of teams want to have a look at those players, Utah being chief among them.
I think when you look at the contract for Jamal Murray, I think there's going to be a healthy amount of people questioning whether he's earned it. I think yes.
He's earned the contract. Yes.
Yeah. So I think for the Nuggets, he is a very specific player in a specific system that makes everything work. And for that, he's very valuable to the bottom line of winning basketball games here in Denver. And then on top of that, he's very clutch. Obviously, he hits game-winning shots, does all those things.
Before I got off on that tangent with Lauri Markkanen in Utah, what I was getting at was that Calvin Booth, while it doesn't feel like he wants to give Jamal a long-term contract because he's nervous about the consistency and about how his lower body's going to age, which, again, like you forget, Jamal came into the league at 19, and the only year in which he didn't play huge minutes, like north of 32 minutes a game, essentially, on average, was his rookie year. And then the one season that he misses due to the ACL injury, right? Every other year, he plays big minutes, and he's done it since he was 19 and 20 years old. I still think they're going to re-sign him to a long-term deal because what is the alternative? Is it a guy that you're going to select at number 28 or 30 in next year's draft? Do you have the ammunition to move up into the top 10 and find the next great ball handler? I probably don't think you probably have that opportunity next year. They're going to re-sign him, but are we ever going to get out of this situation where Jamal always thinks he needs to do more to prove himself? Because that's where I feel like we live, where it's like Jamal needs to be an all-star, Jamal needs to be an all-NBA player so that Jamal can get paid. When are we going to move out of that?
We're not.
When can we get into the mindset like, Jamal, you're going to be here forever, and we're going to pay you well, but you're not going to get paid as an all-NBA player, but you will be here for the remainder of your career, handcuffed to arguably a top 5 to 7 basketball player of all time. We are going to handcuff you here so that you can win championships, but you're going to be talked about like Rasheed Wallace was with the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, no, see, I think, yeah, I
and that's okay.
Look, the reason why we're having he has been so great in the playoffs. Like going into this playoffs, he had the biggest margin of regular season average to postseason average in the history of the NBA. In the history of the NBA. That's how much better he gets in the playoffs. And because of that, his numbers in these playoffs last year, this past season, 20.6 points, 5.6 assists, and 4.3 rebounds per game, which for most other players are really good numbers in the playoffs. But when you compare that to the season prior, 26 points, 7 assists, 5.7 rebounds, and obviously the shooting percentagers really, really good. That's the standard that we're holding him to, which is a standard that not many players in the history of this league ever reach in the playoffs. And that is not hyperbole. And so he is being right now he's being the victim of his own success. And that's why I say, yeah, he's worth every penny of it because A, his regular season was amazing. B, he had a bad series. And he was injured in that series. And I think I will give him the benefit of the doubt of that. Now, the Canada thing is different. It's a little bit different. That was a little eye-opening. But I think the body of work that he has put on the court for the Nuggets over the course of his career, and especially the last couple of seasons, absolutely warrants the money that he is going to get.
Again, the nuance is if they don't have a bad 15 to 20 minutes in Game 7 at home against Minnesota, probably not having this conversation.
Right.
Even if they don't get through the Western Conference Final, probably not having this conversation. That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Nemi. We are live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll be back on the other side. I want to know, Chris, is this the same conversation when we talk about Mikko Rantanen and his time with the Colorado Avalanche? We'll discuss next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Reinemi alongside Chris Dempsey out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Second team period is just about to get underway here. I'm sure we'll hear the horn momentarily. Our coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. If you guys want to join the program today, please do so at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. You can also text us or call us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. It is a shout-out Wednesday, so get those things in. We'll get to those coming up at 11:45. Before that, KJ will bring us through the rest of the gridiron and the National Football League with his NFL notes. We just got done talking ad nauseum about Jamal Murray and whether or not the panic level that I have should be as high as it is. Also, there's something happening with the Avs. Now, I've seen a lot of people texting in and sending DMs on Twitter about like, kind of feeling the itch for hockey. We're like a month and a half or so away out from Avs training camp, and while I don't really want to get into the weeds too much on the Avs, there's a pending UFA this year, Demps, in Mikko Rantanen, who is for better or worse, is a really polarizing player for Avs fans. He's a guy that scores 50 goals and is one of the top power play performers in the league year in and year out. He's a top 10 player all time, actually number 8 overall in points per game played in the postseason. But last year, you heard a lot of bad things about a player who produced 100 points for you, and the fact that he's not doing enough, he's not consistent enough, he doesn't play as big as his body is, but he's put up back-to-back 104 and 105 point seasons. And he finished 6th in the Hart Trophy voting 2 years ago. He was a 4th in NHL All-Star team voting last year as a winger. I wonder, is the Jamal Murray conversation and Mikko Rantanen conversation largely the same thing? Is that we want more out of that player, although you are getting your dollar value for them? Or are we not getting your dollar value for either one of those players?
Well, doesn't it feel like Mikko Rantanen's at his position?
He's a top 5 winger in the league.
I don't think we can say that about Jamal Murray, right? At point guard, right? So I think
but there's there are far more wingers in the league. I think it's easier to be a top 5 wing in the NHL than it is to be a top 5 point guard in the NBA.
Okay, okay, all right. Look, I think the value to their team is very, very similar. The production seems to me that there's a little bit more high level point production from Mikko Rantanen, but it's interesting, the conversation about him, especially in the playoffs, is if you just look at the numbers, his numbers are really good. But if you are coming at this from the I didn't feel his impact on the ice. That seems to be the argument that's made against Mikko. I just think both of these individuals are very, very important, and I do understand from a Mikko standpoint, is at what point do the stats does the impact need to match the stats? But Raj, I just think these guys are too important. I think he's too important. I mean, it's especially on an Avs team that's just not able to retain, all of its top talent. They start finding players and they're not able to then pay. Those players play well. They're not even able to then pay them. Those players move on, and they're forced to be able to have to fill in those gaps. And when you have players like Mikko Rantanen, I you have to hold on to him. I think it's just as simple as that.
50 goals doesn't grow on trees in the league. 100 points do
Right.
not grow on trees in the league. And I suppose playoff performances like Jamal Murray has had thus far in his career, those aren't easy to come by, right? And I suppose that if you don't get the consistent performance from Jamal Murray that a lot of fans are clamoring for right now, as a guy who is hoping to make all NBA money one day if he can ever play north of 65 games and outperform the other stable of 7 all-pro level guards in the Western Conference, which that's a big mountain to climb for Jamal. I just sit here going, if he gives you what he did 2 years ago in the playoffs, that's what the money's paying for.
Right. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's why
And you can live with playing 60 games a year at that point.
Yeah, because when it counts, he's there for you when it counts and impacting those games and wins. Look, deep playoff runs and titles, and so yeah, man. I'm not going to say this in the case of Mikko Rantanen, but I just sometimes we just have to sit back and look at the bigger picture as to what this player has meant to this enterprise versus kind of thin slicing down to what I just saw, especially when they're players that are in their prime, because you're just not always going to have great moments as a player. I mean, it's a fact of life, and we have witnessed these individuals be so great for so long that we can't even fathom, a bad series or a bad game. Like, we can't even fathom that. And yet that's the reality of being an athlete in any sport. And so, man, I'm all in on Mikko, man. I'm all in on him. And until his production starts to really slow down, and you're like, okay, is he getting a little long in the tooth, or what is happening here? And then that's a different evaluation. But as long as he's producing that way, then the Avs need it too, and then he just helps make them a more dynamic hockey club.
You forget how young he is too. He's just 27.
Right.
He turns 28 very, very soon here. Within, I believe, 3 months or so. October, end of October is when he turns 28. And you're probably going to sign him to another full 7-year extension here where you get him through age 34. And then you can talk about, does Mikko need to be here on another contract? Like the contracts that Pittsburgh signed Evgeny Malkin to, where he's getting very slow, very old, but still making top-tier money. That's a conversation that Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic, if they're still here at that time with the organization, are those are tough conversations to have, but at that point, you're going to have to hope that the Avs have 2 or 3 Stanley Cup rings in this McKinnon and Rantanen era.
Yeah, exactly.
He's worth it to re-sign. He's worth it to have here. And if he's – listen, I know you see 6'4", 215 pounds, and you want to see how you want to see him play how Peter Forsberg did.
Mm-hmm.
But if he doesn't play like that and puts up 100 points, you should be okay with that. If he didn't play like that and only put up 75 points a year, then we have issues.
Right.
Then you go, well, you need to bring something else to the table. It's the reason why Val Nichushkin is so important to this team.
Yeah.
Val's the same size. Val's 6'4", 215.
Yeah.
Val's never going to score 50 in this league. It's never going to happen. Val's never going to put up 100 points in this league. It's never going to happen. He puts up 55 on a good year.
Mm-hmm.
But what does he do? He's one of the best 200-foot players in the game. He brings something else to the table.
Right.
He's really good defensively. He's one of the best forecheckers in the league, one of the best back pressure players in the neutral zone. That's why he's worth his 6.125 when he's on the ice. He's probably worth a little bit more than that in terms of actual overall value, but you're getting more from him. You get 100 points from Mikko.
Yeah.
That means you're worth $11 million a year on the extension.
Period. End of story. I mean, that's what it means. And I mean, look, everybody has a role to play, and are you elite at your role? And for Mikko, look, they need the production, and he gives it to them. And for that, I mean, it's. These teams, I talked about this with the Nuggets just a second ago. You have everybody has a job to do, and how well are you doing that job, and what does that then mean when you slap that into the larger picture of the team getting to where it wants to go? And Mikko's job is point production, man. And he does that for a team that is pretty well annually one of the highest scoring, if not the highest scoring team in the league.
I see a couple texts in here before we get off of the Avs for probably the remainder of the day. What about the new depth signing for the Avs? Ollie Shillington, formerly with the Calgary Flames, played parts of 6 seasons with Calgary between 2015 and 2024. Missed the entirety of the 22-23 season due to injury, but prior to that was a plus 34, 31 points. He's a 6 foot, 185-pound left-handed defenseman who is more offensive-minded. He fits the mold of the Chris McFarland defenseman. He does, however, he plays his best game when he's paired with a true defensive defenseman. This is a guy who isn't going to slot in and automatically be your 4-5. He's going to be in the conversation for 6, 7, 8 defensemen this year. He is a depth add for them at $1 million.
Good skater, right?
He's a good skater, moves pucks well. I think he can be probably not just as impactful as Sean Walker was, although Sean Walker did fall off toward the end of his tenure here, his very short tenure after coming over in the trade deadline for the Abs. He can be that type of player, but he's really good when he's handcuffed with a true defensive defenseman. Does that mean you're going to have to shuffle up your pairings and make him slot next to Josh Manson to be best? Possibly.
Maybe. Yeah.
But that's who your newest Av is, Oliver Shillington. Chris Dempsey, alongside myself, Alex Reinemi. We're out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll see if we can't check in. I see Andy Lindahl over there. We'll get him over to the table. You'll hear from him next.
Well, I like it from a sense we get to control a couple, but it allows you to get into a normal work week flow. So whether they were all Saturdays, all Sundays, all Friday, it becomes a little bit more challenging when you have a Friday, then a Sunday the next week, then a Thursday, for instance. Then it becomes. But I do like the same day, and certainly we play on Sundays, but it could have been Saturday but I like that. It gives us that full week of preparation.
Sean Payton talked to the media yesterday about playing on Sundays in the preseason, and apparently that's something that actually matters, but I'm not sure I agree with that. Dempsey and Company, Alex Reinemi alongside Chris Dempsey. Broncos
might as
Park.
well play on a Sunday, right?
I mean, the extra day, and it's consistent, so we play on Sundays the regular season, but if we play on a Saturday, well, that might cost us a win during the – just come on, give me a break. It's as much of a joke as the – depth chart was last year. Broncos going through their second team period of the day. Our coverage of Broncos camp is brought to you by our friends at Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more as we welcome in part of Kreckman and Lindahl.
Try talking now.
I got you.
What's up, Andy?
I tried to mute you.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Well, you also tried to
There we go.
Hold on. You come in here blazing fire. You tried to Rey Mysterio the dude with one of our chairs like you're in the WWE.
I was going to take out Dempsey, then go give Mister all the cash over there.
What he did.
I was going to toss it over here too. I was going to go right, see if he could dodge it.
Look, the chair would have taken
with the chair.
The chair would have taken the worst of that one. So
I was going to smack Dempsey, and then I was going to send it at that guy right there. Oh, he's all locked in on practice now. Wasn't locked in at practice over here. Now he's Mr. I'm locked in.
Well, you were locked in on team period number 1. What'd you see, Andy?
Look.
It's
right.
He's ready for a game.
It's the same practice every day.
Yeah.
And Bo is out there running with the ones, so I guess maybe,
he's not.
There is a depth chart, even though there's not a depth chart. But here would be my prediction for how this is going to go, right? They're gonna start Nix this weekend, or start Stidham this weekend. And then I bet you against Green Bay, Bo Nix, they're going to practice. Sean Payton's going to maybe just throw a few things down on a piece of paper. Even though you don't normally game plan a preseason game, he'll probably throw a couple things down on a piece of paper. Nix will get the start against Green Bay. He'll probably look all right, I would be my guess, and then he gets the starter, and we don't see him again until it's real.
Yeah. No,
That's how I think this goes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's and Andy, you can just tell me if I'm wrong here, but I mean, Bo Nix just needs to stay in the ballpark of Jarrett Stidham for them to say, okay, you're our week 1 starter. But part 2, it's not as if he's had his ups and his downs.
They've all been that way.
Right, exactly right. So I mean, there's nothing that looks abnormal out here or like, oh my gosh, this is catastrophic and he needs more time.
You know what? So Chris, here's the thing. What I've been shocked at, and look, Josh, Raj, we've all been out here, how many, the last 3 years now? This is the most controlled I've seen a camp.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean we're not really going live a lot. A lot of things feel scripted. They don't go off the cuff. We've got the 9-on-7 going right now, or 7-on-7, going right now, right? Yeah, I don't know. There are a couple times where I thought he probably felt overwhelmed trying to call plays. Mm-hmm. Called the wrong play, checked to something that wasn't, clearly like Tyler and Mike Sanford picked up on it. He tried to, I think it was Mike, tried to option into something you can't do with that personnel grouping, right? And that usually means you're trying to run a pass play that you don't have the protection for. It's amazing how often those two things don't line up or guys get them wrong from some of the guys I've talked to in the past that have played in all sorts of different leagues. I do think you might see a little bit of that. But look, to your point, as long as he doesn't look completely overwhelmed, then you go with him. The only guy that's got me thinking twice about the whole just shove him in there because we know what Nix is, and that's generally how I feel.
Uh-huh.
Or, I'm sorry, Stidham. Look, they feel like the same guy at times. I guess that's why I'm confusing them. But Joel Dreesen did say, because he played with David Carr, Derek's older brother in Houston.
Right.
And he just said they wrecked him. He saw another Brooks Bollinger with the Jets, another guy that they wrecked him.
Just because
sometimes it's too much. Sometimes as a young QB, you've got to feel good about yourself. You got to still have a little look. That's the ultimate low hanging fruit position. And
right.
If your fruit ain't hanging low, I don't know that you can go out there and be the guy that you need to be. In this league, I mean, we've seen it in all the positions, much less being the man. It'll take a little. It'll humble you real quick.
Well, and I mean, gosh, wow, thinking way back to then, I mean, he was sacked a lot. It was just bad. I think, in this scenario, if Sean Payton feels like he's got an offensive line that can give him,
which they should, they're paying for one like that.
Yeah. Can he then be set up? I mean, and we don't know much about the skill position players. It's my opinion that not that these dudes are bad, but we don't know if they're good. And so we'll get that sorted out as well. So maybe he's got some skill position. Maybe a player or two will rise up around him. We know the running back is pretty good. Javonte Williams.
Well, no, a lot of them. I think him and Estime.
Right.
I think you got a good running back room.
So there is there's a skeleton in place that might insulate him a little bit more than say a Carr.
I hope.
Even though you don't sound very confident in that.
No, because I think because the learning curve is what you're worried about.
Well, look, we talked a lot about this. Matter of fact, we took a couple hours last week. Mike Sanford, I find it fascinating because Dan Orlovsky's been getting into this very situation with Caleb Williams. These guys have to learn how to call plays. And basically, they haven't done it. It's been looked to the side, and that's Caleb Williams, that's Drake May, that's Bo Nix. I think McCarthy, when everybody told me they liked J.J. McCarthy, guys were always saying because he had to call plays in the huddle for Jim Harbaugh. So he's actually used some pro language. That was something that they liked, okay? So Bo Nix is not alone in trying to figure out another aspect to his job, right?
And not over the course of time.
Right.
Like
There's
been a lot of
hoping in the next 4 weeks you can get this right. Now, and no one's saying he's getting it wrong. I'll give this to Nix. What I like about Nix right now, if he has something down, he always comes back. Like Paxton Lynch, he was always told to me, man, one bad play turned into 5. Right. Garrett Bowles dealt with that. One bad holding call, and all of a sudden the drive shot. Maybe he's still holding on to it the next. You as a young player in any position have got to be able to flush it. It's a next play league. If you screw that one up, you better get out there and get the next one right because then it becomes not for long league if you're not doing that. Mm-hmm. But here's what I ultimately hope. I mean, look, there's not a lot of juice out here, so I hope the juice is coming from something. People keep wondering, why does Marvin Mims seem a little irritable? Well, the guy's not getting targeted.
Right.
We've been out here. And again, it's not. I'm not picking on Nix. None of the quarterbacks seem to be trying to go deep too often. Like Zach will come out whenever he gets a rotation and take a deep shot, like on every first play.
On one-on-ones with him, basically. That's largely the only time you see 19
exactly.
flash.
Yeah, and so I think he's a little frustrated with what he thinks this thing's going to shape up to be. Here's my hope for all of it. I hope when we get to the preseason games, and we may have to wait till the regular season games, we see how the running game will complement the passing game, and we will get an offense that we're just not seeing out here right now. But the one we're seeing out here right now seems very stuttery, and we've been watching stuttery offenses for 5 years, and this feels up there with the stuttering. You guys cannot tell me you felt a lot of juice out here.
No,
it's just got me concerned.
There isn't juice out here. It's 100% true.
Well, and look,
it does feel stagnant.
Yeah, but he's also a situational coach.
But I'm talking okay. I mean, this is all the quarterbacks. This is not picking on Nix.
Yeah, no, it's not picking on really anybody. But I mean, it's also it feels. Remember last year, he said something like they went through what was the number? Like I think it was Cortland Sutton said they went through like 30 or 70 very detailed situational things. And he just seems like a situational coach. I mean, when you look at this stuff out here, even in that scrimmage, which I did not see, but when you hear him describe it, he's like, yeah, look, I could evaluate it this way, but we were doing specific things for it to get the rep. And I don't know that always just lends itself to now that we're all looking at this, we're all saying, okay, well, now this makes sense to us. Because it's not being put, like they're piecing it together. It will make sense to us when we watch it, the team play against Indy. I mean, I don't know how much of that is versus training camps in the past where there's a little bit more of a flow, where there's a little bit more of, I see where they're trying to go with this team.
I just felt like last year, by the second week, things kind of clicked in and the offense looked better than it did. I mean, again, everything we're talking about, we did talk about the first week last year. But then the second week, they got a little bit better. Then the Rams came to town, and nothing looked great. Look, man.
Is that because Russell Wilson was your quarterback then?
I don't know. But Stidham knows the offense.
Yeah,
Again, here's the thing. Here's another thing I wish would happen. And Leggy has pointed this out, so I'm stealing the point from him. I wish they would name a starter because right now, Nix and Stidham know they're in this race. And so they're both it's check down Charlie. It's get rid of the ball quickly.
Don't lose the job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw the pick that costs me the job. I want to be able to see. I think the team would like to be able to see. It's your job. Now what do you do with it? Now are you trying a little something else? Are you trying that tight end over the middle where maybe there's a little more coverage? Are we done with the little just dump it to the back, just dump it to the flat outside guy where there's only one dude that you know what I mean?
Would it be the worst thing then, Andy, because you talked about how Nix has struggled either getting play calls in or calling or audibling to a different play out of a formation where he doesn't have proper pass protection. We know that a Sean Payton offense is notoriously difficult to pick up. You said you think that you're going to give Bo Nix the job after week 2 in the preseason, where he gets a full week out of Green Bay. Why not give the job to Stidham for the first few weeks? Give him the extra 6 to 4 weeks to learn the offense, then put him in a third of the way through the season. If wins and losses don't matter, and it's truly just about getting Nix ready to be the quarterback of the future. Why do you have to put him in week 1 then? If he's not ready to call the offense.
I don't think you have to because I think we rush all these quarterbacks too much. Again, the Packers continue to show you. Now, in fairness, Jordan Love got better once he started playing, but Jordan Love still had a minute to get used to the NFL lifestyle. I know that Nix is 24 years old. He still has never played in an NFL game, okay? I try to relate some of what these rookies go through. I think we all forget about our first day on the job or our first day trying to do something. I told this story. I still chuckle about it. The first time I got to do a sideline report in a Bronco game, the producer, the engineer, Kenny Daning, came down to me, pops in my ear, and he goes, "Hey, we're about to come down here for the first time. There's only about 1 million people listening. Don't screw this up." And, off you go. And, again, you've never done anything like that, and it is a little nerve-wracking. Now, I can only imagine what it's like when 70,000, 80,000 eyes are on you as you try, and that's only the people in the building. Now you got TV. Now, again, I'm not against Bo Nix taking a month. I'm not against Bo Nix not coming until Halloween. I just think the vibe and the info everybody's getting is Bo Nix is going to be the starter come hell or high water. That's just what this feels like. Because, again, they won't even – I feel – another reason for that theory, why did Zach Wilson get pulled out of the competition? I'm not telling anybody Zach Wilson isn't fixed.
Because
Zach
it was never
Wilson
a
would drive us
competition.
nuts.
It was never a
It was
competition.
not, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But why? You're trying to limit it to one dude that he has to beat. Yeah. We've yet to see Zach Wilson, the guy with the best arm, with the ones. Why is that? Because it's not a competition.
It's not a competition.
Right.
He's not a good quarterback.
So then let's I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
He's had as many moments as these other guys have had, and they've all had their moments where you're like, oh, boy. But
yeah, I think, Andy, this. Regardless, I know that, Bo Nix was the 6th quarterback taken, but he was also the 12th pick in the draft. And if the 12th pick in the draft was Brock Bowers, they'd be throwing him right on out there. And I just think that when you use the Jordan Love example, there was Aaron Rodgers. But the Broncos don't have Aaron Rodgers. They don't even have Russell Wilson. And so, it'd be one thing if Russell Wilson was there and you're like, Bo Nix, it's cool. We're going to roll this dude out here because he's the veteran that has had success and we feel like we can actually have a good season with him. You're going to sit and watch versus why would he need to sit and watch Jarrett Stidham? Like, where is
because if it's going to overwhelm him in a couple of days in pads, he's looked overwhelmed. Now, look, maybe that goes away. I don't know, man. Maybe the Packers come in and they look like they're ready to go. Hey, man, whatever you want to do is fine. Yeah. I don't care. I really don't care. At some point, Bo Nix is going to play.
Yeah.
Again, going back to Joel, I defer to some of the players that I've talked to. I asked Joel Dreesen, how many games in it? Let's say, because, look, the buzz out here, Chris, is that Stidham, technically, if it is a competition, he would be winning the job for whatever that's worth.
Right.
So the other little part of this is how do you go in and look at a locker room full of veterans and say, nah, you all saw it, but we're going with him because that's my guy. So I think Peyton is fighting a little of that, and maybe that ultimately leads to Stidham. Now, I don't think any of us feel like Stidham's running away with the job on Bo Nix, and I think we all feel like Ty goes to the runner.
Well, and you said it earlier that you thought you basically look at him as the same guy.
I do. A lot of the time. But it does operate a little more smoother with Nix. Now with Stidham. That's not a lot. But, look, dude. Joel Dreesen said, if I know a vet won the job, you got to give us at least 2 games to see what it is. And if by 2 games it's bad, then fine, get him out there, play the rookie. You tell me, no matter who starts, what I want to know is who's going to be the difference maker so we're not watching 16-point games again. That's what I need to know. Are you going to call it the way, like, again, how about you call it like you did when you won 5 games? All these quarterbacks will be fine if you lean on your run game. Not fine to the point 8 wins or anything, but, you know.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I think there's just an element here of they have to get to their future. And if we are going into this season and we're looking at it like, man, if things break right for this team, they might be a playoff team or they might be very competitive, then I think that is the wrong space to be in. They are not in that life cycle. But
I don't want to watch an offense that just is
I think we're going
fumbling over itself.
I know, Andy, but I think we're going to for a certain amount of weeks before Bo Nix gets very comfortable. Before it took Sean Payton however many weeks to finally call the game the right way to be able to
see, that's just it right there. Bo Nix or Stidham, you lean on your run game. I don't care who it is, lean on the run game. The dynamic players are in your run game right now.
Yeah.
After he's seen it a few weeks, maybe I don't know, man. Look, OCs get praised, even if they're the head coaches, from really creative pass plays.
We should have a long way to go. There's a long runway here for us to watch. What are we just in week 3? So I think there's a lot to see. There's a lot to see.
I hope so.
He's Andy Lindahl. You can hear him every single day here between 3 and 6 p.m.
He's making me scared right now.
Come on now,
Ross.
Alex. I'll tell you,
we've
seen this camp. That's the problem.
We know what's going on,
man. And we know what it turns into.
Yeah.
So
6 wins at the best.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Andy, go get a better
negative. I'm really tired of being negative. I don't want to be negative.
What was their ceiling anyway? If the camp was run the way in a way that really gave you a lot of hope, what's the ceiling for the wins for this football team?
I need to see more dynamic play out of the quarterback position. Nobody's showing you really dynamic play, okay? That's just it. The arm strength is average on your guy. Look, man, I'm trying to be patient and get. I know, we got to go to break. It's Andy.
How many times do I have to snap my hands from left to right for you two?
If you're gonna push it on me, you're gonna get the honest answer.
Yeah.
His arm strength is as average as the scouting report. So show me how you're gonna coach around that. That's what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for, and I'm not seeing it right now. All right. So that's the frustration.
We got to watch a game.
We'll be back with NFL notes on the other side. Andy, leave.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Dempsey and Company live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Special thanks to Andy Lindahl for joining us last segment to talk about what he's seen so far through 2 team periods with the Broncos. They're starting their 3rd right now, but as it is every single day here on Dempsey and Company, it's 11:20, and that means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. KJ, take it away.
Story number 1 comes from former Bronco Justin Simmons as he is visiting the Saints, as he is potentially looking to find a new home in New Orleans. The latest update from Josina Anderson this morning is she says that she was told that Simmons' meeting will be mid to late afternoon following his medicals and etc. The deal will impinge upon the comfort in which Justin feels, how he'll be utilized, and can they meet the financial mark. And the morning show had on NFL super agent Peter Schaefer as he discussed how he would go about advising Justin Simmons on what type of contract he should look for at this point in training camp, as he is signing a little later than the period than he ultimately should have.
I teach a class in negotiations, and I teach the Jagger principle of business. Have you ever heard of that?
I've not.
Is this like Mick Jagger?
Oh, yeah. You don't always get what you want. You get what you need.
Right. There you go.
That's the Jagger principle. And right now, what I would tell them is let's get a time machine and go back to March 15th.
Yeah.
When the market was 9 or 10 million, because it ain't there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to take the Jagger principle right now. And right now, probably he'll get $3 million base with an upside of $2 million. You know, like what's his name? Williams just got in Seattle last night.
Now, Quandre Diggs just signed 1 year, $5 million in Tennessee, right?
No, the old. See, now that we have the TV, you could do the air quotes.
Yeah,
air quotes.
The up to.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, up to $5 million, right?
Incentive laden. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the up to. So he'll probably wind up getting a 3 up to, and then what is the up to? You know, is it play time? Is it interceptions? Is it Pro Bowl? Is it, now a lot of teams now are combining play time with playoffs.
Yeah.
We're not paying the up to unless we make the playoffs.
So a 3-year base salary up to $5 million is what Peter would advise Justin Simmons on. So that's one portion. The question I have for you guys is there anything Simmons can do on the field this season to give himself a chance to get a lucrative contract after this season?
No. Unfortunately for him, there is not. He will be 31 years old. And what happened with the safeties this year was the older safeties pretty much all got chopped. And they are finding work hard to come by. And it won't matter. Like KJ, I think that even if this man had 8 interceptions this year, was all-pro yet again, which he has been the entirety of his career, just about one of the best safeties that we've in the game, a team is going to look at him and go, "Oh, I'm sorry, you'll be 32 next year. You're not getting any kind of he's going to have to sign 1-year deals all the way until he retires."
Right. He has to be the next version of Kareem Jackson. Yep. Right. You just go 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, and chances are you're going to outplay a couple of those. You're going to be able to take incentive-laden deals, just like Schaefer said. I thought we
were talking about this.
We were talking about this, right? Yes. That's a 67% pay cut if he goes down to $5 million from $15 last year. And I said I thought it was going to take somewhere around 8 to get him. The Saints do have $8 million in cap space. I think it's probably. I mean, I know I'm not an NFL agent like Schaefer is. I would expect it's a little bit higher than 3 base 2.
Yeah.
For a guy like that, you pair with Tyrann Mathieu, could be a really fun secondary for the Saints to go at. And if it is, the team makes the playoffs, that's a really good team to bet on, right? The NFC South it's a really crappy division, right? Who's the best team in that division? Is it Tampa? Do you believe in Baker Mayfield? Is it the Falcons with Kirk Cousins with a really, really good offensive arsenal, but nothing on defense? It's certainly not Carolina. Like, you could look at New Orleans and go, yeah, that team can win 9 games this year and possibly win the division. It's a good opportunity for him if he ends up taking it. Justin's best shot for a long-term deal was here in Denver, and it was very clear that George Payton and Sean Payton didn't want him around for the amount of money that his camp thought he was worth. And unfortunately, sometimes you bet on yourself in the NFL, and you wait and you wait and you wait and you wait. Sometimes it works out, and a lot of times, it happens to go the way it has for Justin Simmons.
It's unfortunately for him, the safety market this year just fell right out of the bottom.
It sure did.
He's been on record saying he's got lot left in the tank.
He does. I still think he has 3 years of elite football left in him.
But Raj, I agree. But for some reason, that position right now, especially when these teams are paying these wide receivers so much money, they're starting to chop it out of other positions. And safety, unfortunately, for him, is one of them. And the Saints, let me just tell you, we mentioned this the other day, the Saints are not going to negotiate against themselves. He doesn't have 1,000 offers out there. It's that offer. And so they are going to most certainly have to come to a compromise on a contract there. He's not going to get the money that he thinks he wants.
He's not, but, dude, look at that. That secondary in New Orleans, if you add Justin Simmons to it, it gets real scary real quick. Marshawn Lattimore is one of the best corners in the league. They drafted Kool-Aid McKinstry out of Alabama in the second round, which was, by all accounts, was a steal in terms of secondary drafts, getting him in the second last year. Granted, drafted earlier. You've got Tyrann Mathieu at the free safety position. You've got an older Willie Gay being able to play in the nickel. I really like it. I know Willie Gay's obviously like a linebacker, but nickel, you could possibly move him out there.
Yeah.
That's a solid group. It's a good position for him. It just sucks that he's not going to make money. KJ, what's next?
ESPN Plus, they put out an article that says 5 NFL trades that make too much sense, and the Broncos are involved in one of them. They have the Falcons trading for Baron Browning and a 6th, and they would send the Broncos a 2025 4th-round pick.
Huh?
That's just crazy on the surface. But listen to the pass rushers that Atlanta currently have, and tell me if you know any of these guys. Arnold Abedakiti, James Smith-Williams, Lorenzo Carter, Zach Harrison. Nobody knows any of those guys, right? And on top of the fact that Baron Browning is in a contract year.
Yep.
So do the Broncos, first, do they want to pay him? And secondly, is that enough if you truly want a pass rusher of Baron Browning's caliber off of the Broncos' hand?
So if you're the Falcons, you'll just say, what has he done in his career? Because that's going to lead you to the compensation package that they would have offered. I mean, and then obviously this is a hypothetical situation. Because there's not a ton of sack numbers there in his career, you can hold the price down a little bit from a compensation standpoint if you were the Falcons. I would never do it in a zillion years if I was the Broncos. I think the Broncos should pay him. I think they will pay him. I think he will have a big season. Yep.
I don't know.
I think they should pay him. They'll pay him. They're going to pay him. Raj, they're going to pay him.
They have a lot of depth at that position, man. They've got a young, cost-controllable player, Nick Bonito. They like Nkoum. They love what they've seen out of Jonah Ellis so far. They've obviously got Jonathan Cooper on the opposite side. I don't know if they need to pay Baron Browning if he has a great year next year, and I don't know if they'll want to pay him because of all the depth. Right? That's what we talk about with this group. We talk about the edge rushers and the linebacking core of this group is that they don't have a stud, but they've got a bunch of really good guys, much like the wide receiver room. They're not willing to pay wide receivers. You think they're willing to pay a guy in Baron Browning who hasn't, as you said, hasn't really done anything in his career? I like what he looks like, but I think this will be a season in which, if he succeeds, he'll be let go to market, and they'll be able to fill it from within.
Yeah, I just think when you look at the edge rushers, and he's the closest to a stud as they have, and not only
Cooper.
I think Baron Browning is the guy. I really do. And we'll just keep this receipt. Actually, I want this receipt to be kept for sure, because I think that over the course of the season, if this young man stays healthy, we're going to see a ton of pressure. I think we're going to see a lot of sacks, and I think people's view of him at the end of the season is going to be like, well, okay, well, hold on. Well, maybe they do have one of the better edge rushers in the league. I think he can grow into. I think he is the closest thing to that on the roster. And they do have good, and they have other good ones.
Moral of the story is don't trade him now, trade him later if you're not going to re-sign him.
Right.
Let him go have a good season, and then that 4th-round pick with a pick swap turns into maybe you can grab a 3rd for him without having to give up more draft capital.
Yep.
What's next, KJ?
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Listen, guys, we've heard a lot of dumb things from coaches over the years. Back in 2021, probably the dumbest thing that's ever been said by a Denver coach was this.
We did a drill today where we were actually trying to throw incompletions.
And then we also heard something out of Philadelphia that sounded a little like this.
Thinking equals talent take over.
Well, Matt Eberflus on Hard Knocks last night, he wanted to put himself in this class because he said something that I believe may have taken the cake last night.
Winning doesn't make you a winner. Losing doesn't make you a loser. Winning habits makes you a winner. Losing habits makes you a loser.
Simple question
Cool,
here.
Matt. Put it on the wall. Paint it on the wall.
Simple question here. Who's more likely to lose their job first? Nick Sirianni, Matt Eberflus, or Pat Shurmur?
Ooh, no, I think Shurmur's going to stay in Colorado because I think his job is to make sure that Shador doesn't disintegrate.
You talk about an offense that, dude. Do you remember the Pat Shurmur offenses here with the Broncos? I'm so scared.
Pat Shurmur's job is not to make sure that Shador Sanders looks better than he did last year. Pat Shurmur's job is to make sure that Shador Sanders doesn't get
Stays
hurt.
alive.
That's his job. That's his job. Shador's going to be fine.
Such a huge universe where CU's offense is going to be so bland. So bland.
As long as Shador doesn't get hurt and he's a first-round pick, that's all Deion wants. That is the Pat Shurmur job this season. Don't kill my son, and you can have your job the whole year. That's what that is. Shurmur's job is safe. Sirianni's is not, because he and his star quarterback do not mesh well whatsoever, and Philadelphia will do the right thing, and they'll choose quarterback over psychopath head coach. I think Sirianni loses his job first because I think they've got a tougher road there. Although Eberflus, I mean, you just sound like an idiot.
He does. Don't sound like an idiot. Yeah, just don't sound like an idiot. Yeah, Eberflus, I think is.
Forgot about the practicing interceptions, man. That was so good.
Yeah, I just think that Eberflus is not that he's completely off a hot seat, but I just think it was hotter going into the offseason. Like if they wanted to get rid of him knowing they'd had the number 1 pick and they were going to take Caleb Williams, they had every opportunity to do that, and they decided to keep the coach and marry him with a new quarterback. So I think he's going to be ultimately okay. I agree with Raj. It's Nick Sirianni. Because that football team was it was a whisker away from winning a Super Bowl.
It was a bad call away. It was a bad call away.
Absolutely. Then they start 10-1. The entirety of the floor falls out from under the Eagles at that time, and it fell out because of turmoil. I mean, it was just all the turmoil. They thought they got it fixed. Now we'll see. I mean, they replaced the offensive coordinator with Kellen Moore. They got even more weapons for Jalen Hurts with Saquon Barkley. But it is a culture that was falling apart that if it continues to go south will cost Nick Sirianni his job for sure.
That'll do it for KJ's NFL Notes today. We'll take one more timeout, wrap up things here from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Shout out to Jesse Trujillo and Josh Grismer for helping us out here at Broncos Camp. We'll wrap it up with a pretty little bow and hand things off to PhD next. Dempsey and Company out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. All of our coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Fresh off of a 4-year show cause for recruiting violations that he left Sharon Moore to deal with at Michigan, Jim Harbaugh came out and said there's a possibility that they're going to use Derwin James on the offensive side of the football this year.
Okay, sure.
Well, this is it. Listen, this is a guy that, and we have rare inside track knowledge of Harbaugh because of Coach Mike Sanford's time with him at Stanford.
Right.
And what Coach says about Harbaugh always is anything that the dude dreamt up of that was just chaos, that all of the other coaches would go, what are we doing? He goes, more often than not, he would step in it and would come out smelling like roses.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is he's a really good coach. Just, everywhere he goes, it seems like, he's creative. He wants to play a certain way, but is not afraid to play another way. Not afraid to try things, and he's a master motivator. I mean, all of those things are true. Look, his time at Michigan, it looks like it's going to be, a show cause? Let's see, the NCAA announced a 4-year show cause order, so that means he got out right on time because he wouldn't be coaching anyway.
All of these guys get out right on time. There's a reason why they all
it's a lot like Pete Carroll, right?
It's the same damn thing.
Yeah, exactly right. So, he knew what was coming down the pike.
Are there going to be sanctions coming down at Kentucky soon? Because Cal left to go to Arkansas? Maybe.
Well, if Cal would have gone to the NBA, I'd say yes, for sure. But, it's just I don't know what to think about him, man. I think he cheated a lot at Michigan, but at the end of the day, and he doesn't really need to because he's that good of a coach. And he didn't need to at Michigan because those players and that team was that good of a football team that would have won the national championship anyway because they were that good. But now, look, but if he wants to use Derwin James enough, I think the one thing that when you talk about coaching and how he describes Jim Harbaugh, I mean, anything, he might say or do anything. And to your point, it usually works because he's very, very good at what he does.
Is there a guy on this team that you would want to see play two ways for the Broncos?
Yep, Pat Surtain. That would be the guy. Yes. Put him.
Snap here, snap there.
Snap here, snap there. Yeah, give him the ball. He's got good ball skills, man. I would love to see him with the ball. Remember last season, people were kind of kicking around. Should they put him back there at a punt return or kick return, just to see what happens? I mean, if he's one of your best athletes, shouldn't your best athletes have the ball? I don't know.
Derwin's a dude that never stays healthy. He's 6'2", 215 pounds. You can use him as a I don't know if I'd want him on the line, as a smaller bodied tight end for pass catching purposes.
Right.
I don't know if I would want him on the offensive side of the line because I think that would put him in harm's way a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I'd use him as a pass catcher 10 yards in, 20 yards in. I do the same thing with Surtain.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Why not? Actually, Raj, this actually gets me to thinking about a little bit about Travis Hunter because he is the best blend of that maybe that we have ever seen.
Chances are Broncos will have an opportunity to draft him next year. Chances are.
If I'm Travis Hunter, I would stop playing corner. I would stop.
Well, everyone says he's going to be a corner in the league and not a wideout.
If I were him, I would be a wideout. Because why? What are we seeing contract-wise with these wideouts?
That's where the money is.
What are we seeing contract-wise with the corners?
They're falling off, and teams don't want it. Pat doesn't have an extension yet.
Right. Exactly right.
And he's the best in the league.
Yeah. I would immediately stop playing because your financial future is so much more secure as being better at wideout than it ever maybe would be as a corner. And then if you're a football team and you're negotiating against this dude in the NFL and you're like, okay, well, and he's like, well, I am the best hybrid player that you've ever seen. And they go, well, actually, but we used you more snaps on defense, so you're just a corner to us, and we're going to offer you this down here. I can see very weird contract situations happening with Travis Hunter down the road. I know this is a little bit off the subject, but it's he's a elite two-way player, but I think he needs to make the right decision, and that the right decision to me is just be a wideout. Just do it.
Did you watch any of Nicola's game in Serbia's 24-point comeback?
Yeah, I sure did, man. That was a crazy game, Raj. Man, like Australia, Josh Giddey looked phenomenal.
He's in tears after the game.
Yeah, because they should have won. They lost a 24-point lead. They went on a 20-0 run in the first half. Like,
hey, Nicola, you did good.
Yeah,
you lost one of those in the playoffs. Now you got it back in the Olympics.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Yeah, Raj.
That's a wash.
Nicola is. I look at him and it's just head shaking how good he is, and how anybody he plays with is enhanced. It just doesn't matter what team he's on. Everybody around him is enhanced, and then he makes all the plays at the end of a game to be able to win that game. Now, look, Serbia is going to play the United States. They have already lost to them twice, and the chances are they're going to lose to them for a third time. But it's his Olympics has been really, really good, and honestly, they're playing the heck out of him. Like the minutes he's playing, even though these games are shorter, he's playing almost all the minutes, and they have to have it from him. So, anyways, he's played great. Can't wait to see that game against the U.S. coming up here tomorrow.
All right, before we get out of here, it is a Wednesday, so let's get to our shout-outs before we hand things over to PhD.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man.
You're my boy, Blue. Who's absolutely ballin'?
We just become best friends. Yep.
Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout-outs.
I'll keep it with the Olympics. This is the one I was looking forward to for a little bit. Val Allman, back-to-back Olympic golds in women's discus throwing. A shout-out to the Longmont native. She wins gold in Tokyo. She wins gold this year in Paris. Likely will be able to compete in 4 years in L.A. She looks unstoppable right now, so my shout-out to Colorado native and gold medalist for a second time, Val Allman.
Yeah. She's amazing, man. She's amazing. She's amazing.
She's dominant.
Yeah, I watched that.
And I know nothing about discus, but it's like, yeah, you're way better than the other ones.
Right. Yeah, she's the real deal. I'm going to stay with the Olympics too. First of all the Olympians out there, they're just doing great. The U.S. Olympic team is just amazing. Like the entirety of all the sports, they're just amazing athletes. I'll single out the soccer ladies though, because we have a few of those from Colorado as well. They are in the gold medal game, and they have had to score an extra time in the last two games to be able to get that done. But they have done that. They are truly, truly great, and congratulations to them.
No, I want to give a special shout out to another Colorado athlete by the name of Christian McCaffrey, because he officially called Brandon Ayuk his former teammate. And though he messed up, he did not mess up, okay?
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think obviously as a former teammate, or teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
Beautiful.
That's so good. He tried to correct it so fast too. He's like, any teammate, any teammate that you
dude who's like not here, it's probably not going to be here. I knew him once upon a time. We're game planning that he's not going to be in the offense actively.
CMC's the best. He's the best.
That's going to do it for us. For Dempsey, for Josh, for Jesse, and KJ back at the studio, I'm Raj. PhD is coming up next. All of the latest from Broncos training camp, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
What up? Oh, man, some clouds are rolling in, and practice is still, I think, rolling like the thunder rolls. And,
Dude, we had some boomers last night, didn't we?
Dude.
Kind of cool.
Cats were freaking out. Tyler Columbus in the tent. Tyler, what
Hey,
are
boys.
What are we looking at out there?
Boys. Holy cow.
Come on now.
We have seen a lot of bad football over the last 9 years. Okay?
Yeah.
We have seen a lot of bad football. Today might have been rock bottom, and it's amazing every time you think you might be at rock bottom. This literally might be the rock bottom. Good Lord, I hope it is.
Wow.
I mean, you hit the absolute trifecta, the holy grail of crap offense today.
Wow.
Crap offense. I think damn near every wide receiver had a drop. I think every running back got blown up in pass protection. There could have been 3, maybe 4 different sacks out there. Bo Nix misses a bubble screen by 4 yards. I'm telling you, boys, this was crap.
Man,
Crap.
7-on-7 looked all right today.
Well, I don't know when you stopped watching, but
7-on-7.
Absolute crap.
It's a complete crap. I did not see any team. We had to hustle back here to the studio. I got a car today, too. I could stay a little extra longer out there.
Yeah, I saw the car though.
I know. Yeah, a hunk of junk.
Yeah,
Listen,
I left.
I'm gonna tell you this. Someone make sure that Sean Payton has a defibrillator by him at all times
Really?
today, because these boys hit the absolute blackout on the bingo card of how to make a head coach's head explode.
Well, and let me ask you this from a standpoint. We were up in the high tent. I call it.
High tent?
You know, I
The Palace?
I sing the theme song to Jeffersons every time I walk up there.
Moving on up.
Yeah, moving on up. When they went live, let me ask you this. How good did that, and we know what it is, but how good did that depth on that third string offensive line look?
Oh, boy. I mean, yeah. I mean, listen, there's not a team in the NFL that's got solid depth on the third string offensive line. But, yeah, to be fair to your point, it was Sack City. By the way, practice is still ongoing. I can't really see what's happening now. I got a million bodies in front of me. So there's still a chance to kind of turn it around here a little bit. It looks like they're working lower red zone.
Do you want to go seriously? Do you want to go check it out and then just come back when they're done? Because they can't be that far. You could just split, man, for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Why don't you do? Because I'd rather hear what you have to say about it if it's been that bad. So why don't you just sign
Sounds
up
good.
for a
I'm
little
out of
bit?
here.
Well, come back. But go check it out and come back because I want you to be able to see it. All right, go do that. Damn. I'm not joking. It looked all right in 7-on-7 before I had to,
Well, we're going to have Leggy on today. We'll bring up 7-on-7 with Leggy.
Oh, my God. Is it going to be a disaster?
Oh, he used to fight with Shanahan about 7-on-7.
Used to fight with Shanahan?
Well, they used to argue all the time. Mike loves 7-on-7. Leggy thinks it's a waste of time.
He thinks the drill itself is a waste of time?
Yeah. I asked him, we were talking about today, and I said, well, at least you can kind of see what the receivers can do, right? And the routes, can they get separation? Can they do that? He said, yeah, but the quarterbacks, they have nobody in their face. There's no, you put no urgency on the quarterback.
Damn.
And to be honest with you, from this year, this standpoint, guess who I don't need to see urgency for?
What?
Peyton Manning. Guess who I don't need to see urgency
fair
for?
Point.
John Elway. But with 3 guys, you're trying to figure out a guy. I probably want more urgency than not for them to go, right?
It's funny. I'll try not to make too much out of it, but hearing that report from Tyler, the worm turned after I guess I left because it really didn't feel that bad for the vast majority of the day.
Yeah, I was down low for all of it, and when they went to team, then that's when Andy and I went up
top.
Yeah,
moving on up to the east side.
So we moved on up for the team stuff. Okay runs and a couple things. But, yeah, it wasn't, super impressive.
Nice to have that parking spot, right there, isn't it?
Well, if you have your car, you know what?
Oh, I did have a car. You know where I was?
I'll use it this week and give it to you for next week.
No.
Because I may be slipping out of here.
No. Oh, well, if you're not here.
Yeah. So I'll bring it.
Not
I was thinking
here.
about coming in. I'll give it to you.
No, I don't want it.
Slip it on out.
Well, no.
Where'd you end up parking?
Parked up at the soccer fields, which is a little bit.
Well, you know what Andy did? Andy drives in, shows him his badge, and they let him up.
I know. I should have done that today. And I didn't realize. I won't do that again. I forgot how the crowd changes once school starts.
Yeah, because there's nobody in the crowd.
I know.
The crowd was nothing.
So I could have easily just parked over there, too, which I should have done. It didn't hit me like, oh, yeah. I got there, and I'm looking at the crowd, and I'm like, school. Like a couple of school districts have started.
Right.
And by next week, it'll be like, woo!
My daughter or my granddaughter's down in Texas started 2 days ago.
Man, as far as I'm considered, you just do school year round as far as I care. I mean, why do the kids get, the whole summer off? What do they need it off?
Play baseball.
We'll just take time off, okay? Parents yank their kids out of school for so many reasons. I mean, you got to be kidding me. You think that would stop anybody? Come on now. Come on. What are we sending the kids to school for 5 days anyway? Really? 5 days?
So parents can work.
Exactly.
In a two-worker system.
Exactly. But there's no real need for it. This is your.
Well, I grew up with educators, so I got to always stay quiet when you go into educators.
Okay, I didn't go into education. I didn't say we don't need educators.
No.
I didn't say we didn't need them.
Yeah, just need to work all year. Well, can I say something? My dad.
You can have 2-3 weeks off like everybody else.
My dad, who finished as a principal, and was a teacher for 25 years before that. He's with you. He said it's silly we give him that many times off because he said the first 6-7 weeks all we're doing is retraining what they learned in the grade before.
Exactly. I don't know when that started in our American system of education, but it needs to, and you don't need to be there 5 days a week, but you do need to be there 12 months a year. How's that one? I'm dropping some nuggets on you.
Dropping some DMAC philosophy.
We need 3 months off to do what?
Yeah.
Really? Seriously? So you can stop learning? No, you can keep going. Just like, let me think. Everybody else in the world who's got a job. Teachers and Connor McGahee need 3 months off, I guess.
Hey, Kyle Keefe.
Kyle Keefe. What are they doing with their time? All right, anyways. Great to see everybody here today. We'll get to Tyler. Seriously, I'd rather have Tyler go and watch what's happening. It's the most important part of practice, the end of it. You know what I'm saying? Go watch it.
Well,
tell us about it when you're done.
I moved up to Hill to watch the live, the first session of live anyway, and then they took a big break. And there wasn't anything inspiring. I will say this. I do have a nugget for you.
Give it to me.
Running with the first wide receivers, and I make sure. By the way, I find it funny that we got a depth chart, but Bo Nix was with the,
of course,
with the first
ridiculous
first team. Running out there with the first team, I looked at there's Cortland, there's 80, okay, there's 72, there's 69. Okay, this is the starting first unit.
Yeah.
81 out on the far side.
Vele, no kidding.
Yeah,
fun out there with 14 and 19.
The couple sets I saw, they were running two.
I think Vele's had an extraordinarily good camp for a rookie.
Well, I don't disagree with you. He was running out there with Dulcich and Troutman because it was a two tight end type set that we're working on.
So it was 14 and the two tight ends and then 81.
And 81.
Oh. Well, he's a big dude and he's an older guy. Missions will do that to you. And maybe there's a sense of maturity and ability and like.
Well, I was talking to Leggy about it.
Pretty interesting.
And how long ago did I tell you that Vele has been popping for me?
Since day one.
Right? And he's been unbelievable. So I talked to Leggy, and I threw that out to him today, and he goes, I think if you were to name, he said, if you were to name the three top guys, we can ask you this, three top performers in camp so far, Vele's up there in the top three, if not number one. That's what Legwald said.
Well, it ain't going to be 19, which is Mims, but we'll figure that out.
And there's some issues with that, too. Yeah.
What do you got going on there, Tyler? What'd you see?
All right, well, practice just wrapped up.
Okay.
They were doing a 2-minute drill to end the day out there.
Oh.
It was kind of a go zone 2-minute drill.
Okay.
Start on the 37-yard line.
Hold on. What does go zone mean?
Go zone, red zone, different terminology. Like go zone is just outside of the red zone. If you want to take a shot play.
Okay.
They kind of refer to that as like it's a good opportunity for a shot play to get an easy touchdown. But so start the ball on the 37-yard line. You got about 51 seconds on the clock. You got one timeout.
Need 6?
Hey, Roger, they need 6. How much? They were down 6. They were
okay.
down 6.
All right.
They needed a touchdown.
Need a touchdown.
So first up is Bo Nix. Nix he's got a solid little start to the drive. Had a little positivity going there. Gets down to about the 10-yard line.
Okay.
Right as time expires, he's got an opportunity to go win the ball game.
And
puts the ball in the end zone. Incomplete, very, very close to an interception.
Broncos lose.
Not necessarily a terrible drive, but at the end of the day, Broncos lose.
Okay.
Jared Stidham gets up there. Each guy gets a crack at it. So Jared Stidham gets up there, gets him down to about the 12-yard line, takes a shot at the end zone,
and
interception.
Interception by who?
Interception. I don't know who caught it. It was a tipped ball. There's about 3 guys.
But it is like the last play of the game. Like you.
No.
Oh, it wasn't. There was time.
There was probably about 18 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, that's not good.
So it was definitely not the last opportunity.
Okay.
He had multiple opportunities. Matter of fact, I think he still had a timeout in the pocket.
Ew.
It was far from the last play of the game.
Okay.
Next up, Zach Wilson.
Let's go.
Zach had the best drive of the 3.
Okay.
It was actually a pretty crisp drive until there was a sack. There was a sack with about 19 seconds on the clock, which is bad news. They're out of timeouts.
Okay.
So he has to go up there and he has to kill the clock. Gets back on the ball. There's about 9 seconds left.
Okay.
Probably enough opportunity for 2 throws.
What yard line?
Give or take the 12, 13-ish.
All right, so you got a couple shots.
So he got sacked when they were down deep.
That's a bad sack. That's definitely a bad sack.
Yeah, bad sack. But he had a beautiful throw. Actually, he had 2 nice completions to Troy Franklin in this drive.
Okay.
Actually, the second one technically not a completion, but the last throw of the drive, time's expiring.
Yeah.
He throws a beautiful pass. Couldn't have been any better. I'm talking just 2 inches too far to Troy Franklin. Troy makes a nice catch. Just couldn't get the toes down. Out of bounds.
Can we got review on that one? Can we go review?
I watched it. He definitely was not inbounds, not even close.
Were they hollering? Was everybody yelling and screaming about?
The fans thought it was a touchdown.
Right.
Yeah.
Was the defense going crazy? Like, nope, we got that.
Yeah. No, I mean, both sides of the ball knew that it was not a touchdown.
Oh,
but
okay.
The fans, it was the opposite corner, so the fans couldn't see it. So, Zach had the best 2-minute drive of the bunch. Boys, I'm just telling you, I wasn't here for yesterday when Scott lost his mind.
That do you see, though?
Whatever happened yesterday, I feel like today had to have been worse.
Well, we'll hear from Sean Payton here shortly. And today was the day he promised that he would announce the starter for Sunday. He said that on Monday. He said it would be Tuesday or Wednesday, and he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to.
No.
He just said that he was going to.
He's got to get He's got to get Nick's reps. But that being said, I could still see him saying he's going to start Stidham today.
All right. Do you think
Sunday.
Do you think he announces Sunday starter today?
No.
Tyler, do you think he announces Sunday starter today?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if he said he was going to, yeah, I think he will. Now, people don't get your panties all in a wad here because whatever he announces for the starter in this game does not mean it's the starter on opening day. But yeah, I think he will announce Jared Stidham started in the game.
Well, I tell you what, Dan, this may be one to take live today, my friend. So let's go. Did he already get asked the question? Oh, well, let's listen for a little bit.
And so, they're grinding on the learning process, and certainly Bo's one of them. Just the communication, getting the protections, what I told them afterwards, our cadence, communication, defensively, alignment, assignment, all the details that matter when you get to third down.
Sean, with quarterbacks that are competing, how do you encourage them to take chances knowing they're trying to mitigate risk?
I want them to play fast. So, there's going to be mistakes. We'll correct them, but I'm not saying, hey, now there's a time in a game where we got to be aggressive. You guys saw a situation there where it might be the last pass. We're down 6. A lot of it depends on where you're at in the game, but relative to the normal down and distance of a game, these guys are playing through their progressions. They're doing a good job with their reads, and when you get into real games, you get a better feel for the pass rush, all the things that come with playing that position.
Okay, apparently at the very beginning, which we missed, but we'll get back to it, right, Dan? We'll get the sound for you. He did say they were going to take time tonight to figure it out, so there is no announcement.
So we got tomorrow.
He always got
There's
tomorrow.
always
Hey,
got
he's doing
tomorrow.
us a solid, boys. That's called the tease.
Yeah, man. All right. More about camp and Scotty. I got some interesting feedback about your comments from yesterday. Very interesting.
Bad?
Well, let's discuss. We'll discuss coming up next.
All right, guys and gals, you deserve to feel your best. I know it's easy to settle as you start to get older. You just feel like it's normal. You're tired. You're run down. Your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. It does not have to be that way. Tyler Plum's here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and I want you to go check them out because they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. I'm telling you, once you get your numbers to where they are supposed to be, and you probably are deficient somewhere, once you get those numbers where they're supposed to be, you'll be amazed at how much younger, how much better you are going to feel. With 3 locations, they're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
So today was another third down install, third down emphasis. Thought it was better practice-wise. We got a lot done. Tonight we'll discuss this preseason game and the rotation. I'll have more of that for you guys tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Jonah Ellis is due to join us. Young rookie, probably fifth string outside linebacker because he's a rookie, because that's just what you do. You make all the rookies
But
low
by
on
all
the
accounts,
list.
he's had a pretty good camp.
Tyler, how's Jonah Ellis been doing?
You know, I can't see everything, right? And obviously I spend a heavy emphasis watching the QBs and offensive line and stuff. I don't know is the short answer.
Okay.
I've been watching a ton of Jonah Ellis.
Fair enough. That's fine. Well, we'll ask him how he's doing. Hey, Jonah, how you doing? You doing all right? He was doing all right playing for Utah, kicking the crap out of CU for the past few years.
I'm
going to
guess he did all right today. I'm going to guess he did because it looked like the entire defensive line did all right today.
Okay, so bad day for the offense, and even though Sean Payton said they would announce that quarterback thing either yesterday or today, we're going to push that one back a little bit, guys. We're going to push it back a little bit. Got to think about things just a little bit longer. So tomorrow is the day to find out who starts on Sunday. And by the way, a Sunday preseason game at 11 a.m.
How about that?
I always thought these things were Thursday nights, Saturday nights.
Are they going to give him Monday off then, I wonder?
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
And then the Packers eventually come to town. You know, it's only one joint practice.
Which is weird, isn't it?
I thought so, too. I thought you'd get a couple. It's one.
But you don't want Detroit, New York, I guess, right?
I don't know.
Those
guess
joint
not.
practices, it's a catch-22. If you feel good about where you're at install-wise, it's an incredible opportunity, right? It's a great opportunity to go up against another team, just fresh bodies, different schemes, and test yourself. But as a coach, a lot of times there's coaches that prefer to never have a joint practice, especially when they've got a young group, because it changes everything, right? You no longer control the practice. You can't stop and start it the way you want to. You skip the install a lot because you go straight to team periods. So it is a bit of a catch-22, and it doesn't shock me entirely that Sean Payton wouldn't want to waste 2 days when he feels like he's got a lot to teach his
The interesting for me, on my view on joint practice, is one, if they eventually get to 18 games, and I think we all think that that's eventually going to happen, I think you're going to have to see more. I'd be surprised if teams don't do one or two joint practices. And I remember talking to Coobs and Mike, and they thought they loved them. Now, when you think about it, they pretty much, to go what Tyler said, pretty much always had veteran teams.
Yeah, that helps, I'm sure. Listen,
by the way, joint practices are a little bit dangerous these days for the owner's pocketbook. I don't know if you guys see what's going on right now, but oh my gosh,
200. It's the Giants and the Lions. Giants and
Lions.
What happened?
They've had multiple fights out there at their joint practices. Both teams fined $200,000. It's a new rule.
What?
The organization can get fined by the league if there's any fights at a joint practice, and both teams got fined.
And the first day, and they had fights in it. Guess who was out there? NFL Network. So they had cameras all there catching
That's
everything.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Them, but
That's crazy.
But they'll promo the hell out of it, won't they?
Oh yeah.
We're looking forward to Jonah Ellis joining us. That should be cool. Here's some feedback I got on, and I don't know if we're going to get the same on your take on today too, Tyler. And I know you guys are just being truthful for what you're seeing, but it is very interesting. I started seeing some fan pushback about you're just negative and you got this axe to grind and give these guys a break and give them a chance. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. A little like, orange and blue rah-rah sort of by the fan base. A little pushback on a truthful analysis of things. Does that surprise you?
No, because have you not watched? And we'll do 2 days in a row. What was the a big wild world of animals or whatever. That's Marlon Perkins.
Marlon Perkins, I love that.
Yeah.
He's out there with lions.
Remember
and
the first time you
tigers
saw the story of the lemmings jumping off the cliff together? So listen, people have lemmings too. So it is what it is. People, we've gotten to a soft society that they can't say, listen, we don't have a quarterback right now. We don't have a quarterback right now. That doesn't mean we don't have guys that can play it. And it doesn't also mean that we don't have guys that will develop into an NFL starting quality quarterback. Have I said that yet?
No.
But and now 2 days in a row, and now an NFL guy is saying the same exact things that they've struggled offensively. And listen, I haven't watched a lot of the defense because let's be honest, I've seen 16 points a game for the last 3 or 4 years, 17 points a game. I'm wanting the offense to take a step up under what everybody said is an offensive genius in Sean Payton.
I think Tyler, people are a little frustrated. They just want to move forward, and they don't want to hear negative things.
Well, I'll tell you this. If anybody's going to accuse me of having a negative agenda, you haven't been listening because, if anything, I've been more or less Mr. Positivity on Bo Nix, pushing back on Scott a lot and other people, right? I've said over and over he's been very, very consistent. I've been pleasantly surprised, right? So when you hear my take from today, you better take it serious because I've not had a take like that yet.
We
right?
welcome to the show, Jonah Ellis joins us. Jonah, thanks for being on the phone with us. Good day for the defense today, from what I understand, huh?
Yeah, it was a great day.
I told you guys,
don't
Jonah,
be too negative. Yeah.
All right, what was great about today, Jonah, for the defense? What was great for the defense?
Nah, everything. We just flying around having fun. And I think that's the most important thing when it comes to playing is, when we're all having fun and we're all playing together is when we play our best. So, you could tell we were flying around today, and, it was great.
Jonah, I played in the league 8 years, and I know how it goes as a young player. It's tough to play fast unless you know what the hell you're doing. And it looked like you guys knew what the hell you're doing today because I thought the pass rush was tremendous. So I'm kind of curious just how you're feeling mentally, schematically, install and all that, and where you're at.
Yeah, definitely the install's a lot, but, you just got to really understand it and sit down with the coach and, give that extra time to really understand it and get it all. But, honestly, for me, I'm doing pretty well with it. Got to refine the little things, but for the most part, I'm feeling pretty confident in what I'm doing. That's allowing me to play fast.
Johnny, you were a high-level player in college. We'll try to leave alone just kicking CU's butt for now.
Easy.
That being said, Tyler forgot to tell you he played in the league, but he also played at CU, so we'll leave that CU Utah stuff out of it. That being said, what is the biggest thing you as an individual have had to adjust to from going from college to now the NFL?
To be honest, it's a playbook. Kind of what we were just talking about is a lot more than what you had in college. At least for us at Utah, Coach Scally really kept it simple for us so we could play fast and run off the ball. Whereas here, it's everyone's kind of got to study the playbook, and it can't make the job easy for some people and hard for others. So you really got to understand the playbook, and that's probably the biggest difference is. I also wasn't dropping too much, so learning the difference between the drops, when to drop, the difference in all of it is probably the biggest difference for me.
Jonah, how do you feel camp has been just difficulty-wise, in comparison to a college camp? Have you been surprised in terms of how challenging it's been, or do you feel like it's maybe not as much as what people make it out to be?
No, it's definitely challenging. That's for sure. Physically and mentally, I'd say it's a lot more difficult. Our days are very long. And that's probably the hardest part is just, staying focused through all those meetings throughout the day and then going out to walk through, going to your lift, doing all that and staying focused and staying 100% locked in because if you don't, you fall behind. So that was probably the biggest difference between camps is just the length of the day.
Jonah Ellis joins us, outside linebacker for the Denver Broncos, a rookie this year. Jonas, now I want you to drop some names. Talk about guys. Give me a tight end. And then give me an offensive lineman that you've gone sometime during practice and gone, okay.
Yeah,
okay, they can play.
Yeah, to be honest, Garrett Bowles is someone that I've been going against recently, and he's someone that I feel like he's an amazing tackle and is honestly really challenging to go against him every day. And it's honestly a blessing as well because, he's pushing me so hard to, change up my moves and, really get into his chest and try and work different moves to allow me to win the rush. So I feel like that's a lineman that's really been doing well. And honestly, all of our tight ends have honestly been doing amazing. Seeing them out in space and running and stuff is really, really relieving just to know that we got tight ends that can go out and catch the ball and stay in and block. So,
what linebacker on the Broncos are you learning the most from, and what has he taught you?
Yeah, I would say Coop, Barron, honestly, all of our old guys, Nick, Perk, all of them have been helping me a lot with just like understanding the playbook and how we really do our technique here. I feel like our technique here is very aggressive, and you really got to be running off the ball. So having them coach me up when I wasn't doing that at the start and really, allowing me to be a better player just because they're always talking to me, always trying to get me better. And honestly, it's a great environment to be in. So,
all right, hey, I got one last one for you. We appreciate your time. You're from Idaho. Your brother Caden goes to Idaho. Your brother Christian goes to Idaho. Your brother Noah goes to Idaho. Why the hell did you go to Utah?
I get this question a lot. To be honest, the environment at Utah is something I really loved. The coaches and
yeah. I get it. But what do you hate about Idaho? It's not but.
I don't hate anything about Idaho. I didn't love the small town, but I would just say I loved Utah and Utah's culture.
Okay, all right. It's just funny, man. It's just funny.
And
That's all.
Now you spent some time in Utah. Now we're going to flip this over on you a little bit. Now you have to be a Nuggets fan.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hey, be careful.
Yeah. I mean, I love them. I love everyone here in Denver.
Be careful.
Anything besides that, I love
Be careful.
All of our athletes.
Hey, just know this. If you know the right people, they'll get you front row seats on the floor at the Nuggets game, and I didn't see you there for the Jazz.
Yeah. Hey, gotta love everybody,
Everybody love everybody. All right, Jonah.
Exactly.
Hey, man, keep on. It's so funny because we're spending so much time about the offense. We get you on. Things are great. Thank you, Jonah. We'll talk to you later. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
And all those people that you were talking about reading just a while ago, there's a defensive guy.
Exactly.
So when a defensive guy comes on and says, man, it's been great.
Tyler, that was pretty funny, right?
Oh my gosh! I mean, I'm sitting here like standing on top of the table, telling you how bad it is. You better believe me. You better believe me when I say it.
Yeah.
Oh, today was awesome.
Yeah. But not me, and everybody just kills me because I'm too negative on it.
Well, if Scott's saying, hey, we don't have a quarterback, Tyler's saying the offense struggle, we have a young guy on defense, and he's like, it's awesome.
It's just been awesome.
It probably does tell you exactly what's going on with the offense right now, right, Tyler?
Yeah, and I'm going to take a step back here because, again, I want to emphasize that in the big picture, I've been very impressed with Bo Nix. His consistency, he's been steady. It's far from sexy. It's far from, big plays. But he's been ahead of schedule of what I've expected. No major, disastrous performances. I wasn't here yesterday, but I believe Scott on his take of the day. And all I can tell you is that today was – I mean, this might have been the peak of the iceberg of bad offensive football.
Well, it's funny. We went to break, so I'm talking to D-Mac, and I said, you said so the bottom, whatever, bad. Mm-hmm. And I told D-Mac, said, to me, today looks just like yesterday. So it's probably very similar. And again, for all them people, if you don't like criticism, grow some testes.
You know what maybe you should do instead of saying how terrible the no quarterbacks? Defense, unbelievable.
Well, if you want to be positive, I'll be positive the rest of the show. Defense kicked major butt today. There wasn't a quarterback that didn't even have to throw it in the dirt or just throw it away on multiple occasions today. The defense were phenomenal. And but hold on now. We've said that we think they were going to have some depth at the defensive line. I don't know if we'll have the next Von Miller. Yeah. It'd be kind of cool if Jonah. I mean, his dad was a pretty good player.
Luther.
It'd be kind of nice if he becomes the next Von Miller. But they got some depth. They got some depth on that D line.
Tyler, should we just go in that direction? Just be like, yay, defense.
Right. I was talking to Demps about that right before I got on air, and he's like, how do you evaluate, make a determination about who's good, who's bad versus offense versus defense? And the reality is, you just don't know until you get up against another team because man, if both sides look good in practice, it's probably just a whole bunch of crap, on both sides. I mean, one side looks good. Okay, are they that amazing? Is the offense that bad? It honestly is just really, really hard to tell. All I know is the offense got smoked today. That's all I can tell you.
The truth is, you don't really know in preseason.
No.
And you really don't even know through the first 3 or 4 games of the regular season. Don't forget when that shellacking came at the hands of the Dolphins. And then they got beat up pretty bad the next week, too. But after that, the Broncos defense was one of the better defenses in the entire league. But that took like 5-6 weeks to get it together.
I would say this, and on our little podcast for the station, you want to tease out where they can find that?
It's on social media platforms everywhere, on Altitude Twitter, on my stuff, on yours. Well, no, I guess not on your stuff.
No,
but you kind of gave up on that.
Well, I've got them. They just no one ever sends them to me.
But it's everywhere, yes.
Yeah. But we talked about it last night. Listen, you got a rookie quarterback. Give him 4 or 5 real NFL games before you sit there and throw up the white flag and go, ooh, okay. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying. Did he break the bank the last 2 days in a good way? No. But you got to give him real games. Here's another thing to remind everybody, and Tyler, help me out here. Defenses know what you're running. They know the script also more times than not, right?
They do. They don't in a 2-minute drill, but even there, they've got the advantage because it's strictly pass rush. That's why I always put the biggest emphasis on the offense's performance and move the ball periods and in a 2-minute drill, right? Because it's the only period of practice that the defense does not have the script. But that goes both ways, Scott. A lot of times, like a lot of times, the defense is going to thrive because they know the script. But Sean Payton makes up for that a lot also. All head coaches do. It's called script for success, and it's a real deal. I mean, you go out to practice, and you script the defense that you want for the offensive play that you want. And I think there's been a reasonable amount of that going on for Bo Nix as well, which, is probably in large part about why he's looked pretty consistent because Sean Payton has scripted for success a lot.
All right, Tyler, do you want to head back here or you want to hang out there?
Things are about done here. I'll head back.
Okay, sounds good. We have a Justin Simmons update that we'll get to. Hard Knocks, pretty interesting last night. And the Lucas Kroll Cecil story just has this life of its own. It's
still growing.
It's great. I'm not even going to lie. It's just awesome. This may be the end of it, but if this is the end of it, it's pretty cool. So you'll hear all of that coming up next. Okay. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. Some great news for you. Over 160 remaining 2024 Chevys and GMCs will be sold at their lowest price of the year. Oh, this is fantastic. Get more on 24s. 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. 2024 Chevy Silverado. If Chevy or GMC makes it, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC has it on sale. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Where are you? Are you in Erie? Are you in Pueblo? Are you in Stapleton? No problem. It's totally free. Talk about peace of mind, too. Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC is offering a 3-day money-back guarantee. So find me another dealer doing that. Good luck on that. You can find him at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont online. Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. Together, let's drive GMC. We are professional grade. All right, it's Tyler headed back from the tent. We're going to hear from the quarterbacks today. All right. Hear from the quarterbacks again. Nice. Nix and Stidham and Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I know you didn't ride your bike in.
I know.
You're like dressed nice.
I know. Trust me. Think I like looking like this?
Did you get your bike fixed yet? Does it get back?
It'll be back on Friday.
It's a flat tire.
I know, but it's.
Can they fix the tire? Or do you have to buy a new tire?
I got to buy a new tire.
Just get a new tire.
Scott, I thought it would
be that easy.
Yes. The guy doing the work hits me with a, "Are you DMAC?" Mm-hmm. And then he goes, "It'll be Friday," and I'm looking around. I'm looking around the store.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Really, Friday, huh?" Like 3 people in here. Like, but you know,
did they not have that tire in stock and they had to order it? So
it's right there.
So why Friday? Maybe you should have said, "No, I'm Andy Lindahl."
Like Andy Lindahl would know how to ride a bike.
He used to ride a bike.
When he was 7?
No, like a year.
I wasn't getting my banana seat fixed.
Like a year or 2 ago, he got into riding his bike all the time.
What?
Yeah.
I'm
telling you, don't be a snob. Not all of us can be great like you.
Shit. Tell me about it.
Hey, by the way, of all the podcasts you've done, was the last minute and a half the greatest ending of a podcast ever?
I posted it. It's up there.
Was it good?
People want to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there.
I mean, it became a circus.
It was wives, kids, multiple pets.
Multiple pets.
It was a complete meltdown. But yeah, I could tweet that out too. I'll do it right now. So I'll retweet that right out now so you can follow me on the old Twitter there. I titled it "Chaos with Wives, Kids, and Pets." Look at that. So you want to see it? DMAC, Andy, and Scott out of control. That's what bam. Go there. Twitter. Look at that. Everybody can see it from themselves. What is my Twitter handle? DMAC Sports Co. I had to change that title. Change it to that.
Really? Oh, you probably had something.
Well, the whole getting fired thing got in the way of all sorts of stuff.
Well, you got me for not being big on social media anymore. Hey, get your handle hacked.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was like,
terrible.
I mean, on X, I probably had 45, 50. And then all of a sudden, some dude took it, posted it. We got a hold of them. They canceled. They go, "Hey, we sent you a reset code." I go, "He changed the email to him, and you're just sending him the reset code."
Is that what happened?
Yeah, some dude in Europe somewhere. Yeah.
So well, there it is. It was chaos. It was fun. It's been a fun show. So every night at 8:00, it's been a variety of different people, and we talk about training camp, and we have a good time. And it's a little bit the language is a little little saucier.
Well, you're the only one that's saucy.
I have not been the only one, but Vic Lombardi went to Italy. I'm trying to get you guys to come on, man. Let's get out of your shell a little bit.
I'm trying to clean my voice up.
No, jeez.
I was trying to.
All right, do you want to hear the Cecil stuff or the
Yeah, I want to get it because we talked about it. Cecil asked Sean Payton the first day of camp or right the day before camp, Lucas Kroll was your best player in OTAs.
Yeah. All right, so
he got shot down.
It got shot down. Sean Payton was, no, he's not. I'll answer your question, but no, he's not. Classic moment. A little tough one for Cecil to wear, but Cecil's got tough skin. He'll be all right.
Hey, what'd they say? No publicity's bad publicity.
Well, I'll tell you this: the legend's kind of growing. So Mike Kliss, I'm talking to Klissy today, and he's his first time we talking to Kroll, I had to bring it up. Cecil's standing right there. So Mike's bringing it up. Cecil's standing right there. But this is fun because nobody throws people under the bus like media does to other media people.
Right.
Oh, we can't wait to have muggle on muggle crime.
We can't wait till Buddy Bell becomes, or Bud Black becomes a media guy.
No,
he'll kill everybody.
The greatest thing is just us crushing us.
Right.
We love it. And if you get crushed by a coach, it's all like, woohoo.
And yet there's also a little bit of a red badge of courage with that, isn't there?
Somewhat. But, and we'll never leap up to each other's defense. That ain't happening. So you get kind of everything here. You get back with loose control, and then you find, and I'll tell you specifically who the media member is, who threw Cecil under the bus. And I talked to him about it today, too. So here we go, this little fun moment from yesterday.
Did you get any teasing at the suggestion that you were the best player in the offseason?
What's that?
Did you get any teasing about the suggestion that you were the best player in the offseason?
That I was the best player?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Cecil.
Man, I tell you what, man. I didn't. The first time hearing that too. Listen, I just come out here and work as hard as I can for these guys. I don't see myself as that. I see myself as a guy that just comes out here and works every day, trying to get better for this team and doing anything that I can help to, get wins for this organization.
So that's our boy Brandon Cristal that was quick with
Cecil.
Cecil.
Yeah.
Who is it that Cecil?
Him.
Yeah, right here. And Cecil was right there. I saw Brandon today. I'm like, what are you doing there? They go, hey, whoa, Cecil. He was standing right there, so I just pointed it out, Cecil. So now I have figured out if anything goes wrong, Cecil.
Yeah. yeah. If anything ever goes wrong.
Cecil.
Hey, John Michael Lyle's mic didn't work yet. Cecil.
It's cloudy. Cecil.
The offense struggled.
Cecil.
So, Bo Nix is third stringer.
My coffee is Cecil. God, I got a flat Cecil.
It's going to be till Friday to your bike.
Cecil. So the code for anything going wrong, if you need to blame anybody.
My back is sore from
Cecil. The quickness with Brandon. You could have just said nothing.
Yeah.
You didn't have to point out the guy.
Kliss, because it was just one of this group.
Yeah, somebody here. I don't know.
Not BK.
Nope.
Cecil.
Right here. This guy. Like, who's the idiot that said this guy right here?
The most beautiful thing would have been to have video of it, and then all the other 10 muggles around Cecil just pull away, right? They just
like Homer going back into the bushes.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse.
Oh God, I thought that was so funny.
Is a player that was somebody giving a player love that first time he'd ever heard it. Or another media member throwing another media member out there.
I just the lack of courage that we all have for each other is. Hey man, the Nuggets ain't different. Same thing. Same thing. I've seen it. I've seen it with the Nuggets too. Well, I've seen Malone go after a guy or two, and it's
Brendan.
Well, Jamal went after Brendan Vogt by name. Where's Brendan? Like Jamal said that.
So you're saying the NBA guys may be reading all that stuff a lot more than NFL guys?
Well, Jamal was. Not reading either. So Jamal's quite aware, I'm convinced, of everything going on out there. I think Jamal I think Jokic doesn't know. The only thing that caught up with Jokic was the Kendrick Perkins stuff. That did catch up with Jokic. He was aware of that. It is pretty funny because Jokic has revealed he watches horse racing on YouTube. So I do think every now and then on his algorithm while he's watching horse racing, there may be things that come up about him.
Yeah, about his name or something.
Yeah, it probably does pop up as he's going through his horse racing.
But he does watch those videos on.
Yeah.
The only thing I've seen play a video game, watch a horse race, and FaceTime his family.
Yeah. But if you're just scrolling through things, it might pick up on some other things too. Right. I mean, your name is Jokic. I mean, it might pop up. But Jamal knows.
By the way, we haven't done our Olympic, and I know you and I are kind of the guys watching on the show Olympic.
What do you need to know?
Dude, you see that 1,500-meter run, the USA guy? Yeah, the men.
Unbelievable.
Wasn't that crazy?
And Ingram Stern comes in fourth.
He didn't even medal.
Doesn't even medal.
Talk about a guy hitting a wall.
Hit a wall. He's the most dominant 1,500 runner, has been for years and years and years. Lost it in the backstretch. His big rival from Great Britain was there. You think he's going to do it.
He barely held on to second.
He, by 1,000th of a second.
100th, wasn't it?
was it 100? It was so close. Nagoose almost got him.
I think it was like 08 and 09 or something.
Dude,
like
it was right there. And the Americans almost went gold, silver in a really tough, challenging race. And I'm forgetting the guy's name. Sorry, I'm forgetting. It's Crover. Something.
The guy that won it?
The guy that won, yeah. But that was incredible what he did. Unbelievable what he did.
I mean, and he got boxed out with about 300 or 250
he put
meters
his
to
hand
go.
on Ingram Brunson's hip.
Yeah.
Which was really a savvy racing move because he just sent him a little physical signal like just very, I don't think there's anything illegal about it, but it was just a nudge to indicate I'm here, which I do think once they went down the backstretch, because Ingram Brunson should have just stayed on the inside lane, but he didn't.
But you
when
know
he came
why,
around
though?
the corner, he opened up a little bit.
But you know why? Because that dude who's his big rival from England was on his right shoulder, and I thought he was trying to wedge him out a little wider because he probably knew he was dying. And that American, after getting boxed out, kind of slowing down and having to slow down a little bit, all of a sudden just takes off in the inside.
Here's why I like running more than swimming. Because I do think there are legitimate race strategies with running that don't exist in swimming. I don't think so. I think swimming is just about you just go as fast as you can.
Cole Hawker,
very good. Yeah, Cole Hawker. I really do believe swimming, the strategy in swimming, I think is limited. I think it's more or less
unless you're doing maybe a 1500 or something like that.
But strategy,
yeah,
like we're talking running where you really can manipulate. Everybody can run around the same time. There's strategy that goes on that I don't think exists in swimming. And I think there's a lot of sometimes if you're just faster, you're faster, okay?
Right.
But in these distance races, anything over 800 meters, 800 and beyond, to me is really fascinating. Really, really interesting. Yeah, I loved it. It was great.
Yeah, I thought I wondered if you'd seen that.
By the way, the greatest human in the world, apparently, her name is Gabby Douglas, okay? Gabby.
Did you watch her 200-meter race?
Oh, my God.
Holy.
Who's a Harvard graduate.
Thank you.
There's just humans in this world who are better. You know the whole thing, like, what, do you think you're better than me? Yeah, they are. They are, okay?
Yeah.
She does that and went to Harvard. She actually is better than you, period. Oh, what, do you think you're better than me? Yeah. PhD on 92.5. All right, CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is such a bummer, man. And guys just put it off. And sometimes you just say, oh, I'll get to it later, or it's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. A healthy sex life is part of just having a great life. And if things haven't been good for you in that department, it's not like you got to live with it forever. Come on now. Be smart about it. Call up my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs, man. It's close. You're just putting it off. I know you are. But if you just go and see my great friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their success rates are over 90%. They're going to get you in. Initial visits, $99. If the test dose doesn't work, it's free. But the stories about it working are phenomenal. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, and you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess, honestly.
Couldn't care less.
No, all right. You don't have to be snooty about it. That's a legitimate question and all.
Had to be Zach, did it?
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
No, that was Bo.
Oh, was that Bo?
That was Bo.
Yeah, because he knows he's a starter.
I couldn't care less that I'm starting in the first game because I know I won't be starting in week 1.
Hey, but today, because the list came out, we made fun of it. Too bad we didn't have a recording device or a microphone in front of Mosier. His thoughts on
that was great.
On the depth chart.
That was awesome.
That being said, who ran with the ones today?
Nix did.
Bo Nix. Yeah. I'm like, dude, you just put out a depth chart.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't care. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Dude, I just got all this money. I just bought a house in Castle Pines. I'm the starting quarterback. If you see my wife, what do you think? I care about a depth chart? The hell? What do you make? Like $19,000 a year? Asking me that question? How dare you?
I think I like what Sean Payton did.
That's
like rookies, you're barely alive. Yeah, of course you're not at the top of the depth chart. You're barely alive. Who knows if you'll still be here tomorrow, according to Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, but like, you're not supposed to lie about things with the good old NFL.
They haven't made up their mind.
Yeah, but Sean Payton actually came out basically and said, we're lying. Kind of.
He said we didn't put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah, well, they put a little thought into it because there were 2 guys on the defense that were ors. It was this guy or that guy. So there's a little bit of thought.
Who are those?
I don't know. It was gosh, I guess I could look it up. It was Riley Moss or Damari Mathis. I think it's Damari Mathis.
Okay,
I can look it up. And there was another one too.
You know what? That's a legit or. I think either one of those guys could become the starter. I've heard a lot of great. I haven't been watching him a whole lot, but I've actually heard a lot of great things about Riley Moss in camp so far.
I was hearing that too today. I mean, he was out there with the ones for whatever that's worth when they were going through certain things today. So it's in that slot corner sort of spot, So good for him. So there was a little something going on. It wasn't completely,
Did you notice, Tyler? And I brought this up with D-Mac a while ago. When they went to the 11-on-11, and their first opening set was with 2 tight ends, and it was Troutman and
they're both removed from the line a little bit, right?
And Dulcich. But do you see who the other wide receiver was with Cortland Sutton?
I did not. No,
Vele.
Okay,
which I found was kind of interesting.
Yeah. Tim Patrick is out there. He wasn't in pads today, right? I think he was.
No.
If he was in pads, he wasn't participating a whole lot.
No, he was in pads but didn't have his helmet on.
Okay, okay. I think he might have done individual, but he wasn't doing the team periods.
Yeah.
But if you watched him, he was doing the
listening
typical,
in the huddle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, listening in the huddle.
Oh, I did see that. He was running the plays
behind
the plays.
Behind.
Yeah.
Which to me, that's a healthy thing for anybody to do for sure. I'm definitely not knocking it. But to me, that's a little bit of a sign that Tim Patrick might understand where he stands right now. Hey,
you think so?
Yeah, a little bit. Hey, coaches, look, I'm doing everything I can.
Yeah, I may not be playing today. And I wonder if that was just a normal rest day for him.
Could be. I mean, guys have gotten days off.
Interesting.
Not a whole lot, though, actually, if you think about it. McGlinchey was off, but that was because of the birth of a kid.
Right.
Ballsy had a deal going on.
No, they really haven't done vet rest days. They really haven't, if that's where you're going.
Balls started practice yesterday, but had to go. And then I think, has Pat Surtain had a day off?
I don't think so.
No?
Not
any vet days.
Not
right?
No, I don't think so.
So that might be Sean Payton saying, hey, boys, we might not be able to do 2 days anymore, but you're not getting any time off.
I mean, there's guys who are just hurt that aren't practicing, but I don't.
With Tim Patrick, you think with that knee, maybe the trainers go, hey, let's.
Yeah, but that is true because he was doing, what do you call it, ghost reps? I don't know.
Yeah.
He was doing that today. And he wasn't out there with the ones in certain periods.
Don't hear me wrong. I'm not mocking it at all. It's a very healthy thing to do. And a lot of young guys that's their only opportunity to participate. So they will literally run the reps.
No,
right
I get
behind
what
the
you're
field.
saying.
But
You're hearing.
it just feels to me a little bit like Tim's an old dude, man, right? Like typically the older guys aren't necessarily doing that. It feels like, hey, coach, I'm still here, right? I'm still here.
Yeah, he was in full pads then. Because now I do remember. So he wasn't. No, it wasn't a vet rest day. He was in full pads. So
but he wasn't participating. No. I think it looked to me like it was a day off for him.
Well, it might have been a day off for him, but he was in his uniform, and I thought he had pads on everything. He just didn't have a
But he took
helmet.
his helmet off, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either he didn't get any reps or it was a day off.
He didn't get reps on 11-on-11.
I think he's on the bubble, man. I think we've done a good job cataloging why, too, and Vele having his moments, which he's had. And by the way, Mims, make a play.
Again.
Please, at some point, will you?
Hey, Troy Franklin finally had a couple catches today. That was good to see.
Yeah, Troy's flash. He gets behind people, too. Give me where Mims is like, hey, man, look at Mims.
Hey, Mims, listen, with the new changes to the kickoff return and everything else, Mims is safe because he's a young guy.
But, for sure.
Well, but I'm just saying, man.
He may become a specialist.
It's a bit of a wild card because the specialist role is going to become less and less important.
I think that's pretty fair. But he is their guy on punts and kicks.
Yeah.
He's
he was
the
a
guy.
Pro Bowler last year.
And I don't think he's in any risk of not making the team. I'm just saying I think some other guys are passing him up as a wide receiver. That's where I'm going there.
Yeah.
I have the other or for you. It's Jonas Griffith or Cody Barton. So for a depth chart that meant nothing, and I get it. I saw Patrick Smythe say, I go, what's up, 5-minute man? Some thought went into it. Something happened. It was important enough to list Griffith or Barton. It was important enough to list Mathis or Riley Moss, but not on the offense. And certainly not with Bo Nix, because he's Bo Nix, yo. What are you asking me questions like that for?
I like Jonas Griffith a lot, man. He's one of those guys that's just always going to be a coach favorite. He's going to do the right things. He's a special team stud. And you know what he is? He's just a slightly less good version of Alex Singleton.
Is he quicker? They need some speed in that linebacking core.
I doubt it based off the injuries he's had.
Dude, that was pretty funny, though, today. You come out yesterday, we don't have a quarterback, okay? You come out today, that was the worst thing ever. Then we have Jonah Ellis on. How's the defense? Awesome.
Great day.
How'd your day go today? It was awesome.
I love the timing of it too, because DMAC was kind of challenging us with the fans' thoughts on Scott's report from yesterday and mine from today.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden he pops on. Yeah,
he kind of confirms it.
Well, yeah, for all
it's
those,
like a left, right.
negative. But when you got a defensive guy saying, "Oh, the defense has been great,"
oh, it's kind of like you guys set it up, and then he just came in with the knockout punch. Here is Bo Nix. What is it like? Taking chances?
Yeah,
taking
just
some shots.
Him talking about taking shots down the field versus hitting the open man.
Oh man.
Well, I think hit them when they're open. Make sure you get the right coverage for them, and usually, sometimes the forcing comes when you don't get the right look, things like that. So just make sure you get the right look for them and the correct game plan play for the particular defense. And if not, just check it down and go to the next play.
Got a hot take on Bo Nix.
All right.
A little bit of a hot take. I think it's going to take about 6 NFL starts for him to be a little bit insufferable to hear from. There's a certain confidence with Bo Nix. I'm going to give it 6 NFL starts. And then
early, no dumb question. Will we see him lip syncing and dancing on the sideline?
Oh, that's a little Drew Lock sort of thing.
No.
You know what, man?
From what I've been told, he's the opposite of that, actually. He's Mr. Stoic.
Oh, I believe it. And I believe it's going to be about 6, and it's going to be rough talking to this guy at all about anything. There's going to be a little attitude coming up. You can hear it.
He's doing the typical young quarterback thing after practice every day, which is good. He's getting the sprints in after practice when nobody else is. Today and almost every day he goes down and he shakes absolutely every fan's hand. So he goes down the line, does the Russell Wilson deal.
He's doing a little running for office moment.
Well, I don't know if it's running for office or
are you going to kill him now? He's doing the Russell Wilson thing.
Well, I was just doing it. Yeah.
So that was a bad thing he's doing.
It's not a bad thing, but it's just a little
I'm the
Yeah, I
quarterback.
guess, yeah.
Is he running for office?
A little bit.
I mean,
Yeah, justice is blind.
It's okay because the face of the team is the quarterback. There is a little something like that, okay? Deion Sanders just said defensive linemen can just be,
I got another no dumb question.
in the streets.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Deion Sanders says quarterbacks need to come from like great families and, that sort of thing. And defensive linemen can be, like whatever, broken homes.
I didn't catch that.
You didn't catch that last year? Oh, that was classic.
No, I guess I don't remember that one.
Oh, Dan, if you know what I'm talking about, Dan? If you can go back and find it, it's great. Deion Sanders just said defensive linemen can just be the scourge of the universe. It's better if they come from a place where they didn't get love as a child.
Okay. It's got to have a little built-up anger. Sure.
That's what he said. Yeah, that might be a fun one to look up. You writing down your no dumb question?
Well, you guys trained
Good
me on
for
that.
you.
All right.
No, I mean, it's just growth is just awesome to see. As a person and as a human.
Thank you. Growth.
Like you need more growth. Emotionally, you do. I mean,
Gee, thanks. How about just throw it to break?
No, that's,
do you want to take a shot at Tyler first and then throw it to break?
I'll tell you about Drew Lock. Drew Lock was not a phony guy at all. And I don't know, maybe he needed to be a little bit. But Drew Lock was just kind of a very genuine sort of guy, top to bottom. And maybe it was a lack of maturity, and maybe he should have been. I don't know. And I don't know if that's good or bad. But he was always a cool, like you talk about singing on the sidelines and everything. I don't take that as a negative. I think Drew was just who he was. I think he always was who he was. And perhaps he wasn't mature enough. Maybe there's a reason he slipped to the second round, right? Like it didn't compute. Bo Nix ain't like that. He doesn't have... And
he's Mr. Stoic.
He is. You like that or not?
I do. Yeah. From quarterback, more or less I like that. I mean, look, if your personality is Drew Lock's personality, I get it. Be you. But you want your quarterback to be calm, cool, and collected, for sure.
Okay. Well, you know what? We do have that Deion thing. That's great. We'll play that for you coming up next. No dumb questions. Scott's taking ferocious notes.
So where do offensive linemen have to come from?
Let's address that coming up next. That's a good one.
Cherry Creek.
Get to that next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney for Longmont. You won't believe what's going on. This is so great. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, they're throwing their biggest model end event ever. And it's all about discounting the 2024s. Mike Maroney Ford has a whopping 286 new 2024 Fords that'll be sold at their lowest prices of the year. Come on now. More on 24s, F-150s, Edge, Broncos Sports. If Ford makes it, Mike Maroney has got it on sale this weekend. And they'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado. Totally free. Home, office, wherever you're living, anywhere, almost anytime. They'll bring that to you. And talk about peace of mind. Mike Maroney Ford is offering a 3-day money-back guarantee. Find me somebody doing that. I'll wait. You can find them at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont, online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Easy to get to, easy to save big. It's Mike Maroney. Get more on 24s at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont, and tell them your pal D-Max sent you. The reason that people want to lose weight are a myriad of reasons. For me, just getting back to the things that I love doing outside was an incredible motivator. And I got there losing 40 pounds with soda weight loss. It was easy. I look back on it now because I've been in maintenance for so long, and it really was a piece of cake. There you go. It's soda weight loss. You could be down 50, 60, 70 pounds. By the holidays, look forward to something. And it might seem difficult right in the beginning, of course, because week by week, you've got to figure it out. But soda makes it easy. And listen, soda clients, listen, they want to get healthy. They want their kids to be proud of them. They, you want your clothes to fit better. And instead of just feeling old and creaky, that sort of thing, you can get back to what you really were meant to be with soda weight loss. And it's without drugs, pills, shots, or hunger. It's fast results that last. So go to sodaweightloss.com right now. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback, and you're going to get a callback within minutes from somebody who truly wants to help you get in the best shape of your life. It's Soda Weight Loss, SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art. All right, this is a classic Deion Sanders. We'll get to No Dumb Questions. Scott wrote it down, so I'm kind of excited about that.
I got two of them.
Slow down. Okay, this goes to like if we talk about Bo Nix being sort of kind of, Bo Nix and
stoic and macho,
stoic and all this sort of stuff, not goofy. Quarterback leader. Here is Deion Sanders' classic sound about what he's looking for in certain positions.
Quarterbacks are different. Yeah. We want mother, father, dual parent. Mm-hmm. We want that kid to be 3-5 and up because he's got to be smart. Mm-hmm. Not bad decisions off the field at all, mm-hmm. because he has to be a leader of men. Like old linemen, I look for dual parent homes. Right. A strong father that they adhered to. Right. Smart kid, at least 3.3 and above. Lineman, defense lineman's the opposite.
What do you mean?
Single mama. Trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I'm talking about just trying to make it. He's trying to rescue mama.
Hey, was that the courtesy suck up laugh that you could hear in the background? Somebody thought that was jolly.
Hey, I think I would have laughed at that one if I was in person.
I got it, that is pretty funny, man. He goes
Right?
on about offensive linemen and quarterbacks.
Offensive linemen, we need a 3.3 GPA minimum.
Fathers that are responsible.
We need 100 hours of community service out of our offensive linemen.
Defensive linemen, they got to be scrapping for something. Single mom.
Right. We need them eating out of the dumpster.
Is that true?
Hey, it kind of adds up with the personalities.
Is that true?
If I'm being honest, it does add up with the personalities. And if look, I mean, I don't want to get myself in trouble here talking about family life and all that, but it adds up with the guys that I've played with.
Oh, that's funny.
Your old partner, Derek Wolf, that dude didn't come from a good background.
He fit the defensive lineman bill.
Right.
Ain't no doubt about. Well, according to that.
Yeah.
It's no doubt. I don't know, man. I think you get great players from any kind of background. It feels weird to just sort of generalize things, but okay. I mean, he played. Deion played.
Would any other coach, no dumb question, would any other coach get away with that list other than maybe Deion?
No.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't even know if it's that true or not. Here's what I was told, though, a long time ago by Harold Hasselbeck.
Well, sorry.
Maybe this falls in line. Harold Hasselbeck.
The late great.
That is so sad, by the way. But Harold Hasselbeck, who was a very smart guy and a defensive lineman.
And tough.
Said the dumbest people on the field were defensive linemen.
Yeah.
He said that about his own position group. He said, what's hard about it? Ball snap, go forward.
You got the A-gap. Hey, you got the A-gap. And hey, if we want to go wild, we're going to run a 3-4 scheme. And now you got a 2-gap, okay? So you might be responsible for the A and the B gap if we're going to go wild. You defensive ends, though, hey, you get your butt up that field and you get a sack.
He said, what is there to this?
And from a great guy, though, wasn't he?
Install over. Get your butt up field, get a sack.
He goes, no wonder we're always in such a good mood. And he goes, you look at the offensive linemen, you ever look at those guys?
So, all right, do you guys know the wonder the NFL doesn't even utilize anymore, but that was like the old more or less IQ test that you put guys through.
Yeah.
So if you go down in order, the highest Wonderlic scores, what do you guys think they are by positions?
Quarterbacks, if it's not number one, I'd be shocked. And I know Fitzmagic had a 50 out of 50. And he went to Harvard too. But
yeah, guess the top three, both of you.
Quarterback, offensive line, cornerback.
Okay.
I'll say quarterback, O-line. All right, I'll go with you on cornerback. I'll agree with Scott.
Okay, so offensive tackle
maybe
is at the highest.
Maybe inside, maybe like a linebacker or something.
So they actually broke it down by specifics, not just O-line, okay, but by the actual positions, okay. So offensive tackle, average score of a 26. That's at the top of the list.
Okay.
Offensive guard, average score of a 25. Second highest.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks, number 3 at 24. Tight ends. This one surprises me a little bit because I feel like tight ends are a bunch of dum-dums.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of stuff there at tight end.
Yeah, they're at 22. Okay, I keep going down this list. So it goes tight end, safety, linebacker, cornerback, wide receiver, fullback, halfback. We're through 7 positions. We haven't even gotten to the defensive line.
You ain't going to. Well, but if we add this all up, so you put the tight ends as an offensive line also, they're dominant. So the quarterbacks were 2. So who's after anybody who plays offensive line and quarterback? What would be the next one after that?
I just changed the article. I'm sorry. Okay, after offensive line and quarterback, it goes to tight end, and then
I'm counting tight ends.
Okay, and then you go to defense. So the highest score on defense is going to be safety with an average score of a 19.
That makes sense too, because you got to call things out as a safety. You have to recognize things. You're making calls usually as a safety. Plus, you're smart enough not to get hit that hard.
Yeah. And jump on people's back.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's a reason Justin Simmons played like 1,000 million plays in a row.
But this is funny. So it compares. They broke it down and they tested warehousemen, security guards, bank tellers, nurses, engineers, chemists, all that stuff, right? So offensive lineman is at the highest of the list, and they are comparable to an electronics technician. So I'm Jason. I'm Jason in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 15, at 15, which was, what did I say 15 was? That was halfbacks are at 16. They are warehouse men.
Where are defensive linemen?
I don't even see the D-line score on here. It didn't even get that low. It just gave me the top 8.
Yeah, because it's insulting to go down to like who the dumbest job is out
Right.
there. Nobody wants to have the dumbest job.
The lowest it shows is the halfbacks there at 15.
Yeah.
So if that's at 15, D lineman, what are we talking about? 8, 9?
Well, go forward and hit something, right?
There's not much to it. You got to be a freaky athlete. Nobody's saying you're not a great athlete. You may be the freakiest of all athletes.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's just there's just not
I
thing
think
about.
I think edge rushers, specifically in a 3-4 scheme, outside linebacker edge rushers, pound for pound, the best athlete on any football team.
They're pretty freaky.
Yeah.
It's just not that complicated.
It's a little bit more complicated. Well, it's a lot more complicated in a 3-4 scheme. For an outside linebacker versus an edge rusher in a 4-3 scheme, you got zone coverages, you got to drop back, you've got responsibilities. Not the most difficult, but far more difficult than a traditional 4-down.
Remember when Von Miller was asked to drop back in pass coverage and all of us would be like, huh?
Yeah, why?
But he did get that interception against the Patriots, which was unbelievable. Because anytime Von Miller would drop back, it was like, why? Unless Tom Brady just threw it to him in his gut and he picked it off, which was awesome. I do remember that. All right, you ready with your questions? I mean, you took notes. You're looking up things. I mean, my God. This is going to be kind of special. It's time for No Dumb Questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present Dumb, 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 Dumb. No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com. Online, you can order. Find a location near you, Scott.
All right, we'll go back to some of the conversations we've had that made me think about this. And you talked about Drew Lock. You thought was pretty authentic who he was.
I do. I like Drew.
What would Drew Lock's career look like had Kubiak still been here?
It'd been better. I mean, Kubiak was an amazing coach. He would have figured it out.
Would his direction have changed?
No.
Why do you say that so quickly? You don't believe in Drew?
Drew didn't have the processor. And that if you don't have a processor, there's the highest standard of quarterback play in terms of I want you to do exactly what I say comes from a West Coast offense.
Is not having the right processor the same as not being mature?
No.
I think
there's a lot. I think Russell Wilson is incredibly mature. But I don't think he's got a great processor.
I would push back just a pinch because I really do wonder if it was just a thing of maturity more with Drew than a processor.
But the only thing I'll go with him on with Tyler with this is now he's had 4 or 5 years away from the Broncos and we've not seen.
Yeah, but now he's stuck in the backup quarterback world where you got to get lucky at this point. Somebody's got to get hurt in front of you, and you got to be spectacular. Your options of
Gardner Minshew.
Well, he's in a pretty good situation actually. He's out there in New York.
He'll have
now.
a shot probably.
This is probably the best opportunity he will have the rest of his career.
Mm-hmm.
All right, another no dumb question. We'll stick in the football realm before we get into something fun and light.
Okay.
Surprised that second year in a row so far that Deion Sanders hasn't been out to visit Broncos training camp.
He came last year.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Huh.
I remember it. Yep, he brought coaches.
That's interesting. I never even thought. You know who was out there today? Adam Gase was out there today. Yeah. So
he doesn't have a whole lot going on.
His father-in-law, he's happy. I was talking to Adam for a little bit. The dude's
he got paid for 2 or 3 years afterwards, made some money.
No dumb question. On top of that, if you're regarded as a terrible coach and you never have a chance to coach again as a head coach, but you got $35 million in the bank, is it worth it?
Yes.
Of course.
But you're never going to be able to be a head coach ever again in your chosen profession.
But guess what? If you know enough people and they like you enough, because he did okay as an offensive coordinator.
Everybody likes Adam.
So you could still now go back and make a couple million a year.
No, it's just at that point, it's just a pride deal. Because if you're a head coach one time in the NFL, you can be an assistant for the next 25 years. Nobody will ever turn you down with an assistant job. But most of these guys just got too much pride that they're not willing to go back to that role.
Well, Adam's so young, though.
He's very young. He's such Adam's a really good.
He's been
dude.
out for a while now. I mean, how long has it been?
It's been a minute.
2 coaches since him at the Jets.
I think McDaniel just was there somebody between Gase and McDaniel?
No, I'm talking. But then he went to the Jets. Remember, right away.
He went to the Jets right away.
I thought there was 2 guys.
Maybe.
So his last year with the Jets was 2020. That was the last time he coached in the NFL.
4 years, huh?
Yeah.
And they fired him. So he probably is now just getting out of his contract, haven't been paid.
Well, listen, man, he looks great. He was in a really good mood, and I know he was a wicked grinder. He is a nice guy, really nice guy.
He's always good to me.
Yes, I like Adam quite a bit, but I do wonder if he would ever get a shot as a head coach again.
So I'll tell you this about Adam Gase. He lost who he was, and that's where things went wrong. When he was here, he was like with Josh McDaniels. He was like low man on the totem pole, not the lowest you can get, but an assistant to the assistant type of situation. And he he climbed up the ladder very quickly. Had a lot of success with Peyton Manning. Adam Gase despised Josh McDaniels. I mean, despised him. Could not stand the environment. Could not stand the work. Like all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And when he went to Miami. I know a couple guys that went on that coaching staff with him, and they told me he became Josh McDaniels.
Whoa!
Like it was literally it was the exact same thing 2.0, and everything that he despised he became. Which you know what? That's kind of the circle of life for a lot of us, right? When things get challenging, you just go back to the things that you've seen previously. But he lost touch of who he was.
Flores. We should have remembered that. Brian Flores in between there.
All right, last thing. I just saw a sign right there. Is this one of the great sayings? And could you ever live this saying?
Oh, boy.
Live your bucket life.
No.
Or bucket list.
That's stupid.
Live your bucket list.
Who said that?
I just saw it. You know what I saw it?
That's dumb.
I saw it at the golf tournament at a house. It was right on the water. They had their own handmade beach made and a little golf putting green right there.
That's something an arrogant...
Live your bucket life.
That's something a rich, arrogant person would sort of
Adam
prop up there.
Gase.
Is that what he said?
No, I'm just saying Adam Gase has got the perfect opportunity to live the bucket life.
Yeah, I mean, Adam could put a sign up, I suppose, because he's got $35 million in the bank. Live your bucket life? That's such an arrogant thing to say, man. How about just, because people have to work their ass off just to get through this life a lot of times. Like,
that's true.
Life is freaking hard, man. Live your bucket life. Oh, I want to climb a freaking mountain. How about some praise for going to work, man, and making sure the lights go on at home for your family?
But what if that is somebody's bucket list?
I think
to have
being
a quality job that I love.
Okay, if that's but that's not what that means. Bucket list means I went skydiving, or I hiked the Andes, or I looked at a gazelle in the Savannah Plains, or some dumb crap like that. I'd say you'd be fair to challenge yourself every now and then, but live your bucket life. Up yours, man. Live your bucket life.
All right, last thing. Coolest thing you've seen at the Olympics so far?
A lot. There's been a lot of good things.
A lot of good events. I saw something.
Coolest thing?
It's got to be the divorced dude that's one arm shooting with his hand in the pocket. He got the silver, didn't get the gold, but I mean, that dude became a meme.
Oh, that was cool. That was fun. Yeah, that was fun.
I saw some the other day, and they're doing...
I'm going to say the guy with the huge member in the pole vault was the coolest thing.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Burt Reynolds.
I don't know. Cool. There's a lot of cool things.
So a guy, divorced guy with the package. Now I'm going there. You realize the surfing competitions in French
Tahiti.
Polynesia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
French Polynesia.
10,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Still
France.
Yeah.
Still France.
They were out there doing the surfing.
Yeah.
And whales started breaching back out the distance.
Right. That's amazing.
Big package, divorced guy, whales breaching.
Okay.
Whales breaching.
Is that not just to perfectly describe our personalities?
In terms of desire, perhaps. That we all desire something that we can't have. Because we got to live our freaking bucket list every day.
Seen the Wilbur.
Dude, if somebody came up to me and said, live your bucket list, I'd have to punch them.
Is that not exactly what you've been doing over the last year?
Me?
Yes. Like I'm gonna ride my bike to Aspen. I'm gonna do a triathlon.
I think you challenging yourself and doing things that are challenging are different than living your bucket list.
But hold on now. You said climb the Andes. Would that not be a challenging feat?
Yeah, it sure would be. But what do you do on Tuesday? Go to work.
Prepare for it.
Yeah. I mean, living your bucket list. That's like you just have no work whatsoever. Hey, man, live your bucket list. Hey, Jazz Nuggets, Tuesday night. I'm getting home at 1 a.m. Where's that bucket? That bucket's got a big damn hole in it. Hey, it's Ottawa on a Wednesday in November, everybody. Where's that on your bucket list? Avs lose 4-3. What did McKinnon have to say afterwards? Whose bucket list is that on?
I thought the kindest, most sensitive kind of like no dumb question, and it just railed. Just sent a rail underneath D-Mac.
I thought it was a pretty good idea, Scott.
Yeah,
living your bucket list?
Yeah.
All right, what are you doing today for your bucket list?
You got to live a realistic bucket list, right? Like, and if you've got unrealistic bucket lists, it's not going to be a fun life anyways.
Give me the top 3 things on your bucket list these days.
Right now, find happiness.
Okay, now you hit me with something like... Oh, happiness, where are you?
I got to work with you two bums every single day.
It's PhD on 92.5. Jeff Legwald next. Well, I tell you what should be on your bucket list is Old Chicago. That should be on your bucket list today. It's Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Let me tell you what they got that's affordable. That's a bucket list, saving some money. Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room has an unreal pizza deal for just $29.99. Get a delicious large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. That is great. Comes with cheesy dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant gooey chocolate chip cookie-izza. That's fantastic. Only $29.99. It'll feed the whole family plus no dishes. It's fantastic. It's the unreal pizza deal to go. Feeds up to 4 for only $29.99. And if you're a beer lover, take a beer journey around the globe with 110 local and legendary beers. Take the tour, earn rewards along the way like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. It's Old Chicago, founded in Boulder in 1976. Legendary. Keep it in mind. Find your Old Chicago tonight at oldchicago.com. Jeff?
The NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
That's a pretty legitimate question by Eric Goodman right there. Like, you obviously don't like it. You don't want it.
Oh, no. Come off of that.
The NFL should get rid of it.
We'll go ask him.
I mean, that's a pretty fair question. Jeff Legwell brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Hey, Jeff, I don't know. I think Eric brought up an all right point. Like, if you hate it so much, but I guess. I mean, I get it. It's stupid and all, but, I don't know. Why does the NFL require these guys to do it, Jeff? Do you even know?
I think it's some of it, D-Mac, is the NFL has always been really cognizant of like its rights holders, and they want they sort of want teams to at least sort of tell fans and the rights holders, hey, this is where things stand right now. And it kind of goes back to when Rozelle was commissioner and the NFL wasn't this behemoth that's covered like every second of every day. So it does sort of date back to that. But I can remember one year Mike Shanahan did it alphabetically. I don't think many people noticed. And then I've heard places where they've let like the PR guy do the depth chart and everything. So my feeling has always been they show you the depth chart every day at practice if you're paying attention, and that's where I come down on it.
So there were two oars on the depth chart, which I thought that was probably the most realistic part of the depth chart. And the oars were Jonas Griffith or Cody Barton, Damari Mathis or Riley Moss. What are your eyeballs telling you about who's in the lead at those two spots?
The inside linebacker spot, Tyler, I think has been more situational. I see Barton more when they're in certain looks, and then I see Jonas more when they're in other things. At corner, I think, to my eye, Moss has sort of nudged his way ahead, but I saw Damari Mathis today before practice with a trainer, and they were taping his like hip, upper thigh, groin area too. So maybe that's some of how the reps have been split up here lately. But Moss has been getting a little more of a run with the starters here lately.
Hey, you and I had a conversation. We were talking about some wide receivers. I've gotten latched on to number 81, Vele, last week, and came in and said, this guy just looking phenomenal. You've kind of been watching him too, and you think he's had as good a camp as anybody, don't you?
I do, Scotty. I think he's really made the most of it. I knew he had physicality when I looked at him before the draft, but I didn't judge well enough how good he is in traffic, and that to me is the toughest transition for a receiver from college to the pros, is the amount of contact you're going to have to work through, A, to get the ball, and then B, to catch the ball. And he has done much better with that than some of the other younger guys. And man, his routes are clean. To me, they're going to have a hard time not telling him he's made it, but I realize it's very easy to get to 5 and 6 at receiver right now because it's a crowd. So, but in my mind, he's easily one of the top 53 right now.
Like, it's never great to lead a question with my opinion, but my opinion is that today was an outright disaster. I thought the offense hit blackout on the bingo card of bad football. But I'm curious your thoughts. Am I on the right track? What I saw, or what do you think?
I did see you making a face at one point, so I knew you didn't feel very good about the whole thing.
No.
No, it was not. Now, Sean Payton, after practice, was a lot more complimentary than I thought he might be, but some of that may be him thinking to himself, I can't be hard on him publicly 2 days in a row because then that's a trend.
Yeah.
So I think that's some of it. But no, yesterday wasn't good. And to me, today didn't even reach yesterday's level.
Wow.
And I've said to you guys, I have a hard time seeing how this team's going to score a lot right now. And maybe that changes as they work through things. But the more they do some of this third down work and red zone work, some of my concerns are playing out in real time. They have they had a hard time today putting the ball in the end zone, and none of the three quarterbacks got it done in the 2-minute drill.
Another conversation we had, and we've talked about it here a lot too. What in your opinion is going on with Mims? Because we talk about guys that pop in practice, and you mentioned the depth of that receiver room. He was a special team All-Pro last year. What do you think's going on with Mims? And are we just making too much of it because they're installing stuff that really doesn't fit his strength?
I think that's some of it, Scotty. I think last year, especially early in the year when he had like 3 50-plus yard plays in the first few weeks of the season, and they only had a handful of those all year long, and he had 3 of them before they were out of September last year. But a lot of that stuff was deep middle, and if you want to talk about something none of these 3 quarterbacks have done much of right now, is anything in the deep middle of the field. And I don't know, I think some of it's by design right now, and I think some of it is quarterbacks in a competition not wanting to throw that big pick out there in space where, everybody can see it. And, it's blatantly obvious you didn't get the ball to the right guy. And so I think that's some of it too. They're not running a lot of the things that he's really, really good at. And I think the Broncos defense has frustrated some of their own guys to this point. I think they'll be ready to face somebody else Sunday because I think the defensive backs have been really physical and made it a point to get in their business. And none of the 3 guys have challenged Surtain much either. So if you're the receiver lined up over Surtain, there's probably a 95% chance you're not getting a look.
Hey, what was going on with Tim Patrick today? It was a weird day because it looked like he had his pads on. It looked like he was supposed to be participating, but then when we got to team, he had his helmet off. I'm not sure if I even saw him in there at all. Is he just not getting reps, or was today a bit of a hybrid day, giving him some rest on the legs?
Yeah, Tyler, he's done more of these hybrid days with guys than just the old vet day where you just got the day off.
Yeah.
They've had some days where they've just had the guys participate in a little bit. Even Surtain's had a couple. McGlinchey's had a couple. Zach Allen's had a couple where they just kind of you participate in individual and some of the shell work, and then after that, not much. But to my knowledge, he does not have anything injury-wise going on.
Hey, I know how much you love Indianapolis. Little bum, though, this year you'll be heading that way, and Ike and Jonesy's is closed down.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that miss Ike and Jonesy. I will say that.
Hey, was that the hub during the combines for a whole lot of years?
Old school combine. That was one of the spots. And the slippery noodle.
And the slippery noodle, been to both.
Of all places.
Slippery.
Not that, I heard stories. Not that I went.
No, of course not. Of course not. All right, Jeff, appreciate it. We'll talk to you. We'll see you out at camp tomorrow. Thanks, Jeff.
Take care.
See you, buddy.
All right. Jeff Legwell, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW, Local 68. Start a job, end with a career. Okay.
All right, so that was interesting with Tim to me because it was a weird one. He was out there participating in individual, but that adds up, right?
Yeah.
That's how Sean's given these vet days.
That's his version of a vet day.
You don't get the whole day off, but you can do individual, and then you'll
stuff,
be done.
We're going to make sure you're in traffic, you're not messing around.
We'll hear from Bo Nix coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Saturday mornings, it's the Premier Heating and Air show hosted by yours truly, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, right here on Altitude. Love doing the show with Reed and Tom. If you're in need of a heating and air expert, this is easy. It's premieraircolorado.com, 720-547-8009. Moving into a new home after 20 years was a big deal for me and my family. And yeah, we needed the whole kit and caboodle in terms of heating and air conditioning, and this was an easy decision with Premier Heating and Air. First of all, you can get an estimate and go from there. If you buy a AC, you get a free furnace, $89 AC tune-up, and what we really appreciated, 0% financing for 60 months. If you get the package, if you get it all, a great promotion, a free Solo stove or Traeger grill with the system purchase. So all you have to do is call 547-8009, 720-547-8009. Visit premieraircolorado.com and listen to us Saturday morning. It's a great show. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
I think the game has started to slow down a little bit. I've started to feel, very comfortable with the base install, and there's a lot more plays that I'm comfortable with than not. So that definitely helps. And then the more I see on defense, the better it's going to get for me, I think, moving forward.
Bo Nix Day today. Jarrett Stidham also spoke, as did Zach Wilson. We'll hear from everybody here in a little bit, but let's talk about Bo Nix. Hey, give me cut 11 there, Dan. It's Bo Nix talking about being a starter and how long he's been a starter. I think this is kind of interesting. Go ahead, Dan.
I started playing football in the 7th grade, played middle school in 8th grade that year, and then 8th grade I was the backup on varsity and the JV quarterback, and then midway through the year started playing on varsity, and then 9th grade on to now, I guess I've started every game.
Did you say in 8th grade he was on JV?
He was the backup varsity quarterback in 8th grade.
Is that legal? You can do that in other states? Can you do that in Colorado?
I don't.
Can you have a middle schooler on a high school football team?
Pete Maravich, the only other guy I ever heard of was Pete Maravich. And this is when they had junior highs. They didn't have middle schools. Pete Maravich started on varsity as an 8th grader.
Wow.
That's the only other guy I've ever heard of playing 8th grade, playing varsity.
That just goes to show you how big of freaks these guys are. Like you get to the irony of that, and I know nobody will believe me on this. I was not. Like I was never the best player on my high school team, my college team. Like I never was. I was always just a guy that got better every single year.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys in the NFL, like he's a freaking 8th grade on the varsity football team.
Okay. What was the linebacker we had? DJ. Was it DJ?
DJ Williams?
Yeah, that was like all world, like he was like all state Florida and like running back and did it. And they were saying he didn't need to go to college. He was the one guy they'd ever seen in high school that could have gone and played day one in pros.
He has another fascinating stat behind him as an NFL player. He's the longest player in terms of starter who never made a Pro Bowl. DJ Williams had the longest
Bronco or
the longest NFL. Longest career in terms of years played being a starter without making a Pro Bowl.
That's pretty wild.
Pretty wild.
How many years did he play?
10, 11, something like that. Never made a Pro Bowl.
All right.
Pretty crazy. As a starter. He was a starter. He wasn't a backup.
Not 11-year backup.
Yeah. The longest as a starter never make a Pro Bowl. I think DJ Williams was a lot of his teammates loved him. He hated the media.
Yeah. He talked to you away from cameras and thing. He was okay.
The problem
squirrel, small squirrel. You guys see Joker's not talking to the media and all the Olympic stuff.
Mm.
He said that I have to talk to the media in the NBA, but I don't have to here. So I'm not going to.
Is that right?
That's what I thought I heard. Yeah.
You don't have to in the Olympics. You're not.
Well, there's no fines. There's no yeah.
Oh, just okay.
Yeah, that was a real thing, Dan. I didn't just make that up.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah. He said, I have to in the NBA. I don't have to here. So sorry, I'm not talking to you.
That's a little jerky, man.
No, it's not.
It's a little jerky. I love Jokic, but that's a little...
What's jerky about that?
I don't know.
All right, I said squirrel.
What?
We
He
can
must
fight
have
about
a
it
little
later.
beef.
What's that?
Must have a little beef with the media.
I don't know, man.
Beef jerky.
That's just my opinion. I think there's a lot of people who love you. It's softball question after softball question. It's just not that big of a deal. I love Joker, though. I do love him. But I just think that's a little jerky. That's all.
I would say jerky. 9 out of 10 athletes, if they had the choice, they would not talk to the media.
Then I would think 9 out of those 10 are a little jerky. That's what I would say. It doesn't kill you. It takes about 10 minutes. It's easy. People are basically kissing your butt the vast majority of questions. It's not an inquisition when you're the best player in the world. That's all. And they're doing their jobs, and all they're doing is communicating information about you and what you're doing to fans out there. So what you're really doing is you're not talking to the fans. And I just,
I'm not going to get caught up because I said it'd be a small squirrel, but I want to fight you. I won't.
Okay. Bo Nix 10 there, Dan, about being a leader.
That's a great question. I think, how you do anything is how you do everything. So it's kind of an all-the-time thing. You have a lot of responsibility, and you got to act accordingly. And so,
Live a happy life.
In my position, the other quarterbacks, we all kind of carry ourselves with that leadership role on a day-to-day basis, no matter where we are.
Shake hands with everybody at the end of practice. Run extra sprints.
Smile, and you never know
when nobody's
whose
watching.
day you're going to make.
This guy has been training for this moment since he's been in
for about 12 years of college.
8th grade.
8th grade, I guess. It's robo quarterback stuff.
Listen, I know it's a whole different level, but starting as an NFL quarterback as a rookie, or starting as a high school varsity quarterback in 9th grade, that's pretty good.
I do wonder if the main motivator for him to come back for his final year of college football, because he could have come out, but he might have been drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round or something. Maybe he wasn't going to be a first-round thing. I really do wonder if the whole point of him staying an extra year is, if I'm going to do this, I want to be a starter, period, the end. This guy's been nothing but a starter. He's 24 years old. He's the same age as Zach Wilson. He's way older than a lot of quarterbacks that have started. I think he feels like he should be starting.
Well, you should. You're the 12th pick in the NFL draft. If you don't feel like you should be starting, you don't got the right moxie. You don't have the right mindset.
Okay, so that's a positive thing that this guy thinks he should be the starter.
Of course. Yeah, if you got somebody out there on that field that doesn't feel like they belong, you got problems.
He literally doesn't even know what it's like to not be the starter.
If what comes with it, the work also. So what you're saying, he's got the attitude of a starter. He understands what it is and the leadership and the responsibilities. He's got that. Now he's got to put the work in.
I think he does put the work in.
And I think some of the stuff that what Sean Payne has done, not naming a starter and doing anything, is make sure this young kid doesn't feel he's entitled to the starting job. And let's put him at 2nd once in a while. Let's put him at 3rd a couple practices. Okay, we're going to let him feel the whole process. He's your starter.
So there is a very, very fine line between confidence and arrogance, right? Cockiness and confidence, two different things. D-Mac, you talk about bones all the time. I forget who you asked or what.
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon, right?
Can you be too confident?
Can you be too confident? And the correct answer to that is no, if it's true confidence. But a lot of times confidence turns into arrogance, turns into cockiness, right? So as long as it stays on that fine line of confidence that you have earned, that's what it comes down to. Confidence is something you have earned. Arrogance is something that you have not.
Okay. Has Bo earned the starting job?
He's earned the right to believe he's the starter.
Okay.
I guess semantics there.
What's the difference?
Well, there's not exactly like there's been a big challenge.
Okay, so what if not, what else would he need to do?
I think he's done everything he could do. The last 2 days have been bad. And I went on a big rant at the beginning of the show today. I'm not going to get all passionate again. I'll just tell you this. Today was an epic disaster this was maybe the worst football I've seen in a long, long time. We've had a lot of bad football.
Was it more about the offense being bad or the defense playing well?
Offense was just crap. Crap.
So it had more to do with that than the defense being amazing.
Anything that could go wrong. I think you had darn near every wide receiver drop a ball. Your offensive line was getting destroyed in the pass rush. Each running back, I literally had a checklist. Each running back got blown up in pass protection, including Samaje, okay? So anything that could go wrong. Bo Nix misses a bubble screen, the easiest throw you could possibly get, right? So just go down the checklist of crap football, and you got a check mark in absolute everything. So today and yesterday, I wasn't there. Scott was. He says it was the exact same thing as today. Take those 2 days aside, and I would say Bo Nix couldn't have done anything more than he already has in terms of just consistency, being in the right place, having the ball, getting in and out. There's not been a ton of bad football, but not great football. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah. It's has he done enough?
Has he done enough?
The initial question: has he done enough?
Yeah. Has he earned it?
No.
Then how else do you earn it? What do you got to do?
So has he earned it or has he done enough? Sorry, Scott, to interrupt you, but in my mind, those are two different things.
They could be. Done enough, he might have. You could probably say yes. Earned it, not necessarily. But then again, and that people took wrong in what I said yesterday, and I understand my bar is a lot higher than a lot of people's. No one else has either in that position. No one else is in that position has done enough to earn it. Or what was it? Two different things.
Done enough versus earn it.
Done
right?
enough, earn it. I don't think any of those three guys have earned it.
So I've said this from the get-go. There's two ways for Bo Nix to get the job, right? You either go out there and be the best quarterback, or you look the same as everybody else, okay? So he has not earned it in the terms of, man, he looks light years ahead of everybody else, but he's done enough in terms of he looks at least the same as the other dudes.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out, well, what else could he do to earn it before starting, before week one? Is there some other magic hurdle to
if you go back to what Legwald has said on our show and other shows a number of times, is he thinks that both Bo and Stidham have kind of played it closer to the vest and get the completion, throw it under, do what you need to do. To me, I think he's got to wing it a couple times.
He's got to take a few more chances.
I would like to see some chances here and there.
Okay.
Because the biggest question coming out of college is what with him? His arm, right, and his ability to wing it. You want to set guys and get him quiet. Get a couple down there. Get Mims involved. 19 was in a play.
All right, one more for Bo Nix. One more.
Sorry, last thought, real quick. Earning it would be a day like today. When you've got a 2-minute drill, you start the ball on the 37-yard line. You got 51 seconds on the clock. You got one timeout.
Yeah.
Earning it would be going down and winning the game. Okay, you're down by 6. You go win the game, right? Today, it was like he did enough. Like he got down to like the 11-yard line. He had an opportunity to win the game with the last throw. He didn't get it done. Was it a bad drive? No, but he didn't earn it. He didn't go win the game.
Well, to me, this camp has been incredibly predictable because everything that's happened in camp is what was happening in the spring. Like there's been no difference. Each guy has been exactly who they've been.
Had moments where they did enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's there's been nothing surprising to me about this. That's why I said in the beginning, this is a decision, not a competition. And by the way, just for the record, there definitely have been training camps where guys have really stood out at the quarterback position. I'm telling you, man, there were days at training camp where Kyle Sloter was clearly the best quarterback out there.
That was never true. That was
that's what I saw.
Ever true.
That's what I saw. My own two eyes.
That thing took on a life of its own, and Kyle Sloter was a respectable third-team quarterback.
I'm just telling you, there were practices out there that things were happening with Kyle Sloter that were not happening with Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock. You don't think there were days like that?
I got my own opinion with the eyeballs that I had.
All right.
I think there was days you were like, dude, is the best quarterback Kyle Sloter?
I'll tell you know what that's really about? It's about not being happy with the dudes in front. It wasn't that Kyle Sloter looked great. It was just that the dudes in front didn't look good.
Well, and that might be the thing with Zach Wilson now, right?
Maybe.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. There were days that Kyle Orton was a much better quarterback than Tim Tebow.
Oh, yeah. Like every day, you mean?
There were days where
name a day that Tim Tebow was a better quarterback than Kyle Orton.
There really weren't many. There were days out there that Jay Cutler was throwing the ball way better than Jake Plummer. I saw those days, too. Wasn't necessarily every day, but it stood out. Like, you really could tell the difference between Cutler's arm and Jake Plummer's arm. Like, it wasn't really all that close. I'm just saying there were days out there where Peyton Manning was toying with the defense.
Well, and to Scott's point,
toying with the defense.
To Scott's point, we definitely haven't gotten that from Bo Nix.
I'll tell you this too with Peyton Manning, man. There weren't many days at camp, if any, that I walked away without knowing he was the best quarterback out there. Like, and I think Peyton was competitive enough. Like, there weren't that many bad days from Peyton Manning.
Let me ask you this, and how do you break it? When Simeon won not one but two competitions, was it kind of not obvious he was the best quarterback they had in those training camps?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, it was obvious enough. Because obviously you'd rather play Paxton Lynch as a first-round pick than the guy you drafted in the 7th round, except that Kubiak was a 7th-round draft pick himself, which gets into the weird psychology of Kubiak and Simeon and Elway and
or a free agent that had some success in the league that you brought in.
Well, the
Mark
worst,
Sanchez coming in and not being able to win a competition with a seventh-round draft pick.
It was so bad. It was so bad with Mark Sanchez. That was stunning. And that guy had been to 2 AFC championship games.
Like back-to-back years.
Let's Football Go coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler Plums here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. The best car dealership in Colorado. It's not even close. The best inventory, the best prices, the best interest rates, all of it. It's just the best over at Phil Long Ford. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. So whether you're in the market for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, they've got it all. I'm talking one-stop shop and no reason to go all over the state of Colorado trying to find a new vehicle. Go to Phil Long Ford. It will be on that lot. Whatever you are looking for, it will be there. If you've not given a test drive on one of these electric vehicles, you're missing out. I'm telling you, these things are insanely fast and insanely fun to drive. The F-150 Lightning, the Ford Mach-E Mustang, all amazing vehicles. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out. They're going to respect your time. They're going to give you the best price. They've got an award-winning service department, and there's zero reason to go anywhere else other than Phil Long Ford. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home. Let them know that Tyler Plums just sent you on over, and find them online at phillongford.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. It's so good what Old Chicago has going with scratch-made crust. Legendary. Starts with good dough. You can pick from 3 options: Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, deep dish. One of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza with Old Chicago, or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. Old Chicago, raising the bar on pizza since they were founded in Boulder in 1976. And how about Old Chicago's World Beer Tour? If you're a beer lover, this is for you. You're taking on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your Old Chicago. And you get rewarded just for enjoying beer. Old Chicago is the best. 110 local and legendary beers. Take the tour, and rewards will come your way, like branded merch, $5 OC bucks, all sorts of stuff. Again, it's Old Chicago. Discover your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. There you go. Jonah Ellis had a great day. Thank you to mountainhighappliance.com. Mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. I can't wait to hear what's first. What's going on, Dan?
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix. He was asked today down at Dove Valley the differences between the NFL and college.
Yeah, that's a great question. Mentally, it's if not the same, it's tougher. There's a lot, mentally and physically. Practice is similar, but less guys. So you take a little bit more time in between reps, so you get your full recovery, and then it's fairly similar. I think in college sometimes they try to duplicate what they do in the league just to kind of. Because that's the thing to do. And so I think it prepares you well, but there's just an element of the NFL that kind of makes it more challenging.
What's the question?
Thoughts on just Bo's description of the differences between the NFL and college football? It says it's more taxing mentally in the NFL.
Anything new is more taxing mentally. He'll I'm sure it is. It's more complicated.
Well, what did you just mentioned Jonas Ellis, right?
Yeah.
What he say? He said, "Yeah, there's so much more plays." And this is a defensive guy that go forward and hit something. He said, "There's so much more to study, more plays, bum." So imagine that with a quarterback.
Dude, the one thing I've done this job covering sports for a long time. The most common thing you'll hear is in your second year. You'll hear almost every guy in their second year talk about how things slow down in the second year compared to the first.
Yeah, it's an absolute fact. For me, it took me a little bit longer. It probably wasn't until my third or fourth year that I really felt like, man, I see it. I just can see the field.
Yeah.
I know what's about to come, and all of a sudden you start playing faster. But man, the transition for these quarterbacks, it's not easy, dude. I know the average fan will have no way to conceptualize the difference between college football and the NFL. It is a radically different game from a quarterback's viewpoint. Radically different game from the hash marks to the width of your wide receivers, the spacing, the one-on-one matchups that you can get that you just cannot create at the NFL level. It takes some time to adjust to all that.
Eddie Sutton told us in our very first team meeting, and you don't get it when you're young, and then you have to be in the league or college or whatever a couple of years. He said, the longer you play, the slower the game gets.
Yeah.
And that is, I as I got older in the league, I went, oh, dude, all that stuff you stress about and have anxiety and freak out about and go home and study and do that, and you're like, the greatest thing, and you probably didn't get as much experience as this as I did, and I played on one team for 5.5 years. I didn't have to learn a new place. I mean, I knew at the second training camp, I knew what we were running.
Yeah.
And then the cool thing, I go to Miami. The coach was an assistant coach in Atlanta. We ran the same thing. We ran the same thing there that we ran in Atlanta.
Well, I'll tell you what probably helps too is confidence of where you sit, meaning I can afford to make a mistake or two, as opposed to I'm on the bubble. I can't ever screw up. And that just probably ratchets things up. And I know you've been with both.
The thing that you also learn when the game slows down is it's not the mistake that always kills you. It's how you follow up the mistake.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting there so worried about what you just
flush
did,
it.
then now all of a sudden you're making a second one because now you're tired or you're not doing this or whatever. Then it snowballs. It's easier to stop the longer you play the snowball.
The sad reality is like, what do you call the Venn diagrams or whatever, like where you got the crossovers, right? And
windmill.
If you look at it like where I'm mentally at my peak and where I'm physically at my peak and where those two collide, the sad reality is you probably in an average career, you probably only have 1 or 2 years where you feel at your best mentally and physically, right? Because all of a sudden, by the time you get to your best mentally, physically, you're on your decline.
Well, don't you also think that after you get in second, third year, you've also figured your role? Whether it's the role of the starting quarterback, the role of a backup lineman, the role of a bench guy, you kind of understand your role and go, I don't need to be Dominic Wilkins. I gotta be Scott Hastings. Well, what's my role? Come in there, play as hard as I can, and hit everybody that walks near me. That was easy.
Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from QB1. He also spoke today. Jarrett Stidham was asked, what does he need to do to win the quarterback competition?
I mean, I'm not getting too caught up in what's down the road necessarily. I kind of just focus on, all right, what am I asked to do today during practice, and this afternoon in the film room, in the meeting room, that sort of thing. And then, okay, tomorrow? What am I asked to do? Go out there and execute at the highest level and take it day by day. If you get caught up in the past or the future, you kind of get caught up in a blender. So I don't do that, and I just focus on every single day.
Okay, so we get the company line there from Stiddy on how does he win the quarterback competition. So let me just ask you guys this. If Stidham starts week 1 at Seattle, did he win the job or did Bo Nix lose the job?
Oh, I think in that situation, he won the job. Whereas I think Bo Nix can become the starting quarterback without winning the job. Sean Payton has every freaking reason in the world to want Bo Nix to be the starting quarterback. Hey, I'm the genius here, right? I'm the genius that waited. I took the 5th quarterback out the board because I identified this guy. He's my guy. Sean Payton doesn't want Jarrett Stidham to be the starter. So if Jarrett Stidham is the starter, that dude earned it.
The answer he should have has is nothing.
I can't.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, you put out a list, and who takes first team snaps today? Bo Nix.
I mean, Bo Nix has been with the ones like
6 straight days.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on now. However, that being said, Sean Payton said at the beginning of the week on Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday, we can announce,
And today, he said we're going to talk about it tonight.
Right. Meaning it hasn't been a great couple days.
Here's what I really wish Tyler, before he came over and joined us, would have spent like 4 or 5 years coaching. And I know you've got guys and buddies of yours that have coached. And me too.
Be careful, because he's putting install in for 12-year-olds right now.
Right.
So,
that's right.
Yeah.
But both basketball and football, I've got buddies who've coached. And they say the crap that is talked in a coach's meeting about players is unbelievable. Every coach buddy I've had that's got into coaching, Anthony Lynn told me that with the NFL when he first got into coaching with Shanahan. He said, I didn't realize how much crap they talked about players. They've talked about this. And I guarantee you all 3 quarterbacks have been dog-cussed in coaches' meetings. Yep. All 3.
Yep.
Not even close. All 3, I guarantee, have been hammered.
Mm-hmm.
Who gets hammered the less? Probably Bo Nix. So
it was just a couple days ago that on the off day, what was the off day? Sunday?
Sunday. Yeah. Yep.
Sunday, they had a full-on 90-man roster evaluation. So sit at the round table, and you get your opportunity to talk crap about all the players on the team. The sad part for coaches that sit there and talk crap is like when you got a whole room that you don't like. Hey, man, maybe you're the problem. Like, hey, if you can't find a single dude in your room that you like, maybe you suck at coaching.
Well, so I didn't know we were going to talk about Pat Shurmur, but I mean.
Be careful. I have not seen them practice throwing incompletions yet. I look forward to when that happens. But he is the future of CU Buffalo's football up there. He's going to get Shedeur to the league, man.
We're in good hands.
Be careful.
Good hands.
Well, we know they can at least get 16
me personally,
a game.
I love the experience that Pat Shurmur has. He's been around the game forever. I mean, football IQ, this guy has seen it all. I think the Buffs are in great hands.
Can I tell you something? Can I be real? Just keep it real. And maybe I was the only one. I actually like Pat Shurmur. I swear to God. I thought he was pretty thoughtful I was around him a bunch when he was the offensive coordinator. He always gave they're kind of boring, but he was a very genuine dude. I get it. Everybody likes to crap all over Pat Shurmur. I like the dude, personally. I know it doesn't work out.
There's a whole bunch of guys I like that can't do the job.
I get it.
So now tell me this. Do you like him as an offensive coordinator?
It didn't work out, so I guess it was bad. But, I always thought he was a pretty genuine dude. I think it's some balance up there at CU. I'm not joking about this. I think a guy like Pat Shurmur is good because everything else up there is hype city.
Oh, it's actually really hard to understand how Pat Shurmur and Deion Sanders connected.
Their personalities are so different.
Like how did Deion Sanders look at Pat? You know what? Maybe that's a great healthy sign about Deion if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Because how did Deion look at Pat Shurmur and be like, that's my dude? The environment that he set in, the culture, the look at me, all of it. Pat Shurmur is the typical grumpy old man football coach that wants 0 distractions in his life.
I actually do kind of get it because it's somebody who feels like responsible, like, you could sort of trust, and he's, going to be more the reasonable sort of guy? I mean, I do kind of get that.
Pat Shurmur has two different sides of a resume. Head coach, X number of years, offensive coordinator, X number of years, that looks good on a resume. Other side, 27th on offense, 28th on offense, 23rd on offense, number one in turnovers.
I get it.
I mean, there's two sides to the resume.
I think what Deion likes too, I think he really likes the shine of NFL-ness on dudes. I think he just considers that a higher level than the college.
You can't have everybody. You can't have everybody in there. What's the old saying? If you think you're in the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Right.
Right. He's got to have somebody in there, and he could probably talk over some heads football stuff, but he ain't going to talk over Pat Shurmur's head.
I agree with you on
absolutely
that.
Not.
I actually do kind of like it. We'll see if it actually works out.
Well, listen, you got one of the best dynamic quarterbacks and wide receivers in the world playing for CU, or at least in college football.
Well, and I think that's a big part of it because he wants to get Shedeur to the next level, and working with the guy who's done it at that level is probably, as a coach, probably helps.
His entire coaching staff is NFL.
Right.
Yeah.
So if they win 4 games this year.
Or high school.
But Shedeur throws for 4,500 yards and 38 touchdowns. And
how many
11
wins?
Picks. 4.
4 wins, but he puts up numbers like that?
Yeah.
How are they losing games then? Is the defense that bad?
You're trailing. Actually, it's not that insane, D-Mac. College football, the scores are like 45 to 41.
Okay.
So, yeah, you could lose a lot of ball games and put up yardage.
So was that a successful?
I'd say.
Because you got my kid the first pick.
I'd say that, yeah, I would say that's successful. Seriously, if Shedeur puts up numbers like that, it means something is severely lacking on the defense, obviously.
I don't think Shedeur Sanders can be the number 1 pick with less than 7 wins. I don't
know if he's going to be the number 1 pick no matter what.
USC, how many did they win last year? 7?
Yeah, I think they had.
There was something like
8.
that.
It was in that ballpark.
It was a disappointing year.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to beat out Carson Beck to be the number 1 overall selected quarterback no matter what. I think Carson Beck and Georgia are going to be contending for national championship, and it is going to be what it is. That's it. And it's going to be as simple as that. We're just going to go with a more high-profile, sort of successful.
USC was 5-4 in conference, 8-5 overall.
I'll tell you this, though. I'll be stunned if Shedeur goes lower than 5, though. And I'll be stunned if Travis Hunter is not a top 10 pick as well.
So you're saying both those guys could be available when the Broncos pick?
Yes.
If I'm Travis Hunter,
yes,
man, I know that he's having fun playing both ways. I think this year I'd have to start thinking about myself a little bit. Hey, man, I'm about to be a top 10 pick. You're going to grind me into the ground? You're going to play me 90 plays a game over here on offense and defense?
I agree with you that 100%. All right.
So is he a better corner or better receiver?
Most people will say corner. I think he's got the ability to be a Tyreek Hill at wide receiver. But the majority of people would tell you corner.
Who would you rather have on the Broncos next year? Travis Hunter or Shedeur Sanders?
Well, I hope it's Travis Hunter.
Who would you rather have?
Because that means we got a quarterback.
Who would you rather have? Who would you
So
rather
the assumption there, though, is that Bo Nix hit.
It can be whatever you want. It can be you personally. What would you rather have?
Yeah, that's kind of a loaded question in the sense that, okay, if you're hoping the wide receiver room work out this year, then maybe you don't need to go up and spend a high pick on a wide receiver. So you wouldn't need him that. But if he's a corner and that was a mixed match unit opposite of Surtain, could you get him there? But if you're looking at the quarterback, that means you're right. The Bo Nix had a tough year.
Mm-hmm.
Boys, if we're talking about a quarterback again, then Bo Nix had an epically bad year. Epically bad.
Who would you rather have?
Well, I'd rather have Travis Hunter because that means we hit on a QB.
Slam dunk, I'd rather have Travis Hunter.
But if Bo Nix looks like crap, I'd rather take Shedeur.
Scott?
Who do you think's a better quarterback right now, Shedeur Sanders or Bo Nix?
Shedeur is far more electric. Better's
I watched that Oregon CU game last year.
A better quarterback is probably Bo Nix. But we know how the draft goes, man. There's reasons why guys like Anthony Richardson all of a sudden skyrocket up to the top.
I think a better quarterback right now is Bo Nix, and I don't think it's even close.
Then the answer's Hunter.
The answer to me is Hunter, yeah.
Where do you play him?
He plays both for a couple years for me.
Hell no.
He does a little Champ Bailey action for the first couple
Maybe
years.
he's a nickel corner.
Uh-huh.
And a starting wide receiver.
Well, I see this guy or that guy at nickel corner right now for the Broncos. So I for a couple of years, I would Champ Bailey him, and I would do both in the NFL.
Champ Bailey versus Travis Hunter is a radically different discussion. Because people talk about Champ Bailey like he was Travis Hunter in college. No, he wasn't.
But for
Champ Bailey barely played on offense.
Okay,
barely.
But for the first couple of years in the NFL, he was used as both for a little bit.
I mean barely.
Let me ask this. Here's another no-doubt
How many
question.
snaps on offense do you think at his prime Champ was getting?
A game, 6 to 8, something probably like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
If
a little
Travis
bit.
Hunter was on this team right now, would he be a starter?
Yes.
In either one of the spots. No
Either
question
one.
about it.
He would be your best slot corner by a mile right now.
He's not better than Pat Surtain in terms of corners. So
No.
he'd be your number 2 corner.
But he's better than Riley Moss or Damari Mathis.
Absolutely.
And he may be better than Levi Wallace on the outside as well. He
Absolutely.
Yes. And he's better than Troy Franklin. He's better than Marvin Mims.
Yep, he'd be a starter.
No doubt.
So then boom, Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter is going to be if he stays healthy, and you're right about that, by the way. This young man has a lot to lose because he is going to be a ridiculously good NFL player.
So
he's NFL. Boy, you're right about that, man. If he gets,
I'm telling you, if I'm mom and dad, you hate to play daddy ball, but if I'm mom and dad, hey coach, not this year.
Question.
I get it.
Say you end up with the 5th pick in the draft next year.
Yeah.
Which one of those two is available at 5?
Travis will probably be there at 5 because the need for left tackles is so ridiculous, and quarterbacks is kind of absurd. And like when you need one of those guys, it's not a luxury. You got to have them. So Travis will probably be there at 5.
Here's a hot take for you. If Shedeur Sanders is a top 2, or I'll give it top 3 pick in the NFL draft, Travis Hunter wins the Heisman.
That's a fun one. Yeah, but wouldn't Shedeur win the Heisman?
Mm-mm.
Because of the defense, it'll stand out that much.
Yep.
Because he'll have like 8 interceptions.
He's a unicorn. He's a unicorn.
Like if he has 8... What if he has
8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions?
Don't do that. Just go double digits in both. Go double digits in touchdowns and interceptions.
Double digits interceptions is pretty nuts, old man.
Exactly.
Especially in college football.
Exactly. Yeah, but they do throw. I mean, it's the Big 12, man. I mean, who knows what the hell's going on there?
12 games versus 17.
Okay.
So 8 and 8.
What was he with? Well, he missed a bunch of games last year. What was he with interceptions last year?
I don't know.
Was it only 3? Was it really that low?
Hey, a lot of time the best wide receiver or best corners don't get interceptions.
Yeah,
the ball just doesn't go their way.
Yep. Fair enough. All right. Well, while we look that up, boy, I read something really interesting about Serbia in basketball for tomorrow.
He had 3.
He only had 3, huh?
Yeah.
Well, how many touchdowns did he have?
5.
Wow. Boy, that feels like hardly anything, huh? Compared to his talent.
Well, this right here
721 yards.
And how many games did he miss?
Played
4.
He missed 3.
He only missed 3 games, huh?
Yeah. Because it timed up the bye week. His last week was the bye week.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I can't burn him out, man. That would be such a waste. But by the way,
what are you saying, Scott?
No, 5.
You realize Travis Hunter doesn't have to do anything to be a top 10 pick in the draft next. Nothing. 0.
Done.
Yeah.
Shedeur does.
Shedeur does.
Yeah.
Shedeur does. Travis doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you better be careful, huh? A little bit.
I don't think Deion's going to slow down, though. I bet he plays the whole game.
It's PHC on 92.5. It's D-Mac for SOTA Weight Loss. SOTAweightloss.com is a website to go to where if you click on request a nutritionist callback, you're going to hear within minutes to somebody who wants you to help get you in the best shape of your life. For me, Dropping 40 pounds over the wintertime helped me have a great spring and summer that I'm currently enjoying. So just think about it for a second. You could be down 50, 60, 70 pounds by the holidays. And yeah, it takes time, but you're going to be amazed how easy it is with soda. You're healthier, you feel better, you look better, you get more compliments, and guess what? You're not using drugs or pills or shots. You're not starving, you're not hungry. It's fast results that last. And, you're not sitting there counting calories or doing these other chore-like things with soda weight loss. Listen, find out for yourself. There's 9,000 Google reviews, amazing before and after pictures, and I can speak to it from personal experience. Just go to sodaweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. Soda weight loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Avramović, Jokić se namešta. Jokić igra 1-1. Sambor shuffle, baby! Pogledak Nikole Jokića!
That's so great.
Nikola Jokić.
Such a great call, man. That's awesome. Okay. Tomorrow, right now. Well, it starts at 1 o'clock our time. USA.
So we can have it on. Can you download?
I
your
can't
thing
wait
so
to
we can
not
watch
be able
it?
to see that. That's gonna be so fun listening to you guys talk about the game the whole time.
It's done.
Yeah,
we can put it right up there.
I doubt it.
we could. Whether Dan does or not is up to Dan, I suppose. But we have the technology to.
No.
Is it possible Serbia lost to U.S. by 26 points in an exhibition game? They lost by 26 points in the first round, whatever, the qualifying round. Is it possible that Serbia is sandbagging a little bit playing the U.S.?
Did you watch the Charles Barkley interview last night?
I did not.
On late night?
I did not.
He said the same thing.
Okay, because I just read an article about that, like Serbia may be doing this on purpose.
Well,
for this moment tomorrow.
I think that's a safe thing to say. They're not good enough. They're not of depth as far as individual talent. But in this, Charles said the exact same thing. He said, and you better be ready. And this is what Charles Barkley quote said, because Serbia still has the best player in the world on that team.
Right.
I mean, Charles
and
threw that
if
out
there's ever been a sport that if you got the best player in the world, like you got a chance.
I was rooting for Serbia in the exhibition game and the first thing. I don't think I can root for Serbia tomorrow. I don't
good,
think so.
because whoever you root for seems to lose.
Well,
so
I don't know if I have that magic power. I don't know.
No, I know the country pride is like long and gone, but if you're not rooting for your country in the Olympics, come on.
I'm going to be pulling for the U.S. tomorrow, and I love Joker. Really?
Oh, Scott's pulling the Homer Simpson.
Wow, no kidding, really.
I thought you were Mr. Patriot over there.
Well,
you got 12 American flags on your truck.
Hey, we'll find out tomorrow because that game's going to be on while we're on the air. We'll know who's rooting for who. We'll it'll be obvious.
I saw Scott sitting down during the anthem the other day.
No, you did not. I will say this. I can live with Serbia losing if Joker goes off.
Well, Joker's going to have a good game. There's no debate about that.
Hold on. Why do we care? Like, I'm always rooting for Jokic. I'm always rooting for him. Okay.
Why
do we care if he has a good game in this matchup? I don't care if he has a good game.
Because he's going against the best individual players in the world.
I don't need to know that. I already know he's the best in the world.
I agree with you.
This isn't Jamal Murray. I'm not trying to figure out who Nikola Jokic is.
We talked about it yesterday. I'm telling you, if you had just one other guy, if you had KD or Anthony Davis or forget Edwards on Serbia's team, I would pick Serbia to win tomorrow.
I think it'd be so much easier just to flat out root for the U.S. if it wasn't loaded with Nuggets nemesis players.
True.
If it was more like Eastern Conference
the
guys.
problem with the NBA is that I feel like every superstar is a villain. There's very few superstars that are just not villains to America.
Well,
go through the superstars in the NBA and how many dudes are likable.
But to his point, like Drew Holiday's okay. He plays the ball.
Derek White's fine.
Derek White's awesome.
Yes,
not a superstar.
I don't. Jason Tatum.
I'm fine with Tatum. Halliburton, let's go. But
I like Anthony Edwards. You don't like him.
No, I like him as a player.
I think he's fun to watch. I think he's exciting. I like his energy. I like all of it.
To quote Fisher the Bear, I'd like to give me one of them.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, but he's an arch enemy rival right now.
He is now. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, as a human, he doesn't bother me.
All right, we're talking basketball.
I think he's phenomenal. You put Anthony Edwards on Serbia would win.
Okay, but I ain't rooting for I'm sorry, man. It's too competitive with the Wolves.
I don't like Booker, and Booker's been great.
I can't stand Booker.
Yeah,
you just want to. That's just a guy you want to punch, man. Look at that pus. Can't Devin Booker?
I don't even think I have tons of problems with Durant.
Not anymore.
I'm a little softer on Durant.
It used to be that way. He was the biggest villain just a couple years ago because he was so sensitive on Twitter.
I'm actually a little softer on Curry because the Warriors just suck now, so it's not it doesn't feel the same.
I never disliked Curry ever.
Got a quick second for a Durant story?
Oh, sure.
So it's Marlon and I are stand up. We do our stand up. We're in Oklahoma City. Kevin Durant comes to us, and they'd played Oklahoma City like the week before in Denver, and there was like a shoving match, and we had said something like, well, Durant's trying to get in now. He's in there pushing and shoving. Comes up to us and said, why'd you guys say I was involved in starting that fight?
Really?
I go, well, and he goes, my mom called me right after. She was watching the game and says, Kevin, you know better than that than to get mixed into pushing and shoving.
That is a riot. That is a riot.
And he was laughing and smiling about it. He said, yeah, my mom heard you guys broadcast.
That
and
is
called me
a
up after the
riot.
game and said, Kevin, I didn't teach you to get into fights playing basketball.
Well, that makes him pretty likable right
Scott,
there.
yeah,
That's
Scott,
a good
you're
story.
ruining families.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fun one. All right, good note to wrap up on. Nate and Andy coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a good day.
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Well, the NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
But what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them. I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line. And obviously that'll change.
And I'll click all right, that's, Timmy in Tucson. I don't have to worry about him. He's just right.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Timmy in Tucson is in a tizzy. Sean Payton is a big alliteration fan. Hey, welcome in, everybody. It is Wednesday. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I am Kreckman. That is Lindahl.
What's with the Chicago guys and Timmy?
Timmy? I don't know.
Because remember that that's a leggy deal. I'm just Timmy the sports writer.
Little Timmy the
sports writer. They're both Chicago guys. What's with you dudes and Timmy? Did some Timmy somehow slight the entire city of Chicago with a New York crust pizza and y'all ate him now, or what? Was there a memo? Why is Timmy the go-to name for slander?
I'm trying to think of the assorted Timmys that I grew up with. I didn't find Timmys to be particularly off-putting or anything like that. I tell you what, I don't care for a Chris.
Chris?
I had a lot more problems with Chris than I did with Timmy.
You, not Timmy.
Those are the people that have bothered me. Okay, welcome in, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Yes, they're in a tizzy. Sean,
we're all in a tizzy.
How many no's did he give us in a row?
No. Come on. No.
You complained all day yesterday about having to put out a depth chart, and then somebody's like, hey, would you like it if they stopped making you do that? And then you're like, why are you in a tizzy? You're gaslighting the local media who are just asking you about the thing. They put out a depth chart. Like, no matter what. That's what's so funny about this, Andy, is like, it isn't just us.
Yeah.
It isn't just the media. It isn't just the public. It's everybody. People love rankings, okay? People love rankings and designations and anything like that. Put out a new Madden game, and every player freaks out about his Madden score, New EA 25, and every player is freaking out about where their offense is ranked and what their individual ranking is. The moment you put a ranking on something, everybody is going to react. And so you put out a depth chart, and you don't include a single rookie in the entire two deep. People are going to ask about that. I'm like, hey, what's the deal? Why are the rookies lower on it? And yesterday, Sean Payton said, it's just something the league makes us do. So today, you were asked, would you like it if the league didn't make you do that? No, it's a tizzy.
No. Come on. No. You guys went into a tizzy.
Which one is it, Sean? Do you like it, or are you a fan of it? Or why are you wondering why people are asking you about the thing? He knew, by the way, Andy, the moment that there's no rookies above third string, he knew it would be a thing.
He toys with us.
He
right?
did it for a reason.
Well, because he knew. He's a smart guy. He knew.
And he's bored, quite frankly.
And he's bored, I think so. Just bored, sick of it. Oh, look, the last two practices have been great for the offense, whatever.
Or any of the practices before that.
Okay. But
yes.
At the end of the day, he knows wherever he puts Bo Nix, he's going to make the Bo Nix announcement on his time.
Yeah.
And this is just another part of his personality, and it's fine. It's what a lot of coaches do. He's going to be in control. He's showing us he's he's not only showing us, really what he's showing is the NFL, I'm in control.
Right.
You're not going to tell me when I got to name anybody anything. And a lot of coaches are in his corner on that, quite honestly.
He dislikes any mandate from the league office. I mean, and this goes back, this is a decades old at this point grudge that he holds.
Yeah, they haven't been friends since he had to sit out a year.
Right.
He and the league office don't really, I don't think they exchange too many Christmas cards.
But then if somebody asks him, hey, would you like it if they didn't make you do that thing? Now I'll just say the word no 1,000 times in a row. Come on.
No. Come on. No.
I do kind of like the different tones in there, though. You know what I mean?
Kind of went all over the place. The sliding scale that he had in there. That was nice. Uh-huh.
No, the one at the end, no. Just leave the depth chart alone.
No.
I did it. It's done. Let's move on.
No.
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 I got to tell you.
Uh-huh.
That's the most relatable tone of that tone of voice is the most relatable tone of voice he's ever put out that I just somehow that touches my soul. I've used that exact and that slightly no. Yeah, I feel like my son just asked me for the 5th time.
No.
You know, Dad, are we gonna? No. I've definitely used that no. That's a parent's no right there. How old was the person that asked the question? Now I wonder. That was a parent's no. You've given that no, and if you haven't, you will.
That sounded like Eric Goodman right there. That's our buddy.
Well, then I don't know why that drew it out of him, but that was a parent. That was, I've had enough. Child, please stop asking. I don't want to yell. Let's have a nice Saturday, but quit asking me for pancakes. We're not doing pancakes this morning.
No.
Yeah. Dad, can we please have pancakes?
No.
Yes.
You put out
I feel it.
Like we get our preseason top 25s
Sure,
in college
yeah,
football. We get our power rankings. You know, Sean didn't. He wanted to tell everybody I don't listen to the mock draft stuff. I'll take Bo Nix at number 12. You don't tell me I'm not taking Bo Nix.
You
at
don't
number
tell
12.
me who I'm drafting. I tell you.
I'll take him right there at number 12. Okay. Oh man. It's hot out for everybody these days.
Well, I mean,
Sean Payton's had it.
The offense seems a little frustrated, and I wonder deep down. He said it today, which, you know, I'm trying to quell the negativity for everybody, because really we aren't going to get a read till we see a game, and that game may need to be the one in Seattle, right? The preseason just is what it is.
You're quelling? I'm
trying, Nate. I'm really trying. I don't love what I'm seeing. You know that. It puts me in a mood. You know, I may, and you know what? Quite honestly, I may knock off the damn podcast we do around here. I'm done until next week. You know what? Sean, speak for me. Kevin, do you want me to do any of the podcasts the next 3 nights? Here's my answer.
Andy takes it personally.
Yes. No, I'm not doing it. Done talking about it so much.
No.
Yeah, thank you. No. Not till we get a game. No. Because
No.
Thank you, Sean. Because he said today, I don't even know what cut it is, but he talked about they're working on the installation of the 3rd down and the short yardage, and they did it again. And here's from an offensive player, and I don't care, from Bo Nix all the way down to Jaleel McLaughlin, who, my God, you want to talk about no blocking on a run play? I saw that at one point as he had to run with the 3s for some reason. But like, I just feel like these offensive periods are just clunky, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no just, we're going to run some plays, huddle up, we're going to run it again. I mean, it's here and there, but I'm sure he's teaching. I'm sure he's got a method to his madness. It just is a tough watch right now, and I'm not used to it, okay? And so when he says things, which I do appreciate the insight of, yeah, I'm stopping a lot because we're trying to put things in. All right, but I get why the offense is probably like, dude, can we just go try to get a lather? Can we just go run a few plays and see what happens? Does it have to be just this? It just feels like things get shut down so quick. Like, I swear to God, I watched a drill today where all it was waggle and throw to the, you know what I mean? The waggle play, fake handoff, roll outside, hit the tight end running parallel to the quarterback.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't mind it if they ran a few of those plays this year. Can they consistently do that? I'd like them to consistently do that.
No.
I'm just saying, man, this has just been a weird camp, and I just feel like the offense can't get in a lather, and I'm not really sure it's all the quarterback's fault. I just feel like they pause things, they do this and that. I guess he's never really had to deal with a rookie quarterback, and so this is how he's doing it, which is great if it all works.
It's been a lot of, and I didn't see it today, but I didn't have to.
From what I understand, because I didn't see it yesterday,
we watched the same practice.
It was the same practice as far as success rate.
A lot of it is very short. A lot of it is it's based on efficiency. It's based on don't turn the ball over, win games 19-17 or whatever. That's what the Broncos are trying to do right now.
You know what Brian Greasy did on his first play, which I'd love to see them do, opening against Seattle? Came out, fake handoff to Terrell, nice 50-yard pass to Ed McCaffrey. Just give me that.
You don't want a tight end jet sweep on the first play?
No, I really no. Hey,
No?
no.
No?
Now I need the 50 nose.
That was
No.
a little Scangarello
Yeah.
for you right there.
Yeah.
Does he encourage his quarterbacks to take risks, even in the midst of a quarterback competition? Here's Sean.
I want him to play fast. So, there's going to be mistakes. We'll correct them, but I'm not saying, hey, now there's a time in a game where we got to be aggressive. You guys saw a situation there where it might be the last pass. We're down 6. A lot of it depends on where you're at in the game, but relative to the normal down and distance of a game, these guys are playing through their progressions. They're doing a good job with their reads, and when you get into real games, you get a better feel for the pass rush, all the things that come with playing that position.
I want him to encourage them to take more risks. I want him to encourage, try to throw to a guy that is in tight coverage, see what you're capable of. This is the time of year to sort of make that stuff happen. And honestly, Andy, when I watch Stiddy and Nixon there, I really do think these guys are just straight up going for efficiency. And maybe he's coaching that into them. But it is some very safe stuff that is going out there.
Well, yeah, because they both stay safe. And look, if I put myself in their shoes, I get it.
Right.
Well, he didn't throw a pick. I better not go throw a pick.
Yeah. Mistakes.
I kind of want to try that route over there, but I don't want to throw a pick because he didn't throw a pick.
Because this Broncos team will win on the margins, and the margins are going to be making fewer mistakes than the other guys. That's how this team can win games. Not saying they will win games. I'm just saying that's how they can win games.
Well, I am curious, when you can run the football, see, again, do we break free of some of this conservatism, whatever, being conservative? If you can get a run that actually, you break a linebacker's tackle. Now you're in the secondary. Now all of a sudden it's a 30-yard gain. Now that you flip field position, he's going to want to be the aggressive Sean Payton we've known from New Orleans well, right?
You hope so.
So that's why, again, I keep saying, I just want to see a game. I just want to see a game. Because, you go out there. Matter of fact, if we're both out of practice tomorrow, you can stop by Dempsey and Company. Because I'm really trying to hold back a lot of stuff because I really want to give everybody a fair shot. But look, you and I have said it. It's hard to walk away and come into this studio and be like, yeah, man, what a great practice. They were really... The ball didn't hit the ground, and they were just
clicking.
Great, yeah.
Rhythm.
So
it's moving.
Again,
rhythm is going to get you.
Game. The rhythm is. Is that going to be the new song? That's all. But every time, just D-Mac did it to me on the podcast last night. Chris did it to me. That they just keep prodding. You know how it is, Nate. Sooner or later, I will just say what I don't want to say right now because I'm trying to let's get into the damn season and see what happens. But all that optimism, man, you're optimistic, Andy. That guy's been taken to the gutter and shot.
This is the first time I've ever known you to believe this team will win fewer than 10 games.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I really want to be talked into it.
You've only been wrong 9 years
I know,
running.
but I want to be talked into it. No, I was close in 2016. I was close.
You were close.
They were a catch in the end zone away that got dropped from winning the 10th in Tennessee.
8 years running.
Other than that,
we were close.
Jiminy Christmas.
That's Andy Lindahl, everybody. He just wants to watch a game. I am Nate Kreckman. Sean Payton says no on Altitude Sports Radio.
No.
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess. Honestly.
Couldn't care less.
Bo Nix talking to the media today. He doesn't care. He couldn't care less. But he has seen it, right? Bo Nix talking to the media today. In fact, all the quarterbacks stopped by the podium. We got a little Stiddy, a little Z-Dub up there at the podium today. We have a chance to hear from the assorted Broncos quarterback. Bo Nix talked about if the game has started to slow down for him quite yet. Hadn't actually been in an NFL game yet, but still has practice started to slow down for him yet. Let's hear from Bo.
I think the game has started to slow down a little bit. I've started to feel, very comfortable with the base install, and there's a lot more plays that I'm comfortable with than not. So that definitely helps. And then the more I see on defense, the better it's going to get for me, I think, moving forward.
Comfortable with the base install, more I see, the better I'll be, et cetera, et cetera. He's not wrong. That's rookie quarterback 101 right there. Play football, get better.
That goes.
You hope.
You hope.
Generally, you would like that to be what happens right there. Bo Nix also talked about the difference between being in the pros and the college game. Obviously, his time at Auburn and at Oregon. I don't know if you've heard, Andy. He played 61 games when he was a college football quarterback. Had you heard?
No, that's almost
new stuff.
nice.
New stuff.
You're
Here we go.
close to nice, then.
No.
And just the differences in terms of responsibilities and everything he's got to be able to handle. This was Bo Nix today.
Yeah, that's a great question. Mentally, it's if not the same, it's tougher. There's a lot, mentally and physically. Practice is similar, but less guys. So you take a little bit more time in between reps, so you get your full recovery, and then it's fairly similar. I think in college sometimes they try to duplicate what they do in the league just to kind of because that's the thing to do. And so I think it prepares you well, but there's just an element of the NFL that kind of makes it more challenging.
Yeah, that element is all the different stuff they do defensively.
Right.
It was funny, the boys had on Jonah Ellis, and he was talking about even as a defensive player, wow, I got a lot of stuff to go over in this playbook.
You really do.
They
make it a little bit tougher for you.
Yeah, so, they don't tend to make it quite as vanilla as maybe they're going for in college at times.
Yeah, it's less practice time, lesser talent, all those kind of things. They try and ease it up for you a little bit as much as they can. Gets a little bit tougher when you get to this spot. What did you think of much of what Bo Nix had to say today at the podium, Andy?
Fine. It was all fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm sure he doesn't care about the depth chart because I think he knows what's really going on there. I bet you all three quarterbacks. I believe Sean Payton's got some Gary Kubiak in him. He's coached offense a long time. I'm sure he's kept the guys apprised of the situation.
Yes.
I wouldn't be shocked if he told them, hey, guys, here comes the depth chart, and all the rookies are last. So just deal with it, okay?
Right.
I don't think it was probably a shock to anybody what got released yesterday. I'm sure he's communicated it. So, yeah, it's fine, I don't know. Here's the thing. We will get to judge better all the quarterbacks once there's some stress to deal with, when there's some bad plays to talk about, when there's an ill-timed interception, right? Right now still should be fairly easy for everybody.
Speaking of those ill-timed interceptions, much of, again, what we've talked about so far in this camp, the old playing it safe versus taking some risks. Jarrett Stidham was asked about finding the balance in there today. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, look, my job is to throw it to our guys, and that's what I try to do every time I'm asked to do it. Certainly there's a level of aggressiveness that you obviously have to have as a quarterback, but not recklessness. So it's trying to find that good balance. But at the end of the day, I mean, we got really good players that can go up and get the football and make plays, and our job is to throw it to the right guys. So that's how it is.
I like that he's got that bit of mastery of the position. Throw it to the guys on my team. It's a good start. He's got it, man. He's figuring out the quarterback thing.
Every year the preseason gets more stupid. Yes, you're right. He's got it down. I mean,
hey, I'd be concerned if he didn't have that part nailed.
Technically, both he and Bo Nix threw a pick today, and I want to say both of them did technically throw to the right guy. It just bounced off said guy and was up for grabs for a pick. So, yeah, look, for the most part, they haven't thrown a lot of interceptions in this camp. You got that going for you.
No. Which that's something they have to do. Again, win the turnover margin.
Right.
The Broncos have any crack at winning a game. I believe last year, what did we measure it out? They were 8-1 when they won the turnover battle, and 0-8 when they lost it. They're not appreciably worse than they were last year. If they do the same thing, there will be wins that get looped in here. There will be more W's, which Sean wants to have. Jarrett Stidham was asked to evaluate his place in the quarterback competition. Does he feel like he's having a strong enough of a camp to be the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos? This is Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I felt like, quite honestly, I had a great spring. Second year in the system, I mean, like I said earlier, things just are coming more naturally to me and within the system and that sort of thing. And I feel like training camp so far has been really good. Just going back and forth every day, learning the guys. I mean, we've got some new guys here, but also there's a lot of us here that played together last year. So just to keep building relationships on and off the field. It's been. I think we got. I said it a couple weeks ago. I think we got a really special group of guys that really genuinely care about each other, and that's one of the things that I think makes us, a really good team. And I haven't had that everywhere I've been before. So that's definitely one of the biggest things for sure.
They have genuine care, Andy. That's nice. That's good. Throw the ball to the guys on your team and care about them.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Stiddy's kind of like he's kind of like a candidate. He's stressing his strengths over and over again in his stump speech, going back to second year in the system. Anybody else got that? That's the thing that I got right there. Second year in the system.
Yeah. Yes.
That's his advantage.
He does have that.
That's what he's got.
There's a little more pace to the offense when he's running it, right? Mm-hmm. Again, he and Nix choose to make a lot of the same throws, so take that what you will. Yeah.
You want to hear from Z-Dub?
Why not?
Let's hear from him.
Let's just break them all down.
Let's have
break down these half answers about a practice with a lot of nothing.
Zach Wilson was asked about the rep count. Zach's been hanging out with the threes.
A lot.
And not quite getting as many turns as the other guys.
He had a team period today where he got 5 plays, I want to say, and 3 of them he had a free rusher in his face. almost as if that was part of the play. Let the guy hit the quarterback, it felt like.
Zach Wilson, does he let the current rep count, is he letting it get him down? Let's have it, Spring.
Right. Yeah, I think when you really sit down and think about it, right, I got no control over that. It's not something that, I think the worst you can do is let it affect you. And so the best you can do is just say, okay, I'm gonna take what I got and go out there and do the best I can, put my best foot forward and try my best and, try and help this team do the best it can getting down the field and complete some passes. And I think that's all you got to worry about.
That's kind of a funny answer. I have no control over that. You actually do.
How do you figure?
If you're better, they'll play you more. When you're not good, they don't play you as much.
Yeah.
That's the control you are afforded.
Yeah, I don't know that he's gotten. I think he's right there. I agree with you in the most part. I don't think in this camp that stands.
You think this has been unfair
He's
to Zach
never
Wilson?
been allowed with the ones, Nate. Why has he never been allowed with the ones? Just tell me. Because you drafted Bo Nix, and now it's just kind of this odd pairing. So it's fine.
He hasn't been good with the threes.
He's been better than the other two have been with the threes. He's actually gotten stuff done with the threes when the other two couldn't really move the threes. So for whatever that's worth. But yeah, he's done some stuff with the twos. You were gone when he was actually doing stuff, and now that you're back, you get to watch him with the threes all the time.
So that's why he's lagging.
Look, I'm just telling you, he had his moments. He had as many moments as the other two the last week. For some reason, nobody wants to answer, but I think we know the answer. He's not allowed to go with the ones, and they've never let him go higher than the twos, and that's just kind of what it's been. But he's not. Ask anyone that's gone out there. He's not. There's not been some greater version of Stidham and Nix over what Wilson does. They just don't put him out there.
So you think the deck is stacked against Zach?
Yes.
I do not believe that.
Well, okay. With all due respect, you didn't see the other 10 days of camp then.
The 2 days that I watched and when I saw him out there in OTAs, he looked like Zach Wilson.
Yeah, he looked better the first week, and then for whatever reason, they don't want to. He actually throws down the field. He actually makes the throws you're going to have to make in an NFL game to pick up some first downs. He's not just dumping it to the backs.
But Sean is desperately trying to win.
Nah, but not. I don't know. Yes, he's trying to win, but I don't know if he's worried about winning with Zach right now.
So you believe that even if Zach Wilson gave the team the best chance to win, Peyton wouldn't play him anyway?
I don't think he even wants to see if Zach Wilson gives him the best chance to win. He does not get a chance with the other guys the way the first two have. But
why would Sean do that?
Because he drafted a guy at number 12.
Well, sure. No, there's no doubt. Like the path is set for Bo Nix to be the quarterback of the future. But if Zach Wilson had the ability to take the Broncos to the playoffs in 2024, Sean Payton would do that.
Well, you wouldn't know because, again, he's not been given the same amount of reps. That's just all there is to it. So
you believe Sean Payton is making a choice.
Yes.
I want to have a worse football team this year, so I will not play Zach Wilson.
I'm not telling you Zach's coming in to be the savior. I'm telling you don't ever even get to see it.
Why?
Let me ask you this.
But
if it's a true competition, why has he never been given a chance to play with the ones?
I think that they know he's not very good.
He's better than Stidham. I would bet you if he played with the ones, he'd be at least as good as Stidham.
I mean, if that were true, he would play with the ones.
Yeah, Nate, I don't think you know what's going on out there then. I mean, it's very clear what he's got going.
Hold on. So you believe
that Zach is better than the shot he's being given.
Sean Payton, the head coach of the Denver Broncos, would prefer to lose more games than win them this year.
I think he's made up his mind before this ever started who the guy is going to be, and he's not putting Zach Wilson in the mix.
So you believe Zach Wilson would allow the Denver Broncos to win more games?
I don't know.
Than any of the two quarterbacks.
But I know this. There's one guy out there willing to throw a pass into the middle of the field, try to hit a tight end, and has hit multiple guys in the corner of the end zone on deep throws, and yet all I see every day are the two guys that just want to check down to backs and try to throw little outs and never throw in the middle of the field.
So again, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you. You believe that Sean Payton would choose to win fewer games this year by putting Zach Wilson with the threes.
I'm telling you, Zach Wilson hasn't gotten a chance, so how would you know?
Then why did he acquire Zach Wilson?
None of us seem to have that answer. Because you want to know why? Because he wasn't sure he was going to get a draft Bo Nix. So he got to draft Bo Nix, and now I think he's just sitting there. Now, I do think, from what I understand, there's some intrigue with Zach Wilson.
Sure, but I mean, Sean Payton likes Zach Wilson. That's why he went and got him.
I guess.
So if
Zach, he loves Bo Nix, and he's told the world that.
There's no doubt. But if Zach Wilson rolled into town and Sean Payton was the guy that actually had Zach Wilson meet his tremendous potential as the number 2 overall pick in the draft, you don't think that Sean Payton wouldn't go diving at that ego boost right there? He would look like the smartest man in the NFL if he got winning football out of Zach Wilson, but you don't believe he would want to do that?
Yes, because apparently I want to know, why does he not get a chance with the ones? Hear me.
Uh-huh.
He's not been given a chance with the starting group, the best group of receivers, and the best tight end at actually showing and putting on film what he can do. Why would you do that? When you've watched what we've watched with the other two guys, give me the explanation then why he's not getting to. Because again, he's actually trying to move the ball down the field. All this dump off to the back crap, that's fine in practice.
Right.
We'll see if it gets you anywhere.
How come? So what I've watched out of Zach Wilson is a guy that doesn't seem to have a mastery of the offense, the processor to be able to get the ball out in time, and a guy that would hang on to the ball and take sacks, which is the stuff that drives Sean Payton nuts.
I've also seen Jared Stidham and Bo Nix try to throw it as fast as possible to the first guy that comes open, which is not going to work when you actually need to go down the field. Zach Wilson also, again, it's easier to make a decision and go to somebody quicker if the guy can win the route first, and he's not been stuck with the guys that can actually win the route better.
So
he's playing with the lower players on the depth chart.
So you're saying this is a conspiracy?
No, I'm saying
what you are saying right now.
I'm saying what I've told you all along. Nix is going to be the starter.
Of course he is.
So what are we doing?
Of course he is.
Why are we even doing a competition? I guess the question then becomes, does Jared Stidham want to stay here bad enough to be the backup?
So Zach Wilson is getting an unfair shake.
Yes.
He is the best quarterback on this team.
I didn't say that, Nate. I'm saying, how can you evaluate if he doesn't get to go with the same group that the other two are going with?
Because he's not as good?
No. Not.
So you're not. So that's what you're saying. Okay. So he's not as good.
I think he's equally as good as the other two right now.
You do. You believe that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. I have watched a different thing than you have watched.
You watched 2 days of it. You did not see what he was doing last week. And by the way, when Stidham got with the threes, they went absolutely nowhere. Zach's actually led drives with the threes. Mm-hmm. To his credit, so is Nix. Stidham was unable to do anything.
So you are right now, you are banging the table. You are saying Zach Wilson is the best quarterback on this team. Sean Payton is conspiring
Let me ask
against
you this.
him.
Okay, let's do this then. Let's say that we had a contest for our little scrambles, that we all mixed it all up.
Okay.
How would we know how to grade you if you were given two dudes that were never on the air before, and everybody else got to be with air people, whatever? Just, your usual hosts, and Nate's got to go ahead and carry the luggage with a bunch of dudes that really haven't played.
Well, I wouldn't have allowed them to speak, and we know that I would have done the best show.
See, then there you go. There you go. All I'm trying to tell you is I just don't understand. I don't understand why, if you are trying to choose the best guy, which I just don't even think they're worried about that, it's going to be Nix unless Nix goes out there and can't handle anything. Then they're going to bench him and go with someone else, which is likely going to be Stidham. But look, dude, I want an answer. I want an answer as to why he doesn't at least get a look with the ones. You might have been right. Maybe he would have played his way out of it, but we haven't even seen him with the ones.
Yeah,
And by the way, nobody's throwing at Surtain. Can we get somebody to at least test the defense that way?
I think there's a pretty good reason why Zach Wilson hasn't gotten a shot with the ones.
Because you don't like Zach Wilson, and that's fine. I still am curious. I don't like what I'm seeing out of the starters right now.
I got nothing against Zach Wilson. Play Zach Wilson, for the love of God. If he's the best quarterback,
let me ask you this.
Play Zach Wilson. I got no dog in this hunt. This is the most depressing quarterback competition that I have ever viewed in my life. And I have viewed a number of depressing quarterback competitions in this town. Like, that's what's so painful about this is there can't be a dog to have in this hunt.
Let me ask you
this,
though.
Again, seeing Zach be buried and watching what he does on the field, it adds up to me.
No.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
You are limited in what this offense is going to do with the arms of the other two.
Oh, there is no doubt.
You don't like Facu Campazzo. You don't like Colin Gillespie. And somehow I can't get you on the Zach Wilson, only real
he's
super legit NFL arm train just to see if it would be different.
He is vastly more physically gifted than the other two dudes. There is no doubt about that. He has the NFL athleticism, but when I watch him drop back, I see a guy that doesn't know what he's doing. The other two guys, in the very least, you know they're doing what Sean wants them to do because the ball leaves their hand.
And
what was the biggest reason, and I'm sure personality and all that, the biggest reason that Sean Payton hated Russell Wilson?
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
It was sacks.
It was because you would not run the offense.
It was too many negative plays. And yeah, exactly. Wouldn't run the offense, taking sacks,
You
etc.
passed on the first open play
Right.
he designed you.
Right.
But listen,
Zach Wilson's a guy, since he's been in the league, the guys that have as many starts with him, he's ranked 33 out of 36.
yeah, he's also had Nathaniel Hackett as a coach. How did that go here?
There's no doubt Zach Wilson has had a rough go of it.
And
But
honestly,
if he walked in the door and was helping this team win games right now, Sean would play it.
I just think this has been a very weird camp.
This is where
This
you
is
and I
not
differ.
a competition, man. It's not a competition, and it hasn't been.
I think this is the biggest way that you and I differ in this conversation. I believe Sean Payton wants to win as many games as humanly possible this year. You don't believe that.
I think he wants his guy to play, and I think having to beat one guy is easier than having to beat two. So he took the guy out.
Poor Zach.
Look, dude, and I will agree with you. This is all very sad because they've all had moments where you're like, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
And what Nick's gives you is at least there's a lot of could be because we got no idea what he's going to look like in an NFL game.
Yeah.
But all I'm telling you is if we're going to stick to do what I say got you two games of 16 points last year with Stidham doing what you said against two interim coaches with two backup quarterbacks. Ain't no interim coaches to start the year. Ain't no backup quarterbacks to start this brutal schedule you got.
So Zach would have gone 2-0 in those games?
But hey, man, I don't know. I'm just telling you.
He does win in Denver.
I'm just telling you. You want the ball out quick, that's fine. That doesn't mean it's going to produce anything offensively.
All right. Andy's got a guy in this quarterback competition.
Let the boy play.
Let the boy
Just let the boy play with the ones, and maybe you end up being right. Maybe he still looks the way he looks. I know this. I told you today, he can't even get to a third step before a dude's in his... I don't know who 71 is. 71 I don't think is going to be on the team.
71?
One of the backup tackles. He's
You're not a DeMontre Jacobs guy?
Not yet.
No.
I'm going to need a little more development on DeMontre.
He's going to need to do some work.
There was another one where he did the waggle play again, and as he turned his hips to try to run out, the linebacker was always like, hello, right in his face.
I guess I'm the weird one. I'm not buying Zach Wilson. Mm-hmm.
Are you buying what you've seen out of Nixon Stiddy?
Nah, I don't want to buy that either.
That's all I'm trying to get you to say is
I don't want to buy that either.
Why not maybe just take the old American Cruiser for a spin? I know you don't like the gold, but just get in it and see if it drives all right.
I will take them on Supercard Special over Zach Wilson, though. Oh, the fun segment. We don't get spicy like that often enough. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. Wasn't a problem that last segment. A couple of guys were plenty on their high horse there, Kreckman. Anyway, if you've got this problem, you know what? It's something that you want to make it a laughing matter. It isn't really a laughing matter, especially if it's causing you problems, I should say, like depression, or maybe you're pulling away from your loved one because of this. Maybe you don't look for date nights anymore simply because you know you won't be able to perform. There are folks that can help you. And the key is finding the right treatment for you. So go to a place that has multiple treatments, not just one or two. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will talk you through whatever you got going on, and they have treatments that can work for you when pills or herbals fail. And they have treatments that have success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So it's real easy. The first visit, only $99. You'll get a T and PSA test. You'll consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, and you'll get a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. So you got nothing to lose. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it is Craigman and Lindahl on a Wednesday afternoon. Also, we know the scrambles that I was on were the best ones.
No, a matter of fact, you got people in trouble.
I did?
Just like that.
Who did I get in trouble?
Yeah, you did it again. I do have a newfound empathy for you.
What's that?
That thing needs to be over there.
Oh, the clock?
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't know that was there.
Well, hey, judging by the email we're about to get, they noticed. But no, I had that happen when I actually had to drive that sucker, and you got to shoot it all the way over there.
Oh, yeah. No, there's
what do you look at then? You're
There's
just having a feel?
a clock
That
right
one's
here.
not always right.
It isn't?
Well, this one isn't.
Well, then
This one's closer than it was, but
I've been
they're
getting
still not.
jobbed over here. Let
What
me
is yours
tell
at?
you.
What are your seconds at?
12, 13.
No, see, that isn't right either.
How do we know that one's right?
Because I checked it against my Apple Watch.
Ah.
And that's always right.
You're always connected. Yes, it is the Craigman and Lindahl show, and we're all confused over here. Nobody actually knows what time it is. We're rolling with you today until 6 p.m. on our fine radio show. It's been a fun one here today.
I guess. I guess.
I didn't know how strong your Zach Wilson feelings were.
I just don't. Look, dude. There isn't a competition, and that's fine.
Uh-huh.
That's how they want to do it.
Mhm.
Okay? It just tugs against what I think sports should be. So that's all. But you know what? Sports is politics, and I know that. Been doing this long enough. I just,
Pro sports is, yes.
all of it is.
Yes.
College is. Come on. College has gotten there too.
Naturally. Yes.
Dude, we're watching the Little League World Series. They're doing replays for that. Everything's there. I just believe in good competition. Probably because you know what? If I wasn't getting a fair crack in competition in a lot of things, I wouldn't have been the guy coming out of that competition. So I have empathy for the dudes that I feel like aren't getting the fair shake. Quite honestly, I don't think Stidham's going to get a fair shake when it's all said and done either. But it is what it is, and we know what he's been and all that other stuff. So what?
mean,
and
Zach
at the end of the day, the biggest statement from your last segment was, I don't know who wins out of all of this because I want it to look different than it's looking right now. Hopefully it does next week.
Yeah, in terms of this quarterback competition that's going on right now, we know exactly what it is. We know that. The reason why Stidham is in the lead right now is because he can do it exactly the way Sean wants it done. So that's why he gets to be in first. Bo gets to be in second because eventually he will be the guy in first.
You think he's the guy in first by the opener? That's really the only question.
Yes.
I agree.
I can't imagine a planet in which Bo Nix doesn't start against Seattle.
I don't disagree with you.
The problem is right now he continues to stack L's. Like, if you're just going off of the win the day, Stidham's leading. But he's leading.
Oh God. Yeah, here's my problem. I'm probably too damn honest, all right?
Okay.
And I just want to lay off. Things have surprised me in the past. I'm trying to be surprised. I want to love my football team. I don't right now. I just don't. And every day I go out there with a renewed hope this is going to be different, and it isn't.
No.
And look, we're in a business where we're supposed to show up with opinions, so I come with opinions.
Yes.
To your point, I'm not sure anybody wins when it's all said and done. And that's frustrating.
Yeah, there's no merit. To your point, it is not a meritocracy. We know that. Bo Nix is going to be the starting quarterback for this team.
And I hope.
But he's not so much worse than the other guys. It isn't like if Paxton Lynch had beaten Trevor Siemian, that would have been a problem. If Drew Lock had started over Teddy Bridgewater, that would have been a problem.
Because of the competition, you mean?
Yeah.
Because of the way the camp played out?
Teddy was vastly better than
Right.
Drew was.
Right.
So again, this year, it's like, yeah, I can see where like Stiddy would grade the highest.
Sure. But you
But
know,
it's not like anyone else. It's not like Bo Nix is pulling D's.
I would say yes. I would say what I want. Here's my last hope.
Mm-hmm.
That this is truly just install, and at some point we're going to see him just kind of let him freewheel it out there.
Hey, Bo Nix has a master over the base install.
Good. Then
Yeah.
let's just go out and let's just freewheel it a bit.
Yeah.
I'm hoping when we see a game plan put together and the run game marries with the pass game, this is all just going to be stupid camp talk because the Rockies suck and we got nothing better. How about that?
They won last night.
I know. How about that?
Kevin Freeland's got a problem with the finger.
The blister?
Kevin
The
Freeland?
old blister
He's got a
popped
bad
up again.
finger.
Didn't Chris Bryant? I think Chris Bryant had a couple of hits, didn't he?
It gets you this time of year. It's going to get you down a little bit. Mm-hmm. They won, though. Hey. Hey, you know who else won last night?
Who? Oh, are we? Yeah.
We got to get into that.
We're not doing that right now.
We got to get into that today. So disappointing. What a letdown.
What would yesterday's presser have been?
It's so funny when somebody wins and you're like, you bunch of losers. What are you doing?
Really commit. I'm talking 0-16 Detroit Lions commit. Were the Lions the last one to do it, or did the Browns pull it off too?
Oh.
Or did the Browns screw it up and get a win?
No, I think they did it, didn't they? I thought they did. Because weren't they were what, 1-31 over the course of 2 years or whatever it was? That was Hugh Jackson's record.
Oh, I think you're right. I think Hugh Jackson did pull the over.
Yeah.
That got him Baker, right?
Yeah.
Was that 2017 and they ended up with Baker?
Yeah, they were 0-16, 2017. They were 1-15 the year before, 0-16. Yeah, so yeah, Hugh
Holy
Jackson
cow,
had stacked
one win?
1-31 over 2 years.
How did I forget that? Because
Yeah.
I guess we were living our own misery.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah. The Lions, who was the coach of that team? Rod Marinelli.
Oh, yeah.
Was the coach of that team. 0-16.
Wasn't Matt Millen the GM of that thing?
Sure was.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Matt Millen loved drafting wide receivers. Couldn't stop drafting wide receivers. Never fixed their problem. Didn't get to the root of it, those mighty Detroit Lions. Now they're just out there punching the Giants.
Did he
in the
draft
head.
Stafford? Who drafted Stafford?
Good question. I'm not sure. I think maybe
The
Millen.
dude after. No, Marinelli wasn't the GM.
No.
Millen might have drafted Stafford.
You might be right about that. Was there a GM between Matt Millen
I
and
don't
what's the
even
guy
know.
now, Brad Holmes?
Let's call Brett Kane. Get Brett Kane on the run.
Somebody find us some Lions factoids today on
You
this
think
show.
Brett Kane knows?
I bet he does.
I don't know.
If you're a fan of a team, you know who the GM is to hate. No matter what. If you're a fan of a bad,
Fair
if you're
enough.
a fan of
You're
a good
right.
team.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Hating GMs, that's just a right. That's a sports fan rite of passage.
What about ownership?
That too. Mm-hmm.
Because we're living in a town.
And coaches and players. Let's be honest, you're not a real fan unless you really hate your team. That's just it, Andy. You have finally become a real Bronco fan.
I'm on my way.
It's Crackman and Lindahl. We're with you here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Nick Kosmider coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. He will give his camp report. Yes, it is hour number 2 of the show. It's Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nick Kosmider coming up this hour. He will tell us all about how Sean Payton has altered his training camp to try and get off to a faster start this year. Yeah, a bit of a slow start last year for your Denver Broncos, but...
Hold on, when was their first last fast start? Was it Teddy Bridgewater? Did they get off to 3-1? And then Baltimore smacked them? Did that happen? You remember that?
Sounds right-ish
Because we were
to
saying
me.
just try to enjoy the wins. Don't hate the fact that we couldn't score to win them.
They were 3-0. They were 3-0 that year. Yeah, they started off 3-0 because I remember that because I was the only host in town that had the balls to get on the 17-0 bandwagon.
You did do that. You weren't afraid to push that narrative.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's the thing about this show. It's cojones, all right? I was not afraid to go out on that limb. Andy's a Zach Wilson guy. We have got a pair.
I want to know if I'm a
this
Zach
show.
Wilson guy. That's all I want to know. I just want to see some reps with the other dudes just to be sure.
You want to sample some Z-Dub.
Just before we sign up for the fun run, I want to see if a guy can run a marathon.
Okay. Spoiler alert, he can't. So last night, huge disappointment in Major League Baseball. Let's just get right to it. Give me the final call in Oakland. John Schifrin, Steve Stone, White Sox TV. Give it to me, Spring.
Everybody deserves a win after this streak.
This could do it. Out to left field coming in. Benintendi. And the streak is over. After 21 L's in a row, the White Sox come to the West Coast and get their first win in a long time. Say it with me. Southside, stand up.
Yeah, that felt. Weren't we on them earlier? Were they the ones that were going off about the fight?
Yeah.
Didn't the White Sox have a fight?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. White Sox have pride, okay? That's
All
who
right.
that guy wants him to know.
Southside, stand up.
Look, man, they pay you to be the homer, you know.
That not necessarily that.
They pay you to like the team.
You don't have to go to level 10.
A 21-game losing streak.
That's brutal.
Ooh.
That's 3 weeks of not having a win.
Ooh.
I think those pregame manager interviews were going.
It's longer than that, Andy, because
there's
the
off
All-Star
days.
break was in the middle of it.
Okay.
So they had lost 5 in a row before the break, and then they lost the first 16 coming out of the break.
So they did have a July win.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oof. That's rough right there. So we played the audio yesterday of the Big Hurt, Frank Thomas. Frank said
Time to kick things.
Yeah, Pedro Grifol should be flipping tables over.
Cost yourself some money.
Yeah.
Look, if you break something as a manager, who's their owner? Is Reinsdorf?
Reinsdorf?
Yeah, is he coming to collect?
He's going to give you an invoice.
Yeah, you're gonna get a little line instead of the.
He'll deduct that from your pay.
Yeah.
Did you know, by the way,
No.
If you go on reality television, this is a thing that I know about reality TV. Okay.
How do you know this?
If you go on reality television, I heard this on a podcast.
Oh, okay.
First off, they feed you booze so you're more entertaining.
We knew that about the real world, though, right?
However,
I mean, they did it right on camera.
In the midst of all of that, if you break anything,
it's on you.
They make you pay for it.
That doesn't shock me
They
at all.
give you an input. So they feed you alcohol so that you will get into fights and have more entertaining television and tell people about how much you like Zach Wilson. And then, but if you should damage any of the set in the midst of that, break a lamp, throw a plate, which again, they want you to throw the plate, but then they charge you for breaking the plate.
You better read your contract.
That feels like a ripoff to me.
Come on now.
That
That's
feels
not
like a
even
trap.
the worst thing. The real world got to the point where they were like, who are the most 5 unstable people we can find?
7.
7
strangers.
5 of them were unstable. 2 had to keep the thing afloat. Someone had to wash the dishes and pay the rent. No, they were like, here's a free bar full of the finest liquors in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, tell us about your daddy and mommy issues. There's a hot tub. Go enjoy. And we're going to take you to a bunch of bars downtown so you can get lubed up before you come home.
I think that's a ripoff. I don't think you should have to pay for it. By the way, the White Sox already lost today.
I like that.
3-2 this afternoon.
I like that,
in Oakland. So they've lost 22 of 23.
If another extended streak were to start, would the one loss or one win be forgotten?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Well, it would ruin the bit. That's what it does. You're supposed to keep the streak going. Last night, apparently Ozzie Guillen was trying to call his co-host. Ozzie was off last night. Ozzie Guillen does the post-game show for the White Sox.
So he was calling their cell phone?
He was calling. So Chuck Garfine's the host, and Frank Thomas is there on the couch. They have an interesting set going on there. It looks like the damn Today Show going on over there for the White Sox. They don't just have a desk. They have, like, couches and stuff. Because I've seen footage of, like, Ozzie Guillen laying face down on the ground, like, in sadness. That was before the losing streak even started. That's just how much these people hate this team.
It's just a Wednesday.
But last night, apparently, Ozzie Guillen was trying to call... Not like call in, just like call the cell phones of his co-hosts while he was having an off night. Also, it's a West Coast game, so it was very late in Chicago. Apparently, Ozzie was trying to call from bed. Let's hear this. The White Sox finally ended their losing streak last night, and Ozzie Guillen is on the phone. Here we go.
Ozzie's calling.
He's back. Ozzie.
Oh, and then he just
hung up.
Hold on.
How many cocktails?
Ozzie, you know
in
we're
is
on
this?
TV, right?
Hello.
Do you know we're on TV? You are on TV right now.
It's over.
It's over. Are you calling because the Sox finally won a game?
Yeah, I know. I just tried to call you guys.
Yeah. You want to add some thoughts to the show?
Add some thoughts. Happiness. I see you guys early.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Is that all you want to say? Happiness?
Happiness. We can sleep nice and tight.
All right, you go to bed.
That's well done.
Sleep tight. We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Say that. Sleep and tight and happiness.
Wow.
This is the kind of analysis you want from Ozzie Guillen.
There it is.
He was several cocktails deep,
I was going
right?
to say, I've had that phone call. I probably made that phone call.
Sleep tight and happiness.
What? What just happened?
Happiness. Either that or the gummy just really kicked in. I don't.
Come on.
I don't know what Ozzie was getting into
thing was
last
at
night.
least washed down with one cocktail.
Sleep and tight and happiness.
Happiness. You think he even knew he was on the air? He might have been in the bed already.
The funny thing is Ozzie Guillen does not care.
No.
No.
Yeah, have we had a few of those in our time?
Ozzie, by the way, famously, when he was the manager of the White Sox, he would do like the local call-in on the flagship, he would have to do all that.
Yeah, the weekly interview.
The weekly interview. They had to stop doing it for a while because he would not stop swearing on the air. Just constant F-bombs, just laden. And they would tell him constantly, just like, Ozzie, you have to stop.
No, I don't.
But that was Ozzie Guillen, man. He might have been in several cocktails at that point. Really disappointing that the White Sox won, though. I really wanted them to get that major league record.
Somebody did ask, what about the reverse rally sausage? What would that have been?
The reverse rally sausage?
Like, yeah, you don't. I mean, is everybody trying the sausage now?
Just a bowl of rally oatmeal. Rally cream of wheat.
See, that's the problem. Do I want the losing streak to end, or do I want to be stuck eating the cream of wheat? We can just lose. I'm not sacrificing that. Cream of wheat was the worst deal ever. I mean, ever.
I have to admit, I liked cream of wheat.
What?
I did.
What did you put in it? Did you do the butter, like the picture, the perfectly melting square of butter in the middle of the bowl?
I think like a little like drip of brown sugar, but yeah, I liked cream of wheat. Yeah.
You are an odd man.
I
Nick
might
Kreckman.
be. Yeah.
You still do it to this day?
No, I haven't had it in.
You're creaming up the wheat?
I don't think I've had it in. Well, that I am doing, but I haven't had it in decades. But I remember enjoying cream of wheat. I just brought it up because I know the visual of it is very unappetizing.
How old, Sammy?
Sammy's 3 now. I've never given him cream of wheat, so maybe I should try it.
Hasn't been decades then.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break.
How can you eat cream of wheat?
It's not bad.
With milk? With water? What was it?
I don't know. I feel like it was like a before
whole
school
bowl?
Yeah.
A whole bowl.
I always polish the bowl, of course. Yeah. Cream of wheat's
Was
not
it in a packet? Or was it just the box?
I feel like I probably haven't had it since I was 7, so like my mom probably made it for me every time.
Your mom bought it.
Yeah.
Hated it.
Mm-hmm.
And couldn't believe you liked it, so she let you finish the box and never was one purchased again. There is no even the shredded wheat, which was just a clump of dried wheat.
The pillow of wheat.
Yeah, the pillow of wheat sitting in your sorry bowl was not as bad as cream of wheat.
I disagree. I enjoyed cream of wheat.
How?
Do they still even sell it?
How?
Can you
God,
still
I
get
hope
cream
not.
of wheat?
I think it got ruled out in the Geneva Convention. You can't have cream of wheat. You can't give this to prisoners.
I'm going to look into this. I'm going to see if I can still get cream of wheat. I'm going to find out if at 44, if I still enjoy cream of wheat. I need to know. People are talking about malto meal. I don't think I ever had malto meal.
No, that was even worse.
Yeah, I don't think I ever had that before.
It was supposed to be chocolatey. It wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it
just sat there. It was just a lump like the mass.
It was a different
How
thing.
did you function with that mass in your stomach?
I don't know.
What did you do when you were done? Did you go to nap?
I went to school. I went to school.
Did you have to?
I lived my life. That's why I'm a big, strong guy these days. I had cream of wheat as a child.
Did you have to do business at the school?
Without a doubt, every day.
Come on.
You kidding me?
That alone is the reason not to have cream of wheat.
You didn't.
Oh, I avoided it like the plague.
Oh,
you kidding me?
You didn't poop at school?
Oh, I tried not to, yeah.
Oh, it was a great way to get out of class. Are you kidding me? Give me the hall pass. I'm going to go and drop one.
Yeah, I don't trust any of you.
Oh.
It's a number 2.
Yeah.
Now, in my older days,
I liked that break. Ironically, now at work,
I'm the one.
We're completely different.
I'm the one that's got a spot, and you don't.
No, I was.
But it ain't because of no cream of wheat.
I was a daily school pooper, without a doubt.
Because of the cream of wheat.
Hey,
all you had to do was quit eating the cream of wheat.
Everything was functioning properly. We'll find out if Nick Kosmider was a cream of wheat guy. That's next.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of, we outlined the week really at the start of the week, and then tonight we'll meet on Sunday's game and kind of go through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and so these guys will have a better idea as we move on to Indianapolis how we're going to play and who's going to be in those 3 phases.
Sunday, 11 a.m. Yes, we start the preseason Broncos and Colts. Our next guest will probably be in Indianapolis to take it all in. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. He is Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Hi, Nick.
How's it going?
We're doing great. How has Sean Payton altered Broncos training camp with designs on avoiding a slow start?
Well, obviously there.
Do you like when I read your headline directly to you? By the way, Nick, I thought that was good.
Yeah, and then you ask me to surmise it in a succinct way when clearly I need 1,000 words to figure out what he's really trying to do as it is. So.
Well, you need to click for the article. Let's also not. Hey, tease us enough
exactly
that I need to read the rest of the article.
Tickle
Nick.
my reading bone. That's all you got to do.
No, it is interesting though because he got asked yesterday. It's actually a question that had been on my mind is. When you have the kind of start that they had last year, right? 1-5 out of the gate, and even though they started to do some really nice things midway through the season, that's simply too big of a hole to overcome. And so he said we put a lot of time into really trying to look at how we avoid that from planning out training camp. From the very start of like building toward that season, and obviously they're not wholesale changing the way that they do business, right? They're still going to play starters in the preseason game. They're still running gassers after long practices. He still believes that callousing, in his words, is the way that you get ready for a season. But some of how they've changed the formatting, creating more game-like situations into some of these practices, and really treating certain sessions in the middle of a long training camp as if they're game day environments is one way that they're trying to do that. But the bottom line is, you're just going to have to figure out a way to be playing good football when you look at a schedule that includes 3 road games in your first 4 contests, including back-to-back East Coast games in late September. That's going to be the kind of the tell-all of where the season could potentially go and whether they have any chance of surpassing what are obviously pretty lukewarm expectations for 2024.
All right, I have a football question, but first, power rank them. Cream of wheat, cream of corn, cream of mushroom soup.
Oh, my Lord. I want nothing to do with any of that.
Thank you. Our guy Nate just revealed in the last segment he ate cream of wheat every morning.
On cream of wheat.
And now he's going to go try to get some
oatmeal?
for tomorrow.
What is cream of wheat? Is that oatmeal?
It's slop, Nick. It's like slop in a bowl.
It's like wheat meal, essentially. A little bit different than that. I eat oatmeal these days. Cream of mushroom.
It's a great gravy.
I use it as a base to cook pork chops in. It's phenomenal. Yeah. Yes, but a straight cream of mushroom, no.
I'll eat almost anything. The 2 things I don't touch are mushrooms and olives. And so my son will make it a habit to where if there's anything getting cooked or if he gets his hands on some, he will try as a gag to like sneak those vegetables onto my plate or make me eat them in some kind of way because I just don't mess with that.
See, this is where I'm weird too. We talked about my love of mushrooms already. I've also become an olive guy in my older years.
I do like a black olive now.
Yeah,
your son needs to be grounded, unfortunately. But we'll quit that behavior right away.
Take away his keys.
On this, you and I agree.
Help me out, Nick. Why is practice so clunky? Is it because he's teaching? Why does it feel like they won't let any of the guys just go live for a minute? Or is it just because the execution is poor?
Yeah, I think right now they're certainly kind of hitting an ebb in the ebb and flow nature of training camp, as Sean Payton called it today. I mean, yeah, you're certainly you look at the last 2 days. And it hasn't been good for the offense. Part of today was what they were trying to do was install some of their third down stuff, and I think they wanted to, kind of throw some defensive pressure looks out there that they weren't necessarily scheming or planning for, and see whether the offense could adjust to that on the fly, and they really didn't. There was a lot of It wasn't just one-on-one wins off the edge, which we saw a couple times from like Jonathan Cooper, but it was also unblocked pressures that the Broncos offense of units, whether it was the first team, second team, third team, just didn't really seem prepared for. What Sean Payton says is the opportunity you hope you glean from that is that going into a game on Sunday against the Colts in which, yeah, Indianapolis is probably not unloading their full kind of playbook of defensive pressures, but you are going to see something that you haven't been necessarily practicing against for the last, 13, 15 days, whatever it is. So I think part of it is just the nature of camp, because before the last 2 days, I thought the offense was making some pretty good progress, particularly when you're talking about intermediate, getting the ball to the middle of the field and being able to create some catch and run opportunities. I thought both Stidham and Nix have done a pretty good job of that. But yeah, certainly the last couple of days, it's kind of hit that flow, and handling that pressure and figuring out how to deal with that is going to be so paramount when you talk about an offense that is trying to hang its hat on not being sacked as much as they've been the last 2 years, not allowing pressure to kind of constantly disrupt what they're doing. So yeah, you're going to want to mark this day and say, hey, looking back 2 weeks from now, how much did we grow from that?
I'm talking to our pal Nick Kosmider, covering the Broncos and the NFL for theathletic.com. You should subscribe and read his stuff. Nick, I know that Sean Payton is going to keep you posted. Okay, but I asked the question then in this way: what quarterback rotation for preseason game number 1, or just in general for the preseason, would actually give the Broncos the most positive results as to what's going to happen at quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the number one thing to know is that they're going to play 15 to 18 snaps with the first team, and so whatever they give, my guess right now is that will be Jarrett Stidham, simply because he's been, first reps in the spring, first reps out of the gate in training camp. Even though Sean Payton made it clear that the depth chart is unofficial, Jarrett Stidham is at the top of that going into that first preseason game. So I think he'll get that crack and play 15 to 18 plays, and then Bo Nix will follow with probably the same amount, and then maybe they'll switch that rotation when Green Bay comes to town on the 18th. So I just think that what they'll really want to see with both guys, and particularly Bo Nix, is, hey, if you're running that second unit, do we have the exact same attention to detail, everything else that we need when you're running with the first team? Are we carrying that over and not having any sort of letdown? That's going to be his challenge when he gets in that game. And again, a guy that's not used to coming off the bench. How do you kind of handle that situation? I think those are things that if they can get some positives out of him in that regard, I think it'll bode well for his chance to maybe go into that Green Bay game, put together a good performance and have a real chance to kind of win the competition then.
What do you think of aazar getting back into the mix? Do you think he has a real – because last I remember, Nick, and gosh, it was another coach and another 2 years ago, right? But
like
he was a guy I remember us kind of talking about, especially towards the end of the year. You think is it a positive that he's back in the mix for the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about like trying to get some found money on a roster at the back end of the roster and try to discover something, being a guy that's 6'6", can move pretty well. It's sort of unique dimensions, even among NFL giants, right? So I think that was one of the first things that Sean Payton said when they went back and looked at what he did in 2022 when he played 8 games and started to your point, Andy, get a little bit more comfortable toward the end of the season, take on a little bit of a larger role. I think blocked a field goal at one point. Started to get a taste of what he might be able to bring, and I think they were pretty high on him going into in the spring at the spring of the 2022 season or the 23 season rather, but before he got his suspension. So he has a long road in my mind, obviously, to make like the 53-man roster, largely because I think that position group is pretty set. I mean, you have John Franklin Myers, Zach Allen on the ends, you got DJ Jones in the middle, Malcolm Roach, Angelo Blackson. You got 5 guys there, a lot of them that they just added this offseason. And you're talking about a guy like Matt Henningsen who was drafted in the same class as aazar, but has had some playing time experience. But certainly he's got himself a real chance. The Broncos seem committed to kind of really seeing it through with him. They like the way that he took accountability for what he did in breaking the gambling rules and serving his suspension. And he's had to go through a lot of, trainings, a lot of counseling, all sorts of things to really address his actions in that. And I think they want to see it through with him. And that could mean, hey, he gets to kind of get into action late in the preseason. Maybe he's a guy that you keep on the practice squad because chances are that's not going to be a guy teams are, climbing over themselves to sign based on how long he's missed. So it's always good when you can have a guy of that dimension. It will be interesting to see when he gets in and if he has any real chance to make a push for the roster. But I think either way, he'll be around the program going forward.
All right, Nick, let's talk about the other end of it. Instead of the back of the roster, let's talk about the top of the roster, okay? If we're handicapping the likelihood of a Bronco to make the Pro Bowl this year, it'd probably go Surtain 1, Quinn Miners 2. After that, who would be third on your board, a Bronco with a chance to make a Pro Bowl this year?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
That'll be the only one you get from me. I think that. I just think that Courtland Sutton, given the position that he'll be in, I mentioned it a minute ago, but I think those sort of slants in the middle that they tried to run a lot last year, but just didn't seem to have like the timing on. I think when I looked back and looked at some of the numbers, the Broncos threw between the hashes fewer than any team in the league, or fewer than all but 3 teams in the league last year. They just did not get that kind of production from an area of the field where I think he can be really dangerous. And I think with these quarterbacks we've already seen in camp that's going to be an area of the field that they test a lot more often. And so it could just be one of those things where you have a rookie quarterback who really leans on, that kind of guy, right? The veteran, the big-bodied wide receiver who just when Bo Nix is struggling to figure things out is going to say, hey, let me just get the ball to Courtland and we'll keep it moving. I think that would be his path to making a Pro Bowl, but the AFC is just so loaded at wide receiver that it's just such a climb. The other guy would be a Javonte Williams, right? If he bounces back, to looking more like he did health-wise earlier in his career, he's going to have the opportunity based on them really wanting to make a concerted effort to be a running football team. Maybe he gets 8-9 rushing touchdowns to go along with 1,000 yards, and at any given year from a running back situation, that could be enough. But all that being said, it's not easy to just say, man, oh, yeah, that guy is clearly on that trajectory. I mean, Jonathan Cooper, 8.5 sacks last year, could be a guy that gets you 10 and maybe gets a spot. Zach Allen, I think, has that kind of presence that he could. But, it's outside of Pat Surtain, really – You don't have any guarantees there that you're going to see somebody at the end of the year, going to Orlando for that.
Oh, maybe it's Will Lutz. Real quickly, Tim Patrick. I noticed him. I still got to get in my head that he's 12, but I now realize in the team period I was watching 12 take the old mental reps, I guess. Where I don't know if you noticed that the first 11 on 11, Nick, where I guess they were working short yardage. He was running the motions and he was listening to the play and then walking off to the sideline, and I realized he didn't have his helmet. Any update on him? Any idea what's going on there?
No, but he's among a group that Sean Payton talked about at the very beginning of training camp, that there would be guys that were on something of a program where they would hit a veteran day off. Alex Singleton had one of those just the other day. Nothing to do with injury. So I think given all that Tim Patrick has overcome the last 2 years, how much time he spent rehabbing, I would think that probably is falling into that. We didn't get any indication that it's anything specific otherwise. So I think it's probably just a situation there where, again, it's part of the regiment of him coming back and being just sort of cautious with his reps.
TheAthletic.com, that is the place you go to read Nick Kosmider and get all of his coverage of Broncos training camp. It is right there, and it is good. Preseason opener coming up on Sunday at 11 a.m. against the Colts in Indianapolis. Yay. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Nick, well done as always, pal. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
All right, Nick Kosmider joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com.
Are you into an 11 o'clock preseason game? I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, I guess I don't mind it if it's a Sunday, but I kind of don't mind the old Thursday or Friday night preseason game to just kind of watch a bit, call it a day.
I have to imagine I'm going to be tuning into that thing at 11 at night on the DVR.
Well,
can't imagine I'm going to spend a summer Sunday with the Broncos and the Indianapolis Colts in preseason game number 1.
By the way, saw the new tight end today, Camp Moyer.
Camp Moyer?
That dude is big. He got thudded up. Hunter Camp Moyer.
Camp Moyer.
6'4", 243.
What can he do?
Well, he caught a pass from your guy,
Can
my
catch it?
guy and your guy,
Yeah.
Zach Wilson.
Mhm.
And, I think a DB thought he'd thud him up a bit, and it didn't go the DB's way.
Ah.
I mean, so he's a big dude. That's it. What do you think they want to do with the tight end group?
Play them, have them on the field.
You think they want to go
and
double
be
tight
healthy.
ends? I can't figure out if Camp Moyer's like that inline blocker guy because, again, he's a load.
I mean, that's what Troutman's there to do.
Right.
Troutman and Adkins, that's essentially what they are there to do. Dulcich and Kroll, please stay on the field, number 1, and catch passes, number 2, I think is kind of what you're looking at. In terms of snap counts, Troutman will play the most.
Yeah, it feels that way.
But, Dulcich will get the most targets of anybody in that group as long as he's on the field. If he's not on the field, then it's Lucas Kroll time.
So what? I'm looking now. I'm curious.
It is a really underwhelming group.
Do you realize we have 3? I guess we said this when it came out, but I forgot. There are 3 Sunday preseason games for this team.
Hey, all right.
6 o'clock a week from Sunday.
Okay.
Then they close it out the 25th at 2:30 against the Cards.
Hey, they got all the time windows on a Sunday.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Can I get my preseason red zone going on?
No, you can't. How many teams are playing? Not a lot of teams are doing that.
This is the time of year where I cannot hide my disdain for preseason football. It's maybe my least favorite thing in sports.
The Olympics are about to end.
I know. I'm going to miss them so
Your
much.
Cubs are trying to break your heart.
They're
Last
terrible.
I checked.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, that's... Can't get worked up for that one.
That was anger.
I can't get worked up
Who's the
over
Cubs
that one.
GM that you hate? By the way, someone wrote in with Greg Sherman as the worst Avs GM.
Jed Hoyer's the GM. I have no problem with the GM. I have many issues with the way that ownership allows him to work the coffers. The GM himself, he's fine. Okay? Ownership.
So we're sick of the owners?
Yeah, you got to have somebody you hate with every team, right?
Who's the manager? Is it Council?
Craig Counsell, yes.
Yeah, he took the Brewers guy.
Excellent batting stance.
Yeah, he had the weirdest one.
It was a good one. Yeah. He was right up there. Mickey Tettleton. Julio Franco is still my favorite of all time. Julio was that was this move right there. Tettleton had a great one. I always liked Eric Davis. Remember Eric Davis of the Reds? He had a very casual, just sort of like soft waggle down here. But man, when he loaded that thing, he could hit it. Counsell's was weird as hell. Yeah, it's favorite batting swings. Let's do it, everybody.
My one of my famous moments, and a reason why I got rid of baseball in my life.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about the kind of swinging, the circling of the bat that Counsell would do. One time, I don't know what I thought as a youth. I believe it was 6th grade. I decided that I'd block the sign. You know how sometimes guys swing to maybe give you a little distracted from the signs?
Sure.
I thought, I'm just going to wiggle the bat so you can't see the signs. We get done, and the coach was just like, what the hell were you doing? I don't know. Coach, if you haven't noticed, I'm not on base a lot, so anything to try to screw up the process.
Reaching back and tickling him with the thing.
Hey, the ump didn't say anything. Literally just waving the bat in front of where the signs would be. Because, in sixth grade, there's all those
I was gonna
pitches
say,
you can go to.
Yeah, very complicated series of signs that they're ripping through over there.
Up here, it made all the sense in the world.
I'm going to need a low inside slurve, okay?
Just hit the guy. I don't know what he's doing. Just plunk him.
We had a sign for that. You know what it was?
What was that?
Middle finger. That was the plunk him.
Okay.
Yep. That was the plunk him. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. No, I have this distinct memory. One of the first times that I pitched in varsity baseball, the catcher, Phil Calandra, gave me a middle finger because apparently the dude that was coming up had done some sort of trash talking to him. Okay. And I got the middle finger sign, but I think there was already 2 strikes on him when it happened. So I just piped the next one and struck him out. Oh, I got an earful when I got back to the dugout.
You wanted...
Listen, rookie, I don't know who you think you are. I was just like, I struck him out.
I wanted him plunked. Sorry.
I just wanted to end the inning. Trying to win the game. Uh-huh.
Thought we were here to win.
I don't have as much teenage rage as you do today, Phil. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm.
Would Phil go on to work a steel job and...
down at the mill?
Yeah,
I don't know what happened to him.
He looked like the guy off the Bad News Bears that was riding the motorcycle.
He wasn't a bad guy. He just was mad. He was just one of those guys that was mad all the time. I wasn't that dude. I don't know. It's Craigman at Lindahl. Coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, everyone's favorite Nikola Jokic detractor was singing a different tune today. We'll get to that coming up next hour here on the show.
I'm clutching my pearls. I might faint. I can't believe what I just heard.
But before we get to that, let's get to another guy that likes to comment about things going on with the Nuggets. Your buddy George Karl took to Twitter yesterday.
Would it be fair to say he likes anybody on this show? I don't know. I've not interacted with him off the floor, shall we say.
Yeah. It's fine. George Karl tweeted, Jamal Murray looked like a bitter, bad attitude dude in the Olympics. A bitter, bad attitude dude in the Olympics.
So he didn't have a certain teamness to him.
His basketball personality was not up to snuff, I guess, is what George would like us to know. He did look like he was having a terrible time.
Yeah.
That is definitely true. Like, he looked like he was having an awful time. You know, there were some comments, and Kiz had a column in the Gazette about this today. Kiz is over in Paris. He talked to Jamal after the game. I don't think Jamal was wild about the role. I don't think he was thrilled to be coming off the bench for Team Canada. However, his play did not warrant. And granted, he played 24 minutes in that game yesterday. He was generally getting the minutes that you would get as the sixth man on the team.
I saw a commentary that said they thought Rudy Fernandez, his old buddy, probably played him too much after they got into the tournament.
Jamal likes to have the ball in his hands, and if you have a team with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, well, he's going to have the ball in his hands most of the time, as well he should. He's a different level of player right now than Jamal Murray. This is the thing that I kind of keep coming back to, okay? And look, did Jamal play poorly? Yes. However, Jamal Murray has been asked to lead the second team with the Denver Nuggets for the last several years. How's it gone? Not real good.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Especially last year where it was green light.
When he's on the floor with Joker, he's a perfect complement. When he's not, and especially, again, when you're asking him to play off ball, which is not what he does with the Denver Nuggets, it's not the same. He's not able to operate the floor and find the space that he needs to. He gets the ball deeper into the shot clock and struggles a little bit. The role that they were asking him to fill with Team Canada was not a good one for Jamal Murray. Now, granted, I can't defend the way that he played. He also played like puke when he was out on the floor, and he needed to do more in the role that he was in, but he did not fill that role well. And so, like, in terms of the conversation of, like, how does the Canada thing translate to the Nuggets, that's the part I don't worry about that much. I do with the injury stuff, but not the play. We know exactly what he is with the Denver Nuggets, and it's special stuff. It's championship-winning stuff, literally championship-winning stuff. I don't believe, Andy, the way that we saw Jamal play with Canada portends to anything negative of what he is as a player with the Nuggets. The health stuff, I'm down to have that conversation. I think that's fair.
I don't disagree, but then what do? The problem is you've got to decide whether you're giving him that big contract or not.
Yeah.
You let him become a free agent where you could then offer him more money than any other team and just see how another year goes. Unfortunately, the further this goes along, and I love Jamal, but the health thing is becoming a bigger question.
Yeah.
And I realize he's only 27, but we keep talking about it, and we talked about it with Adam Mares yesterday. At some point, you've got to come in camp in shape, which I think the message that he got last year. And I don't think for the Nuggets, you're right. Nothing that went on with Team Canada necessarily affects them because the games and the roles are so different. But at the same time, a little bit of an awkward time to go handing somebody $204 million when he's the talk of the Olympics in a lot of ways for the wrong reason.
For the wrong reason. This is the thing, though, that you bump into, okay? When this team won a championship, The vibes couldn't have been better.
You're right.
Everybody just happily accepting roles, filling into exactly what you needed them to be. Aaron Gordon transforming his game beautifully. KCP fitting in perfectly. Michael Porter Jr., who I don't think gets enough credit for filling exactly the role that the Denver Nuggets need him to have and getting fewer touches for the benefit of the team. He's a guy that has done that quite happily in his time with the Denver Nuggets. It doesn't take long to kind of start to muddle some of that up. And it never lasts forever. Look at the Warriors. Look what happened to Golden State. Okay? And I know they eked out a title a couple of years ago, unbelievably. But, like, that thing was ugly in the last year. In the last 2 seasons, essentially, with the Golden State Warriors. It got really, really bad really, really fast. And we're talking about an all-time NBA dynasty. Like, that chemistry that the Nuggets have, you can really throw a wrench in that quickly. And I think if Jamal is told by the organization, we're going to make you wait on an extension or prove something to get an extension, you really run the risk of kind of messing up the vibes.
Okay, I don't disagree at all. And for the large part, I agree with you where I think you just keep this thing together. You hope he gets healthy, and then it's many more years of happiness. But since you brought up the vibes, and I think you made the perfect point there that we do need to start. Everything can be hindsight is 2020, all right? When I now look back at it, you said it there. Is Jamal still happy with his role? I don't even know if role is the right word. Maybe the stature on the team. We all know this is Jokic's team, but yet Jamal there were a lot of games where he didn't, and I'm talking regular season, you didn't have the shot, yet you wouldn't quit shooting. And there were a couple times where I can remember going, bro, you don't have it tonight. Give it to Jokic.
Yeah.
Or even, frankly, Jokic, there were a couple times I remember Jokic almost seemed kind of annoyed with him. And I don't think, I still, until someone tells me otherwise, and anybody that's on the inside has not told me, Jokic does not care about anything but you showing up and us winning.
Yeah.
You want to be the primary star? Have at it, bro.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. I think Jokic would like him to do it a hell of a lot more.
I'm with you,
Yeah.
but do you, I'm asking you, Nate, like, I understand about the vibes for the future, but dude, he's going to be 27, 28, and if you continue to worry about the health, do you owe it to yourself for roster flexibility with the new rules to maybe just take a chance? And look, man, if he hits the lottery, then you got to pay him even more than you were going to pay him.
Sure.
You just need to do that because he's under contract for this year.
Yeah.
It's not going to do him any good to not play his best.
There's a what you're saying is there is very much a tangible basketball reason why you would do that.
I hate to say that because we all love the guy,
Right.
I think.
The flip side of it is, though, also it will come with a cost. And that's what I wonder about with this team right now.
But
if you whatever Russell Westbrook effect you were hoping to get on Jamal Murray, I think if he doesn't get paid, you'll cancel that out.
Fair enough.
You take the risk that he becomes sulk guy.
You're right, but they can still offer him more money than anybody.
Yeah.
Like the texter says, I think kind of what we're already talking about. What if they let him decide, do you want a prove-it year or do you want an extension? If you take the prove-it year, man, you bet on yourself. We could be giving you a ton more money.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And then you're another year closer to – look, at some point, they're going to have to break this up. It sucks to say, but the NBA has legislated this into their CBA with these aprons and everything. But you said another key point yesterday. You can't get rid of him. You're not going to do better than him.
You're not. Flat out, you're not. Best two-man game in the NBA, you keep it together to the best of your ability. We'll talk more about Jokic coming up at 5:20. We got NFL news next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Hung out at the golf tournament with Jerry yesterday. Jerry Jones had a lot of our folks popping up and seeing the tent and asking about truck and 4x4 accessories. Here's what you need to know because he's a guy I get asked a lot about. If you do need truck or 4x4 accessories, he's got a great showroom. Now, everything he has to offer isn't necessarily always in stock in the showroom, but he can get it for you. And he does have good turnaround times. Stop by, see what he has. If you know what you want, give him a call. He can get going on it for you right away. That said, if you're not sure what you want, he's a great guy to have a conversation with. This has been the situation for me when it came to the suspension. Didn't know what I wanted, just simply said, I want some nice ones. What do you recommend? What about a bed cover? What do you recommend? Here's what I like to do with my truck. He's led me in the right direction so many different times. It's why I continue to work with him. I've been with this guy for 5 years. 5 years, and he's the only one that touches my truck, and for good reason. It's Colorado Off-Road. If you need truck or 4x4 accessories, Jerry Jones is the place. Find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, or give them a call at 303-761-1264. The website, cooffroad.com.
Yeah, let's go. It is the Craigman and Lindahl show. It's the 5 o'clock hour. Who does the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz? Craigman and Lindahl do. We start it with football news. Go, Spring.
Let's get into the high five as the Broncos continue training camp, get ready for preseason game number 1 on Saturday. But more importantly, over the next month, getting ready for regular season game number 1 in Seattle against the Seahawks. Today at Seahawks practice, DK Metcalf ripped off a teammate's helmet and went full Myles Garrett, swung it at one of his teammates.
Ugh.
So that's what's going on with the Broncos' Week 1 opponent. What's going on with the Broncos themselves? The quarterbacks talked to the media today, a day after the first unofficial depth chart was released, and Bo Nix was listed as the third-string quarterback. Bo was asked about that today.
Sean said he put the rookies all at the back of the depth chart, but before it came out, there was hubbub on social media, all that, you listed at number 3. Did you kind of notice that commotion or anything like that?
Couldn't care less.
Okay. So is that generally on the depth chart? You don't care how you're listed at this point, I guess.
Couldn't care less.
Could not care less, says Bonix. Sean Payton was also asked about the whole depth chart thing. Sean Payton made it clear yesterday he does not like having to put out a depth chart. It is just something that the NFL wants him to do. However, he did get a question today of like, well, then should they just not make you do that? Sean Payton found a word that he likes, and then he said it over and over and over and over again.
Well, the NFL has plenty of rules. One of them, the depth chart has to be released at a certain time.
Yep.
Would you like to see the NFL get rid of it?
No. Come on. No. We just released the depth chart yesterday. All good. I just didn't spend a lot of time on it.
Well, what's the purpose of doing it?
Ask them.
Wow.
I mean, I think for every game, I think it's important there's a depth chart. It's a starting point. I just didn't want to make a big deal over the rookies all being at the end of the line. And you guys went into a tizzy. So, all right, they're all at the end of the line, and obviously that'll change.
Well, if you didn't want to make a big deal about it, why'd you do it?
He's still learning this market, right?
Yeah.
Dude, everything you do, you are the Pope until Bo Nix wins a few games, and maybe he surpasses you. Two of you are the dudes.
When you put Nix third on the depth chart, everyone's going to notice that. And also, we know that you did it because you wanted to send a message to rookies. You got to earn your way, blah, blah, blah. We know that's why Bo Nix hasn't already been named the starter so far this year. But then you get asked about it, and you're just like, no.
Come on. No.
I like to ask them.
Ask them.
That was spicy. So, yes, it does bother you. Yes, you wish you didn't have to do it, but no, you don't want to take up with this fight with the NFL right now, so you're just trying to get it over with, which is fine. It's all fine. It just is.
Yeah, Sean Payton, I don't think he realized, like, what a stance he was making, and then it gets put to him of like, oh, well, is this a thing with you? And then he goes into his nose.
Right. I'm only surprised by this interaction because, again, I thought he probably had a pretty good feel on this market.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's still learning. Every now and again, I think he gets a reminder how big a deal this all is in this town.
How many national shows were commenting on Bo Nix being listed as the third stringer?
Yeah.
It was happening all over the place.
Yeah.
Hey, it was on McAfee. They're talking about it all over the place.
They are. Michael Lombardi's talking about it.
Again,
it's just what it is, man.
Again, anyone that's watched practice knows it's Stiddy 1, it's Nix 2, it's Zach Wilson 3. However, when you fudge the thing, when you put it down on paper, which is an official thing that people notice, a league-mandated depth chart being released, that's going to make everybody go, hey, why'd you do that? Oh, because rookies go to the end of the line. Well, why do they go to the end of the line? What's the deal with that? You're a young rebuilding team. Why do rookies have to be behind anybody? It's not like a bunch of dudes that have been here have really been racking up a whole ton of success as members of the Denver Broncos. I don't know if you've noticed that or not, Sean, but he's trying to Parcells the thing in a day and age where it just doesn't play all that well.
Yeah, and again, you're in a market where, look, our baseball team's not very good.
Yeah.
So you're the only thing going on right now, my man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? CU practices are closed. CSU, we're still CSU fans obviously live here, but We're not got the Denver media doesn't go to Fort Collins necessarily to cover
Jokic
that, or
played
go up to
yesterday at
Wyoming or go down to
6:30. So yeah,
Samba shuffle, baby.
You guys are the guys, man. This is the deal. This is what we have. And on top of it, like you said, you drafted a first-round quarterback to a heritage franchise that people get fired up about this stuff. And to your point, it even hit the national media.
Yep.
So
it's all over the place right now. That was Sean's call. So you probably shouldn't be annoyed when you're asked about it.
High five.
Hey, free agent safety Justin Simmons, who I saw at the driving range last Monday, he is going.
How's he hitting him?
He's got a smooth stroke.
Okay.
It's very smooth.
Oh, it's easy cheese.
Nice, expensive clubs. He looked good out there. I'll say that. Like, aesthetically, he looked good. Nick Underhill of New Orleans Football reports that Justin Simmons will be visiting New Orleans Football.
And we could dot the football, but okay.
Simmons is going to visit with the Saints.
How about this? So here's what I found was interesting about this. So Simmons going in doing all the health stuff. But we all keep, as we do in the media sometimes, we all keep making Justin's price pretty cheap, right? Because, hey, man, Justin Simmons, he doesn't have a job. He'll probably take, this was the talk, leading up to, I guess, the last couple days after they cut Caden Stearns. Oh, he'll take a cheap deal. According to Josina Anderson, she tweets, timing update, I'm told the Saints meeting with free agent Justin Simmons is mid to late afternoon following all his medicals, etc. per source. Consummation on a deal will come down to Simmons' comfort with how he'd be utilized. And here's, I think, a key sentence. And if the team can meet the camp's financial mark, which tells me Justin Simmons is telling teams, I ain't coming to play for free.
Consummation and comfort in how you're utilized. I completely get that. I know what he's talking about.
Cream of wheat, all that.
Yeah. It's important to be
You like the
comfortable
butter?
in how you utilize it. Why'd you use consummation as the word?
I don't know.
Nice.
Josina was always big on the big words. You remember that from her time here.
Consummation.
Whoa. Didn't she say financial threshold? Wasn't that the last part of that deal?
Ah, yes.
I'm already forgetting.
Uh-huh.
Financial mark.
All right.
In other words, just say he wants to be paid market price.
Are you surprised? Because New Orleans, and I know they're in a poop division, but they could win that division. It's not, nobody in that division is particularly impressive. Atlanta's favored, but really shouldn't be by all that much.
They lost a receiver today, too, I believe.
Are you surprised that Justin Simmons is kicking around with a team that is like a fringe playoff contender at best?
Not if they're going to meet his price.
Yeah.
I think if he gets to mid-season and gets the call off the couch, then we're probably just looking at only playoff teams. But I think if they're going to offer him a couple 3-year deal and pay him like he was getting paid, then sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do think we should all maybe take note and not assume he's willing to just show up for half of what he was making.
Spring.
High five.
Let's talk about Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They opened their preseason at home against the Texans. Mike Tomlin saying that Russell Wilson will not play in that game. He had been dealing with a calf injury, though he has returned to practice. But other veterans, key veterans, are not going to play as well. TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Alex Highsmith, Mika Fitzpatrick, Patrick Queen will not play as well. Let's hear from both Russ and Mike Tomlin. Quick Russ cut here.
Is there such a thing as a quick Russ
This
cut?
is 10 seconds.
Sure?
I kid you not. This
All
is
right.
10 seconds. Russ on if he wants to play in the preseason.
Do you think he'll let you play at some point? Yeah, I'm prepared to play. I know that. So it's whatever coach's decision. Obviously he's the boss man. He gets to make the decisions on that. But I'll be ready to go.
He's the boss man. Let's hear from the boss man, Mike Tomlin.
Is this an audition for Justin to push for that starting job, or can you not really do that with a couple series?
I think everything is an audition. Everything that we do is an audition, not only for him, but for others.
Would you still categorize this as a quarterback competition? If it is, how do you weight what happens on the practice field here versus what happens in a stadium?
Very much is a competition. What happens in stadium is weighted heavier than what happens in a practice setting because it's more game-like.
Still view Russell as having that pole position and being ahead of Justin in that?
You guys saw the depth chart that I released yesterday. That is real.
The pole position thing, every Tomlin soundbite that I have seen, he's gotten that phrase basically not used against him, but definitely like, is he still in the pole position right now?
He does not. He won't say that ever again, right?
I know, right? regretting the moment that he said all that. The thing about a pole position, though, is like once the race starts, it goes away.
Right, we're racing.
Yes, we're now in a competition. I do like the part where he did talk about like everything's a competition. That's a good answer right there.
Well, and he said the games matter more.
Yeah.
They should.
I like that. There's a little less BS in everything that he is saying right there. Who do you think is going to be the starting quarterback for the Steelers week 2 against the Broncos?
Week 2?
Yeah.
I feel like Russ gets the first 4 games.
I
I'm
think
not
so,
going
too.
to commit beyond that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I think so, too.
And I think Fields gets mixed in packages.
If the calf thing really does limit Russ and he's not back for like another or back to 100% because they're still using him carefully for another couple of weeks, it gets really interesting right there. That'll be a huge letdown if Russ doesn't play against Sean Payton. Especially the NFL. I mean, they put that game in week 2 for a damn reason.
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be a pretty big letdown if we don't get that game. But
it'll make the stadium spicy.
Yeah. Sure
Although
will.
I don't know, the way the Steelers fans show up.
I mean, last year we did get a Jets game with Zach Wilson at quarterback, and hey, Nathaniel Hackett got to celebrate.
Didn't celebrate after that.
Not much. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Further evidence that Brandon Ayuk is on his way out with the 49ers. Today, the 49ers worked out free agent wide receiver Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson. Robbie Chosen working out with the 49ers. And yesterday, reports were that 3 teams were very much so in on a possible Brandon Ayuk trade: the Steelers, the Browns, and the Patriots. But today, reports from Adam Schefter are that the Patriots will no longer be pursuing a trade for Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, so what's going on with the number here, Andy? What do we know or what's being
I don't think
floated?
it has to go. So there was a report, again, off X. Who knows?
Sure.
You know, believe at your own peril. But allegedly, Ayuk was offered 4 years, $128 million. He said no, thank you.
Yeah.
Because what was Justin Jefferson's 140, right?
Yeah, so the Patriots are out.
Yeah, I don't. It just doesn't sound like he wants to play for them.
No. It sounds like he wants to play for Pittsburgh or Washington.
Yes.
Washington is out.
Because
so
Ayuk's buddies with Daniels,
yeah,
Jaden Daniels.
it's probably going to be Pittsburgh, right? That's where he goes and
Yeah.
he plays across from Pickens.
You wouldn't think the Niners would trade him in conference if they can avoid it.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the Browns, I do think the Niners, again, from these reports, believe what you will, that the Browns and Steelers don't want him going to the other team, so they're both maybe trying to. I think they probably are getting a touch of a bidding war going, if there's such a thing. But then he's got to, I don't know, he's got to agree to a contract. And there's all sorts of stuff out there. Some people say he doesn't want to go to the Browns. And again, he has full control, folks, because he can tell a team, I'm not signing with you. So don't give up too much to get me.
That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL.
Did you process all that?
I had nothing else to add to it. And it's he's going to be a Steeler. That's right now. They've got to be the heavy betting favorite to get Brandon Ayuk. We'll take a break. When we come back, America's most famous Nikola Jokic detractor has amnesia or something. We don't know what's going on. You need to hear what Kendrick Perkins had to say about Nikola Jokic today. That's next.
Avramović, Jokić se namešta. Jokić igra 1-1. Sombor shuffle, baby! Pogodak Nikole Jokića!
Nikola Jokic and Team Serbia will take on the United States in semifinal action in Paris tomorrow. Yes, we're looking at a 1 o'clock Mountain Time tip-off, USA and Serbia. By the way, the first game, 9:30 in the morning. That'll be France and Germany. It was France that advanced, courtesy of a victory over Jamal Murray, struggling for Team Canada. Germany knocked off Giannis and Greece. So Team USA and Serbia tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Let's go do this, Nikola Jokic. Kendrick Perkins.
He's been known to have a beef or two.
Yeah. He sucks. But Kendrick Perkins has a job on TV and likes to tell everybody that Nikola Jokic is a stat patter, that he doesn't deserve to win MVP awards, that he's not a winning player, et cetera, et cetera. All Nikola Jokic has done has answered the bell every single time with Kendrick Perkins. Many, many ridiculous criticisms of him. And hey, it served Perk well.
He's become a top personality at ESPN, largely based on that grudge.
Yep. It's good content for him. Good for him. So he has carved his niche as the anti-Jokic guy. He didn't want to hear about the advanced analytics, et cetera, et cetera. He only cares about winning. Well, yeah, Nikola Jokic does an awful lot of winning. USA-Serbia tomorrow. Okay? Today on Inside the NBA, they're talking about the Olympics. And Kendrick Perkins started talking about Team USA getting ready to take on Serbia. And the way that the players on Team USA view Nikola Jokic, and quite frankly, the way that Kendrick Perkins, apparently now views Nikola Jokic. This is from today on ESPN.
And look, to harp more on Jokic, he proved today, right, that he's still the best player in the world. And I know KD and Bron, they've been putting on the show. And obviously, because we live in the United States and we're representing for and we're supporting our team because of our country, at the end of the day, Jokic is still the best basketball player in the world. When it comes down to what he's doing more with less. And it's no knock to his teammates. Those guys could play, but they're not stacked like Team USA. And he's so dangerous that if you're asking me, can one individual rally a team, a ball club, and do it like single-handedly in all phases? Jokic is that guy that could do it. He's done it multiple years in the NBA, and damn it, he's doing it right now in the Olympics. And Team USA, look, you don't want to look ahead. Obviously, you want to take care of Brazil because that's the main focus at hand. That's about to start in a couple minutes. But Jokic scares everyone, including the guys that are representing our country.
Huh? I'm sorry. Can you say that into my good ear, Perk?
Yeah.
Jokic is still the best player in the world.
You got an ear horn on the other one.
Can you help me out on this one? So dangerous that if there's one individual who can rally a team and do it single-handedly in all phases, Jokic is that guy?
That is basically coming off the fact that we saw that crazy stat we mentioned where with Jokic in the game, Serbia played the U.S. to even.
Jokic was a 0 in the plus-minus in that game, 81-81.
They were minus 29 or what, minus 26 with him, and they lost by what? 26.
Yeah.
So minus 26 without him on the floor. It's unbelievable. And it sounds like they should have lost to Australia, but Jokic wouldn't let that happen.
Right. I think you're going to see the most motivated version of Nikola Jokic in this game tomorrow. And I can say this, man. Like, I was up early yesterday. I watched that game against Australia, like, especially by second half. It is funny, Andy. Like, we watch him all the time, and he's always brilliant. But also, like, we also know well enough there is a difference between fully engaged Jokic and I'm just here so I don't get fined, Jokic. And even when he's that version of him, he's still the best player in the world. But when he's in, you can see it. And he was in, man. Nikola Jokic wanted that thing badly and played his ass off to go and get it, and he leads his team to victory. Now, Nikola Jokic brings his team into this game against Team USA, against his old nemesis, Joel Embiid, who, by the way, did not play in the second half against Brazil. Steve Kerr is saying it's precautionary, but they're worried about Joel Embiid's ankle, which I have to assume, if there's the slightest bit of injury concern, the Philadelphia 76ers brass is right on the phone to Steve Kerr going, we ain't messing around with that.
You know what?
He might duck him again.
He might. It was so funny because you guys brought that up, but here we go. Here's my thing with Jokic. Here's what I love. I love how he's just all about the winning. He showed it to us with the Nuggets when they won the NBA Finals. I don't think they're going to have enough to get past the U.S. They're just so stacked. You and I talked about it yesterday.
Right.
If there's a team that could legit throw down an argument to rival the true original Dream Team, this one might be it. And I come from the Air Jordan era. That's my guy. But you got to acknowledge what talent the U.S. is playing with. And if he can play him to even again, it just shows you that this guy is driven by nothing but the winning, and that's old school, and I love it.
It's going to be so tough because he can't play all 40 minutes. He will be off the floor. Anthony Davis and Bam Adebayo will dominate in the minutes that Jokic is off the floor. Look, there's two world-class players on Team Serbia, Nikola Jokic and Bogdan Bogdanovic. Vasily Micic is an excellent player, but the difference here is the moment you go to the depth guys, Team USA's are just exponentially better. And then not just Serbia's, everybody else's. And that's the challenge that you run into is it's like, it was funny watching Team Australia out there, and there's this dude, McVeigh, he keeps hitting threes. And they're like, hey, this guy played in Tasmania last year.
Come again?
All right. Cool, Carl.
Yeah. Awesome.
Okay. It's you know the worst player on Team USA has a $200 million contract, right?
Is it slander to say, how do you think a G League team would do in the Olympics?
Okay, so it's a good question. If it's an actual G League team,
sure,
like a group that has played
the
together,
Grand Rapids, whatever.
Sure, I think that they would fare well. I don't think they'd win a gold medal.
Okay,
but I do believe that they would fare well. If you were just taking I think that there's something to be said for team chemistry, and it's one of the things that you see in the way that they have tried to catch up to so much of what is going on in American basketball. Like Team Canada, they have a really, Jamal's been the exception because he's been banged up, but Canada has a serious commitment that you've got to make to that team. That's how many of these national teams are. They play together so much that the chemistry is built up. With the Americans, what they have come to figure out is, and this is one of the key differences in USA basketball today versus sort of what we saw in like the early 2000s, that kind of rough era of USA basketball, is they figured out how to coach these things a lot better.
What do you think? Pick your NBA team and send them to the Olympics. My point is to try to illustrate.
Yeah.
We should be the best in the world at this. You know what I mean?
Oh, without a doubt.
I don't even think I'd be curious because of the team chemistry you talked about. And it's funny that we would just fall into this conversation simply because Carmelo Anthony was doing some commentary for the women's game.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't blow the result for anybody because frankly, I didn't see the end of it. But Carmelo was talking about
it was 15. They won 59 in a row.
Was it Nigeria? They were playing?
Yeah, they
spanked
them.
But Carmelo was talking about because that game was close in the first half at points, and Melo was saying, again, 4 medals total, 3 gold.
Yeah.
And Melo was just saying, look, dude, this can be hard because we just throw our teams together and they've got to figure things out on the fly. And you're playing these international teams that have actually practiced and come up with the process and an offense and all this other stuff
there's also
ahead of time.
There's also the part of it, and we talked about this a little bit before as well. Like we watch these players and they play in so many different from team to team, a player can be different. And then you take these dudes that if you're on Team USA, you're 12 alpha dogs, I guess, except for Anthony Davis because he's on a team with LeBron in the NBA. But you're all the very best player on your NBA team. They put you in the Olympic Games, and some guys adapt really well. It's funny you bring up Carmelo right there. He was a great international player. And a part of why he was that he adapted really, really well to that role. What was so funny about it was, when Melo was going like to Houston and places like that later on in his career, people kind of looked at it and goes, "Oh man, if he like plays the role that he did with Team USA, Melo's going to fit in really beautifully." And like he kind of struggled to do that in some spots later on in his career. I think he kind of did for a minute in Portland, but he sort of struggled with that. For example, I don't think Joel Embiid is a good international basketball player. I think Joel Embiid is amazing at the thing that he's awesome at catching the ball at the elbow, at a billion pump fakes, at finishing through contact. But
and every little touch getting whistled, which does not happen in FIBA.
Exactly. Like that's something that he has kind of had a challenge with. I don't think he's been a particularly good player for Team USA. He was really good in the first half against Brazil. Brazil was just massively outmatched in that game, but we've watched Joel kind of struggle in these Olympic Games. There's other dudes that you watch them. Honestly, I think Devin Booker is a very good role player on Team USA. Drew Holiday is always a good role player, and he's perfect for this team. Derek White's been very good for this team. These guys are like good kind of role players. You put these guys with these alpha dogs, but they know how to be able to fill those roles. You got to be able to have those dudes. And some guys just sort of have it. It's one of the things that I think a lot of American players had to learn. I don't even think the Dream Team necessarily knew it. They were just so much better than everybody.
No, Scott talks about it.
But Spain was so good for so long. Argentina was so good for so long. Right now, I think Germany's probably the second best team in this tournament in totality. I think that's who Team USA will play for the gold medal.
You see Gobert got benched?
That doesn't surprise me. They've been having a weird thing with Team France. Apparently, the coach has been unhappy with Wemby, too. Yeah, it seems like the vibes have been a little bit off with that team. But some guys just sort of fill the role better. It's one of the ways American basketball has just improved is they've figured out what they need to do to win.
I agree. It is an international game now. I keep going back to that, the original Dream Team. We were just hacked off anybody beat us. It'd be like Canada going, all right, fine. You want to beat us in hockey? We'll send our pros.
Yeah.
But now, again, what makes this team special is everybody is just so improved. We'll see how all this works out. At the end of the day, it's fun watching. This is who did I ask? I guess I asked Mahrez this yesterday, right? I understand that we feel like in the NBA, the storylines are, okay, well, I'll just give Jokic his coronation and his crown.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the final piece of it, though. That's why I asked Mahrez that question. For Kendrick Perkins to finally go, all right, man.
Right.
I gotta give up my shtick. I gotta give up the thing I've made my living on at ESPN. Let's all bow down to the dude because he is dragging a rec league team to, some international glory.
It's going to be if Serbia's going to pull it off, they're going to have to shoot the lights out. They're not a great shooting team. I think they shot 29% from three in the win over Australia.
The U.S. would have to take a half off and find themselves in a dogfight for that to happen.
And
LeBron will not let that happen with Jokic out there. You know that.
This is the reality. And I mean no diss to Bogdan Bogdanovic, who is a great, very good NBA player. But it's Nikola Jokic, and then the next 12 best players in the game are Team USA, and then Bogdanovic, and that's where you're at. So it will take an insane shooting game. It'll have to mean the Team USA is just laying bricks. It means Joker's going to have like a 30-point triple-double. It feels terribly unlikely. I hope it happens, but it feels terribly unlikely that Jokic and Team Serbia can stun Team USA. We'll see.
I'm okay with him getting the bronze.
You want Joel Embiid
No, I know. Look,
LeBron
we've covered all this.
Anthony
There's
Davis,
something I can't go against the country.
Devin Booker, and
I know.
Dying to see those guys win.
I wish this could be the gold medal game.
Steve Kerr and Steph Curry to be happier than Nikola Jokic.
All right, let's get it going in a month, boys. Let's see how happy you are then. Is that rude of me? I care more about an NBA championship than I do the gold. Is it just because U.S. always wins gold? Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly a part of it too. Is like you know me, Andy. Even in the NBA, I don't care that much about teams. I care about individuals. I care about the people that are on the teams. That's the stuff that gets me excited. Like the biggest reason why I love the Denver Nuggets is because I love watching Nikola Jokic play basketball. I don't have like the passion of living through, an 11-win season or anything like that. Like I love the Nuggets because of how beautifully they're constructed and because of the way that they play basketball. So that's just where I come down on this whole thing. Like, I none of my patriotism is attached to Team USA winning a gold medal.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. I guess I don't look at it as patriotism necessarily. It's just it's our, I've told you.
You're on the team.
For my own sanity,
Uh-huh.
I probably should go root for the Bengals because I like Joe Burrow, but I can't not have the allegiance to the city I live in.
You like the laundry.
I like the laundry, I guess.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're
There's
right.
nothing wrong with that.
Well, no, it's funny, Nate, because all my favorite players, most of my favorite players anyway, when we get together for the hockey version of this, are on either Team Canada or like one of the, the Finland,
Yeah.
Sweden, something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm rooting for good old US of A, even though I
know.
got to root for Parisi and.
I do root for my favorite players. I am that kind of sports fan.
How dare you?
Hell yeah. Go get him, Serbia. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Guys, bust open your iPhone right now and go ahead and take a search for the Sport Trade app or go to getsporttrade.com because we're talking about a premium sports betting experience, a brand new app, Sport Trade, that's now available in Colorado. It is designed just for you. Sport Trade's got a really cool feature that I think you should check out. It's called the tape, all right? You go on the tape on Sport Trade, you can see every bet happening on the service in real time. You can see what other big-time players are playing in real time. Maybe there's something that's going to spark an idea for you. Sport Trade shows you all the action happening right there on the site. You can follow the smart money, follow the sharps in real time. Sport Trade, guys, it's where the big bets happen. If you were stuck in a rut on your app, check out Sport Trade. Get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. Minus 104 lines, high limits, no spinny wheels, the best in-play betting experience. Go to getsporttrade.com or download the Sport Trade app on your iPhone. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms do apply. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We join you from the Bankus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So, Andy, the rookies, they got to do the stuff. They got to carry the pads and do the show. By the way, what do you think of Caleb Williams in his rookie show performance on Hard Knocks?
I didn't watch all of it. I had the sound down as that started. I was talking with somebody.
It was bad.
I watched a little of the Eberflus trying to give everybody the speech, and then, I saw some of Caleb, and I was like, man, I don't know if I'm going to like this as much as I thought I initially would.
Matt Eberflus looks like he searched inspirational sayings on Instagram.
Found a Jack Handy quote, didn't realize it was satire.
Cut and pasted all of them and then mixed them into one paragraph and then puked them all over his players.
See, he's the first one I feel like he's trying to be like the coaches he's seen in the past. Like what I appreciated about Dable on the Giants thing, that's just Dable. Just grumpy, bald coach. Just jumping at people. Like, who was it? Was it Jaden Daniels that walked in? He goes, all right, let's just not even a hello. You want to be a Giant? You want to deal with New York? You really want to be here?
Right.
That's just Dable, right? Somebody Eberflus didn't feel like, it just felt like, I know the cameras are here, so let me give you my best Newt Rockne.
Believe it or not, the last coach that was on Hard Knocks, where when I listened to him give the front of room speech, I was kind of like, oh, okay, was Gruden.
Yeah, with the knock twice if you're with me or whatever.
But also, like, he spoke in coherent thoughts. Saleh and Eberflus is falling into this trap as well of, like, they got Russell Wilson disease. Like they just speak in football cliche, and if they string enough of them together, that'll be enough to really get the team going. Like you do at some point have to express a coherent thought to these guys.
No, you're right. I forgot about Saleh last year. It was kind of like
bad.
My mea culpa for coaching.
Yeah,
Let me read you some Sun Tzu.
Yeah.
All right.
He was not good. Mike McDaniel, well, he's just Mike McDaniel, so he's automatically entertaining. Eberflus is struggling, though. Oof. Jarrett Stidham today was asked about the rookie duties. What are Bo Nix's rookie duties? What is he supposed to do? The things where they make rookies do stuff, etc. Yes.
We don't call it that, but that's what it is.
Sure. Here we go. Jarrett Stidham on the rookie duties of one Bo Nix.
We see Bo carrying your guys' shoulder pads.
Oh, yeah.
Summarizes rookie chores.
Well, so he's got to carry our pads. That's a mandatory. Pretty much anything that goes wrong, I just blame him. I had a rookie haircut from Tom, my rookie year. I think you can't. I think that's against the rules nowadays. We're not much of a snacking group, so we don't make him get snacks or anything. Sometimes I forget if I forget something in my locker, I'll make him go get it. Yeah, he's pretty much. Yeah, he's got to do certain stuff for sure. And at whatever point we decide to do his rookie dinner, I will be getting a nice bottle of wine or something that he's going to be paying for. So I'll make sure that's a really, really nice dinner, and I'll be very, very happy and not hungry. So it'll be great.
Cool, Carl.
All right, real quick. Normally, I'm not a big fan of you sticking the rookie with the huge bill of dinner. But when you just heard Caleb Williams' signing bonus last night, aren't you kind of like, guess what, bro?
I mean, honestly, if you're Stiddy, you got Zach Wilson.
Yeah, he's probably got a good chunk of the bonus left.
And Bo Nix.
Now Bo Nix.
And the Bo Nix bonus.
I wonder, do you think, is Bo Nix, have they progressed enough in the 4 or 3 years since, do you think Bo Nix's bonus was close to Wilson's?
Probably pretty close, yeah. Also,